We're back once again in the tech capital of the world, Tokyo, Japan, the home of Red Bull Homeground 2023. Yesterday, 8 top Valorant teams from around the world battled it out. But before we get back to seeing how the remaining 6 get on, let me take you on a whistle-stop tour of Tokyo, Japan. Sick. Much better. First stop, Akihabara. This area is considered to be the electric heart of Tokyo and is where technology meets passion. From electric to reflective, this is Asakusa and the revered Sensoji Temple. Skytree is a true reflection of Tokyo's towering aspirations. Now that's what I call a spike. And now for some island hopping. This is a diver, stacked with avant-garde architecture, which gives it a futuristic vibe and offers a glimpse into Tokyo's tomorrow. It's time to take you to our final destination and the venue for Red Bull Homeground 2023. The Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena.
The fusion of history, technology, and competition. All roads led us here.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome to Red Bull Homeground 2023. The pinnacle of spirit, strategy, skill is about to unfold.
It's the city where the bold merges with tradition, where old meets new to constantly evolve its forever changing, magnificent landscape. Tokyo, Japan is our host for Red Bull Homeground 2023. But where did it all begin? It's been a crazy ride for Red Bull Homeground. We started off online for our very first ever event. As you can see, we then moved into the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, and then big moves. Our first Homeground LAN finals in Manchester, where all of our teams played together, of course, in front of a live crowd. And now that brings us here. And this event is a prime example of the modernity meeting tradition in Japan as Valorant takes over this historic sumo arena, the Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena. It's amazing here. You can just feel the history inside of these walls, and I am expecting a sold-out crowd of hungry Japanese fans to fill it out as we roll on this weekend. My name's Ian Chambers, and I'm joined on our desk by Tom and Mitch. I just highlighted it there, but it has been a crazy ride when it comes to Homeground.
They're hungry, and it's a good thing. There's a British pub outside ready to feed as many people as possible.
It's great. Do you know what? The queues for the British pub here are ginormous.
Yeah, Mitch was right at the front.
And he was right at the front.
That is not accurate. No, I had a nice Japanese coffee place for breakfast.
Yeah.
Steered clear of the British pub. Maybe I won't try it. I'll be honest. It's there's too many.
It would be a real shame
here.
if somebody made him try it.
Yeah, it would, but that's not going to happen. So
I'm going to make it happen.
Oh, are you?
All right, let's just take a look back. First things first, I want to thank Aegon by AOC for supporting this event, which started off yesterday. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights of how it all went down. It had a bit of everything, really. Sadly, 2 home favourites that the crowd were absolutely in love with dropped out, and big teams lived up to expectations, Tom.
Yeah, well, you say they sort of dropped out, but I think even just the expectations on the likes of Fennel, for example, were very, very low, but they managed to go the distance with Fnatic, which I think definitely outdid expectations. Zeta came in as that hometown hero, winning the first game off the bat, securing themselves a position today, and basically getting everybody hyped up within the arena. And what the real shining light is that dark horse of Foot. They were unreal yesterday.
Yeah, and the vibes between the teams, everybody here, including the fans, of course, are having an amazing time, Mitch. But this is where,
captain.
yeah, absolutely.
You're having a great time.
But this is where it comes to crunch time, right? It's going to get a little bit more serious, I think, going into the actual 6 bracket.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Look, this is where we start moving from those BO1s where anything can happen, where you can upset a team, to somewhere where we have BO3s. You'll have favorite maps. You might have more dominant openings to series, depending on whose map pick it is. And I'm super excited to see how this one unfolds, because this is the real test now as we move into the deeper series.
Tom, you're not used to this yet, are you? You're not just become accustomed to this amazing arena and the fans behind us?
I'm still enjoying my walk to the arena, let alone the arena. It's such a beautiful city just to like spend any amount of time exploring. The food's fantastic, but yeah, this arena in itself, like, it really is already packing out. I've heard there's going to be like maybe 1,000 more people than yesterday, which, I don't know, I think we're going to need more people crossing their legs. No more lounging over on the cushions. That's not going to be allowed. And especially with the early morning game involving Zeta Division, I think we're going to be packed from early doors.
Yeah, they're going to love it. Here is our bracket. The Swiss format is, of course, done. We now move into best of 3 territory, a cutthroat single elimination bracket to decide our finalists who will compete in a best of 5 grand final for our trophy. Who is going to fill these boxes up as we roll on? And you've got 2 really strong teams waiting in the semi-finals, Mitch.
Yeah, you know, I have a bone to pick with
teams,
you,
right?
Ian, because you told me that Fnatic got to choose.
No, Tom told you that.
Well, no, I think
actually,
we specifically asked
said,
you, and you said with confidence, with your whole chest, that it was Fnatic, and yet Foot
So
were in
Fnatic
fact the ones
chose
who
to play
decided.
2 games in one day. That seems like a really odd choice.
doesn't
Why
it?
would they do that?
Go ahead,
What are
Ian.
the chances of you 2 putting me on blast live on a broadcast in front of
0.
thousands of
We would
people?
never do that.
I
What's
thought
the
that.
name of the arena again?
The Ryogoku Kokuki-kan Arena here in Tokyo.
Yeah, he was worried.
An hour
I could
in
see
the
the
mirror.
panic in his
Yeah, he's
eyes
like,
there.
All right, I got to get it right this time.
Let's take a look at our top 5 players. This is all based on ACS from yesterday, Tom. Some big names popping off. Who stands out?
Well, I would say when we looked at this the first time yesterday, I expected Althea to eventually be in there. He is now second on that board. Yedajay had an incredible performance, and Yoshi, the fact that he's out of the tournament and is still making that list, maybe someone that's going to be picked up, or maybe someone Scarz will try and lock in, but number 1 has to take the biscuit. Oxy in that second game was a force to be reckoned with. He ended with 420 ACS in game number 2 after a close first matchup versus Zeta. He has been an absolute standout, and for one of the younger players within this tournament, there's a lot of young players, but he's definitely, I think, at 18 years of age, he really impressed and was absolutely styling in their second match.
And I have to say, you know, looking at this board, the stats are beautiful, almost as beautiful as Alpha's locks, man. I am jealous. I can only imagine how Tom feels. The guy's just putting the game out there week after week, month
nice
after month. It gets
he
better.
Might actually lend me some.
He might share, you think? When he gets a haircut, we'll get a wig made out of it for him.
I want a moustache more so, like Stevie's. I want to build.
Oh yeah,
nobody wants that.
You could grow that out yourself, brother.
Let's take a look at the schedule. I was just about to talk about Mitch's luscious locks, but we'll do that later. Let's take a look at the schedule of play for today, which of course is why you are joining us. We've got some amazing best of 3s, and we are kicking off with the one that Zeta fans here in the building want to start with, Cloud9 versus Zeta, and that is a rematch from yesterday. How we kick things off. Will we get a similar result? Time will tell. And then we've got 2 more to come as well, Tom.
Yeah, and of course, the thing is, this first game, it's actually kind of brutal because whoever's going to win it is also going to have to play that third game. So they have to reset, get themselves ready for playing Foot, who, how do you get ready for that team? They were so good on so many levels yesterday that I don't know exactly how you prepare. It's going to be very, very difficult. And I think either way, if this first game goes the distance, that's just going to give more tape for Foot, and especially guys to just sit there and go like, aha, I am picking them apart.
Hold that thought. Let's meet. We've been doing a lot of behind-the-scenes content with our players, getting to know them better, and we'll start now with Cloud9.
Should the team always have a duelist?
Francis is on the team.
I'm down, yeah.
In this meta with this team, I think yes, right?
Yeah, 100% yes.
If you had to pick a map to play for the rest of your Valorant career, which one would it be?
Icebox. Icebox.
Icebox. I'm down for
I
Icebox.
love Icebox. You guys
Or, no, Breeze. Breeze.
Jake, how do you not like Icebox? I guess you play controller. I think I'd play Haven. I love Haven. I don't know why I love that map.
Hell no, Haven.
Who's most likely to clutch a 1v5 scenario?
I'd say Eric.
Yeah.
I'll give it to Eric. Yes! I'd say Eric. Serious? I've seen Eric win more 1v4s than Jake.
Which player is the biggest joker off screen?
Joker?
I think we're all
Guy
pretty
right here.
stupid.
We're all but there's one big clown over here.
Nah, I feel like
One
we're
big
all,
jester.
It's either him or all of us. There's
one
no,
of the S's.
Yeah.
No, we're all jesters. We're all clowns, but this guy's the biggest.
Actually, yeah, you are the king
Yeah.
of the clown.
There were a lot of question marks over their heads after that initial defeat yesterday, but they put together a much more dominant performance against Fennel with a 13-2 win on Ascent, Mitch. Much stronger end to the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we saw Fennel playing up against them, after the 10 rounds against Fnatic, we did start to get worried, but the fact that C9 were able to bounce back that quickly and look that good, maybe it does also speak to the fact that Fennel obviously had to, having lost that game, play back-to-back matches. BO1's same map as well, so C9 got to look at a lot of tape coming into their matchup today. Let's hope they've had that same level of prep.
Cloud9 fans in the building here as well, which is nice to see.
It's funny as well, because I don't think they were on the camera in the main screen, so they had no idea that
they're
just chilling, relaxing, taking their photos, having a good time.
Yeah, let's take a look at this Zeta roster. Massively lovable for a lot of reasons. It's kind of impossible not to adore them. The crowd does, that's for sure, to the point where they have to actually limit queues for fan meet and greets here at the arena. They didn't end the day strongly yesterday, Tom, but they did give the home fans a perfect start.
Oh yeah, the fact that they did it in a style as well that was like just ridiculous. It was those pistol wins that just came out of absolutely nowhere. Heroron, like one of the players making his debut for this roster, looked utterly incredible. But the fact is, it was like these young stars that really shone. Like we know that Laz is going to be good. We know that Sugar Zero is going to have that depth. But honestly, this guy, I think the fact he's 18 years old and just making such a statement, it is a great sign for them.
All right, it's time now to start to bring our teams out. We've got Cloud9 versus Zeta. Can these young gunners become legends on this stage in this iconic arena? Let's bring them out one more time.
So れでは究極の戦いの幕開きにふさわしい最初の2チームをステージにお呼びしましょう。Cloud9。Zeta Division.
It's high drama, isn't it? Centre stage here as we enter best of 3 territory. You can see it in the eyes of each individual player that they are completely aware of the fact that if they lose here, they will not grace that stage again, Tom.
It's really interesting seeing Carlisle, their new coach, the Brazilian, trying to give an inspirational speech, and he starts talking and then looks to the translator and just hopes he gives the same level of heart. Like, it's going to be so difficult.
How do you match that passion?
You're like saying something, the translator's like, yeah, he said, like, yeah, you can do it, guys. I really believe
You got it. Yeah.
this is why I'm not a translator. I don't think I'd have the same oomph of what they need to really sort of hype up the youngsters. Because that's the thing. Again, they're coming out on this stage.
Yep.
It's the second time they've been here, this time a best of 3. I think even though they managed to take the map off of C9, C9 are still favorites here in my eyes.
Sure.
Like, they, in the majority of gun rounds, look like the better team, and Zeta kind of got slammed yesterday. Also, it's no longer a best of 1. 3 maps will be coming in, and we haven't seen much of Zeta's map pool.
And let's not forget that initial best of 1 that these guys had was a back and forth affair. But now, as you can see, we're getting into map picks and bans, and you can talk us through it, Mitchy baby.
Well, we've seen Haven from Zeta. I'm imagining that they're going to want to play there again, but maybe all the way down on the decider. It was a super close game from them. Lotus looked like there could be some potential there to build on. I'm not sure if they're going to want to lock it in. And it's
Lost
going for
11
fine.
rounds in a row. I don't know if they want to go anywhere near that.
Yeah, but you learn the most from those kind of
I
defeats.
think Ascent for C9 makes a lot of sense. They've played it a couple of times with Curry, or once with Curry and once with Whippy. They won 13-2 both times. They've looked really strong on that map. Bind coming in as a pick for Zeta. It's only been played once for C9, but they're going to take... I don't mind that. They won off pistol round, like, ridiculousness. They didn't win off those gun rounds. If they lose a pistol in that map, they've lost the game. So I don't mind them taking it to Lotus. They probably learned a lot as well from the defeat to Fnatic yesterday, but they need to fix a lot of different things if they're going to be able to take this one over the line.
100%. When we saw Haven yesterday, it wasn't just the pistol rounds, it was the thrifty rounds as well. We saw so many Sheriff plays that got them across the line, and it's such a tight series. Map, even as it was, you can't rely on repeating that this time around. So I do think Lotus is the right call for them, considering, like I say, that's where you learn the most from those kind of dominant defeats. Rush B, the strats are getting pulled out.
The strats.
I'm not buying it.
He's holding that up and then whispering down the mic, go away.
We did actually say about Zeta yesterday that they did, despite their youth and inexperience, they did show levels of maturity at times.
Yes.
But there is a different level of maturity when you need to show that stamina in a best-of-3 situation, Tom.
Oh, for sure. Like, as said, like, they managed to, like, have some pretty decent flanks, some calm within the storm in clutch rounds, but ultimately when it comes to full-on executions, I think you have to give that over to C9, and unless you are watching with sheer tinted glasses, which some of us are, but it would definitely look like they were winning a lot of rounds that they shouldn't win. So to recreate that is going to be difficult. I also think going into an attack side Ascent to start is very, very difficult. It's a map where things can go wrong very, very quickly. And because it's a map we've seen for so long, the agents, as you can see, are always pretty much the same. You run out of ideas very quickly.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see more of Uran as well. I feel like his patience yesterday was on display. Some of the flank plays were off the charts. He never really got caught out looking for aggressive stances, and whenever he went for them, there was success to be found. So I feel like he's a player who has a super good read on the game, whether that's down to the IGL of Zeta or him himself. The discipline was off the charts across this lineup, and when we saw them win that map on Haven, it was individual performances, not from one, not from two, but from every single player. We need to see more of that today if they're going to have a chance of taking it in a BO3.
Yeah, I mean, we've been hyping up how much Zeta are having the time of their lives here in front of their home fans, but it's not just these guys. Cloud9 loving it too. I saw Vanity on Twitter just sharing photos with fans saying he can't put into words how incredible the atmosphere is here. So this team are of course going to want to keep the dream alive too. But now our first quarter-final of Red Bull Homeground 2023 is here. It's C9 versus Zeta. Let's get into map 1 with Tom and Mitch.
I've already got a bit of combat down on mid. Kata going to be the first to fall, but the A site is under threat. You know, that rush B strategy might have been a bit of a fake. Sold out to the crowd. Zeppa trying to catch a couple players, crossing over on the door. He'll get absolutely nothing. As Zeta try to get the plant down and succeed, but they've lost a lot of players. Zeppa on the double with the doors wide open. This round looks like might just be a closed case. Laz very low after that headshot as well. That is a very clean start to C9's map pick.
Yeah, their defensive sides yesterday were clinical. They had executions to take them through B main. They also then had that sort of passive hold when they were up against Fennel. Like they were nasty on this map. And in particular, he may be 0-1 right now, but Oxy had, in my opinion, the best performance of the tournament so far. And that's when you're considering the likes of Yedajay absolutely carrying in some of the matches. But he was unstoppable. Like, there was nothing that Fennel could do. Now, do I put Zeta on a higher level than Fennel? Yes. Yes, I do. But shutting him down is going to be a different story. I am happy, though, to see they put Kayada back in the roster, because I think that even though he definitely had some slower starts, he has some high-impact explosive rounds. If anybody's going to go toe-to-toe with Oxy, I think it's going to be him.
Not too much of an investment from the side of Zeta coming into this round. Just a couple of credits spent to give some upgraded pistols. That's where they did a lot of the damage last time up against Cloud9. Of course, that was on Haven. See what they can do this time around. Already losing out on Kaida. Nice nade, shock dart as well. No way out for Vanity, but Curry, a very impressive stand-in for this squad. Yesterday, he was on fire, and here he's quick to grab the trade, keeping the numbers in C9's favor.
So a lot of comments about Curry entering the Radiant lobbies and having mass success. Like, he definitely did well on an individual level, and again, even if you look at the game they lost, I don't think any critique can really be placed onto him. He had a great game. For now, though, you're going to be running into the man you really don't want to face off against. Didn't have much to do in this case, though, as Curry's going to clean it up with 3, and C9 start with that 2-0 lead.
Very good start for this squad. Minimal losses. Economy's going to start to build up. On the side of Zeta, this is where the crowd will hope to see them take it across the line. The full investment, the rifles, and already some good ideas on display. Good adaptations to some of the positions that were in play. And Kira Ron, a little overzealous on the wide swing, but these things happen. If you have one extra smoke there down in spawn, which you would on a full buy round, it's a different game altogether. This is where Zeta won't be pulling any punches. And C9, you know, they still have some weaknesses, but 2 Guardians alongside a Vandal, it's fair to say they can take some pretty favorable fights, or at least fights on equal footing.
Thrown over the top. Definitely going to see Oxy, and an escape plan needs to be made. It almost seems like they might look to pressure through, push up through mid, but Kayada's managed to do some damage, has to try and escape out of there. Nice. And in fact, he's going to get the kill through the smoke as well, leaving them with a huge advantage already in this one. Vanity, bear in mind, only has a judge.
Oh, he's low. He's oh no.
Okay, lads.
Never mind. The wall bang out of last to save the day. Hey, you could have all 5 players coming out of this round alive for Zeta, and in fact, it's looking likely. Curry just going to play the exits. When he heard from one of the interviews, I can't remember if it was C9 or one of the other teams. It actually might have been one of the Japanese teams. They asked, what's the best thing to do in a 1v5? And they said, get exits. And typically that is the correct answer. There's not a whole lot you're going to be able to do, and especially with that rifle in hand and credits spent to make that happen. I would say Curry needs to, definitely wants to survive this round. If he has to go to a judge or something, it's not the end of the world, but
yeah. Also, in terms of orbs, I don't think Oxy's even remotely close to a Blade Storm, so it's not like there's going to be anything extra that can.
Because Curry's been finding a lot of the kills in that B play, yeah.
So it's not going to be much of an opportunity. I like the fact that Urine as well is almost always the closest to getting his ultimate online, so real potential for something for Zeta. The thing is, though, you look at this round, and again, it's one where you've seen Zeta basically win off reactiveness. Now, the C9 are going to do that a lot, like look to put the pressure on. I think that's something that Fennel really struggled with, was adapting on the fly. The fact that they were able to sort of stabilize quite well here, especially within the chaos, is a good start, but you also have to consider the weapons that were online. Like, it was you got an SMG facing off against a rifle at range. You don't really expect that player to win.
No, of course not. This is somewhere that C9 can be a little bit more confident, and they've invested light shields across the board, allowing these rifles full utility to come into play. Vanity, the typical Odin play inside of B main, but Zeta, they know how he likes to play. They're not going near it at the start of the round. Instead, looking for control over mid, taking some of those longer range fights where they've had a lot of success in the previous series, and you can see over on A, already a sneaky spot from Jake, down inside Wine. He could have a big role to play in denying this push. In fact, he's been spotted, and now probably wants to get out of there. He's staying to try and take a fight. Bit of a team flash going through it. I think C9 maybe lost in the sauce a small bit for just a moment, but luckily the pressure isn't really being applied by Zeta. They're waiting for Laz to complete that lurk, and he's done just that, dropping Curry and leaving the B site very exposed. Only one man to defend it, but that man is Oxy.
Yeah. He's probably the one man that, if yesterday has anything to go on, you really don't want to be facing off against. Laz, though, is just catching players left, right, and center. Trade will be there. Leaves things in a 3v3, and a good position from Heroron is going to catch another. Now they have to be wary. Never mind. The push from behind Sugar Zero has found another, and now Oxy is the only player remaining, and they know roughly where he is.
Yeah, they've got that info from earlier on, even
definitely know now.
crossing over towards A. The spikes made it. He won't be able to intercept. And now this becomes very difficult. He probably needs to break that door just to cause some questions to be asked on that side. I didn't quite expect him to go blitzing through after.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, no, it was probably the right play. Try to isolate the planter. If that second player isn't in position to trade, he could have the round, or at least a much better shot at it.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the initial steps being wrapping through tree, you almost expect that the other player might still be on heaven.
Absolutely.
And actually can't trade that. So, yeah, really don't mind the attempt. Obviously, 1v3, you can't really expect too much. But 2-2. Good signs from Zeta, because I do think that, again, after yesterday's performance where they won with winning both pistols and getting off to flying starts in both halves, winning 4 spires, I was still a little bit hesitant in how they're going to do if they don't win both the pistols. But the fact is their response here was fantastic. And actually, it seems like C9 have gone for a very early tactical pause. And especially, you only get yourselves a couple throughout. The fact that it's happened and we're only going into round 5 and they've only lost a couple of rounds, it shows that clearly there's some warning signs already there for Imi.
Absolutely, yeah. This isn't going to be a clean and easy game for C9, despite the fact that obviously they made quick work of Fennel on this very same map yesterday. Yeah. Zeta are a different beast.
They played this map twice since this roster has been formed. They won it 13-2, 13-2. So unless they're about to win 11 rounds in a row, I think this is already going to be a tougher opponent than they faced so far. And that's the thing. Historically for Zeta, this was always a pretty decent map for them. They were happy to play it. So again, it's very difficult to say with rosters mass changing. Sure. Like it's a completely different outlook. But that's the thing. I think when you, especially with them having 3 young players, 1 in Hero coming over from their opponents of Fennel, and then 2 youth players and a 3rd also being as a potential swap-in. That's something that could happen throughout this series. We've already seen that once. Yatsuka, who came in and played the Raze in that other matchup, I will say it didn't go quite as well, so maybe in this sort of position where you could actually be eliminated, you're not going to do that, but we'll see, because he's definitely here. I saw him walking, well, I actually saw him running around. He was running around with all this stuff in the box.
Oh, okay. Maybe a quick warm-up. It's one way to do it. The A side has 2 players on it. One is Oxy, hiding up top. Good shock dart. Denial of the drone for Uran. Very little information as they make their way through, but the dash will close into space. And Kaida straight up there for the fight. It's Oxy and Vanity down. A huge opening for the side of Zeta, and it looks like a quick closing as well. You want to be careful when Curry's still alive. This guy was a beast for picking up 4Ks, and he's on track to do it again. The first found, but still a Sheriff in hand. Wall banks, not quite landing. Good opportunity, but it's a tough one. And his backup weapon here, or his primary, I suppose, in some way, is a Stinger. Might give him an opportunity if they get close, but as you can see, Zeta have absolutely no intention of doing that. They're going to run the clock down on this guy.
I feel like Kayada's given me like Foxy 9 vibes, like when he plays the Jet. It's like all in aggression. Like I'm dashing into the site, I'm probably going to hit my first shot, but then if I survive past that, I'm still pushing. Like there's nothing you can stop me in terms of just how aggressive I'm going to be. And that's the thing. That is, a lot of the time, it's either amazing or awful. Like, it's a 50-50 on how things are going to go. So I'll be interested to see if he's going to get shut down at all this map and then go a little bit quiet. But in terms of Ascent, that's exactly what you need. You need, I feel like to be a great Ascent team, you need someone who's a bit of a lunatic. Someone who's not afraid of their stats being bad. Someone who's not worried about the criticism and will keep dashing into that site again and again and again, because otherwise you have no entry in this map.
That's what a good player is, man. Like, we've seen it from the dawn of time, the dawn of Valorant time, at least, that players, when you sit back and you worry a lot about all of this, the stats, the numbers, it doesn't stand to you. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. But when you're able to sit back and focus a little bit on getting your team forward, taking space, some of the more abstract concepts that don't show up on the scoreboard, that's really where the results are found. Zeta have the lead, 1 round, with C9 buying back up and putting most of their credits on the line. 3 players down to just scraps and drabs. This is somewhere that Zeta could capitalize and launch themselves into the lead with a significant margin. You can see how much weight they're putting on this round by the slow approach, a very different approach from what we've seen in the previous rounds. It is a full default, even with 50 seconds left on the clock. Very little movement from the extremities here, just waiting for C9 to get overzealous.
The thing is, though, this is the switch-up that C9 showed in their last match of Ascent. They are happy to just sit and wait. They've taken control in A main as well, but it's something that is clearly prepped for. And now the push looks to go back in on towards that B site, both going into the back of site. 30 seconds to try and clear them out, and the rest of the players are hightailing their way to try and get into position. You got that Hunter's Fury that needs to do something here, and while Kayad has managed to get that entry, Vanity is still here. Time ticking low. They've got to try and clear him. The spike dropped to the ground. He might be able to save them here, but he falls. Even still, though, they've got to try and retrieve that spike. And Oxy is looking to try and pressure, but he will get nothing done. It comes close on the clock. But Zeta, well, they survive with 4.
Well, a little taste of their own medicine with the Odin retrieved from Uran to close that out. Good damage by Vanity, but ultimately not enough. Oh, wow. That's a beautiful cosplay. I gotta say, the level of detail here is blowing my mind. I know we had the Neon and the Yoru walking out with most of our teams, and I caught a glimpse of them on the first day when we were here. It was unreal. Even like they have LEDs in it and everything. It's just something to aspire to.
Keep up.
When are we gonna get you pulling the cosplay, Tom? Who would you go for? Which agent? Can you make a nice brim?
I wouldn't mind going for a
Get the muscles out.
Stimby Khan.
You wouldn't be able to beat Megs, but maybe you can eclipse it. Get someone.
I need a lot of stuffing. Let's put it that way.
You would. Well,
I think I could beat Marcus's Reyna, though.
you wouldn't beat his Gecko. He's pulling off the Slim Shady. Oh, it looks like Zeta trying to compete for mid control a little bit. C9 in the same boat. 2 weapons bought up, a Vandal alongside a Guardian. Obviously, Oxy's confident to play this one with all his credits on the line because he's 1 orb away from a Blade Storm, a free weapon for the next round, and in his hands, an even more deadly one than any money can buy. We'll see what Zeta have planned, because for now, they're very spread out, and it looks like possibly a B fake, but the spike is rotating to B. Oh, okay. Nice trade from Uran. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, this man looks like he's got some experience with the Odin. That's not something you just pull off on the fly, but Curry's at least done some damage. You have to bear in mind he is still one of the pistol players. Probably would have not liked to get out of that one clean. You got to be careful though, because you spam any bullets through, and it's going to be right back at you tenfold. Again though, look at the clock. 25 seconds left as they look to entry into this site. Zeta really running that clock down, and there's a few things that could go wrong here. One of them is lurking within that smoke behind them. However, again, just so clean on those entries.
Sugar Zero was so quick to take that pick that you saw Kaida turn around and go, oh, he's behind me! Ah, where is he? Oh, he's already dead? Oh, thanks, man. The guy, you know, that's what you want from a teammate. He's got your back no matter what. Now, look, Oxy, I still think he's going to dive at this one. Saving the Guardian would be all right, but he's 1 orb away. Might as well try. And that try did not go too well. Very quickly, a conclusion is written. With 3 more players to pick up, we didn't really think that Jake had a chance, and well, we're correct. 5 rounds on the board for Zeta. What a phenomenal start to their attack side on Ascent, and C9 have got to be sweating. Now, the thing is, here they've got the credits, they'll invest, but even then, there are going to be some weaknesses. This has been a very tough start for the North American side.
They've got so many ults, though, that you have to put the expectation on them to win the round. Like, yeah, even you look at what's on the other side, okay, they got a lockdown, you can counter that immediately. So everything else, I can't really see too much for Zeta in this, but they have been so clean. And the thing is, for such a young team, I'm really impressed with their ability not to panic when that clock gets down to like 10, 15 seconds. Normally, that's where you see things go catastrophically wrong for rosters, especially when they don't have experience on a stage like this. So really impressive stuff. And as said, C9, they played this map a couple of times with this roster, or the one with Whippy, and both times they've dominated. They've never had to sort of turn the tide in any of these games, so it's a very different outlook for them. Attempting again some aggression. The Hunter's Fury could do a lot of damage. Kayada already gone. There won't be a second connection. Actually, Oxy still lurking within mid. Do they expect him to be here? No, they do not.
Now with the Hunter's Fury used on A, maybe expecting more of a rotate, more of a deeper hold around mid, but yeah, Oxy playing a confident game. Oh, the laundry got in the way for a second. He was able to clean it up nicely. Uran dodges the flash, but 2 players on the other side. It's tough, damage done. But finishing him off might be tough. Never mind, he even gets the reset onto the duel for Zeppa. Luckily, though, it doesn't go his way. With Uran falling, it's Hero Ron, the hero of the round. If he pulls this off, a 1 versus 4, a Curry performance, it would have to be.
30 seconds left.
It starts with Vanity. That wallbang's already coming through, and he'll take him down.
I love
plain
it.
view.
If you get Hero Run's player cam there, he's just laughing. The second he dies, he's just laughing to himself. I do think he's in competition for the smiliest player in the world.
He really is.
I
Win or
haven't
lose.
seen him. Yeah, he's just having a great time on the stage.
How couldn't you be, though? Being in this arena already probably means so much, and then seeing the crowd here cheering you on, it's a whole different ball game. And you know, the idea to use the Hunter's Fury off rip from C9 after spotting players outside of Hay was interesting. I guess because they have their own lockdown, they're comfortable enough that if Laz uses his, they can counter it, retake the space. But obviously, it's one of the key counters that you're going to use to deter Laz from ever doing that.
Well, it seems like it's going to be Zeta now calling a pause. Now, after losing the pistol, that's the first round they've actually lost, other than the conversion. So 5 in a row. Haven't really had to adapt massively to anything that C9 have been doing, and that one was ultimately won off a couple of strong ults from C9 at the early stages of the round. So it seems maybe a little bit over the top, but I guess they just want to make sure that this is going to be that strong attack in half, knowing that, again, like you go into a map like Bind, which even still for both these teams is going to be a relative unknown. You don't know if it's going to end up being one of your stronger maps because you haven't played in officials. You only know what's been happening in scrims, and honestly, with how new this Zeta roster is, we don't even know how many scrims they've played. We kind of just find out, especially with, I feel like more of the Pacific teams, that we find out a little bit later. Like with EMEA, there's a lot of leaks like, okay, this team's been together for a month, we know that that's coming. But with Pacific, like I saw rumors for some of the Zeta players, but the Academy players, I had no idea they were coming in. So maybe they've been practicing for a few weeks, maybe they've been practicing for a few days. So their map pool definitely shouldn't be as deep as someone like C9 who've already been playing tournaments, but they're looking good on Ascent.
I can only imagine the panic that went through Zeta's coach there as he got the final 5 count. Hero Ron bought up a second attack side Odin. And I imagine he was like, turn the mic back on! Turn it back on! I just have one more thing to say. Nice little lineup from Vanity. Much more shallow now, realizing that Zeta have been buying this Odin, or using it, this time buying it, some previous rounds using it just to try and deny that wall bang. Now he's got a safe angle where he can't be fired back on all too easily. Very good kill from Vanity, and an opportunity to further deny with the counter lockdowns. There's going to be no space taken on the back of Laz's ultimate.
Yeah. We are going to see, I think it was Curry just detained at the back of the site, but it doesn't matter. They couldn't really push on to him to deal with anything, and again, that opening now going the way of C9, there has to be a response attempted, but the initial plan for Zeta is out the window. They've had to fall back completely.
You know, I think a lot of that might have been down to seeing the damage done to Vanity in a lot of the rounds, whether it was with the Sheriff, whether it was with the counter Odin spam as well, of just buying the Odin, trying to bait him into spam early, and then destroying him. But that hasn't worked out, and now they've got an attack side Odin that they can't really take through B main after giving up that space. And they can't take it through A either, with Sugar 0 down. Smokes go by the wayside. This becomes a very difficult round for Zeta to recover.
Yeah, right down to the wire as well in terms of time. They're just going to have to try and make the move now. Oxy is low. He's already gone. Paranoia. It's solid, but Laz still wins the fight. Completely blinded, nearsighted. And now Zeppa is the only one remaining. The Flash again has caught 2 players, but they've traded evenly.
10 seconds left.
The fact is they're fighting blind and still managing to even the scales. Curry and Vanity now rotating back from the B site. Knife is going to catch onto Curry, but still util being used by Vanity. Surviving close and Laz still standing. It is going to be Hero Ron spotted left, all onto the leader. The face of this squad to try and take it back. He spotted both, and Vanity now down to incredibly low HP. He even has the Nano Swarm, and it's going to take him out. Laz with the Red Bull clutch to get them their 6th round.
Unbelievable stuff from Laz. I mean, he's so smart as well, getting into that corner, the one spot Vanity couldn't see him from. He's spraying away with that Odin, trying to get the wall bags. His teammate comes in, gets a fantastic kill, tries to put utility down to help them out, grab a little bit more information, and then Laz swings, pixel perfect timing, even dodging the shock dart and just getting the nano in on time. It's such a beautiful round, and for Zeta, they are not just here surviving, they're thriving. 6 rounds on the attack. C9's map pick, and one that so far with this roster, they've looked unbelievable with. Again, looking at this tournament just yesterday, the 13-2 over Zeta's countrymen of Fennel. A revenge matchup, perhaps, as they...
A very different setup.
Back the win. Oxy's going into the smoke. He wants to.
Curry close.
Oh!
But he actually just fades off of it. The crowd definitely starting to wake up a bit as well. I think that last clutch is the loudest by far of anything that's happened so far in this arena. Maybe a fan favorite. Not sure, you know.
They like him a little bit. They like him. You like him too, Tom. Last fan account.
Yep.
We see you.
Yep.
Not surprised after what we just saw.
If you're not a fan of Lies, you're the problem.
I'm kind of becoming a Uran fan, I'll be honest. After the series yesterday we cast, now looking at him here, who's playing Ascent, you know, I feel like we'd have some good conversations about the game. I'd love to sit down with him and Vanity. And Boaster, the attack side Omen operator, that guy's insane. Boaster's broken the code.
Here we go. Straight in towards the site again in the late round. TP cancelled. Vanity looking to try and find an angle to spam, but has to be careful. He's not going to give too much away. Again, leaving it to the last second. He still takes Kayada down.
Spike planted.
The rotation coming back in. This is an adventurous TP, and almost works out, but Oxy is so prepared.
This is late flank as well, though. A second flank thrown out into things with Uran. We talked about how consistent he'd been at getting behind them, but Oxy lands another great shot with the off. Great correction from Laz for his 3rd kill of the round.
Even he's surprised. The look on his face as he manages to spin on a dime.
And the key thing, he got behind the box as well. Oxy just swung him with the op, and I think he might have seen the edge of his barrel, but he couldn't get the shot off.
Laz is on
Look at the timing. And as Oxy swings to kill him, that's when Hero Ron takes the kill from the side. That was, I mean, you couldn't choreograph that any better.
They're having a great time, having a ball. And that's the thing, we've known this from Laz. When Laz is in form, you're in danger. We saw it in the past where when he used to go into Chamber, that was just terrifying. And now on that Killjoy as well, 12-5, it has been a very different look to Cloud9 from what we saw yesterday versus Fennel. A tougher opponent for sure, and a nice shot from Curry again. His Sheriff has always seemingly been good for one. Vanity's going to manage to collect the orb as well, but this buy doesn't have a lot of legs behind it, and Sugar Zero, patient, is already going to spot the push. He does actually have some support though, and actually, well, a bit of utility wasted as they will fall back.
Take flight. Yeah, that paranoia to try and gain space as Uran went up short. If those players were deafened and blinded, he could definitely claim that space for free. Instead, he's forced back and doesn't really want to compete, pushing into the... What? That was a headshot! Straight down on mid. 5 HP left on Laz. Huge. In a round like this for C9, this is all they could possibly wish for, to chip away at the numbers of Zeta, deal damage over time, and, well, they'll hope it ends in a successful crunch. 2 players spotted on A. They know exactly what's going on. Hunter's Fury used to claim space. Clear angles up close, though. Jake timing it through the smoke, and he's caught Hero Ron, but the shot didn't land. It's left Zeta with an advantage with the sight, with the spike planted, and C9 having to make their way back through. No command used, no utility to help them on their way. This is a perilous journey and one that has an almost certainly written conclusion. No adjustments to be made. It is Zeta steaming ahead. 8 rounds on the board to match C9's 3. This is going to be a huge task for C9 to recover with 1 round left on the defense, and then their attack, it better be good. I'll say that.
It has to be good. I don't know. I'm not feeling massively confident. And that's the thing that's actually really interesting is a lot of the time, if you pick Ascent, your opponents pick defense. Now you have to bear in mind that probably means Zeta picked attack, which I don't know if they expected it to be this good. They've lost a single buy round. And again, just premise that from when they played yesterday, Zeta were not good in their buy rounds. Comparatively to C9 on Haven, they were definitely the worst of the 2 in terms of buy rounds. In this game, they have been unbelievable. Now they've got Hero on. He's bought up an operator and a rifle just to try and maybe fight some of those early battles. For now, though, again, back to this sort of patient default. Laz has been a menace on the lurks. And Oxy, for the most part, has been somewhat shut down this game.
I think someone just looked at Vanity's credits and realized, oh, we can go B main this round. Perfect. They've taken some space, denied some information, kept players on B, but it's the double mid play from C9. Not just with 2 players on mid, but 2 players on short as well. Dual angles to take those duels, and fortunately they will be denied the smokes that are going down, the gradual space taken. And although Zeta are not capitalizing on those smokes, they're not filling in the space, they're robbing it from C9. Someone needs to fill in those gaps, and it's Jake and Zeppa, the duo on short that tried to have a little bit of a crunch, a surprise play, but Zeta cannot be caught on the back foot.
30 seconds left.
There's nothing but success to be found for this attacking side. A potential 9-3 half, even failing to punish Laz, and he adjusts. He will not fall this time with another kill, spinning around for more. The ghost even comes out. He's got time. Use the ult.
Hey, come on then.
It's okay. You can oh no, he's being shock darted by a teammate. What is going on here? But either way, Zeta, despite all the tomfoolery in the end, they have come out with all 5 players. Not only a beautiful half, but a beautiful conclusion to it as well, flawlessly closing out.
You've got to kill him while you got the chance. Like, you got to kill. Like,
yeah.
If you miss a beat, Laz is going to punish you. But this has been an all-round fantastic team performance. Not a piece missing. The 3 youngsters, as I said, 2 academy players, 1 coming over from Fennel, all holding their own versus vastly experienced players in America.
Oh,
like,
yes.
But like Vanity, Zeppa especially, household names. Like, we have known them for a long, long time.
Highly, highly rated. Curry is a stand-in as well, playing nuts.
It really is impressive. And this has got to be so difficult for C9 because you've come into your map choice. As I said, a map that for them so far, obviously it's a very short amount of time, just playing it a couple, but they have slaughtered teams. And now they're on the other side. They're getting battered by Zeta. Zeta with the home crowd at their back. And don't get me wrong, yeah, you probably can't hear what the fans are saying. You can't hear if they like say something specific. Yeah. But when Laz won that clutch, they felt that. You felt that. That's like well, when you're next to a speaker and you just hear it vibrating through your heart. That's how loud that was. I could hear it from up here. So I can't imagine down in the center of the stage. That must have felt mass pressure because that's a round, again, that you cannot lose. And for some of the players, it's been shaky. Like, I have to say, like, there's been a few moments for Jake especially where I'm like, that's a duel you need to win. That's a duel that you have to win. So I do wonder if some of the players, maybe some of the less experienced ones, are feeling a little bit of pressure here up against that home crowd. And when this is your map choice and you've managed 3 rounds on the defensive ascent, not feeling good, not feeling. I think like yesterday their defense was a 10-2 half. Didn't even really have to see the attack.
Maybe the attack's even better. Maybe it would have been a 12-0 half.
Maybe. I appreciate your optimism.
For C9's sake, I certainly hope so. Looks like they're going to take a leaf out of Zeta's book. Even doubling down on it.
They already took him out.
Poor Leaf. I was always a Leaf fan. Oh, instead of sending a lurk through mid, it's just going to be all 5 on A. Full frontal aggression from C9 as they're going to take control over the site and grab a plant for free. But Zeta quickly rotating. They've obviously taken mid control, reinforcing short, leaving a drone up through heaven to make sure that space is not taken on the other side. It's all about that flank.
The drone.
Spotted. So they know there's 2 players coming behind. They know at least 1 thanks to the turret being destroyed. And that's why Zeta reposition and now focus up on short with 3 players there, 2 in heaven. This is just going to be a standard retake.
3 underneath from C9. I don't know if this will necessarily be expected. A couple of them have been spotted, and well, for Kaida, this is going pretty well. He's now the last man standing. Both players, he knows where they are, but he's not going to be landing the shots. And Jake having that step up. As said, it's been a quiet game for him so far, but a couple of kills in the pistol won't go amiss.
A much needed pistol round win. And you know, this is, we talk a lot about, well, if you win both pistols, Thomas, it's very hard to lose the map. Well, it's actually not too hard if you only win both pistols.
Hey, they got round 8.
Oh, sorry. You win both pistols, follow-ups in round 8.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, C9 could never lose this.
Hey, look. You don't want to get the facts wrong. You might end up looking like a fool. Isn't that right, Ian? It's It's always nice when he
We
can't
like throwing
respond.
in under the bus. Yeah. This cape is...
It's all right. All he'll say is something about pajamas again, so, you know, he hasn't got anything else.
Hey, you went shopping, though, yesterday. No, I've seen the shirt before.
No, I've seen the shirt many
I've
times.
seen this one before.
Oh, not going to be much in this round. In fact, very, very little. A single frenzy is all they've really got. Obviously, some utility behind it, and the B push. Well, it's going to give them the information that it's not B. Good luck, Hero Run.
Probably not what they wanted, though, here. They wanted to run into some B players. Instead, it's going to be a retake with pistols. For Zeta, that's not ideal. Moving back into the A site, there's plenty of angles where you can catch players off guard, don't get me wrong, but they have really got themselves entrenched and full information. You know, there's no way you're catching them off guard with a flank. They know about this, and it's Curry watching it. A very tough duel to win under any circumstances, really, but add to that, classics and just a frenzy. It's just that one upgraded pistol. This becomes a near impossible task. They've done well to find one. Leave Curry on 43. Capitalizing on this kill would be fantastic. For Hero Ron, a very tough challenge, and there it is. The final bullet laid well in Hero Ron's chest. C9 push up to 5. They've won both pistols and both follow-ups in the anti-ecos. Short of that, they've only found one other round. So quite a big task ahead of them.
I like the fact they've gone a little bit heavier into some of the rifles. Like when you're down a few rounds, you want to make sure that these bonus rounds are at least a little bit closer. So having those Guardians, having an extra rifle in there, even maybe going for a Bulldog or something alongside it, it's going to make this one dangerous for Zeta. Now, last time out, there were a couple of these guns as well, and Zeta swept the floor with them, but I'll have to see how they're going to cope in this one. At least for now, they're fairly confident that it's going to be B.
That looks like they've made the right read on that one.
Oh, no, go back to the shock dart.
Revealing area. There they are.
Big
Oh,
reveal.
my God.
Now the shock darts start to come through. Now the damage can come into play.
Oh, no.
Kaida hasn't been spotted, and he's got a shrouded step right in front of him. Easy pickings for Laz. Even a nano swarm kill to be found. Zeppa, voted by the team to be most likely to win a clutch. Now in a 1v2, his chance to prove that his teammates didn't misplace that fate. 6 bullets left in the magazine. He's got to pop a reload on that. Surely he can't do this with just 6. And now he's all out. All out of bullets, all out of look as Zeta make double digits a reality, also doubling the scoreline of C9. 10-5. Gargantuan task for this attacking side to come back. At least they do get to fall back on their economy and get a full buy up here, but that was a massive oversight, assuming that there was just that one player towards the site. Kaida was patient, tucked in the corner, and that patience was paid off.
A really good early read coming out from Zeta. Kaida's got himself a judge. Now, I don't know if this is going to be him battling for an orb. Try and get himself something to play with. In this early round, they have gone back to a higher stack towards that A side. Maybe the expectation that they're not going to try and go in this direction once again. And Kaida's position now is filth. Like, clearing this angle when there is a player holding it with a judge is going to be very difficult indeed.
Oh.
Uran even pulling out Mitch's real favorite gun. He doesn't want to admit
not
it.
accurate. I like the skin. I'll give him that. You know, he's done well for himself there. But outside of that, you know, why would you even buy an Ares skin? You should never intend to use it. There's a player up close. He's going to take down the turret at least. Hey, look, it's good utility denial. 300 credits to do that. It's not too bad. Let's see what he can do, though. The player up close, Curry, 90 HP, 5 shields.
Yeah, the bigger problem is that if they do split through mid, I do think that Ares is now then going to just be hot trash. Like, it's going to be so difficult for him to win those battles. Luckily, his support is this man, who's been kind of good.
Been all right, yeah. No utility to play with. He's gotten a few nano swarm kills so far, and nothing to be found this time around. Good luck to you. Oh, no! Kaida somehow survived that. He's staying alive inside the smoke, but there it fades, and Jake is already behind him, having used the paranoia and the shrouded step to bypass that secure defense that he had up and running. Sugar Zero's caught off as well. The numbers thinned out now for Zeta, and with Hero Run on 5 HP, Tom, it is not looking good. Uran has to go huge. He will find the first, but still 3 more to go. Plenty of time.
this is one of those positions where both your players are low. You don't really have the money to go back on either, so you're just leaving yourself with basically nothing to play with if you lose this round, and you are probably going to lose this round. Vanity able to clean things up without too many problems, and I have to say, like I said, first half, Jake had a rough time, but he's had a couple of high-impact rounds already when it comes to their attack.
Obviously, from our perspective, we could also see that Zeta wouldn't really have a chance to save those weapons for free. If you glance at the mini-map here, you'll notice that Curry was over on B, late lurking, and he crept up through mid. So had they have went to spawn to run B and save those weapons, they probably would have been picked off by Curry with the surprise angle, especially in the 3v2. They went forward instead, gave themselves a chance to lay their lives down for a round win. Unfortunately, that hasn't come through. Laz 17-9 at the moment. One of the main players for the side of Zeta in this map, at least. Four rounds between them. C9 starting to recover.
Well, not much to play with in this round for Zeta, but we've seen them do it with the Sheriffs before. Expectations on Cloud9 to close that distance a little bit more. All being taken might give them a little bit of extra info. The thing is, though, if they are going to use that null command potentially to just make this so difficult, it doesn't seem like much of a chance, and well, even without it, absolutely nothing found. Great entries in from Zeppa and Oxy, and well, for the rest of the defenders, it should be difficult. Uran, though, so crispy clean. It's just a blip, though, on the radar of C9, as Zeppa will be there to sweep them under the rug in the end.
Big smiles all around. You'd have to after two shots like that. I thought he was going to get a little bit more when they came out of main, but not to be. 7 for C9. Attack side certainly taking shape. They're looking good now that they get to control how this round breathes.
30 seconds left.
With some glimmers of Zeta still posing that threat. Real opportunities to push this all the way now that rifles come into play. Kaida with a Blade Storm in this round as well. Something to keep your eye on as we progress. And Vanity has gone for the attack side Odin, and he might need to use it. They've pushed up on B, pushed up on mid. But the rotations from C9 are instantaneous. They hear all that noise on B, and they say, all right, I guess A is a little bit more open. It's the right call.
One kill, and he gets himself the lockdown, and this round becomes so much more difficult for C9, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it. They've still been able to rotate relatively quick. Oh, it's not connected by Kaida, though. Oxy's been able to get that entry, and was that? Oh, it was a fake TP. I thought it just seen Jake TP all the way into the spawn. I was like, that was pretty optimistic. Even still, he's managed to find impact. A 1-for-1 trade. Vanity holding the line. Is Uran just waiting? Waiting to see if he runs out of bullets, especially with how low he is on ammo. This could be problematic for Vanity, and he will fall back into a 2v2 scenario. And remember, Laz's kill does get him his ultimate online. It's looked free for Zeppa, and well, it is in the end.
Gonna take a second for Laz to get back into this. Haven't been detained. Now he's ready to go and take that fight. Player down below hasn't been spotted. Curry has the jump on him, and that might just be enough to close this one out. Curry, of course, gonna have to move out of position, but with his nano swarms winning the round, not too much to be done. Very easy close, having assumed both players were in main. That was the wrong read, and we will see the round, we will see the round go to C9. 2 rounds between them, and I'll really say that this attack side is starting to take shape now.
Oh yeah, the fact is that other than their bonus round, they've won absolutely everything. Finances through the roof, ults still somewhat in their favor. This is now starting to look very dangerous for Zeta, and that's the thing. There's one thing losing your opponent's map, it's another being firmly in the lead after a fantastic half and then letting it slip away. Like, that's going to be difficult to take. And as we've mentioned so many times, this is a young squad. Like, they're not the sort of players that can come into this and have that mass experience of mental fortitude to be able to reset. As I said, some of the players on the other side have been competing for many years. It'd be a lot easier to do. It's not like someone like Laz as well, who's been competing in prior games and coming into this. For a lot of them, this will be their first time out on a big esports stage. If you're winning and it slips, that's going to be hard to take.
That's it, man. That's it. You know, and then moving on to the next map, Bind. Sure, you can think that Zeta have the preference there. It's their map pick. They've obviously got their prep done on it. Who knows how C9 will stack up against what they've got planned, but reality is, yeah, it stinks to have that just swept out from under you when the series was so convincingly going your way. Again, the main thing, the main praise that we had to sing for Zeta up against C9 last time was the fact that they were consistently able to win thrifty rounds, consistently able to win pistol rounds. Yeah. It's been the exact inverse this time around, with C9 taking that Zeta role and keeping themselves alive with pistol wins.
They still seem to be very happy, laughing, giggling, like the vibes are being brought back by the coaching staff, which is good to see. Because that's the thing, even if things start to slip away, they're still in the lead, they're still on that defensive side, and we've already seen many hero plays out from this roster. The individual skill cannot be questioned, so C9 can't get too ahead of themselves just yet. Fact is, though, early stages of this one, they're trying to almost blitz their way in, led by Oxy. It's only going to be the one and done. He went in with the Blade Storm, though, so I don't believe that's a weapon loss, so nothing that can be retrieved by Laz. Although I will say, if I see Laz on one side of the map, I'm going the other way.
There is a Judge close as well to be recovered. It's not a lot, but it's something. It'll certainly help him out on this close range hold. Mid is wide open. That's obviously going to be a concern for him with nothing to defend it. Turret back on in 12. We might see it placed, but for now, the human turret of Hero Ran is here. And yeah, 2 players spotted inside of B main. It's that mid lurk that I'm worried about from Jake. If Hero Ran is distracted by the B main play, if it comes through, Jake could find an opening to slip in. The paranoia does give it away, though. That's been seen and noted and heard.
But they're going back. The knife caught 2 players. Now this leaves the only defender is Sugar Zero. Paranoia is perfect, and so is the shot. An execution of Jake. Now they don't have those smokes to play with either. Kayada, this might be a nasty surprise. They're expecting a pistol to be within this smoke. It's a risky game. With that rifle on the other side. And now they're going to try and deny the utility. Not allow those ults to be put into play as Zeta have a chance in this round.
Post-plant Hunter's Fury, though, time will be run down by Vanity. You see him run all the way back to A main. Supportive utility is the best that he'll be offering with a recon. Knife out on site. Zeppas knows there's one player coming from heaven, but the timing is perfect for Sugar Zero.
This ult is worth it.
He was spotted and accounted for it. Now Vanity has to run it forward, take these fights halfway defused already, and he's given up. He's realized there's no winning this round. There's no escaping. The recovered Judge deals the final blow as Laz picks up his second in the round. That is 11-8. One step closer to closing out Cloud9's map pick. And, well, giving them a little taste of deja vu.
Impressive. I think, again, you have to give some credit to the coaching staff, because even just the smiles going back onto their faces after having that little chat, a couple of individual plays. And, again, these are the experienced players. Laz, Sugar Zero, the ones that have been there before. If they can pump up the youngsters, they can definitely close this map. And what a round to do it. And it's been a bit quieter from Sugar Zero than what we've seen so far throughout this tournament. For C9, there has to be a response. Financially, no issues. They've got that purchase back in, but they actually used a couple of ults in that last round, and all of them went amiss.
Dangerous recon used. C9 very quick to react with Curry hightailing it out of main. He plays with Vanity. He knows what it means when he sees that go up, and Uran was very much looking to replicate that performance. I like the off-angle change as well. He's using a very similar setup to what you see with the Killjoy, where Kaida is basically the turret right now to allow that wallbang to come through. Close range, drone goes through, decent range on it. It'll get just around the corner, and there's one spotted. Spike seen as well. But it's all, just because the spike is there, just look at the mini-map. 2 outside A, 1 watching mid-push. Quite a passive play from this squad. Damage done already. Curry's extremely low. He's getting behind the boxes to try and have a safe space to play from. Still a shock dart in play for Uran as well. That could have went extremely badly.
Yeah, they're kind of in no man's land as well. 35 seconds left, and they're only just starting to make a move into middle. Bear in mind, there's multiple players ready and waiting on short. In fact, Laz even has a lockdown. If he was to place this now, then they're in so much danger. There goes the Hunter's Fury to try and displace Laz, but they've still got to get into the site, and they still have to deal with him. it's a different story altogether. 15 seconds now, and they're only just making their way into the site. This is looking like a fumble from Cloud9 as they fall one by one. Zeta, a 12th now on the board on their opponent's map choice. And that looked messy from C9.
Oh, for sure, yeah. This was an idea of trying to poke and prod at B main, hope that A main aggression comes in. They make noise on the other side. They show them the spike. They let them know, hey, yeah, we're thinking of B, Why don't you take some space on A? But they don't. They sit with 3 players on A. They're ready and waiting. They dodge the Hunter's Fury. Laz somehow working around it to still find kills, still make it out alive.
22 and 11, by the way.
Just pixel perfect gameplay from this Zeta side. And you know, there's a reality where you come into a game like this, maybe even some Redditors out there are going to look at it and go, oh, C9 choke, they look terrible. No, Zeta are playing an incredibly good game here. Sure, that round was a little bit staggered out, but again, it speaks to the patience and the discipline of this squad of Zeta. They are so good at deciding when to take those aggressive stances, when to go for those early flanks, and when to sit back and let their opponents make the mistake. And that's what we just saw there.
Oh, C9, they've got a chance to see if Imi can pick them back up. 4 rounds in a row needed. As said, they have really not felt pressure on a map of Ascent so far as this team. Fennel yesterday was a walk in the park. Oxy was farming with probably the best performance of the tournament so far, and this game, it's not been bad. I'm not going to say that, but it hasn't been that same level from him individually. This purchase also, it's looking rough. 0 ultimates. They don't even have weapons or decent. Well, actually, Zeppa's got a stinger. He's pretty good with the stinger. Curry's looking at an attack side judge, which is pretty reliant on aggression. And on the other side of things, well, Laz has had a lockdown for multiple rounds, just not really had a spot to use it in. Hero run as well, null command. Sugar Zero could even use from the shadows for quick rotation. So it makes this round so difficult for them to play with, and by the looks of things,
Backside judge.
At least now they're setting up for what looks like an A take once again. Maybe just trying to pick up the pace just a little bit, because the last few rounds, well, it's come close on the clock.
Oh, wow. Even going to be canceled out. No utility to play with that knife landing at the perfect timing. Hero Ron knows there's a player up close. Oxy's been accounted for. Good read on where the second player would be, but no shutdown to be found. Every single player of Zeta steps up on the A side. And an unbelievable result. 1-0 for the second time against C9, this time on their map pick with Bind and Lotus to try and close this out. Zeta showing a level that we haven't seen from this squad in a long time. This is beautiful gameplay. And C9 now have to perform a reverse sweep or face elimination.
It is popping off in this arena. Cloud9's pick Ascent goes to Zeta. There's definitely a home crowd support that you can feel here in the Ryogoku Koguki-kan arena. That wasn't just any map win. It was at times a dominant and disciplined one, Tom.
Yeah, it definitely got close in the middle. I think C9 started a run of rounds, but I don't know what was said within that tactical pause from Zeta, but it flipped the switch. Clearly they had either spotted something, or it was just that thing. Everybody started smiling and laughing after that tactical pause, and they didn't drop around after it. In fact, things were squeaky clean towards the end of that defensive half. So fantastic stuff from Zeta, and wow, now they've got 2 chances to take themselves to a semi-final.
Yeah, of course, this is a best of 3 situation in front of this home Japanese crowd, who of course only want one team to take this one home. This is an opportunity for Zeta to live a fairy tale dream. Can they finish the job? We'll find out when we come back. Welcome back to Red Bull Homeground 2023, live from Tokyo, Japan. We've got the home favourite Zeta kicking off our first quarter-final in tremendous style, taking Cloud9's pick Ascent and taking this into our second map of the series. And we've got Mitch and Tom ready to talk you through it, enjoying their lighty blue Red Bull.
The lighty one is so good.
The lighty one slaps. Let me get a purple one, hold on.
The thing that's going to really upset me as well is I don't think I can get this when we go back to the UK.
No,
so.
this is one of the two only available in Japan, I believe.
Yeah, I'm
That's
sad.
not true. You got a stock under the desk. I've seen them. All right, let's get back to
I'm going to have a
business.
whole suitcase full. I'm going to buy a new one just to put the lighty in there.
What a complete advanced performance from this young team.
What made it advanced?
Just beyond their years, though, right? It's true, though, right? When you think about it, they are playing beyond their years when it comes to experience.
And they're advancing in the series.
Well done.
Yes, thank you.
Honestly, I put you under pressure and you thrive.
Yeah.
Just like
you
Zeta.
said, you're bulletproof.
Just like Zeta, put under pressure and he thrives.
That's
exactly.
it. Thrive in a live environment, that's what they say. But they are shocking seasoned veterans opposite them, Mitch.
They absolutely are. Yeah, look, the reality is on that C9 roster, sure, you've got some newer faces, but the depth that they can bring to the table in terms of international experience, in terms of age, I mean, Vanity has been IGLing for God knows how long, been there since the start of Valorant, and up here against this squad, I think most people would have them pinned as clear favorites. I think coming into the tournament, they were clear favorites in their opening matchup against this squad. We move to BO3s, and you say, oh, well, there's no more randomness, there's no more BO1s. Now this is where they'll thrive. And on C9's map pick,
they can't just win both
wrecked.
pistols and win the game, guys. Like, come on. Then they lose both pistols and still win the game, and C9 only get 8 rounds.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Was there a single thrifty from Zeta in that? I don't remember seeing the
there was the one. There was the one where Laz got a kill and then picked up the judge, and then you had Sugar Zero get a headshot with the sheriff.
Yes,
as well.
okay.
So there was that
shy
one,
of
and that actually turned them around. So,
well,
one thrifty versus multiple from before.
Speaking of Laz, you and every single other fan in this arena, huge fans of him for obvious reasons, and he's showing up when it matters here. Some really big moments from him.
Oh, yeah. I honestly, he performed unbelievably well. And that's the thing. When you've got a young squad, like, I'm sure any Japanese Valorant player, or even just any Valorant player, your dream is to play with Laz. Like, he is the face of Japanese Valorant.
The Japanese player.
And then you're playing with him, and he's doing just ridiculous shit all the way through the game, where you're just sat there like, I don't understand how, like, running through decimates one player, gets blinded completely, kills the second player, then gets put into a 1v2 scenario where it's like he had a sixth sense. The guy went to put down a turret and he's just ready for it, and he kills the last guy by bouncing the nano swarm, and Vanity can't hit it with an Odin. Didn't have enough bullets, I don't think.
Listen, it's hard sometimes, the running inaccuracy and so on. But the reality is, you know, for this guy, there's going to be some conversations out there about players like Oxy and even C9 just overall underperforming, not playing the same level, all this sort of stuff. And actually, I don't even think that's the case. It's like Zeta are stepping up to another level. They're outclassing them again and again. And I just can't believe what I'm seeing. Like, this squad has never, throughout that entire map, I cannot even think of a mistake they made. I can't point to something and go, that was silly, that was bad. If anything, we started out the first couple of rounds and we saw some hiccups from C9. We saw them look a little bit desynergized, and that is an insane sign for the success that Zeta are bringing to the table here. Now they've got their map pick up next as well. You have to think that only favors them to close this out 2-0.
When you are a player that can step up to the plate and come into form, and look, Laz is a player, when he does come into form, he will tear you apart. What a place to do it. You know,
for sure.
Because there's one thing coming into form at an environment not like this, but then doing it in front of a home crowd in an arena like this against big teams, that takes a different level of courage.
The thing as well is, like, everybody going into an off-season tournament like this, like Fnatic, I think most of them are thinking, there's not a lot of pressure on us here. Like, we're favorites, but if we lose, it doesn't matter that much. We've heard the same from, like, DRX. It's like, we're testing a few things. We've got some young players in. For Laz, this is in his hometown, it's his team's hometown, and he's got to perform because all the fans, all the expectation, it's not on the young players.
No, it's on him.
It's on that guy right there.
Yeah.
And that guy right there is taking things into his own hands. He's going onto the chamber. Now, yes, we've got Yoru on Oxy. That's going to be a really fun dynamic between the two, because now Laz is he's taken over in a much different way, because before he's the site anchor. Now he's up in your face here.
The heat is on, and we are going into Zeta's map pick here. They've already taken Cloud9's. We're going to bind. What do Cloud9, we've given Zeta their props here. How do Cloud9 switch things around, Mitch?
Well, look, Oxy, quite simply, like, playing a Yoru on this map, there's so much that you can do. Cloud9 will be looking to bypass last.
He's got utility. And you can spam with an out.
Yeah, look, it's not, if Vanity was on the Yoru, I'd believe that's what we were about to see. I'm not sure Oxy will fully follow.
I'd just default
It's just leave. The reality is, Laz is going to want to hold choke points. He's going to use his utility to stop you getting in, hold an angle, take you down. Oxy's going to want to not peek an angle, but teleport behind you. Make you look at your back, then his team swings the angle. That's going to be great for their attacking side.
Who was one of the OG Yorus on this particular map? You should know, because I brought it up to you a million times.
Is it Laz?
It is Laz.
Yeah.
So if anybody's going to know
what's
the
going
sort of
down.
lineups, the chaos that's going to be created, it is going to be the man. Well, the man of the moment, I guess.
Now, of course, we know that Zeta can win a best of one. We've already seen that.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've seen them move into a second map of a series. This is a different territory, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, and also it's Yatsuka looking for a win. He's been subbed in again. Obviously, we've seen it with Kaeda playing the Jet, but on this map, he's the one that brings in the Rays. And that's the thing. The rest of the team, as you said, they've had a victory.
Yeah.
They've got the cheer from the fans. Whereas for him, this is still, as a young player, an opportunity to take that dub, show that he is a strong player over on that Rays, and, well, maybe hype up that crowd a little bit, because it didn't go well for him in that last game.
All right, well, if this is a short day for you two casters, I want an advanced performance from you right here, right now. Can we see Zeta, the home team, continue their fairy tale story with a 2-map win here and progress into our semi-finals, or will Cloud9 kick back? It's time to find out. Tom and Mitch, take it away.
My money's on Zeta after what I've seen so far, Tom. I think a lot of the people in the audience would agree with us there, but C9 might have some bite to them, just like that Tiger did right off rip. They've sent that up from Hero Ron, cleared out the Yoru, forced him to use his gate crash to get back towards the B site, and the space is well and truly being taken. Laz, even the first to find a pick. The head hunter has found its mark with Zeppa down. The advantage sits with Zeta, and C9 might want to make, oh no!
Dear.
Well, Curry thought he was going to come through the wall, and well, he didn't.
It looked like he was a little bit lost in the sauce, but Vanity, he's just been wrecked through the smoke, leaving just a couple of players left, and they've gone through the TP. Now Jake is in a great position. The flash, that was a team flash. Sugar Zero gets caught, and because of that, it now turns back. The interesting thing, though, is just look at the position of Yatsuka. He has gone all the way through B. They're waiting. He's going to clear everything. Now, they can just double back. There's no way that anybody can beat them to the punch. It's just going to be on this duel. And I don't know if Oxy's going to expect anybody to be this far forward. An execution on the rotation back for the rest of the players. This is now free. Time is a little bit low, but with a full W key towards the B site, they shouldn't have a problem, and it may not even matter too much if Yatsuka can get that final frag.
They've got the time to get in here, and I like Yatsuka's patience, pulling him back into an angle where he's wide in the open. Guys, there we go. It was a firing squad there, but the guns must have jammed. Eventually, they pull it across the line, and Yatsuka, you know, he had a really rough time with his debut here. Got to play up against Fnatic.
Yeah, it's Fnatic. Well, if you have a bad day in your first game as a youth player when you're playing against Fnatic, who were the best team of last year,
I give you a little bit understandable. But for him now, a great opportunity, not just up against C9, a team that his squad has already defeated on their map pick, somewhere he's comfortable, where he gets to play his Rays. But add to that, it's his first game on the stage in front of this crowd as well, which is a huge, well, it's a huge factor, a huge environmental hazard, perhaps. But for him, I think he's going to draw from it as a young player.
An environmental hazard.
Yeah, the environment could cause hazardous results for his gameplay. There we go. That worked. I thought Ian was pulling out a sword there. He's got a 360-degree camera on a gigantic stick.
Just a weird guy, isn't he?
He is a bit strange, but we love him.
We might be a little bit of a stretch. You know, it's all right. You can't hear me. I'm speaking quiet.
Yeah. He's walking away.
It's fine. All right, he's gone. Okay,
he might have heard you. But
do
some
have
things that
ourselves.
weren't being heard were things on the server. Sound issues, so there's a technical pause for now, giving a moment to breathe to C9, who, if you'll recall, lost the previous map, but won both pistols.
Yeah.
They've now lost the opening pistol here on Bind. Zeta's home field advantage double down on.
It's interesting for me that obviously C9 have looked fairly comfortable to try and turn games around, but especially when you're running a double duelist with a Yoru, picking that defensive side is very interesting. Like, I think that coming into this one, a lot of the time you're going to have high expectations for Oxy on the attack, but defensive Yoru, yeah, it's kind of mid. I think, like, obviously you've got your ideas, which I don't necessarily agree with, but one thing I will like on this map is Vanity in hookah with a shotgun. There's only a couple of players I really think of in that position. The other is Link. Not this shotgun particularly. I feel like there's another one that is slightly better, but, you know, maybe you can make that Bucky work.
Could be the dawn of a new age. If Vanity can inspire the folks at home.
Yeah, revitalized it after Bucky FC.
Yeah, long time since we've seen the Bucky.
Who in the future, you may know them as Fnatic.
Might have heard of them.
Yeah, they're a
bit
bit
of play some other esports
like
too.
A small indie team.
Yeah, they do one or two other games. Kind of tend to do okay in them.
Yeah.
Well, this is an opportunity for Curry, 64 HP. He's been clean with the headshots, but Hero Wrong gives him a taste of his own medicine. Now the space taken, the smoke out. Nobody inside of Hookah can really have a say over this site taken. Well, everything is cleared. For Vanity, you know, the Bookie could be strong if they entry into Hookah, but for him jumping out of it, not quite a favorable engagement. Well handled by Laz, playing with full Headhunter bullets and a Sheriff. I mean, he really wants to go for headshots, and there it is. The Bookie's found one. And now he's actually ended up with a Sheriff, a chance to fight back, but there's still 4 players to pick up. Really, it's about damage for C9. How many players can they force to drop their weapons moving into the next round? And well, it's not a lot for now. Vanity could push it over the line, though. 1 or 2 more kills here, and they'll start to feel the ripple effects of that damage.
Just one more would be nice.
Oh, the
and
damage
the
done.
thing is, they've actually got to get out of there as well before the spike does the work for him. Don't worry, the Stim Beacon is available.
Stim Beacon!
To help them out. There you go, 2-0. Good start from Zeta.
When we see the Stim Beacon down, Tom, doesn't matter who's in the middle of a sentence. I want you just throwing in.
But the thing is, like, I like doing it, don't get me wrong. But I can't compete.
But you don't need to. That's the thing. We're on the English stream, right? I think a lot of people won't know. So you can give it your spin, your take, in full chest. I believe in you, Tom. I believe in you.
I don't know. I'm not sure I'm up to it. Maybe we'll sub Ian in just to say the word.
Just to say Stim Beacon
and nothing else.
I reckon Ian would slay that. Ian would absolutely slay that if we need him. Whenever the Stim Beacon goes down, Ian, your job is to scream Stim Beacon with full chest.
You know what Stim Beacon is?
This is not a great start for Zeta. They've already lost a lot of players. Good hold on this B side, and
that was a quick round.
Very quick conclusion. That was the bonus round for Zeta. One C9 are expected to win, and one they very much have won.
Yeah, an absolute blitz through in towards the side.
Fan and crowd. Let's go.
Now they will be coming back in with the purchase. Now none of the ults particularly close to being online. Jake will have that orbital strike soon, however, for the defense. He's got off to a decent start so far in this game. Quieter stuff from Zeppa, who I'm excited to see play the Raze. I'll be honest. I think they're given a little bit more freedom. This guy's skill level is off the charts.
Always been an exciting player to watch.
And up against Yatsuka, who, relatively unproven. This is going to be a pop flash through, but Laz is able to escape. He's actually on top of the box. Well, we'll still fall back. Oxy is taking so much ground. In the meantime, the opposing team has started to put pressure in towards the showers. The thing is, the combo of that snake bite and the nade will hold them back a little bit longer. And okay, Oxy, he wanted that fight, and so did Zeppa.
It was a little bit mistimed. The 3 players on the A site. TP goes through. And maybe he's just trying to get that quick shot off and get out of there, but no chance that time around. Zeppa down to 11 HP after his engagement. Backing up the B site. That rotation,
I think he's going
the cautionary one, just to get the heals back up. But the problem is the A site, in the meantime, will be focused on by Zeta. Laz with a huge opportunity. 2 players about to peek him. He's just cleared the angle. Here comes the swing. He's a little closer than they expect, but he's whiffed. Curry's able to punish. C9 maintain their hold on the site. Jake goes down, and so too does Curry. But Zeppa's rotated back. He's made it just in time to slow the push, to stop it, to put the spike on the floor. 9 HP, 0 in fact on Yatsuka. A huge round from Zeppa. 3 kills already, and he's sitting healthy on 99 HP. Uran has got one hell of a task with 17 seconds left. A blast pack to throw him out of position and take him down. Zeppa, a man of many talents, and that's why we were excited to see him pick up this race.
Yeah, he's just gone from bottom of the board to second on the board in a matter of seconds in itself. 4 kills. A huge performance from him, because it did start a little bit rough. The TP strat from Oxy didn't really go to plan, but just managing to clean things up. And yeah, I think he shoots him just before that blast pack goes off, and it allows him to finish the job. Now, there's not going to be much on offer for this round for Zeta. After winning those initial couple of rounds, again, this is another map where expectations are that the defense will get the majority of the rounds. But again, we know that Zeta in these sort of pistol purchases can be deadly, so C9 have got to be careful here.
I like Oxy's use of these decoys just to clear out some of these angles. It's a strange one going back into the wall, but that's at least the info. No one's outside of Hookah for now. Presence across the map from Zeta. You'll see this a lot on Bind with the TPs, but they haven't been able to get up on B long. Still some presence from the defenders there. Curry swinging out alongside Zeppa to grab that kill. Last down. The pistols don't stand much of a chance in those kind of engagements. You really need the numbers advantages if you're going to make it work. The one thing they have is an isolated Zeppa. They know where he is, and they're able to take him down. The smoke's blocking off the rest of the team. The showstopper used, and it looks like they're just about avoiding the orbital strike. Unfortunately, they can't avoid Curry.
30 seconds left again. Oh, the smoke fading. Curry just taking this round into his own. A chance to maybe get himself the ace as well. The super sub, the stand-in who's come to join C9. He looks like a natural. I do wonder if Whippy sat there going, oh dear, oh dear.
Big day in Tokyo today. The Curry Grand Prix is actually on later on today in the city, and it looks like there's a competition from Curry himself. He's looking to be the #1 rated.
30 seconds left.
Phenomenal performance from him in this round. Obviously, it was against pistols, but that is very much where C9 have stumbled and fallen in the past.
You need someone to shut those rounds down. Well, it seems like each round a new player jumps up the board, and that's going to get him the Viper's Pit online to...
That's an annoying pit.
Just shut things down into middle.
Oh, that's such an annoying pit. Look at the space it takes. Even towards Hookah, or I always call it Hookah, Lamps, there's a safe space to sit in. Nothing they can do to deny that. And also, you can get aggressive right up in towards their spawn. Yeah, that's it. I've never called it U-Haul. It probably would be easier. I'd remember it more.
Anybody who's it, U-Haul is an A-Haul.
Nice, Oxy!
Okay. Wanted a little bit of flare out from this Euro on the defensive side, and that has ultimately shut down any form of aggression that Zeta can have. We've seen them play these rounds slow when it came to the last map on the attack, but their success has been minimal. They've been pushed a lot throughout this. Nice work from Sugar Zero, though. Oxy will be traded out eventually, but this double stack up is going to make things a lot more difficult. 2 angles to clear almost immediately. They don't expect Vanity, and well, the trade's eventually there. Uran's done well to at least make this one look competitive, and he's heard them go through the TP, and guess what? He's going right back through the other one. He's got the Viper's Pit as well. Now, where he places this is going to make things more troublesome, because they can look to surround him. Plant going to go down. He's actually not within the pit. He's just using it almost as cover.
Oh, that's so smart.
As he looks to wrap around. He's baiting them in. They're using the showstopper on the other side. It is watched by Curry, but it doesn't even matter. That showstopper's going to achieve nothing, trying to bait him in, and Zeppa lands a shot once again. This man has been the savior a couple of times, but again, we talk about these youngsters and how much, well, cognitive ability they have in those moments. A smart attempt from Uran.
Like I say, I'm becoming a fan of this guy. Every round I watch, I come out with a smile on my face seeing him do this. Now, Oxy's play here was beautiful. You saw him in the replay. 3 pieces of utility used. As you turn from the first flash, you turn, you see him running out. No, it's a decoy. You turn from the decoy flash, you turn back on, blind again, and then he swings. Really hard to deal with, but Uran's positional play is just off the charts. His flanks have been unreal. We saw that yesterday up against C9. He was tearing them apart. And this time, putting down the pit, planning outside, moving around through lamps. It's just so intelligent. And okay, the read was still there from Curry, and you have to commend him from that. He turned, he realized, maybe hearing a step as he sped through. But that was his best opportunity, because otherwise they run in, Curry probably dies, but the showstopper fires off immediately and the round is over. A wise play.
Well, Zeta, they're going to pull themselves, or try and pull themselves back with a tactical pause. We saw that in the last map have high amounts of impact. It is looking like almost a reverse story of the last map. C9 obviously winning both pistols, but struggling in the buys. Remember, it was round 8. That was the one other round that they managed to win in that first half. We'll see if Zeta could do a little bit better here. I do think that even just getting 4 or 5 rounds on this attacking side can sometimes be enough. I'm not so confident when you're up against a Yoru Raze comp, though. I still expect a decent amount of attack rounds to come in from C9, them feeling confident on this map, having played it not too long ago. I'm going to see what can actually be done here. Bear in mind, ult-wise, not really a lot to be played with for Zeta either to sort of pad the gaps a little bit. In fact, it's just going to be the Guardian and once again, some pistols and a Marshal.
Now we see a very similar setup. I guess the Nats of old. Viper wall up towards lamps. Orb as well. Obviously these days, it's a little harder to make that properly work. Fake teleport from Oxy as he goes back towards the spawn, but maybe he does wish he was around this A site. They might need reinforcements. 3 players here at least, and 3 very impactful ones at that. It's Seppa to take the first blood. Yoran down. Big player for the squad of Zeta. Now out of the round, but Laz steps up to the plate. Quick kill, rifle on the floor. But he doesn't want to retrieve it. He doesn't need to. Not when he's got this weapon in hand and an ultimate that he could pop.
Yeah, it's whether or not they believe they can take this ramp. The thing is, the push into the A site was attempted to just be a ruse. Guardian retrieved. Now we're going to get the info out from Oxy, though. This is actually huge. He's going to spot a couple of players, even going to try and just go for it from behind, baiting them out with the util, and he will take down Sugar Zero. The spike now pushing through as Oxy looks to try and do more damage. One more man to deal with, and he's got the shorty if needed. Even going to try and go for the knife. Definitely wants to show that extra flair with this agent, and while Zeta, the only damage that was done was on the wrong side of the map.
Now listen, Tom, if you're going to ask me, do I prefer that Yoru setup or the one inside the TP? Maybe that one. That one was pretty good. That was very
So what
nice.
you're saying is the professional player for Cloud9 has a better setup than you. And you're acting like that's news.
Slightly. I am impressed by what Oxy's bringing to the table. He might be marginally better than me.
Just marginally, okay.
At theory crafting. Just slightly.
And what about with, like, aim?
Close game. We'd have to set up a tournament, a competition, a 1v1 perhaps. But, you know, my schedule's pretty busy.
Yeah,
I don't know
I've
that I can
seen
make
you
that
versus
work.
pro players before.
All right. Well,
In fact,
yeah,
okay.
okay. It looks like Curry's picked up the first kill, Tom, so you can stop talking about that. Yatsuka already down. Big kill with Yoran following, and Zeta on their buy round, stumbling into it. C9 just picking them apart, isolating every duel. No potential for trades. This has been a tough one for the Zeta squad, and all their credits were invested into it.
Well, we saw yesterday C9 start the day out slow and then absolutely blitz their opponent in the second map of the day. It just happened that those were against different teams. It's looking like they might be doing the same once again. Laz has at least found one. He was incredibly clutch in that last map, but they need so much more. A 2v4 scenario ensues as they look to try and turn that tide back. The thing is, though, they're surrounded. You already have Vanity in a deep enough position that he can hold them in on the backlines, but also switch back if they try and head through the TP. Also just getting in the back of their minds, and Oxy's not losing that battle. Now for Hero Ron, well, he's hoping he can find a gap. He spotted Vanity running back towards Long. That's a piece of information that might help him out at least a little bit. Means he can probably get a safe plant within the tube, but, well, he's anything but safe from this point. Being spammed from every which way, and he will get absolutely nothing. Another clean round from Cloud9 as they increase their advantage even further, and even round 8 couldn't save them.
I'll tell you what, Tom, what we're seeing here, as Ian Chambers would say, this is some advanced gameplay from C9. They're looking fantastic at the moment. And I think You know, if I'm C9, I don't change anything. You just keep doing the same thing. Rely on Oxy having these nasty setups. He's the one that will be, I guess, providing that little bit of extra depth. And outside of that, it remains the same. Hold your choke points, let Zeta walk in and isolate every duel as it has been. For Zeta, I want to see them group up. I want to see them move as a unit, try to obliterate them.
Let's play.
Double flashes towards B long, a very tough situation to deal with. They're using the tour de force to try and bridge the gap on this low buy round. The operator in Vanity's hands, though, is doing all the work. And
yeah, the Sky Op. Not the most common. Oh, the spades could be problematic. I don't know how he's managed to survive that. The spam through, not getting quite as much damage as would have been hoped for Iran. Normally a maestro with the Sheriff. Still, though, a tour de force in Laz's hands. He was world class with the operator. Feels like a lifetime ago that we saw him play the roles that really suit. But even still, again, they've got a two-man disadvantage just to try and get anything done.
Blinded.
And they're running into a three-man crossfire.
Teleport's ready.
it's the op still. Even on 20 HP, Vanity's confident to swing out wide and hold that angle. He's set up again. I don't even know who point of contact will be. I feel like at this point, C9 are confident in just taking their battles. Close angle
30 seconds left
from Oxy. No gate crash to get out of there. But it might not be checked on the way through. They've got a smoke, so Laz is able to clear it. Cerebral play. It's just down to Jake on site. Tucked in the corner, grabbing Sugar Zero, leaving Laz to try and eliminate them all. 2 shots left in the tour de force, but they won't get a chance to be fired.
Yeah, a nice attempt, but wasn't able to do it all. Operator going to be saved, and C9 have gone on a streak of 7 rounds in a row. For Zeta, this is now starting to really become problematic. They have not been able to find any which way back in, be it through the passive setups that C9 have had or really aggressive pushes. Like, that's what I've liked so far by C9. This defense has been dynamic. It hasn't just been this one sort of setup that's been working out for them. They have constantly pushed and pulled Zeta in which ways that they don't know how to deal with. And now they come in, like, that's the thing. We've seen multiple ult rotations at this point from Zeta. They have nothing other than the rifles in their hand. I start a leash from Yatsuka, but Oxy! Oh, this man has been on fire.
There's very little negative to say about this round for C9. Laz, again, having a big clutch to make happen, walking into the operator, but Vanity has not been missing. Perfect play from the defensive side. 8 rounds on the board, and that was a real blink and you miss it kind of round. So quickly finding all of those kills, and even abandoning the operator now. They've just dropped it out of the map. Like, Oxy is just phenomenal. This guy's a sensational player. The Yoru looks good. I was excited for it, and I've not been disappointed, let's say it that way.
Oh yeah, for sure. Again, I feel like he has been so difficult for them to deal with. It's definitely been a rough game so far for the side of Zeta, yeah. Other than the pistol second round, there really has been absolutely nothing. Zuka at least has that showstopper to try and put something into the round, but he's dead the second. He didn't even get to finish the voice line. Jake puts him in the dirt. That was their one major thing in this round, I guess, other than the Laz rifle. The tour de force helping him to have a few extra credits here and there, but the thing is, he's not been playing bad. He's been able to get a couple of kills here and there in the rounds, but it's not been enough for them to actually win any of them. No,
that's it. You know, his stats might look reasonable, but at the end of the day, it hasn't been able to even come close to converting to a round win. We need so much more from the side of Zeta. Vine certainly looking good for C9, and no signs of slowing down. Round after round of successful play. Oh, that shorty won't quite work out. Laz still has to find 4 more kills, an ace to win this round. An all too familiar storyline for this player. He's gone for the TP, but he hasn't got the spike. So that's going to be a bit of an issue, and maybe even just wanting to carry the weapon forward.
Or
I doubt it.
The tour de force.
Double TP in.
That's the only thing I can think of, is just try and get as close to your ultimate as humanly possible. Hope that maybe this sort of loosens where some of the players are. Maybe give him a 1v1 duel, but Oxy is turned into a demon. He was good in the first map. Decent, maybe. Bay has been phenomenal in this second, 13-6. Vanity himself has been up there as well. 9-2. Utter domination on this defensive half. There has been nothing to write home about from Zeta's side of things, and it seemed like they ran out of ideas a long, long time ago.
Yeah, definitely. And anything they have tried to throw together just has been met with an iron defense from the side of C9. You know, Zeta are very much getting the Fennel treatment right now. We're seeing the same side of this defensive half that Fennel did. Oh, no. 1-to-1 trades. They're the best Zeta have had to open things up, at least. Showstoppers online, not finding anything, spams. Also falling flat. Yatsuka stepping up to the plate, but the return is there. Not with an op this time, but Vanity can still get the damage done, rifle in hand. Zeta will look elsewhere to try and recover this round, and it's Uran walking up on A. He's been so good at flanks and lurks, but not this time. Curry, wise to his tricks, has left this down to a 1v3 and even closed it himself. A beautiful anchor on the A site. And a near flawless half from C9. Shy of losing the pistol, they didn't have any hiccups.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about Curry. I feel like I haven't seen him in a while. He's 11-4.
He's only died 4 times.
He's been fantastic, but it's just the fact that a lot of these defensive rounds have been so aggressive that he's just chilling on the A side. Like, don't worry, guys. If they do go A, I'm going to win us the round. But you kind of haven't needed me just because you're just running right. Like, Vanity has been playing insanely well. Oxy as well. And yeah, there hasn't been a weak link. And on the other side of things, yeah, they just didn't seem to have the depth on that attack to really find any gap in that C9 defense. Now going on to the attack side, that's it. Like, I expect the attack side to be harder, but when you're running this Yoru Raze, you have two very prominent players who can take that entry, and also just the fact that Zeta have looked a little bit flat on their own map choice. I don't see a road back into this one for Zeta.
No, I very much agree with that. You know, we talked about Laz being one of the original Yorus on this map and knowing kind of what Oxy might want to throw out there, but there's a difference between understanding how you play a Yoru, understanding how Oxy might want to use that util, and actually reacting to it, like that B long play, flash into decoy into flash, then the peek. Like, what do you even do in that scenario? There were 3 players there. None of them could see a goddamn thing because of how much utility was bombarded their way. And then a lot of the time he has Vanity with him too. So it's Yoru flash, decoy, sky flash, Yoru flash, now you're dead.
The thing is, he normally as well has a fake out set up somewhere so that you're expecting now to be pushed from somewhere, and it's actually a fake out and he's somewhere else and he's just completely bamboozled.
And the other thing is, if you dump utility, so Yoru flash, decoy, and you just start bombarding it back, he's going to TP back to the site. And just go, okay, now how are you going to push the site? You got no util left.
Exactly.
It's really, really nice play. And I think from this point, yeah, Zeta would have to just have a godlike performance. Even comparing what they did on the previous map, like this would have to be the best showing they've had so far. I think we're going to Lotus. We'll have one hell of a close game there. I have to hope that they built on what they learned because, you know, playing against Fnatic will teach you a lot. But they only got 5 rounds there, and I guess that means a lot of opportunities to patch up the holes.
Yeah. Hopefully for their sake they don't lose as many in a row. Laz, it's just not the start they were looking for. If they were going to have any response, Sugar Zero could at least get one, but even still the advantage sits strongly with C9. Nade through. Vanity's going to take some damage, but he has the heals to help out at least the other members of his team. Can't help himself, unfortunately. That Boombot is going to clear the position. Nice work from Yatsuka to at least get one. I don't know if there's much more to be had. A nice attempt, and now it's all left onto Uran. It seems like they know exactly where he is. And this decimation continues. We mentioned the fact that yesterday Zeta lost 11 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
They have again lost 11 rounds in a row.
Yeah, this is, well, you know, the funny thing is that was their second map yesterday. It's their second map here today. Might even compound. It could get worse. In fact, Tom, it should get worse because now it's the pistol that they've lost since the 11th.
They have to force. There's no point trying to take this from 12-2. We've seen miracles in the past, but that would have to be the best of them.
Just Taylor, we're back on the server, and look at the buy. Look at the difference. A forced buy from Zetas, a few pistols, a Marshall. Now that can be dangerous. Sheriff Marshall, Headhunter as well. But it's rifles across the board for C9, and scarily, it's Zeppa, Judge in hand, probably going to be following on that dog. The Tiger leading the way, the Judge following, and, well, Jury and Executioner most certainly. Zeppa Gonna catch the one down below. Yes, he is. His second kill up close. The weaker weapon on the side of C9, doing a lot of the work, leaving just one. Yatsuka. We mentioned the Marshal. Well, there's only one player, well, two players, in fact, that will be vulnerable to the body shot, but another two who he's got to hit heads. A tough 1v4, to say the least.
There. Grenade!
Trying to clear out some of these positions, but Curry ready and waiting. 12 rounds in a row for C9. You're not going to see something like that too often. And now just needing one more. And as we've already mentioned, that was a force buy. So the buy is not going to improve much. For Yatsuka, it's looking like another bleak scenario coming into the team. And we will also probably talk about it in the break, but previously when they played over on Lotus, he was in the team. I wonder if they keep that.
I think they swap back.
Just because Kaeda has definitely been one to make more of a mark thus far. It's just whether the comp is more important than the player playing it.
C9 look to close it out here, and again, Zeta have a lot of weaknesses to work with. There's the joke for Uran. He's caught in the spams afterwards. Flash in, Hero Ron is caught by it. I thought he'd avoided it. They sent it right into the back of the site. Looks like C9 just cannot make a mistake. Even wall-banging Hero Ron as we swapped over to see a butchery on the A site. 4 versus 2. Laz is a headhunter and a shorty. Sugar 0 on a bulldog. The hopes and dreams of this Zeta squad to find a 2-0. Not looking to be realized here today. Big play needed from Laz. They jumped the angle. Good shot. Oxy down. Vandal to be recovered. He's going to get it. Now maybe an opportunity with this rifle in his hand, but no, they're too quick to chasing down. The confidence of C9, Tom, is on full display. And now Zeta only have one man left. With the B side, look, C9 don't even know where they want to take this. The dealer's choice.
Yeah, it really is just a run all the way across the map. Sugar 0 at least guessing right in the end, but you have to think 1 versus 3. He has had a quiet game, so he's going to manage that first. Puts it into a 1 versus 2, maybe garner them a 3rd round and not have it be a 13-round streak for C9. But even still, he's got so many angles left to clear, so many positions that they can be in, and Curry is going to swing off the back of the flash. 13 rounds in a row from C9. A pistol, and the follow-up is all they lost in this entire map. After losing their own choice, I think they've shown that playing them on Bind, not a good idea.
Let me tell you, Vanity, he might be top of the scoreboard when it comes to kills. His op play on Sky looked fantastic, but his flashes in these last couple rounds especially were phenomenal. I don't know how he was consistently hitting players. Even that last one, it's like he could see his screen. Like he knew exactly when he was going to peek the corner. And this is a much better face from C9. In fact, replicating their performance in map 2 yesterday up against Fennel. They 13-2'd them. Now they face another Japanese squad, 13-2 map 2. But this time, they've got to do it on a 3rd as well, and that could be a different story.
The respectful, wonderful Japanese fans continue their applause for both teams here, but after losing their pick, Cloud9 clapped back in this quarterfinal, taking Zeta to a 3rd and final map. C9 looking to put some NA in the semi-finals, Tom.
Yeah, no, the thing is, it's nice to see the series go the distance. It's maybe just the manner in which it's gone the distance, which isn't quite as enjoyable if you're sat within this arena right now. I will say the crowd wasn't silenced because, of course, the Japanese fans, wonderful in their way of cheering for their opposing side, but oh my, that must be a rough one to reset for the side of Zeta.
All right, well, we're going to take a reset here and now, but when we come back, our first quarterfinal here live in Tokyo, Japan at the Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena will conclude. Who's going to take it? We'll find out when we come back. back in what has to be one of the most memorable and unique venues in esports history. The majestic, magnificent sumo wrestling arena that is the Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena here in Tokyo, Japan. Now, we've got our English broadcast team here on, depending where you're sitting, the left-hand side of the arena, which is myself, Tom, and Mitch for now. But what's super cool is, as you can see on the screen, we've got an entire Japanese broadcast team running at the exact same time. This is one of the most, like I said before, most unique, mind-blowing experiences of my life. I can literally see those guys doing what they do best over there. They can see our casters trying to be as good as them and failing.
Poor them. I pity them.
Well, you're not as good as their host, even
That's
though they
true.
don't seem to have fun.
Oh, yeah. but isn't it cool? Because obviously we've got a live Japanese crowd here, so they're hearing the Japanese broadcast on the speakers. This is getting
Lucky
broadcast
them.
as well. Yes, lucky them. That would be a horrible experience if they had to listen to us three. But there's a lot going on here, and you can see them there, Tom. It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it's nice. It's not that surprising to have the
No,
Japanese.
But it's cool running two separate broadcasts at the exact same time. Running to the same timings, all talking about the exact same stuff, hitting bricks at the same time.
Never been
There's a lot
done
to think
before.
about.
You don't know what they're talking about. I think they're definitely not talking about some of the stuff we are.
No, absolutely not.
I think they're a lot more professional, I'll be honest.
Well, none of them turned up in their pajamas, so that's at least
true.
something.
That's true.
They're definitely better dressed, that's for sure. Now, have you joined us at a time where we are into our first quarter-final of Red Bull Homeground 2023? It is Cloud9 versus Zeta. Of course, a lot of the fans here are wanting Zeta to win. On the second map, it didn't necessarily go their way. Cloud9 cooking on gas. It was reminiscent of the team we saw up against Fennel yesterday, Tom.
Yeah, they got spanked. I think is what you're trying to say in a slightly nicer way than I put it. They won the pistol second round, but you can just end it there. That's the end of the highlight reel for the Zeta Division side, unfortunately, especially going into their map choice. I think the destructive nature of this C9 side was really difficult to play against. I think the fact that, again, we saw layers to what Cloud9 were bringing in with, like, really passive holds and then seconds later these explosive defensive pushes. Zeta didn't have anything to deal with it, and I'm a little bit worried for them now, because it was a similar case when we saw them go on to Lotus, as we did yesterday versus Fnatic. They started strong and then just disappeared.
Yeah, I think you very much hit the nail on the head with a sledgehammer there, Tom. It's disruptive play from C9. You come in with ideas, but then you play up against this composition and up against Oxy, handling and manhandling the map the way that he was. Yeah. It's a very different ball game to try and run your strategies when every time you set up for one, he comes blitzing around the corners with 19 flashes, decoys, and hits two of your players in the head. You've got no smokes, and
if you kill him,
apart.
Then Curry or Zeppa just get a 4K.
Or Vanity's got an op. Yeah. You're like, hey, we killed Oxy. Let's go entry this up. Bang, one down. And Vanity's repositioned. Now he's got backup. It was really nice. Seeing these guys play was tasty. Almost as tasty as this.
Let's shine. He loves his Red Bull. Let's shine a spotlight on Vanity right now, because he really did show his brilliance on that map there. Mitch is really good friends with him. I know that you're communicating with him a lot
really
here.
Good friends?
Yeah, he said that to me.
I was a great friend. I'm good friends with Vanity.
Does he know who you are?
You just said.
Hey, whoa.
He said you're best friends.
We're best buddies. We go for lunch. We hold hands in the park. You know, I love Vanity.
You've been replaced.
You're
now the new Mystic.
But what a performance.
Whoa. Yeah, no, an unbelievable performance. I think he shows us the amount of depth he has. You know, usually when we communicate, it's about Odin play, someone else Odin play. But for him,
yeah, Mitch DMs. There's no reply.
There's no reply. Yeah, it just says. Yeah, it's
hey, best friend.
It's in the request. He'll see it someday. But the reality is, you know, here he was showing us so much more. Not just his off play, not just his individual play. Yes, he was top of the scoreboard in kills, but add to that, his flashes were absolutely out of this world. I really enjoyed watching him play. Really enjoyed watching C9 on this map come out swinging in a map that they very much needed to do just that, replicating their second map yesterday up against the Japanese squad. But now it is Lotus. And look, Zeta, realistically, last time we saw them, they didn't do too well. 13-5 up against Fnatic yesterday. The reality is, though, when you play Fnatic, just in general, I mean, there's a reason that everyone wants to scrim this squad. They will show you all of the holes in your gameplay. They will teach you so much about what you're doing wrong.
Yeah.
Hopefully, in the break that we've had between yesterday and today, they've gone back to Lotus. And the fact that they left it through instead of Haven, which was a close game, with the Thrifties and so on, it does inspire me that they have taken a lot of notes out of that Fnatic game and hopefully patched up a lot of the holes that they had in their gameplay.
Well, you're filling Zeta fans with hope right now, but I mean, the reality is they just lost 13 rounds on the bounce.
Yeah.
It's a tough position to be in. For them, it's an unknown best-of-3 environment off the back of what was a really brutal loss. Home support will definitely go a long way here, but Zeta fans, for sure, Tom, and the team alone, of course, have a long way to go here.
Well, yeah, I'm nervous for them. They get to win a map with Yatsuka in the team. I'm not going to say that it's in any way his fault. They've just had rough performances in those games.
On blast.
But the fact is, Hayada definitely has had more impact. I don't think there's anybody who can question that. Very good at taking that space. And if you look at the sort of composition they're running, they are really going to need him to perform to a very high level in this match. Otherwise, they're going to be in trouble. So I am nervous for them. And honestly, I think Cloud9 are firmly back in the driver's seat.
Cloud9 are not going to be underestimating Zeta here either, are they, Mitch? Because,
not at all.
You know, they're coming off a blip-free bind and are going to be feeling super good.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, the momentum is in their court. Vanity's back in the controller, playing the Viper as well. Maybe he will steal the love I had for Mystic back in the day. Still have. And, yeah, but realistically, Oxy, that's who my eyes have got to be on. He's just played so unbelievably well, but that was with disruptive utility. That was with crazy rotations around the map on his gate crash. Now he's going to do it on the Raze, but we know damn well he's capable of doing that. A chance, though, for Yatsuka to step up to the plate and take him on in more conventional duels, maybe find his footing in this series.
If I had a live mic to the crowd right now, they wouldn't understand it.
I was going to say.
Great.
But I would get them hyped up and I'd get them popping off for Zeta right now, because I think that's what Zeta needs.
Okay, I don't really know how you expect. That's not really a question. You've said a statement to me, Ian, and then you went, I'm going to do this, Tom.
Yep.
Cool.
And I want you to agree with me. That's what.
Go on, man.
Cool,
I'll get
Ian.
you a mic.
Thanks.
All right, we're going into this, the third and final map of the quarterfinal. Luckily for you two, this is where my mic dips out. But last second predictions, go. Tom.
We got to go Zeta win.
Zeta win.
Hashtag Zeta win.
Hashtag Zeta win. Let's get into this. Who's taking it? Tom, Mitch, take us home in this quarterfinal.
Well, it looks someone's going to be going out of the tournament here and now. It feels sad to say goodbye to them already, but we got to move on. We got to get this gameplay advancing. It's all about the advanced gameplay. That's all Ian wants to see. Well, let's see who has it up for offer. Zeta having to retake B. We saw a very clean entry from C9. Smokes down, blast pack in, and plant. Now the timer is starting to tick away, and it's only a matter of time before C9 try to take extra space. They're all trapped inside of the site, and eventually they want to punch back out, and that's exactly how they do it. Fighting up towards heaven, and now the flank maybe going to play a role. They smoked off the turret. They've made it past, and maybe in a position where Zeppa wouldn't expect them. Never mind. Galaxy Brain Zeppa's already got this one calculated. He didn't know about Yatsuka, though. Too many players on the other side.
Yeah, and this is the exact start that C9 want. Start getting into the minds of their opponents early. It's been now 14 in a row since we've really seen anything from that side, but ultimately, we want to see if there's a response. Now, at least in this position, you're not really going to expect too much. You got yourselves a few pistols to play with. The Sheriffs on Yatsuka and Hero could be something. But again, it is relatively heavy into the rifles. C9 wanting to make sure that there's no mistakes like we saw in that first matchup.
Well, there's certainly no mistakes starting out this round with a nice, clean opening.
There.
2 on the board already. Pistols have been a big factor in Zeta, as we said, in that first day, in that first matchup, first map against C9 yesterday. But now, well, it looks like C9 have learned their lesson. And that's the thing, you know, we talked a lot about Zeta having played this map and having learned, but C9 have also had a bunch of maps now under their belt. They start to warm up. They start to learn the synergies and the gaps in their gameplay. Start to plug those up. Nice flash in. Clear space. I like the spam from Oxy as well, just guaranteeing no one's pushing the door. They know the tree is pretty much open. They, again, decide to just move as a unit. The only little risk is Curry opening that door. Like, he's got a Vandal. There was a pistol close. He's going tree solo. It wouldn't be great for them to recover that, but luckily, there will be no punish.
Also aware of the potential flank. I say that. Laz has actually managed to get past the angle that Vanity is holding. But the thing is, he's got a classic. It's like, even if he manages to swing this, the chances of him winning this duel are slim to none. Maybe just trying to hold someone on this exit. Oh, Curry's holding it as well. A single kill for Hero will at least do a small amount of damage. But again, this bonus round from C9 is going to come in with some hefty weight to it. And as said, Zeta's absence from the scoreboard now reaches 15 rounds. I want to see them get this next round and get it clean, because although it might not be necessarily weighing on their minds directly, the further this goes, the scarier this entire series gets. As said, there's no lower bracket in this tournament. That's not how it works. You lose this game, you are out.
You out. And the other thing is, you know, it's 15 rounds in a row for C9, right? They're just carrying on that momentum at this point. Another pistol under their belt. I remember seeing Vanity a long time ago play with little ears. It might have been meant to be cats. They could very well be bunny ears on top of him this time around. So he's looking energized. The B site up for grabs. But there's a lot of players defending it this time around. A different stance from Zeta with the rifles, and a good opening from Laz with 2 kills. Still, though, C9 will be happy to trade out in a round like this. Man disadvantage, sure, but damage is the name of the game. Jake on the rifle, Zeppa with a bulldog. Some opportunities still to take even footing duels. And it looks like we're going to have a little sneaky play through from Jake while the spike moves to the other side of the map. A fake from the Vandal. Wouldn't really be expected on the side of Zeta. If they spot him and they spot the Vandal.
They saw the pixel of his Vandal. As
they
he
did?
Went, yeah, 100%. Like, Uran, I don't believe he put that snake bite down just on coincidence.
Yeah.
He saw just enough information that there was a player there.
Rotate.
So he's even rotated in support. Heroron is, well, I say ready. He's gone down immediately.
Oh, no.
Response will be there. Jake's not going to get anything else. And that's actually pulled the spike back. Yeah. He did so well that now, with 30 seconds left, C9 have got to try and reposition once again. Vanity is on a lurk in towards this B side, but there's not one, but actually a second player in as well towards the broken door. So with information there, this ends as a pretty nasty crossfire. Great flash, but it's only going to catch one.
Yeah, if Sugar Zero was blind, that really could have went their way, but very quickly able to recover on that. Something we saw from him over on a
combo breaker.
Okay. Gonna be your new thing? That's your stim beacon.
Yeah, there you go. 15 rounds in a row? Not anymore.
Not anymore.
1 round in a row.
Wait, 15's all they get!
Yeah.
Well, it would be impressive if Zeta could answer back with a similar performance.
13 rounds in a row. Let's go.
Let's go. Here and now, 32.
Not biased.
I would cheer for that. Sorry, Vanity. Please don't hate me.
Please respond to my DM. Oh, wow. The pace from Oxy, and he's gone.
Just like that.
Oh, and so Zephyr as well. This is a bit of a slaughter. Jake at least stems the bleeding. Sort of. The spike is still down, but he's actually going to use from the shadows. He's managed to garner over the last couple of rounds to get it. They weren't actually fighting anymore, but better safe than sorry.
Toxin screen down.
A good early start in this round from Zeta. Laz actually left onto just a pistol, so they still have some vulnerabilities, and they are leaving this A site somewhat open. Even just maybe, I think they expect that C9 are a lot further forward than they actually are.
Yeah, they definitely do. A super, super passive play, and even the player on B watching over towards the spawn for the push-in on A stairs. Now, the turret has been has spotted a player, rather, and been destroyed. They have to shift focus, but they're still leaving B. And it's very common to leave B quite open like that. It's a tough site to actually defend from the site. Typically, you want to pick them off on the way through, or when they overextend afterwards, very close to losing another. But Heroron fails to grab that frag, and Curry will stay alive late into the round. It's Jake with the Vandal taking over control. 3 kills already. There's a 4th. Ace around the corner, but Sugar Zero denies it, takes another, and it's only Curry, the man who very nearly got dropped a second ago. He's given away his position. A smoke goes down. Sugar Zero, 50 HP. He needs the headshot. It has to be over to beside the smoke. 4 kills for Sugar Zero, and the round goes to Zeta.
I don't know how that slipped away. I genuinely don't know how it slipped away. It was so impressive from Jake in this round. Just took over everything. 3 kills, spinning back round, and Sugar Zero gets 1, and then the second just fade away smoke leaves it down to just Curry. And he actually gets connected on by the first bullet. A single bullet more, and he's dead to rights. A round that, again, Zeta should not have been winning. But they take it. Even still, though, the economy of C9 will last for another round. Single ultimate online for them as well, in the form of the Seekers. but a couple more not too far away. And bear in mind that a lot of the orbs on this map, in fact all of them, favor that attack side. They've already managed to collect a couple.
Some healthy growth from the defensive side as we see them start to flourish, finding 2 rounds, tying it up. This is where they push it across the line, take the lead, and put C9 on the back foot economically if they can. Still, it's a similar position for both teams, though. An eco to follow. It's Laz to fall first, forced into a fight by the nade. And their rotation is even coming through, having found that kill. Connector was open, A site's taken. From the shadows, the clear back site, kills across the board. Sugar Zero again trying to hold strong, but he's going to need to ace this round. He had a 4K in the previous, now it's time to one-up himself if he's going to get it across the line.
Can he get through the gap in the door? He has. It's Vanity opening it for him, but it's not going to be happening. C9, after their economy was put to the brink, break back once again, take their lead, and the problem now is Zeta. Bear in mind, they survived with 1 player in the last round, so their finances are completely in the bin. They've got to play this one as a light. Now, the one thing they have is that if they do manage to get a couple of kills, Nightfall's close, Lockdown's close, Showstopper's close.
Yep.
So there's potential still in this round, but then the same is on the other
Exactly,
side. The exact same ultimates are very close to being online. And they still have the buy with the rifles in it.
Yes, so that's the big difference here. I mean, for Zeta, it's much more likely to have that big impact. That's why they're calling a tactical timeout here and now, discussing how they want to approach this round, even down to the basics of if you get a showstopper online, do we commit it? When do we commit it? Where do we want to go? Where's the best chance for these pistols to thrive? Or do you even want to use it as an info-finding mission? This C9 side has, I mean, they've shown a little bit of depth so far, but definitely favored towards the B site. But as soon as they grab a pick, they're happy to shift their attention. Just look at what they did. Picking off Laz, immediately the trigger is pulled. It's no longer a B take. It's rerouting, moving through to A, grabbing the plant there, using their From the Shadows to clear out the site. The potential for them to steam into the lead here and replicate the streak of rounds from the previous map is going to be in the back of Zeta's mind. Better to get this tactical timeout in early. Make sure they avoid letting it slip.
It's still one that's quite difficult to come back from the pause. As I said, I feel like the Zeta pauses have been very impactful. Tommy, take notes. Get ready for the next game. They've got to learn, you know, that's what it is. Something like that. But in this sort of round, well, you'd have to say that the coach is performing miracles, almost like a Pronax pause, which some people will get. Many won't. I'm old.
I actually don't get that.
Is the Fnatic pause in another FPS game. Yeah. Pronax would take a pause, say absolutely nothing, but because Fnatic took a pause, they'd still win the round. it was straight BS. He even said it. He was like, sometimes don't even say anything. I just know we're going to win because the other team put so much pressure on themselves.
You've told me about that before, actually, yeah. It slipped my mind.
It was a very sort of like consistent thing that the second they took a pause, they would win no matter what. Now, Zeta will be hoping they can recreate that here.
They've given it away. Wall went up, wall went straight back down. After the orb came into play, Zeta know that this is going to be a play towards the C site. They've made the adaptations, opening the door, taking the fights. Damage is being done. 15 HP left on Jake. Great opportunity for Pistols with Vanity now low as well. This could slip away very quickly for the side of C9, and Pistols have long been the problem, but now those Pistols have recovered rifles, and they're here to fight strong. Lockdown in play for Laz, forcing them further back. And it's a very tough decision. Do you fight forward and try to break it? No, well, they do. But Laz is quick to the trigger, taking down Oxy, and look who's waiting on the other side. It's Hero Ron. Once again, for C9, the Thrifty comes through on the other side, and the scoreline will be equalized. That pause has done them well.
Yeah, I am starting to question how they are getting that much success. It might just be some of the sort of niche ideas that they're pulling out, which is pretty cool. Obviously, Junior is the one that is currently sat behind them. They've got a lot of coaches over on the Zeta side. They have got 6 staff that are listed in the back lines. Obviously, one of them is Carlisle.
4.
They've got a head coach, a coach, an assistant coach, and 3 analysts.
3 analysts.
Carlisle, Crow, Junior, Nokaze 37, Sieg, and Gaia 9. They've got a lot of people in the backlines, but behind them, for anybody wondering, of the 6 is Junior. They also then have 7 players.
I was going to say,
so
on the main roster as well, you've got a...
They can play against themselves and have 3 subs.
They get the analysts in to play. Oh my got a full 10v10 with some coaches.
Yeah, but I guess Junior is the pause god. That's all I'm going to say.
He's done well.
Making a name for himself.
Well, now, as well, Tom, those ultimates you mentioned before are online. Showstopper's going to be used. Oxy popping his, but so too! It's Yetsuka grabbing the kill, following up onto Vanity, but the numbers remain even for now. Zeppa quick to fight back. Another kill from Uran, though, equalizes yet again. That was the low HP player of Jake falling. Rifles recovered from C9. It was Curry that played with a judge. Now with the Vandal in hand, they've got a serious opportunity. They're going in to try and break the lockdown. They've done that, but they can't deal with Zeppa. C9 right back on the horse. The lead won't evade their grasp for very long. It's right back in their hands.
I was actually surprised they even swing off that. Maybe just looking for a bit of a surprise factor themselves. Because you could just break that lockdown from the spot they're in. As Laz showed a few seconds ago, he's like, I can just shoot this. But I guess they thought that maybe someone would swing or peek a different angle. This was definitely an interesting fight. That might be the highest I've seen someone go in a long time from a showstopper. But for C9, well, the ults are well invested. And again, the purchase isn't bad from Zeta. Even though they're going to save a little bit of extra cash for the next round, they still have themselves a few rifles to play with. And they're going to go very aggressively pushing up. Again, the orbs started to be collected. Viper's Pit on either side. Although I will say a Viper's Pit for the attack when Nightfall's in play, bit risky. Kind of gives the game away and leaves you low in your own pit, but we'll see if they've got any plans. For now, it is just orb management, something I think that a lot of teams are very conscious about when it comes to this attack side, and I don't even know how Laz has just killed him there.
That was through a smoke, just...
It's through a smoke and through a wall.
Yeah.
He's cheating.
Checking PC. Yatsuka.
Oh, that's missed.
Oh my god.
That hasn't.
That couldn't have been more perfect. You couldn't have planned it if you're Zeta. And they're out of there for free. 5 versus
They definitely
3.
didn't plan it. No. I'm going to miss my paranoia, and then you're going to shoot him in the
look at me,
face.
and then you swing it. If they did plan it, then get them a god.
Brilliant.
Just give them the trophy. At this point, Hero Ron down. Big kill for Curry. They've got the space to plant the spike now.
Well, they're going to try and push up it as well. They've cleared out Laz, the man that caused them issues, well, throughout the series so far. And just look at the weaponry. Okay, there's one to be retrieved by Uran. Maybe a little bit nervous that someone's around the corner, so takes his time, but the turret gives the game away. And they're clearing angles over on the C9 side, taking that position towards the door. There's a couple of players here, and they're not going to get either of them, but Yatsuka, surely he won't check. You won't expect that second player to be there. Uran's actually put in his own Viper's Pit already. He doesn't have himself the shields low on HP. This is going horrifically. And getting back in there is just going to be impossible. To try and survive any sort of bullet spam is going to be difficult. And Curry has to do it with the classic, but there was never any real danger with how much he did with the nano swarms alone.
Yeah, that was it. The nanos were absolutely huge. And that's a Viper's Pit used up for an attempted 1v2. It's not worked, and it's given C9 that little bit of extra room to breathe further on Vanity. Appears to have an operator. Be curious to see if that's maintained as the timer ticks down.
The attack side Viper operator.
You know, he was critical of Boaster's Odin on attack, but the Viper op, I don't know. I'd love to get like Eccles' opinion on this. Like, why isn't Jake got it? It's paranoia. Good space taken. Yatsuka. Oh, it's unfortunate, but there's also a crunch coming up on mid. They push B. Laz already got 2, but down to 24. It's an op on the other side. Vanity's being consistent with it on the sky. And even now, looking to hold strong. Ah, look, there's no way through now. Those snake bites are denying them. Zeta have already fallen back, moving towards B.
It stops being worth it, this push, when you know that everybody is now peeking in on the angle. Before, there was at least the disruption of the aggressive push through C main, but that disruption is now gone. They can fall back. And both sides have traded this one fairly evenly. Maybe a slight bit more damage for the Zeta players. The problem, though, is that obviously that Cloud9 can group up.
That was a nice fake. Wall up, wall down right away. It sort of tells them that maybe he's on the other side preparing his orbs, something like that. But then the turret spots them. There's lucky that Laz put that down. The information gets Zeta here very early. There's already some players rotated in. The spray here from Uran, not great, but he adjusts, knowing the swing was going to come from another angle. The problem is there's just too many players ready to fight. They abandoned the spike plan just to duel, knowing that that was their best chance to take it across the line. And now Hero Run has to clutch it out. The first not even going to be offered up. Jake very quick on the trigger. And 6 rounds now found for Cloud9. They are pushing up in this series. The advanced gameplay certainly being shown off by the attackers.
Yeah, stabilizing after a couple of shaky rounds. The pistols doing the work again for Zeta, and then a back and forth that ends with their economy in the dirt once more. C9 have looked very, very good in terms of their overall structure, their synergy. And with a 3-round lead already, bear in mind, it was the 5 rounds, I think a 5-2 position on their defensive side that Zeta managed. And they really struggled on their attack. And while Yatsuka, he's definitely got confidence, he's got spirit, but he's down very early in this round. Laz, though, still doing damage. And Sugar Zero, see, this is a spot that you expect to be cleared. I'd be very surprised if Sugar Zero is allowed to get away with this one.
The problem is, as they go to clear it, there's going to be 2 players holding, so they have to wait for their Viper wall to be back online. Vanity will throw that up. They'll look to cross over, and that's where they can find some rewards. Snakebite landing perfectly on Sugar Zero. It's an easy kill for Vanity. Very well cleared. The trades will come through from Laz. Just the one for now. That might be all they need, honestly. And Curry, well, okay, he was low. That was a big advantage, but the heal comes through from Zeppa, bringing him back up to healthy fighting stature.
It genuinely seems like just if they can avoid Laz right now, it's working out for them.
Yep.
He's got 2 kills already with the Sheriff in this one. He gambled 2 players towards the A side of the map. Lockdown actually being considered for this one, but instead, well, it's been used even as they go back towards B. So again, another ult that just has completely gone amiss for the Zeta Division side.
Well, the Nightfall will be in full effect. An easy kill with Zeppa down. The 3rd kill for Laz in this round. The 4th, in fact. And now a serious opportunity. Vanity inside the Viper's pit. A rifle recovered. Laz looking for an ace with 2 teammates to close it out. Even if he falls, Vanity being sprayed on, and it's Hero Run to hit the shot. Not quite an ace, but a round win is all they need. 4 on the board now for Zeta. They will not go quietly.
Again, it's genuinely just hard to believe how he manages to do it. 4 kills. Okay, the Nightfall helped him know where they are, but I'm pretty sure he still insta-headshot both players, so it's not like they make much of a difference. He would have killed them both anyway. Basically, 5 Sheriff headshots won them the round. It's absurd, the individual skill that this Zeta team has. It's just they need to build off it. We've had a couple of these now, and they're still down in rounds. If they can get the response, get up to 6 rounds, they're going to be happy with this half, even though, again, it looks like C9 are the ones leading this game.
Big play coming in from Zeta. Looks like an aggressive stance, but they're a little bit late on it. Sugar Zero popping over, but Jake's already there, able to take a free kill, and now force a lot of this control out of Zeta's hands. They've isolated Hero Run. You can see him in tree all alone. As Oxy puts down his bot, he got taken.
Okay.
Another for Hero Run. He's still being pressured, but it's 1 by 1. Now they group up. No, they don't! Still 1 by 1! Eventually, Zeppa's able to take him down, but it's too little too late. He's all alone, and an attempted clutch, a second bound. Seeker's out, swing, but there you go. 2 players on the other side. They only needed 1. Uran quick to find the headshot. C9 maintained the lead for quite a while, but we could be closing this half out neck and neck.
Yeah, what a play from Hero Run. You're definitely right. That was giving him those individual jewels, but
I couldn't believe it.
He still has to land shot after shot after shot. And in fact, he only actually goes down because of the player towards tree. If not, I believe he probably would have just taken everybody with him.
That's the thing, like, Oxy's okay. He's putting a boombot down, he gets swung. Shit happens, man. Like, that's okay. What can you do? Why? Why does it continue in that fashion? Just over-eager, overconfident, and, well, they got punished for it.
Well, they've got back to their 5 rounds as they did versus Fnatic, although a very different story. They weren't in the lead as they were then and let it slip. Pressure looking to be put on. Curry's going to be left on a pistol, but I'll be honest, he's no slouch. He's been very good with that gun throughout the couple of days we've had so far. Again, they still wait outside. They're going to use the lockdown, but this is a ruse. Not a single player going in that direction. Rotations heavy initially, but now some doubt is started to be put into the minds of those players. They've not seen anything over towards A. Hiraron, though, for a second, he had the right idea. Now, though, they're on full sprint back because Cloud9 have actually taken a while to really get into position. He goes through the snake bite.
Oh, that was not a good idea.
What?
Oh, okay, bypassing the showstopper, but in fact, Yatsuka can't land his shot either.
left.
It's a messy round on the side of Zeta, one where they've been punished again and again. And a flawless conclusion to this half for C9, but well, the scoreline is not that bad for Zeta. They've certainly managed to hold on. They've been able to fight back. You just have to hope that this attacking side is going to get off to a good start. We want to see them pick up the pistol here.
Yeah, and again, it's putting pressure on a youngster, but I'm looking at Yatsuka here. Like, what can he do on this attack side on that raise? Because, again, it's been a quieter defense. I don't mind so much, like, it happens. But ultimately, a lot of the sort of success they had around from Hiraron, but Laz was just on fire. The clutch as well from Sugar Zero. Like, it has more been blips than anything. C9 have, again, looked like the better team in the majority of rounds. But this pistol could be everything. If this is taken over the line by Zeta, they again get that boost to their start. It really is game on, but if C9 take it, then they might just get too far out of reach. And as we know, the loser of this map is out. Done. We won't see Zeta anymore on this stage or Cloud9. One of them has a short trip home, the other slightly longer.
Oh my God, they've got their own chant leader down there. You can see him on your screen getting the crowd hyped up. Wish I knew what they were saying, but it sounds good. That's all I need to know. Pony Zeta could hear them, those inspiring words as they cheer on. Hey, there's Stevie as well. Look at him, he's just too well dressed, man.
They didn't like that.
We're talking about the Japanese casters and their suave, but look at, we just need to get Stevie on the cam. Get him on the mic. Who's let Ian in here instead?
Yeah, you know. I don't know. I feel like you'd have to be a little bit careful. Like, Stevie might say a few things.
He could. He'd be wild.
He gets wise words and sometimes does some crazy things. But
I also don't know.
love it.
I wouldn't want to put a headset on that hair. I don't want to mess it up.
It's true.
He refuses headsets, I've heard. He had a custom-made headset. Our producer's telling us
kind of respect.
He had a custom-made headset, and that does not surprise me in the least. I can only imagine attempting to put a headset on that man's head.
Somewhere in the world, Lothar is happy because he heard the word custom.
Custom, yeah. Every player should have. I do agree with him, to be fair. Every player should have custom in-ears. They're not that expensive for a team to invest in, and certainly worthwhile when it comes to international live events on stage.
No one cares. Run around.
No one cares. All right, wide open A side. We got a second.
Here we go. As said, this is important for Zeta. They could get out of reach if C9 managed to take this one over the line. Yatsuka is going to find that opener and a long wraparound coming back in. Taking its time. It's ship walking initially, but they're actually going to get 2 kills from it. Nobody watching that backline as the defense has taken themselves an advantage here.
They put all their faith in the turret, but it had been smoked off. Laz's utility gets them absolutely nothing, and unless Laz has a huge play up his sleeve, there will be no denying that defuse. Very nicely done, and this all comes down to the smoke that we saw put through from Jake. He smokes off the turret in spawn, walks up behind, and they're able to pull off a Splinter Cell synchronized kill. Looked like Ghost Recon out here. Beautiful play.
It's an oversight, though, as well, because we've seen this in the previous half, where it was constantly watched by the side of Cloud9. Like, they always had somebody around that angle. In fact, in most cases, they had multiple players. So the fact that you were in an afterplant like that, and still nobody had any eyes on the flank, is a little bit worrying for Zeta. As said, like, that was an important pistol for them, already being down and really relying on individual plays in low-buy rounds. Well, they need another.
Oh, they absolutely do. I don't expect C9 to throw too many crazy plays out there. This is going to be tight gameplay to close out the map. Tournament life on the line. Spot in the semifinals up against Foot Esports. If they're to have a chance there, I want to see them close this out.
That's the thing, it's the tough day. Playing that first match, you got a best of 3 to prepare for Foot, who look unbelievable.
And they're watching. You best believe they're watching. The fewer rounds you can show them, the better.
Hey, the C9 managed to do that in map number 2, but other than that, quite a lot shown. Now Zeta are going to get a plant. Extra credits. Again, nobody watching the flank, but luckily for them this time, nobody's coming from the flank. They're going right in front. And Oxy looks to farm up as many orbs as possible. He technically does get another one. But a plant and a minute amount of damage is all Zeta can achieve here. Now, we wait to see if they have a response.
You know what the best part about these signs is, man? I never even thought about it, but the fact that you custom make these signs, they're incredible, and then you're probably going to get the players to sign them as well. And that's like a piece of memorabilia that's going to last you forever. We should have brought some.
I imagine it will last them forever. I imagine if I did something like that, I would lose it. Or it would go in my suitcase and ended up folded in half.
I'm inspired though. I'm gonna be copying that Zeppa sign there and making.
I've seen your signs before, but normally it has 2 different players who are playing against each other.
I'm not sure about that. Doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound accurate. I put a lot of effort into my signs, Tom. I take offense to that. Took hours to make.
Let's agree to disagree.
You know, well, screw all my hard work, I suppose.
You put as much effort as I do into my outfits.
It's probably about right. Well, for Zeta, they've got a lot of players to fight off against here. Nice, very nice paranoia to begin. Yatsuka onto Oxy. Sugar Zero following up. Jake's gone up top. A brave play and one that doesn't see a reward this time around. The 1-to-1 trade still leaves them light on the site. Curry has to do big work. They'll do well to find a first, but Sugar Zero dropping down from the top rope. He'll take the kill. This is a very nice round, fighting back for Zeta. They don't want to lose any more players, and luckily, the man who has to retake only has a bookie. Not only has a bookie, pardon me, also has a sheriff. Now that I see a sheriff in Vanity's hand, I do get a little bit more worried for the Zeta economy.
Why do I reckon that he'll get the kill with the bucky?
Yeah,
I think he'll kill Sugar Zero with a bucky. That's my call for this round.
Okay, we're rolling the dice. Let us know in chat, do you agree? Bucky kill, yay or nay? Is he going to play it with the sheriff? I think so.
No. If he went with the bucky, he would have gone there.
Absolutely, Tom. I couldn't agree more. He should have taken the bookie wide, swung it out in the open, planned for the right click.
Exactly.
But he didn't. What a noob.
Yeah. It's like he's never even used a shotgun before.
Yeah, I don't think he has. I think that was his first time buying it.
That was a good
Don't watch
start.
the previous
This
round.
is more of what I wanted to see from Yatsuka. As I said, like coming in as that raise, he is the only duelist they have on that side. And a lot of it, you're going to be relying on him and Hero Run to sort of take space for the team. It's going to be a lot more difficult with that double controller setup to really get into position. So the fact that he's starting off strong with an opening kill like that is a good sign. Vanity, well, wow, brought the Odin into this round to do a little bit of spam damage and has almost died immediately.
The lucky thing is, once he goes behind that wall, they can't really fire back too easily. So good opportunity for him. They've tapped the spike, the orb, excuse me. They know exactly who they're up against and exactly what this guy likes to do. Zep is on the way to pop a heal for him. And even just to rotate in general, they're hearing a lot of noise around this area. The dog will go through. The tiger roaring his way down. Through the wall, he spotted a bunch of players. Time to heal up Vanity and get ready for the fight that is to come, and it most certainly is to come. They're going to clear out nobody inside tree. Once Vanity's healed up, I reckon he's going back in there with the Odin in hand, now that he knows it's open. But the door has just been opened, the timing kind of poor. Because he's 100 HP, he's confident to hold the angle. Now he's reclaimed his safe haven.
45 seconds left. Zeta have been somewhat waiting, maybe to see if Laz can find something on that lurk. Vanity is going to get forced back, but now it seems to be that split towards the B site. Curry not one to take this fight. The nade actually is going to force him off the angle. Vanity, in the meantime, has managed to find one. Zuka actually pushing forward. He wants to try and even things up, but Curry was more than aware. Vanity another with a wall bang. This leaves just 2 standing. Laz and Uran. It's not the prettiest of kills, but he gets the job down. However, that is all. C9 take that one convincingly to get themselves up to the 10th round, and again, just look at the finances for Zeta. They are on the ropes.
Yeah, really wise play by Vanity, I think, that whole round. He did well not to overcommit to any of the angles on A. This team of Zeta was looking for an opening there. Eventually, they decide to go back to B. He's got the rotation with his teammates. They double set up. The fact that Curry's able to hold strong despite being low HP, despite the nade landing at his feet as well, I think you have to commend him for that. He repositioned perfectly to allow Vanity to rotate in and give him that support. And then even here, as a wise man once said, wallbang! And it wasn't the kill, but it was the damage that allowed it to be so easy afterwards. 10-6. And C9 in prime position to close this one out, to send Zeta, our final Japanese representative, home. Won't be a long trip home, at least. The jet lag won't get them.
No,
might even come along tomorrow to spectate. It is their home ground, quite literally. And the crazy thing about it, Tom, would be, as we go into Zeta's tactical pause, that if they go out, the first 3 teams out of this event will all be the Japanese ones.
You are technically correct. I don't like the framing of it. Well,
I don't really care if you like it or not, Tom. It's a fact.
True, but I don't have to like.
I know Ian would like it. He was telling me a lot of facts earlier. The fact machine.
Interesting facts, I would say.
Of course.
Some might even question the validity of those facts.
I would, to be honest. Having come from his mouth, I question everything that was said.
This is a good idea. It's a good idea. You don't believe the Ian conspiracies, you know? You hear about the legend of Beaks, and then you really have to start questioning reality. And while Cloud9 are probably questioning right now, what is Zeta about to do? It's another tactical pause. It's a junior tactical pause. One, as said, that have mass success. He looks calm, collected. No sweat on his brow.
No smiles either, though, Tom. The vibes on Zeta need to be brought back up, perhaps from what we saw before, but maybe they're just concentrated, zoned in, locked in. Final count was given to the coaches a matter of seconds before barriers go up. Zeta, they're not putting it all on the line here. Listen, they've got some credits spare. A couple of weapons will be invested into, but for the most part, yeah, C9 come in with a huge advantage. This time it's Oxy to go up top, but the challenge will not be towards A, rubble, or anywhere around this area. Instead, a lot of presence being focused on towards the C site. We just had the showstopper picked up by Yatsuka.
We got a showstopper fight. We've seen a couple of those already throughout this game.
Other sides of the map, thankfully, for now.
For now, we'll see. Vanity also now switching up to that C site, playing the rotational Odin.
Normally you will play retake as well in this sort of setup, but he's got some killjoy utility as well, so it's a really powerful combination between the damage he can output, between the vulnerability that can be applied. There's a snake bite over. Oxy knows that it's coming, and that's why he pops his showstopper. But finding them will be a big challenge, especially on range. Rocket doesn't usually land. That's a good prediction. It's close. A little deeper, and Uran might have lost his life. There's the showstopper on the other side, and actually the same result. A little bit more damage with Vanity forced to flee. The C site is now Zeta's.
He'll get healed back up again. It's exactly the same as the prior round. He's going to last that little bit longer. Ult's not really online. Laz is not far away. And in fact, they're actually putting it on Uran. The aggression just doesn't pay off. Sugar Zero at least getting one, but they are being slaughtered as they try and push forward. Curry with a triple. No hero this time for the side of Zeta to drag them through another pistol round. It seems like that Zeta magic might have just run out. 11-6 now. Cloud9 looking to book their spot in the semifinal setup. An EMEA versus NA battle, something that, well, it's been enjoyed for many a time. Split the fans, of course.
Naturally. I mean, I think I know who I'm favoring after what Foot were able to do to 100 Thieves.
It wouldn't have mattered what Foot had done, you would be favoring them. Like, let's be honest. You have
accusations,
been,
Tom.
You have been bought and bribed.
Baseless accusations from you. I am insulted. My integrity has been called into question, and I don't take that lightly, Tom. You'll be hearing from my representatives.
That's
my agent will be in touch.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is also my age. So good.
That is true. He may. I don't know. I don't know whose side he's going to take, Tom, but I am keen to find out. And I actually don't think it will be mine.
No, really, though.
But you know what? That's a story for another day.
Oh, here we go. 11-6. This has to be the response from Zeta, and it hasn't looked like there's been one coming for a while. The push up like C9 as they get more confident, the double swing, the timing of it sublime, and Uran, there is nothing he can really do. He just has to fall off. And this is going to force them in towards that C site. Aggression as well, coming up behind them on B. There is so much information for the side of C9. They're going to fall off the back of this, and you can see Vanity. He's playing in the corner they know he's going to be in, but he's going to sit here with the Odin, and Laz will take him out. Yuran's position, though, who's going to check this? Honestly, who checks this? Not Curry, that's for sure. Oxy, though, still keeps things going. A nice response with the second shot, and now we're even again.
The nade. Yatsuka just tanked the nade. He swung out into it trying to punish Oxy. Now he's low as well as they go to plant this. Both stuck in the corner. Drop down from Laz. He's very low and he's hightailing it out, but it's being watched by Jake. 4 kills for Oxy already and no safe space for Laz. He has to fight right into the ace for Oxy. Top rated for a reason, leading by ACS, and leading the charge is C9. Push up to map point and series point. 6 chances to close this out and knock out our final Japanese representative.
After the first map, there was definitely hope for Zeta, but as we've seen as of yesterday, C9 sometimes start a little bit slow. Jake's had a fantastic map. Oxy looking to take his crown at the top of the leaderboard. And that was a round that looked very good for Zeta. Started strong. Now they're going to try and fight tooth and nail for this A control. It's an instant trade. Yatsuka 1-for-1. Util being thrown in from either side. And a quick run back. There is nobody currently on this C site. But Curry's Util could slow them down a little bit. Orb not going to be taken. They have ults available if they want to try and use it. And there goes that Util. It gives so much time. Look at the full sprint coming out of their defensive side. There was no one on site, but they now have players left on the cross.
Oh man, look at the damage done. Yuran and Laz are so low. Even the Viper's Pit might not be able to save them, and it won't be pulled into play because Curry's taking Yuran down. The low HP makes the wallbang so much easier. Showstopper used. Great shot from Oxy, and it's Hero Ron to do it all. 8 HP on Curry, and quite a lot on Oxy. But he's at least got the spike, a chance if he can manage to get this down in a post fight, if he can pick one of them off along the way. And where he decides to take it could decide it all. A turret sat on B, waiting to grab the information, and the second he peeks it, these players will be grouping up, looking to use the numbers to their advantage. They now know roughly where he is, but 25 seconds, Tom. He's deciding to rotate, moving back to the C site. The clock is going to cut it extremely close, and with Curry still close by, it's a matter of seconds before he hears the steps. There it is, the info. Now caught by Curry, 12 seconds, the swing is in, the shot landed! A chance for Hero Run, a slim opportunity. And it's the top-rated player of the tournament so far on the other side. It's Oxy. He knows that he's not towards the spawn. Waterfall is the suspected position, but it'll all come down to timing. Oxy, patient on the way through. He's been here before. He's won these clutches, even against greater odds. But Hero Run, he wants to stop him in his tracks, buy a chance for Zeta to cling on to tournament life. He's got the timing, and he'll keep them alive.
Might just be the most important Red Bull clutch of the tournament so far. Hero Ron in a spot that looked unwinnable, managing to isolate the jewels, getting into the afterplant, and again, for an 18-year-old player on the stage in Tokyo, facing elimination, the first couple of days he's played with this team and officials, he's given them life. They are on their last legs.
The vibes are back up. Big smile on Hero Ron's face. It's what I like to see. It starts here. The Snakebite nade combo has been dangerous outside of A. We've seen it a couple of times come through from C9. Last round most notably, grabbing the trade and eliminating Yatsuka within a matter of seconds of the round starting. Although Yatsuka did get the opening kill, so it was trade back. For Zeta, they want to avoid that, but they've muscled the control out of C9's hands as they look to get aggressive around B. Now, as they fall back, Laz is sensing that that space has been left wide open. He's got a good flank on the way as Zeta focus their attention on the A site.
A little bit quicker. Bear in mind, Hero Ron is the one with the spike. Seekers are going to spot him out, and that's Euron gone already. Another fall to the hands of C9 as they quickly come back from a singular round of defeat. Laz needs this kill and he won't find it. Shuka Zero is surrounded. And Cloud9, from a first map defeat, come back to take the series, head their way through into their semi-final later today, and send Zeta packing.
All in all in this tournament, Tom, Zeta 2-2 in maps up against C9, but C9 won it when it mattered.
Yeah.
Eliminating them, sending them home. That's just beautiful. That's actually how myself and Tom prepare for some of these games.
I want to know whose idea that was. Because if that's Imi's idea, that's a funny
What's your
joke,
opinion
but
on that, Tom? How did you like it?
If that was anyone else's idea, very offensive. That's bald-phobic, that's all I'm going to say.
He's going to be demanding that for our next segment.
Absolutely. Well, the dream of a Japanese team lifting the trophy on their home ground is over. What we know now is that Cloud9 will take on Foot in our semi-final later today, so they need to reset and get their minds right for the Turkish Titans waiting on the horizon. C9's quality just shone through in the second and the third map there, Tom.
Oh yeah, I think again, we started to see the depth of this roster. Jake had a great final map. Oxy as well. If he continues in this run of form, he could even be the MVP of the whole tournament. The guy has been on a different level. And for a relatively new roster, it seems like the calling has been on point. The synergy has been great. And yeah, they are a threat to anyone they face off against.
It's heartbreaking for Zeta and the fans here, Mitch, but they can hold their heads high as they exit this tournament here.
They absolutely can. Like I said, this is a roster that hasn't really lost in maps, at least. It's 2-2. They were able to go blow for blow with Cloud9. The problem is here in the BO3. That's where Cloud9 woke up later on in the tournament. They started slow, but they got there in the end, and what a dominant map it was on map number 2, Bind, the very pick of Zeta. They could have closed it out there, but instead, they'll be going home, and no doubt, that's going to haunt them further down the line. But the reality is they can be proud of what they put out here. This is a team that will have lots of eyes on it coming into the next season of VCT.
Yeah, and look, memories that they can cherish forever, Tom, because playing in such a venue like this, it's one thing commentating on it, but being right there in the center with the crowds making the noise around you must be a tremendous feeling.
Hey, you brought in 3 young players. You've got your youth team academy joining the roster for the first time. Hero Run making a run out, and you've won at least a map, at least a couple of maps throughout the tournament on the stage in front of your fans. I don't think expectations would have been to win the tournament with a brand new team. They managed to do well enough. It's going to be good to see them going into the future.
All right, well, guys, I imagine you two, if you want to, you can go and join this amazing crowd here in Tokyo, Japan. We won't be seeing you for a while. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe we'll see you in the grand final, but now we're going to a break. We'll be back very soon with our next quarterfinal.
Ian, we've travelled half around the world to experience Rebel Homeground 2023, to embrace the culture, the traditions here.
Look, Tokyo, Japan's famous for a lot of things. The fashion, the people here are so fashionable. The shrines, there's so much to see.
There's so much to see, and the food.
Don't get me started on the food, man.
The food is so good.
Don't get me started on the food.
It would be rude for us as 2 Englishmen to not sample the food together whilst we're here in the country.
What are you thinking?
Do you know what I found?
What?
British pub, mate.
Mate, you've been queuing for hours.
Honestly, it's so popular. It's so popular. All right, I've got everything we need here. Okay, so we're looking at some real British delicacies here. Kick-starting with fried pasta, which is, we love our pasta.
Classic get a chippy.
Very British. Yeah. We've got ourselves some fish and chips. Yeah. We've also got ourselves a Cornish pasty, which is a real gem.
Love a pasty.
And some. Do you know what this in here? This is the real treat. Some bangers. Cool bangers because they pop in the pan. The oil makes them explode. The sausages there.
They need battered. They need battering.
They do need battering.
Listen, I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm from the north of England.
Didn't realise that.
Okay, Northerners, we know our fish and chips better than anybody else in the world. So I'm ready to put this to the test.
So you're the perfect person.
Yes.
Okay, right, we'll do. Let's kick-start with fish and chips. Let's see exactly how this is Tokyo style. Ian, bit of lemon on there. Drizzle it.
Get that on there.
Oh, get it on there.
Oh, my mum's going to be so jealous right now.
The more citrus, the better, my friend.
So
right.
I'm the sort of guy who have a bit of both at the same time. So I'm going to have a bite of the fish and a chip.
Do it at the same time?
Well, no, bang, bang.
Good.
You ready?
Ready, go. Oh, that looked crispy. I look at that.
Oh my word!
Good?
Yeah.
Don't sound surprised.
Hold on a minute.
The food here is great.
Nah.
The food here is really good.
That slaps. That's a proper fish from a chippy. Let me try that. Oh, it oozes out the oils.
It's so hot.
Yeah, it's
Why don't you tell me?
It's really
It's hot, it's like a volcano.
I can't hear what you're saying. Let me just like a volcano. Right, let me try it. Sorry. Right, that is a chip. It's a good chip. It's not a fish and chips.
It's more like a wedge. Let's be honest, it's a potato wedge.
It's a wedge.
It's a wedge.
I'm giving this whole experience, because of the fish, an 8 out of 10.
That's remarkably high.
Yep.
What is essentially wedges and nuggets. But I'll take it. I'll take it.
Should we move on to the non-battered sausage while I eat this pasta stick?
Yeah. How are the pasta sticks, by the way?
Really good. I don't know what they are, but they're.
I mean, it's not. It's non-cooked pasta
Yeah.
in batter.
It is.
It's not. I wasn't. Not particularly British.
It's good.
More Italian, but still. I mean, fine.
I love a sausage.
Right. This looks oily.
It does look really oily.
And dare I say, poached?
Stop talking.
Is it a
Eat your
boiled sausage?
I'm going in. Oh,
actually, you know what?
Don't spray these oils over me, by the way. I've got a show to do.
Do you know what? It's actually all right. That's actually pretty good.
Again, that's a strong sausage.
There's so much meat.
Bit small for my liking, but it's
a bit small for your liking.
Yep, but it's a good sausage.
That's actually way better than I expected.
Yep.
I'm going to give that a 7.6.
6.5. Why are we doing 0.6?
I don't know. I'm getting really into it. Okay, and finally, the creme de la creme, the Cornish pasty. Get that down your gob. Now, traditionally, bit of meat, vegetables, carrots, potato, all inside a pastry, and these are really big in the UK.
Yeah, they are.
Cornwall,
especially in the north of England. And Cornwall.
And Cornwall, which is directly the other side of England, right at the bottom. Okay,
here we go.
Here we go.
Get right in here.
Get inside. Get inside it. Let me hear you chew.
No, I don't want to hear me chew.
Okay. Let me see what's the meat of it. What's inside it?
10 out of 10. Wow!
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
That's a good pasty, that. I scared everybody.
I mean, it's a bit mushy, I'm not going to lie. 10 out of 10.
I think we've established right here, right now,
yeah,
that Japan is famous for a lot of things, Tokyo in particular.
Yeah.
But nothing more than its fish and chips.
They love their British food. We love their British food. We love Japan.
We do.
We love Japan. Should we stay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're going to stay.
Go get me another box of that.
All right.
Welcome back to Red Bull Homeground 2023. I can confirm the fish and chips here are absolutely delightful, as our brand new casters are too, who have just joined us on the desk. Achilles and Paper Thin. You had any of the fish and chips here, guys?
No.
No?
I usually just eat Japanese food when I come to Japan. But I can't blame you. You want to see how a different culture is going to be doing your home food. So you got to experiment where possible.
How have you been enjoying day 2 so far? You've been locked away somewhere in the green room, watching everything unfold. You having a good time?
Yeah, it was really exciting. I mean, it was good to see Zeta come out, have a really strong start. Kaide looks really, really strong as that Jet player. Laz is Laz, so a lot of the good things going on for them in particular. The new players that are coming in, right? Hirohon and Yuran looking really, really strong as kind of these new individual players. I think there's still some work to do with Yatsuka on that race, but otherwise, I thought things were on the up and up for Zeta. Yeah, they didn't get the win they would have liked in front of the home crowd here today, but still a lot to be, encouraged about for this team.
Yeah, and Achilles, they showed that real magic on map 1. It was a magic that they couldn't continue to capture as the series moved forward, but they exit this tournament with a lot of pride, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I like to kind of echo what Paper Thin is saying. I think that these newcomers, especially Hirodon, who is very much the standout after this event with their exit, this guy has so much promise. We've already seen what he was able to accomplish back over on Fennel, but now coming into this roster, it seems like he's slotting in perfectly. One of the other things to consider is that while Kaide even looked really good in his own right, this is them playing without Depp. He is still on this roster. He is still here. He's just not at this event. So we get to look forward to the rest of these working parts that they have shown right now across this home ground event going into VCT Pacific with Depp. So that's going to give them a bit more firepower, I think a bit more comfort. Obviously, Depp's somebody who is very well accustomed to playing on stage. I think Yatsuka, it just a lot more nerves kind of catching up to him. Seems like some of the other players were a bit more comfortable early. With some more time, I think he can get there, but the prospects of this team, this foundation that they have alongside the Child of God rejoining the team, I think bodes very well for the future of Japanese Valorant.
Yeah, the future is bright for Zeta, and the current right now is very bright for C9. Foxy9. Vanity is standing by with Adam Savage.
After an extraordinary series that went the distance, 2-1 against Zeta, Cloud9 are victorious. I'm joined now by Vanity. That was quite the matchup there. How are the team feeling after what was a momentous victory that takes you through the semi-finals?
I mean, we feel good. I think that the first map kind of sucked, but I think we've always had like slow starts, even in the tournament we just played in Busan. Even here, like we lost our opening game, and then we played really well in the second game against Fennel. So hopefully we can address the slow starts, because it's not fun to always be down 0-1. But I think the crowd here is like incredible, and I think I don't know, the more you play, the more you want to play, I guess.
I think the 15 rounds in a row definitely helped that. I mean, yesterday you had a chance to play them before. Did that actually give you some incentive as to what you can do differently this time around to combat what might have gone wrong yesterday?
I would definitely say that we had a better idea today than yesterday. I think that it was our first game with Curry as well. He's a stand-in. He's doing a great job. I'm very proud of him. He's been one of my friends for a long time, so it's awesome to get a chance to let him play. I think we kind of realized our shortcomings, and we kind of just like, we're letting them push us, when I think that, you know, American teams, we like to push people. So yeah, that's about all we do. So I think we kind of realized at the end that we need to play with like more confidence, and it definitely helped us in the second matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there at the end as well. You guys all touched the head of Imi as well, kind of like the strategizing, the extraordinaire there. Was it that strategy that kind of helped you get through? Because clearly a big part, you guys are really a cohesive unit as well.
I mean, Imi does a lot. I think that with Whippy, we have a lot more like structure, because we have like our fifth and a lot of practice, or decent amount of practice. We were in Korea for a month boot camping, so sucks we don't get to use a lot of it because stand-ins and stuff. But we're playing pretty well. I think the team cohesion is really good right now, and I'm very happy with my teammates.
A big semi-final coming your way, huge in fact. How do you prepare now? Obviously that's later on today. What do you guys do? How do you kind of rally the troops here? What do you do going forward into that semi-final later?
People are probably just gonna like chill out, watch the game a little bit, probably start like death matching. Like me and Imi will watch some stuff, but we try not to like overload our teammates too much, because I think that a lot of the time people get in their own heads and they see like, okay, if you see this, then it like they're 100% convinced that if you see it, something's happening. So like me and Imi keep it, and then I just like try to convey it the best way I can in the game.
You've also obviously been in this situation before. You were at the runners-up last year at home ground. Here you are in the semi-finals playing for a chance to get into the final again. Tokyo is this incredible place, isn't it? I mean, how have you and the rest of the team enjoyed your time? Clearly the crowd love you guys. Tons of cheering, tons of applause. But how has it been for you personally?
Incredible. I mean, once-in-a-lifetime experience. I don't think anyone would expect to play Valorant in a stadium like this. Like, obviously I know there's another event here, but like the historic like meaning behind this venue, it's incredible, and the fans are probably the best in the world.
There you go. You heard it right there. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Congratulations. Good luck for later on. For now, though, it's back to Ian and the desk to break it all down for us.
Thank you very much, Adam, and Vanity as well. Vanity, you did say there that the more you play in front of a crowd like this, the more you want to play. Luckily for you guys, you've got another tough best-of-3 coming your way in our next quarterfinal, semi-final, sorry, against FUT. We move on now to our next quarterfinal. It's DRX versus 100 Thieves, with Achilles here and Paper Thin to talk us through it. Let's start off by taking a look at this DRX roster. It's a team you both follow very closely in the Pacific League. They're coming into today off the back of a bit of a mixed bag yesterday. Of course, they started strong, tough, hard-fought victory. Didn't necessarily end the day as well as they'd have liked.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen more DRX than probably anybody in the world has as far as casters go. I think, you know, it looked a little bit uncomfortable at times. It looked like they're still trying to really kind of figure out you know, how this Foxy9 flashback combo is going to play into this roster. Even in some cases, how if they're going to run for example, double duelist, which one should be Jet and which one should be Raze versus Buzz and Foxy. So talking to the staff behind the scenes, they're just saying, look, we're just trying to figure out, you know, what our strengths and weaknesses are, what our players' strengths and weaknesses are, and, you know, how we can best balance this and how we can best, you know, prepare our players for the future.
Yeah, and I mean, that's also reflective in what we're seeing Termi do, or not do, which I should say, which is not call timeouts. He wants to try to just leave stacks out there, leave the team out there, and course correct themselves rather than come in and intervene. Obviously, if this was, you know, a regular season match and this was going to lead to a qualification for a major or something like that, you know, Masters Madrid on the horizon, that kind of stuff, we'd be seeing a lot more interference. But Tournament wants to give this opportunity over to the team to say, okay, you need to be able to problem solve, because there are going to be times where I have already called the timeouts, or, you know, and I won't be able to intervene. So you need to be able to figure things out for yourself. So I think that they're using this as a bit of an exercise, something that we have seen them do in the past, and it's gonna, you know, we'll have to just see if it works here, because this is do or die. This is elimination on the line. So if DRX want to be moving forward, they have to be able to get their way through this matchup.
Tom told me once that DRX are one of the most consistent teams in all of Valorant, and in the Pacific League, they were amazing, right, in the regular season, topped it. But then when it came to crunch time, I think they only lost to one team, Paper Rex, right? And then
all the way into the final.
All the way into the final, and then they finished in second place. So is there a concern here that if they do manage to keep moving through, that grand final might be a little bit too much for them to handle?
I mean,
I'm looking ahead. I'm sorry, but
in Asia, in this region, they do pretty well.
Yeah.
When it comes to other tournaments, right? Like, they're generally up there, usually winning them in some cases. It just kind of depends. But here you're going up against, you know, teams with the caliber of Foot and Fnatic, potentially even 100 Thieves, who looked a lot better in their second matchup of the day. It's a tough road to get through to the win at this tournament. It's going to be challenging, especially when you're bringing these new young players, trying to see what they're really made of, trying to test their mettle as part of all of this, and also for Stax, you know, like he mentioned, trying to make sure that he's still more adaptive, more creative, more intuitive with his IGLing. So all of those things put together, I think, makes it pretty challenging for DRX to really run the table the rest of the way through.
I'd have to agree. I mean, it also doesn't help, but it's also not necessarily hurting that they have Flashback in, but there's just a lot of pre-built synergies that you do get when you have the likes of RB as well as Zest that were running through the roster for the most part in 2023. You know, Flashback comes in. That's something that he then needs to get caught up on. They need to try to integrate him even further. He's been having fantastic individual performances, but we also have seen those disjointed moments from DRX where the comms aren't necessarily as clear. People aren't counter-swinging to try to get a trade, etc. And as that continues to come together, it's going to look better and better. It has looked better and better, aside from the loss yesterday. So we'll see what kind of prep they're able to do from yesterday, because it's a very fast turnaround. It's a 3-day tournament. You don't have that much time to just take a rest and, you know, have a break and then get back on the horse. You have to stay on the horse the entire time. You cannot get bucked off.
Well, looking to buck them off the horse will be 100 Thieves. Before we talk about them, let's meet them. They've had some roster changes. You might not know these guys too well altogether.
Which agent is the most overpowered right now?
Viper. Oh. Nah, it's still Jet for sure, actually.
Nah, I think Viper is still pretty OP, I'm not gonna lie. I have to agree with Sean.
Which ultimate ability can change the tide of the game the most?
Jet Daggers, if he has like a 4K or something like that with Jet Daggers, they have so much eco, everyone lives, and then that guy's like frying from then on. Jet Daggers is like underrated OP.
Who's the best cook in the team?
That has to be me. You guys haven't seen me cook, but I swear to God, I cook mean. I cook some mean meals. I'm not gonna lie.
I just don't believe you.
No, I'm a fire cook. Hold on, just wait till we get back to LA. I'll cook.
You'll cook for us? Oh, okay.
If one of you were to accidentally team flash, who would it most likely be?
Peter. I'm the only one who has flashes.
I have flashes,
You
bro.
don't.
I have flashes.
Use them for info.
Oops.
He won't tell you. He won't tell you he's flashing you. He just says oops.
Yeah, he says oops.
And then you're blind.
Well, no, you know that.
Who takes the longest getting ready in the morning?
Oh my God. That's a good one.
Wait, don't put this question in.
40 minutes late every time. Yeah, I'll be down in 10 minutes.
I love these videos where we get to know them a little bit more behind the scenes and outside of the server, but this is an org that knows what a home ground trophy feels like after lifting it in the beautiful, wonderful city of Manchester last year. This time in Tokyo with a new look roster. They didn't get off to the strongest start, whooped by Foot on Haven 13-3 yesterday, but then did bounce back with an impressive 13-7 win over Scarz. So it was a story of two halves, wasn't it, Achilles?
Yeah, it very much was. I mean, it was great to see the rebound here from this team because, again, this is an organization whose fan base has been dying for some better results because, yes, they did win in Manchester, and then they didn't go to any international competitions aside from Lock-In, which everyone was invited to. So they've been chomping at the bit to see a team that they can really believe in. That first matchup did not inspire that hope, but the second one certainly did. Everybody seemed way more comfortable, way more fluid playing together up on that stage, and they had a pretty easy go of it, 13-7 at the end, to be able to take down Scarz, who looked really, just really hot in their first series versus DRX. So I think it was a good achievement. Bang has been so consistent across both of those series, but we also saw the step up from Cryo, from Asuna, from the whole team across the board. Everybody was fragging out of control. So I think that if they're going to be starting off like that again here today, DRX have their work cut out for them because 100 Thieves looked really strong at the end of the day.
Quinton, Seth has hit the nail on the head there. I think that a lot of 100 Thieves fans have lost a bit of faith in this team. And I think this is a really good opportunity to get everyone back on the bandwagon going into next season.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think especially if they can beat DRX here, I think that you've really got to start having some faith that no matter what this roster ends up looking like, whether or not they keep Nature or not, we don't know, that you have to feel pretty good about it, especially because of the situation that they find themselves in with this tournament. Barely any time to practice with these players. They came in as cold can be as far as a tournament like this goes, and they still, they stumbled out the gate. But, you know, they were talking to me behind the scenes. I had a good talk with Cryo backstage, and he was just saying, look, we know we started slow, but we just didn't feel comfortable. We weren't gelling and that kind of thing. And you could tell, right? Like, it's pretty obvious. But by the second match, it was like they were starting to get their comms down better. They were starting to get the flow of each other's, decision-making and those kind of things a lot better. So that's got to be inspiring, that quickly, after just one map, they get a little bit of a rest, and then by the next map, they've got it much more figured out. And even though Scarz, had a good run, there's still a little bit of a lesser team than Foot. That doesn't matter because a lot of the fundamentals look so much better for 100 Thieves, and that's got to be really inspiring.
I was watching a stream back from last night of Nadeshot watching the 100 Thieves loss yesterday, and he was watching us, which was pretty cool. But he went on to say that this tournament is about getting reps in, having some fun. But come on, if you're a 100 Thieves fan, if you're Nadeshot yourself, if you're part of the roster, you got to want to win this.
Winning's fun.
Yeah,
I mean,
winning is fun.
Winning is fun, but again, I will harken back to the words of Coach Minnie, which is let's not go too overboard about judging teams during off-season tournaments. It would feel really good for the organization, for these players, for the fans to be able to get that win. Just don't let it go to your heads. Just don't say, oh my God, we're back, we're on top of the world. It's a good sign, but it's not necessarily a long-term indicator.
It sounds like that's what you've learned from 100 Thieves,
grain
right?
of salt. Grains of salt are very important.
How long do you think it takes on general, especially from what you guys have witnessed, not just in this esport, but others outside of it, to get the wheels spinning for a new roster when these changes come in? On average, it's hard to tell, right? But it definitely takes longer than a few days, right?
I'd say 3 to 4 months.
It could take
maybe longer.
It could really take a long time, but it could also happen really quickly. It's like
really
when you're getting into a new relationship. Sometimes you fall into it so quickly, and you just fall into the motions, and suddenly you're proposing. That could be a thing that happens to some people. No, it did not. But I mean, I fell in love with my wife very quickly. That's true. But the marriage took a while.
Lucky woman.
And that took like 6 years or something, basically, to get to the marriage part. But other times you have slow build relationships. You knew somebody for a very long time. Took a little while for you guys to get closer, then suddenly you start dating. It can be like that. So it really depends on just what team you have, I guess is what I'm saying. Everybody is going to be different. Every player is going to integrate differently.
Yeah.
And it's just about bringing that together. And that is actually where the weight falls, I think, more on the staff of the organization to make sure that they are getting these players together, make sure that they are getting acclimated to one another. So that's where your GMs, your coaches, etc., are going to find that much more importance.
Yeah, and I think back to like T1, for example. Like when you first bring on Carpe and all these players, this is like the one that's most kind of memorable for me in terms of a team that it took a while to get it going, but eventually they were a world-class team, making the international events, looking really good in their own region. It took a little while to get all the new players and get the new system adapted with the new coach and all that other stuff. But once they had that 4 or 5 months of kind of solid practice and play time together, all of a sudden it really started clicking. So I think that's a good example of, look at this offseason as like, okay, are they making good decisions? Do their fundamentals look good? Are they able to trade well off of each other? Things like that, or at least make the right, micro movement at the right time, right? You're not trying to be these world beater genius strategies. You're trying to make sure that you're making good fundamentals, and that's really what we're looking at. And again, that's why I'm saying for 100 Thieves fans, from game 1 to game 2 yesterday, you got to be really encouraged because it looked like night and day difference.
Yeah, it did. Well, look, as you can see, the fans are still in here in their masses, and what I love about this arena is, if you're watching football, and I know you see it in American football too, when your team's losing, you feel like they've lost. A lot of you tend to dip out of the arena early and go beat the traffic. Here in Japan, we've got fans of all the teams, not just the Japanese teams, that are showing up and cheering them on. We've got DRX fans here, we've got 100 Thieves and more, and they'll be making noise to support them when we come back. The quarterfinal is coming up shortly. You do not want to miss it.
本日の2試合目を戦う2チームをステージにお呼びしましょう。 DRX Thieves.
DRX versus 100 Thieves. We spend a lot of time up here on our analyst desk looking at screens, right, from our booth. And that was the first time in a while where I've sort of like turned around and just soaked it up in the arena almost as a fan watching the players and the teams make their way out onto the stage. And I get goosebumps still every single time it happens. You can only imagine what it's like for these players making their way out here.
Oh, there's no better feeling in the world. I mean, I can't imagine it's coming out in front of fans like this, in a venue like this, at a moment like this, just having this whole crowd cheering for you. They've been cheering for every team. It's really awesome to see, just the support that they bring. And you want to come out here, and even though we know there's been a lot of talk of, practicing fundamentals, working on these new players, working on new things in the season, you still want to win. You still want to put on a good show for these fans. So definitely these players and these teams are going to give it their all.
Yeah. At the same time, a lot of experience on that stage on both sides. So I don't think that they're going to get tired of the feeling, but I also don't think that they're going to be too perturbed by the feeling of walking out in front of a crowd like this, especially when it's kind of going to be, I think, a bit of a split crowd. There are a lot of DRX fans here in Japan, but the Japanese fans, they have cheered for everybody the whole way throughout, so I'm sure 100 Thieves is going to be getting plenty of cheers themselves. As we can see, though, going into the map draft, Haven ban, Sunset ban, DRX doing their typical DRX thing, banning the newest map.
Yeah, they don't like to play the newest map usually. They floated it at the 10 event one time, but then Bine's going to be the next one, 400 Thieves. So DRX doesn't want to play Split again. Felt like maybe that one.
That leaves us with Breeze, I believe.
Yeah, Breeze. Wow, that's usually a map that DRX likes to avoid.
Yeah, I mean, have had quite a bit of strength on it in the past, but what does that look like with this
Breeze.
Current iteration of the RX, with the new Breeze, with the roster that they've been running? Be curious to see if we can go the distance. We already had 1 3-map series, so fingers crossed that we can make it happen again.
Are we ever going to see any Sunset, do you think, at this tournament?
I would love to.
Me too.
Maybe when we make it into the grand final, I think it'll still end up being a first-round ban by whichever teams are in there. But it would be awesome to see it at this level in front of a crowd like this, give the Japanese fans their first real exposure to that map on this kind of a grand stage. But something tells me it probably won't happen.
I think the thing for a lot of these teams is there's concern about showing your hand early with that map. Like you're worried in this offseason that you're going to tip a little bit of your ideas and your thinking here. So this is kind of interesting. 100 Thieves going with Cryo on the Killjoy, Asuna on the Raze. Now we talked a bit yesterday about how 100 Thieves likes to kind of rotate Asuna around into a lot of different roles, and sometimes Duelist does come up for it, whether it be a Yoru or in this case now, as we've also seen in the past, the Raze is something you can do, but not seeing Cryo on a Duelist. Not something we've seen yet this event. I believe you mentioned it, Achilles. He's only played Jet.
Yeah, he was playing Jet in the first 2 matches. Now we get to see him shift away from that one, showing a bit more of that flexibility. We'll see how polished it's going to be. He and Asuna were playing that Raze Jet combo on Split yesterday versus Scarz, and overall, it was really good with those 2 side by side. So we know that Asuna's going to be feeling very well prepped, very well practiced coming into this one to bring out the Raze yet again. We'll see how that KJ is going to be going, but also obviously Buzz this time going to be going for the Raze, something that I was looking for in their own split game just yesterday. We didn't get to see it. He was back on the Jet, didn't find that much impact, but now he's back here on this Raze where he has had some incredibly proficient performances back over champs.
You don't want to see, I imagine you guys are going to want to see DRX progress here. You don't want to see another American team.
What are you talking about? What?
I'm an unbiased caster.
Yeah, unbiased. Yeah, what are you talking about?
I can see it in your eyes, guys.
I definitely didn't have a DRX bracelet on underneath my my cardigan yesterday. Definitely not.
I got a feeling that Seth's got a DRX tattoo somewhere on his chest or something.
It's not on my chest.
But I am going to actually ask you, especially going into our first map here, you know I like to get my predictions. We've got still a bit of time before we throw ourselves into it. Being honest, taking maybe your slightly biased caps off here, who's taking map 1, and then potentially who you think is going to take the series?
I mean, honestly, this
I had to pick first yesterday, so you did it.
This is genuinely a bit of a tough one. I think that 100 Thieves, if they come out with the performance that we saw from them versus Scarz, I think that heavily outweighs what we saw from DRX in their second series versus Foot. Granted, Foot, very strong competitor, and very clearly, as we have learned throughout this tournament, and we learned in the run-up to this event with them qualifying, not dropping any maps, Foot is a team that be respected, but I also saw a lot more disjointedness from DRX compared to 100 Thieves versus Scarz. So I think that given they're coming into this one with their map pick, if Cryo can have a strong performance on Killjoy, I have a lot of faith in the rest of that roster to be solid and give DRX some trouble.
I'm going to slightly favor DRX here, not by much, and the reason I'm going to slightly favor them is I think Mako had an off day yesterday. Foxy9's a bit up and down, so if we can get a little bit more consistency, particularly out of Mako, I think DRX should have a very slight edge. It's going to be really, really close. You know, Foxy9, a great player for a while, back in Pacific last year in VCT. He's a player that has become kind of a fan favorite across the world, and rightly so. He's very explosive, especially with that op, but he has kind of some of these weaknesses, some of these tendencies that teams started to be able to exploit. He gets distended from the rest of the team pretty easily. He's easily kind of distracted and things like that, or he over-aggresses sometimes. So if he can just kind of keep it in check here, and I think it's really good to have him on that KJ. I thought that's where he showed his best performance so far in this tournament, was on that Killjoy. So I'm looking to see him repeat that here.
Well, we just saw the beautiful trophy there as well, and to sit that close to it in a quarter-final, you'll be licking your lips as if you've got a bowl of ramen in front of you, wanting to get your hands on it. But you've got a lot of players here across the board. You mentioned Foxy there. Yes, could get distracted. Yes, he might have been sussed out by certain players. But there's a lot of, I call it pop-off ability across the board here on both teams, Seth.
No, I mean, there really is, and they have both demonstrated that. I mean, TRX in their first series, they displayed that in pretty much every single role. Stacks is still that 1v4, probably one of the biggest highlights of the tournament thus far. As you can see, we do have an admin taking care of something here for Nature on stage, so might be a little bit of a more minor delay as we get ready to go into this first game of Lotus, but that has been on display. Mako as well, he has had those performances. We saw it from Buzz. Some of those op kills that he was able to get on that initial Haven map were absolutely incredible. So I'm very curious to see which team is going to pop off just a bit harder, because that really could be the difference maker.
If you are joining us for the very first time and you're thinking, where on earth is this all taking place? Well, you join us live at the historic Sumo Arena in Tokyo, Japan. You can see the banners at the very top there of legendary sumo wrestlers of the past. This is the Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena, a name that I practiced for a month every night, pronunciation.
You practice that?
And I'm still butchering it every single time that I say it. It is a phenomenal space. You can imagine if you're watching from home what it must feel like to be inside of this venue. And we actually have sold it out. So at certain points during this weekend, this will be packed to the absolute rafters. And Achilles, you know your research. You did your research on this illustrious building, and it goes back decades, doesn't it?
I mean, over 100 years. This place has been standing in some capacity. I mean, again, renovations.
I think it was remade in like 1985.
But the original building, it was founded as a sumo wrestling arena 114 years ago. So to be in a historic venue like this, like I said, yesterday, this is one of the coolest venues that I've been in. I have worked at Madison Square Garden before. That's probably number 2 to this. And that venue is way bigger, but this one is just way cooler for the themes that are in here, all of the artwork that they have. It's just such a cool aesthetic to be working in.
Seth, I know that you've been to Japan many times. You lived here for a while, right?
Well,
a small while.
Lived here is like, I spent a lot of time on vacation here. Let's put it that way. I've spent over 5 months total on vacation in this country.
Well, one thing I've noticed since been here is there's like a real beautiful clash of like the modernity and the tradition that this city brings. And I think that what this event really does, esports, like you can imagine in 1985 when they were rebuilding this place, to picture a load of video gamers sat right in the center where the sumo wrestling normally goes down. It's mind-blowing, but it really does suit the theme of Japan, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is such a wonderful country because of the things you're talking about. It really scratches a lot of the itches of the things that I really like. First and foremost being like video game culture, esports culture. Esports just starting to now really take off in Japan. Valorant being really the first big one that's starting to sell out these huge, multi-thousand person stadiums that this country supports. That's awesome. The nature in this country also just absolutely stunning, absolutely gorgeous. Whether you're here for the Sakura during the spring, you go to Mount Fuji, go up to North and Sapporo for the snow in the winter.
See the cherry blossoms.
The cherry blossoms are absolutely gorgeous here. All these great things that this country provides. And what's so cool about this event, I love that you mentioned this because I had a talk with the staff behind the scenes of the event and I said, this is a sumo arena. How did this end up coming here? And they're like, well, we're pretty surprised that we actually were able to book this venue because they almost never let anything that isn't an actual athletic competition be held at this arena. So not only is this just an incredible venue in and of itself, but we have the honor of being one of the first ever, if not the first ever, especially esports event to be here, but a non-athletic competition as well.
It's amazing because when you host
There's cyber athletes, paper thin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cyber athletes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to discredit anyone's physical abilities.
I think, whenever you host any kind of an event in an arena with the heritage that this has, you have to treat it with the utmost respect.
For sure.
And if there's one thing that you can see with these Japanese fans, and Japanese people in general, they just conduct themselves with such respect.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting on mats, And if you're going to hold this event in the States or just anywhere in the West and your fans showed up and they were like, oh, we got to sit on mats, they'd be like, I don't want to do that. In Japan, that's just part of the culture, and they're happy to do it. And they're like, yeah, I'm just going to sit here, I'm going to vibe, and I'm going to watch some games, I'm going to cheer for the teams that I want to cheer for, and maybe even some that I don't want to cheer for if they pull off some crazy performances up on that stage. So
you know what's crazy about these mats?
Everybody's been so happy to be here.
I found out.
Oh, yeah.
So if you come here for a sumo event, let's say, and your favorite sumo wrestler wins, it's tradition to throw the pillows or the mats into the air.
Oh, cool.
Now, don't do that here. We've been specifically asked not to do that. So if you're here listening
like a graduation, throwing your graduation caps up.
But
exactly.
You cushion instead.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I'm learning things every single second as we roll on through the weekend here at Red Bull Homeground 2023, live from Tokyo, Japan. We are just working out some kinks here as we get ready for DRX versus 100 Thieves. But if you don't know much about this DRX roster, especially about their personalities and what makes them tick, you are going to love this piece of content.
Who's best at sneaking behind enemy lines and catching them off guard?
마코죠. 이유는요? 이유는 짬이 이제 많고 아무것도 안 하는데.
Who's most likely to forget to buy during the buy phase?
이건 개인적으로 저는 구태형이라고 생각합니다. 왜냐하면은 라운드 시작 전에 이제 IGL이 있기 때문에 많은 생각을 하기 때문에 그것 때문에 가끔씩 까먹는 경우가 살짝 좀 있지 않나 싶거든요.
저는 저라고 생각해요. 진짜 아직 미숙해서 몇 번씩 까먹을 때가 있어요.
Which player spends the most time customizing their weapon skins?
저는 경철이 형 같아요. 약간 스크림 할 때 맨날 스킨 달라고 해요. 경철이 형인 것 같아요.
Who's most likely to clutch a 1v5 scenario?
저는 저죠 당연히. 왜냐면은 그럼 저니까 1대5 상황 이지합니다.
저는 저 빼고 다 잘할 것 같아요. 저는 혼자 남으면 손이 막 벌벌 떨려요.
You know, I love getting to know these players behind the scenes. It's not something we always have the luxury of. These are the cushions that the fans are sitting on right now that you guys just alluded to. And remember, if you're watching this, well, you're not here if you're watching this, sorry, but you're not allowed to throw them in the air if your team
not
wins.
at this event.
That's only for sumo
you come for
wrestling.
sumo, it's fine.
Yeah.
So we got to come back for sumo wrestling, guys. Have you ever been?
Yeah.
Have you ever been? You two?
I haven't. No, I actually have been really wanting to go, but I've never had the opportunity.
I've come over for concerts and that sort of thing, but
Nice.
I actually haven't been to any esports events other than a couple concerts in Japan. So I think it'd be super neat to come and watch.
And the music culture is so big over here, isn't it? You have some of the biggest artists in the world, and they'll only book a limited number of events, and they always want to come to Tokyo, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've got friends that tour in the United States and Europe and things like that. Other than that, they pretty much just tour Japan for certain types of music, like metal and these kind of things. So it's awesome. Japan has a great jazz culture, which is something I'm really into. I used to play jazz way back in the day.
Nice.
Love that type
What
of music.
instrument?
I played the saxophone.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, but I really love jazz music. So I come down here. There's tons of great jazz clubs and bars all throughout Japan. Not just like Tokyo. Yokohama is really famous for it and that kind of thing. So there's awesome music all across the board.
That was back with Dean Martin. You guys were a duo for a little bit, right?
Listen,
I like the Dean Martin reference because that's like a roast, and then you also roasted me. That's well done.
That was a double roast, right?
Yeah.
Listen, we'll hear more from Captain Sax very soon. But before we do, if you witnessed the very start of this show, witness as if I've made that much of a big deal. But I was a robot at the beginning of yesterday and today using some really clever AI technology. And it turns out the team who put that together didn't want to waste it on just me. So we actually got to turn some of the players here in Japan into robots as well. Let's take a look how that went down.
最近アイスを実装されたじゃないですか。そっちがちょっと似すぎてて。
What is that hair, bro?
Yeah, hair's all too different.
One of the best things I've ever seen in my life, if I'm being honest.
When I first saw the picture, it's wow, handsome. Yo, what? Is that me? I kind of surprised, so yeah, it's really cool. What did I have in the hand? You're a mechanic. I didn't really expect that type, like mechanic, so dressed up.
Damn, what have they done to me? I think I need one a bit more cute, more kawaii. It made my hair kind of cool though. My hair, that's cooler than my hair in real life.
I think it just looked like, I don't know, maybe like a sports guy on the edges, like Jet.
What?
Wow.
That's not even Sean.
You look
way better.
I'm like a 3 out of 10 on coolness, so he's like probably like a 9 or 8 out of 10.
I'm giving Bang more than a 3 out of 10 for coolness. I'm giving him a solid 8.
Yeah,
His
sure.
performances, sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I
was going to say he's
agree
been
with
playing
that.
good enough to deserve that.
Yeah, I mentioned there that they all got turned into robots. It turns out that is just exclusively for me. That was just AI art, which is just as cool, right? Some of those images were sick.
I really like those. I mean, some of them look pretty cool. The guy with like the what did he call it? The mechanic thing in his hand and like the ball of energy. I like that. That was sick.
Yeah.
Stacks was a little off from the base image. I think that
But he seemed pretty happy
I think there was
with
a lot embellished, but I think that he was pretty happy with it.
The thing that's fascinating me is everybody just got like pecs and abs like that. Bang. You know, yeah, I like that. I'd like to look like that. Just apologies if you're watching at home wondering what's going on. We are having a couple of tech issues here in regards to headsets and sound, but we are working on that to fix and get you right back into the action as soon as we possibly can. Tech delays like this, we get them all the time in all esports and all kinds of events. It's just part of the game. It's just what happens. It's a huge arena. We've got 2 broadcasts running at the same time, cables everywhere. But it can be a little bit distracting. You've got to, as a player, make sure you stay locked in and don't lose focus here, right?
Yeah, and that's one of the issues that always comes with these things is that, you need to be able to focus. And that's something that can separate a good player from a great player, is being able to roll with the punches when there are going to be delays. The same thing can happen in sports. You can have something happen where it really just slows up the game, baseball, and get rained out, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So being able to just stay in that mindset that you had when you were walking out onto the stage where you're hyper-focused and ready to perform, that is a part of being a great player. And I think that, for 100 Thieves, not going to have too many issues once we can rectify this one.
Yeah, and it's just part of the nature of the event, of esports. It's just what happens. Yeah, you get out of here.
Have you got an EU pun as well, or is that it?
No, I don't know if I have an EU pun built in.
3 years of this, Ian.
Yeah.
Years of these
he's had to deal with this
puns.
for a while. Let me just kind of simmer on that one for a little while, and maybe I'll find something.
Yeah, bring it to the table.
Yeah. But no, I mean, this is just gonna happen. So in some ways, I don't want to say it's good, but there's never not going to be a tournament where you're not going to have at least something small happen. There's always at least a little thing. Big ones happen sometimes too. So, as a player, you got to experience this. It's because it's just going to happen.
It's part of the parcel, isn't it? And that's what's amazing about these off-season events. It gets you prepped for the big-time on-season events as well. All of the if, buts, and maybes that come with them. And as you can see, our tech team are working incredibly hard to resolve this issue. So while they do, we're going to take a quick break, maybe grab a Red Bull, and we'll be back with you very soon. Welcome back to Red Bull Homeground 2023, live from Tokyo, Japan. We apologize for the delays. We are now finally ready to throw you into our next quarterfinal. It is DRX versus 100 Thieves. My name's Ian, and we've got Paperthin and Achilles here, ready to call all of the action. Just briefly, we've got just under a minute to sort of preview this again for if anybody's just joined us. Why should people be excited about this matchup going into Lotus Fest?
I think 100 Thieves, some really new additions to the roster, looking a lot better, so you got to be excited for that. DRX trying out some younger talent who have shown flashes of brilliance. Can either team kind of find some form here?
Yeah, I mean, it's been upward growth here for the side of 100 Thieves, whereas DRX started things off really hot, had those crazy clutches in their opening game, and then fumbled a bit more in the second series versus Foot. So they're trying to climb back. 100 Thieves is trying to continue this climb upward. And I think that this is going to be a gigabanger, and we're hoping that we go all the way to 3, because we haven't seen Breeze yet, and it's on the horizon.
I think we will.
You think we will?
Yeah.
That's
I think
a bold
these teams,
prediction.
Yeah, I think these two teams are pretty evenly matched right now.
This is what you want, though, isn't it, in a quarterfinal? You want that back and forth affair, and it looks like we might be about to get just that. All of the players looking well and truly locked in despite the delays, and whoever wins this has got to face the prospect of Fnatic waiting in the wings. That's a daunting prospect in itself, but to get there, they've got to win this series. Let's get into map 1 to kick things off here with our amazing casters.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, let's go ahead and get into the action. DRX first and foremost going to be here on the attack. You see a bit of a fan out here. FDR stack over towards C, and that's exactly where we have nearly 4 members of 100 Thieves. So lurking back here over at Waterfall can very quickly reinforce Nature and Cryo should they need to, but it seems like DRX may be looking to go take a sniff over towards the A side of the map.
Yeah, I think getting a little bit more contact than maybe they were hoping for with Buzz and Mako. You can use that Paint Shells Paranoia combo to try to bust through the site, to kind of keep that right-hand side on lockdown, knock somebody off who's on top of the site with the Paint Shells, use the Paranoia to clear off that right-hand side if possible. Now you've got Flashback scooting his way over there as well. An interesting change between the last time we saw Lotus from DRX is Sky for stacks instead of the Fade.
Fade's going to be going out frenzy from Buzz, not going to be able to find the kill. Now Nature going to be taking down Flashback as well. 2 quick kills. Going to be spotted in Mako, trying to get over to the door, cut down to size. Asuna claiming him. Foxy9, deep lurk all the way out through B. Does manage to find one, but the spike is going to be straight at Mound as Stacks. He can try to hold his ground, gets the dink, can't get the kill. Low HP bars on 3 members here, but Foxy9
they know.
having to push to the poison orb. Won't be able to find a single one of them. You will get the final shot. 100 Thieves will get the pistol.
Yes, this is read really well by 100 Thieves. Again, DRX trying to set up for this combo with the utility. Clear the site with the mollies from the Viper and the Rays. Use the Paranoia to kind of block off some of the vision on the right-hand side, but it's really well dodged. Plus, you have 4 out of the 5 members of 100 Thieves already on the site anyway, making it a pretty easy affair. Foxy's lurk probably has a lot more impact. He was just kind of waiting right outside of B for the longest time, just watching that double door. And then waiting to see if anybody would try to push out. Nobody did. So let's see what DRX wants to do here with just a very
Flashback
low
is so low.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and recover.
Caught by that C's, too.
A bit of damage found there. That decay coming through. Oh, now going to be spotted. Staying up on top of the rubble. Big kill here for the Omen of 100 Thieves. Stacks all the way forward on Mound. Looks like he's just going to be on orb collection duty, trying to get those Seekers up. So far, just the 1 charge. Foxy9, the only one bringing a Sheriff to the fight. He's going to be backing away.
You can see with this 1-3-1 setup that the Thieves are really suspecting that DRX would want to go towards B after their player got cut off towards A, but now it's getting pinged out. Let's see what they can get done here.
Smoke comes down. Paranoia at the ready, and this would catch just about everybody. Sends it out, does spot him. Mako not quite getting caught by it, but still ends up falling. Asuna will get Buzz, as well as Foxy9. Cleanup comes in, a flawless round here in the follow-up. Anti-Eco goes the way 100 Thieves.
Just really well read here by Bang. He continues to have an extremely strong performance throughout this tournament. Perfectly timed Paranoia, a great crunch play. The crossfires are there, and DRX, just not much they can do with that weakened weaponry. So able to keep over some pretty decent guns as DRX goes into their buy round. Vandals and Phantoms. A Guardian and a Vandal and a Bulldog. Going to be the big boy guns coming for 100 Thieves as they now Gonna spread the map a little bit. Toxic screen going to be placed over towards A here early for flashback. As again, this force of Buzz and Mako trying to see what they can get done at C, but well handled here by Asuna.
Yeah, a decent amount of damage across there initially. They back away. Okay, will expire. Now they don't know if anybody is pushed forward. Could be tucked around the corner there, the front side of Mound. So Mako wanting to try and dissuade anybody from pushing forward. Meanwhile, flashback on a bit of a duo mission here alongside Foxy9, creeping forward. They get themselves over to Rubble. So far, not really finding any contact. Haunt comes out. No one spotted. Nature just going to be jiggling on the corner there by sight. Baby door is still not broken.
Yeah, not enough attention over on the other side. And if they see that this is flashback, that's not really going to draw too much attention. He's often on his own. Forward DRX just kind of lurking around. Going to clear that alarm bot, but that's only going to send Cryo shifting a little bit. Everybody else is kind of keeping their eyes towards C. Now you're going to lead out with a lot of utility. Buzz caught by the paranoia.
Caught by the paranoia, but still able to win the fight. And the first Spectre manages to get the better of Bang there. Taken down. Now Asuna as well going to fall. Heals come through. Stax just trying to top the back up as best as humanly possible. Shots through and a little bit low there. Squeaky bump time, but Mako still staying alive. Flash in towards Waterfall. Cryo able to turn away. There's the alarm bot. 3v5 for the retake here. Not much util. Another Haunt. A Prowler available. One Nano Swarm. No snake bites, and Prowler's not going to be able to spot too much of anything. Spam with the Stinger. Nature just trying to see if anyone's playing on top of the spike itself. The answer is going to be no. Swarm Grenade now going to be lobbed into the back. Mako looks like he's going to be out of range. That one actually lands up on top of the platform. Stax able to find one, gets taken down by Nature, but now Nature falls to Flashback's hand. EU back of sight. Going to try to see if he can get anything on the exits, but it's going to be a headshot from Flashback to take him down. Spike will explode. Everyone will get away from the blast radius, and DRX will go ahead and pick up the bonus.
Yeah, a little bit more diligent on this execute than we saw in the pistol round from DRX. Committing the Trailblazer in particular really gives you a lot of extra information on where the players are. A good reaction here from Buzz after getting caught by that paranoia to take down the opening player. And from there, you know, DRX just able to kind of handle business well. You know, you saw a lot of, if you watch some of the player videos from yesterday, some of them talked about that Lotus C is one of the hardest to defend in the game right now. And the reason is there's so many tight angles, right? And you're so exposed to mollies and those kind of things, it's hard to get away from them. It's pretty easy to get flashed. There's a lot of open space for a flash to land and hit you, and only a couple narrow chokes as escape points to get out of. So you kind of have to play a lot of post-plant in those situations, be really cagey. Try to play it a little up close and personal that round with, you know, again, it being the bonus for 100 Thieves. Totally respect it, totally get it. But DRX able to kind of take advantage of that. Now trying to spread the map a little bit here is DRX in terms of changing directions, changing sides, making their way over towards A. Mako and Buzz often going to be the tip of the spear here with that paranoia and then the blast packs.
One away from the showstopper down here for Asuna, and now Buzz going to be taken down, trying to blast back forward into the site, and Bang arriving up through connector, managing to find Mako. Bloody back and forth. It's going to be a 3 for 2 now as Asuna also manages to find Flashback. Oh, the weapon put away. Bang can't quite stabilize. Cryo is there for the trade. Stax now left on his lonesome. 1v2, and that ult is now available. Asuna could just bring out the rocket if it comes down to it. Stax assessing his options, but they've scattered to the wind. They're out of audio range. So Stax will have no real idea where they're going to be. The creep forward. Asuna there. Stax cannot get the kill. Asuna stands tall with 18 HP. And 100 Thieves pick up a third round win.
Yeah, and this is some of the things that we're looking for 100 Thieves in terms of their coordination and their teamwork here. And right off the rip, yeah, Nature goes down with that Odin, but then Bangs right there on the spot to set up that crossfire from the Link. This is just really nice stuff. They've got the Lurk somewhat accounted for. This time it's going to be Foxy9 instead of, sometimes you see it be Flashback, sometimes it's Foxy9 depending on the situation, but still, really good fundamentals here from 100 Thieves. Despite kind of it maybe looked like after getting that Odin knockdown that DRX was going to be able to blast through.
Well, maybe we're going to be seeing a rush play coming through from 100 Thieves because they know that DRX is going to be on a weaker buy. Looks like that's not going to be the case. Sending out the nades, seeing what they can assess over towards C. Had he pulled the trigger on it, he might have been able to get 2 kills. Decent damage there on to Cryo. They're pushing in, trying to find it. Foxy9 as well. Tagged down to 45.
Everybody
they,
money.
they cannot over pursue, so they just have to back away.
I just looked at the buy, and everybody's money kind of sucks. Like it's not the best round, but a little bit more in favor of 100 Thieves, especially with this in hand.
Okay, needs to try to get the trade. Mako will be able to do so. Asuna giving his life and the ult for that elimination, but doesn't get a trade up. And weapon can be recovered. They're inching towards it right now, but granted it is just a stinger. Maybe something to go with one of these players wielding a sheriff. Give them a bit more close-range firepower. Stacks swinging around. Bang. ADS here with the Bulldog. Pulls off the angle. Try to send up some covering smoke here, knowing that B is completely exposed at the moment. The turret is there.
30 seconds left.
So they haven't seen anything yet. Smoke gets sent out. Try to maybe fake attempt here over towards A. Buzz now. Lunging forward, looking for a target, spotting nobody. Likely just to send it over towards Waterfall, where it's not going to find any damage dealt.
Gives you the sight, gives you the ability to get in a post plant. Bang. Just going to have to wait this out, but still has the paranoia. So still a little bit of tools here, including the Fade utility to try to clear the site out. They know there's nobody towards spawn. So the pings come down. They saw the Fade utility. DRX, a lot of attention going to be paid that way. If Bang can find a good paranoia, this could turn into a pretty good retake.
Plus, sending out some paint chills to try and delay the paranoia. Very much going to be doing the same here. The approach from Waterfall now coming in. Buzz going to be taken down. Puts out a little bit of damage here. Headshot from Flashback, instantly finding one. Tries to draw down the weapon, but now suddenly again, it's going to be Stacks. The 1v2 this time. Can he get it done? Just has the Sheriff. He cannot. Already had held it to half. The defuse will come in. 4-1. 100 Thieves continue to rack up the rounds.
Really nicely handled here by 100 Thieves. The patience pays off. And they're able to get through. Again, you know, they get value out of the showstopper. DRX does not. Yeah, DRX gets the plant down. It looks like maybe this one could go well. That's a great shot. But right as he goes to change guns, as he goes to pick up a new gun, Flashback gets taken down. And 100 Thieves able to hold off Stacks with just a Sheriff in hand. So far, so good. Really good here. 400 Thieves. Now DRX looking to see if they can maybe find a little bit more value. They've gotten some decent early picks, some decent early trades. But in the long run, 100 Thieves has been just a little bit more tenacious.
Not many players, as we were pointing out in the last round, able to really bank up any cash because these have been incredibly bloody rounds on both sides. One or two people really surviving at the end of them. Nature and Bang, though.
It's a Charles Dickens novel. Everybody's poor.
Decent amount of money behind them. Alarm bot once again going to be set up for this A approach. Oh, the swing out. Nature and Eve get one apiece. You just get taken down, but if you're 100 Thieves, you take that trade up.
It's the timing. They're so good today.
Good yesterday as well. Now the pit going to be invested. Nature wants to make this A site completely unassailable. Buzz trying to creep along the side, but Cryo's just so snappy with it. Nature spotted, dazed up, dips out of the pit. Now they need to try to push into him, and they cannot. Cryo swings back through, finds Foxy9, he gets Stacks, and 100 Thieves will continue on their merry way 3 rounds consecutively now.
Yeah, this is just really good stuff. The timings are so well choreographed here. The senses are really good for Cryo on that swing out. I didn't catch it. What did it say?
Asuna, please marry me.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I get it. I get it. Oh, wait a minute. Wait,
we have attack pause being called by DRX. The first one of the tournament. Seems like now that they've made it to the quarterfinals,
we did it.
They want to, Termi wants to get involved and make sure that they can try to turn things around from here.
Yeah, and I think this is a good time to start going the timeouts. I know that you really want to give Stacks the opportunity as that leader, as that IGL, to kind of work with things, figure things out. But sometimes you need to come in and just kind of calm things down potentially. Sometimes, you know, Stacks is a pretty emotional player. I think a lot of people have seen that on camera. He's known for pounding the desk a little bit or maybe trying to punch a monitor or two. So, you know, as great as Stacks is, as strong of a leader as he can be, sometimes, you know, you need to get in there and kind of put your foot down a little bit and calm him down. And, you know, Termi, it's been a widely, very, very successful coach for DRX for the last 3 years. So,
yeah,
you know, I know there's criticism thrown his way from time to time, but personally, in my book, he's been very, very good.
If I think back, I think it might have been the last time that DRX actually did play against 100 Thieves would have been at Champions Istanbul.
Sounds right.
And Termi was able to completely boom them with tag timeouts on Fracture.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll work his magic again.
Get wrecked, Sean Garris.
But right now, Right now, he's co-streaming.
I know, that's why I said it.
We love you, Sean.
Love you, Sean.
We'll see. 100 Thieves right now, they're looking red hot. The buy still going to be a bit disjointed here with 3 Guardians, 2 Sheriffs from the side of DRX. A buy down to 700 from Foxy9 as well.
Cover going out.
Sean's a real homie. He was one of the first guys on the scene when my shower door exploded in Berlin. So,
yeah,
you and him, yeah.
That did happen.
Yeah. Just a couple Guardians, 3 Guardians for DRX. A couple Sheriffs. Viper's Pit. Mako has his ult. Still the Nightfall in EU's hands. Foxy9 trying to hold this angle. EU, though, going to lead with utility. Quickly cleared.
Quickly cleared, but Asuna takes some more space. Wants to try to push up the back of this one. Gets rid of that turret. Now Foxy9 having to rush forward. Not going to get caught by the C's. A little bit of covering fire trying to be offered up here by Mako, but it's just a Sheriff, and now there's a smoke in the way, and Mako is actually going to be the one getting taken down. EU just spray through and find him in the head.
Yeah, just getting some good shots through the smoke there. I mean, I appreciate Mako trying to come over and help Foxy9 out, but just not ever over-aggressing on that angle. Asuna so well positioned there with his maneuvering.
Now out, baby door. Asuna able to find one, jumping back around the corner, trying to survive. Flashback can only find 1 kill. Foxy9 again trying to go on this walkabout through B, but the rest of the team already dead. Just the Guardian in his hands. Boombot to lead the way. The clear confirms the position. The paint shells are in, and he will not be able to find anything. EU, once again, will continue to be the finisher as 100 Thieves moves up 6-1.
And this is a great round from Asuna. Just the way he's maneuvering himself, the way he's positioning himself, not overextending towards B there in front of Foxy9. And then he backpedals, goes over to help towards A. Does a great job crunching with the rest of his team with Nature and the others. And then he's there at the end to kind of jump in front of EU to set up EU for the final kill. Do not even give Foxy9 really a good chance at finding even a kill there. So that's just phenomenal maneuvering, phenomenal teamwork here from Asuna in particular. A really impressive round from the Rays.
Now the full buy. See if they can get themselves a second round. I mean, we have seen those miracle runbacks from DRX, but given the way that
this map, in fact,
given the way that they've been getting dismantled, though,
I'm sure
so
Billy doesn't want us reminding him of that. But.
That's a fair point. But this just feels like maybe a bit of a bridge too far, unless something starts to click. Plenty of ultimates to try to utilize here for the side of DRX. Just that Nightfall available from 100 Thieves. See what comes into play is now it's going to be Nature and Cryo trying to anchor this A site. Continue to see the slow creep up. Buzz getting closer and closer. Alarm bot around the back side of the box. For now, door going to be broken. Seeker's now going to be let loose. The turret can be cleared. Asuna spraying away, trying to get some damage in. Doesn't manage to find too much. Now the Nightfall going to be committed in, but Mako finds Bang right off the rip. Foxy9 going to get Asuna as well. 2 kills spotted, flashback, stabilizing, takes down Cryo. Now it's just down to Nature and EU in a 2v5, and that's a start. Flashback gone. Still more work to be done.
Yeah, 2 players left, both going to be coming from the same angle. Buzz, let's see if he can just end this round here for DRX, or if they're just going to save maybe. Yeah, looks like they're just opting to wrap around, go for an exit. This is a really good piece of work here by DRX. Being patient outside of A-Link, holding through, waiting for that toxic screen to go down, setting up theirs, making it look like they were thinking about an A hit in and of itself, but then it's actually a pinch with Foxy and Mako.
Some damage maybe going to be found. EU is able to take out Mako, so 1 less rifle to be carried forward into the next round here by DRX. The rest of them will be able to escape, weapons intact. DRX finally break the win streak here from the side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and that's every kill there for 100 Thieves is well worth it with how much money they banked up versus the economy for DRX. You know, the most any player had for DRX going into that round was 1,000 left over. So they're going to have to shuffle the economy around a little bit. But just really well ahead of that are Mako and Foxy, kind of able to sneak their way through B very nicely, through B main. Get in there, get a couple of those big opening kills that really set things up. But it's the map control, the map spacing that DRX is able to take that really allows them to gain control over the B site like that easily. Immediately, they're going hard towards A potentially.
And Nature almost getting caught, down to 51, can be healed. Oh no, he actually can't, never mind, Scarz on the other side. Mistake for myself, either way. Lucky to get away with his life.
We're so used to seeing Sky heals.
Yeah,
It
Sky's
just
on
feels
either
like they're
side.
in like every map, yeah.
They're going for the El Clasico with the fade, though. You just around the corner here at stairs. Pit is available from flashback. Tap on the door. Just a clear on that KJ utility that they know is going to be around the corner. Break that down a bit, but there's still plenty more to try to work through the alarm bot. This Nano right here up front. Push onto the corner. Nano Swarm going to be popped to just try to stop them from moving forward. Snakebite thrown down to flashback. He's shown too much. Ends up getting taken out. Nature, however, dead to the paint shells. Mako will find Cryo. Asuna now rushing forward, tries to get Buzz, takes him low. 5 HP remaining here on DRX's race player, but now it's all down to Bang in a 1v4.
And again, it's DRX taking that space early that really allows them to get these pushes going. Wow.
Gets one.
Woo.
Given that Buzz is as low as he is, it starts looking potentially possible. Smoke down, but he doesn't know if there's going to be somebody on the flanks. Sees that connector door, going to be shut. Sees the corner of Mako, the swing in, there's the headshot. Buzz going to be taken down. Is he going to be able to pull this one off? The paranoia connects, but Mako just holds for the spray. Manages to get the kill. A very close round, though. Bang nearly dragging that one back from the brink, but DRX will find 3.
I thought he was going to get that on Mako at least. That paranoia was so good. Man, Bang here doing a great job. But again, DRX taking so much space in towards A main that they're able to set up these, combined fires where they're able to peek at the same time. So some good coordination now. We saw it earlier from 100 Thieves. Now we're starting to see DRX get into the groove themselves of working as a unit, working as a team. Great paint shells from Buzz to clear the back of the site, and then the follow-up. Everybody's flooding the site together, covering the right angles, doing the right things, doing the things that you expect from DRX. If there's anything DRX should be good at, it's executes, right? They should have some of the best drilled executes in the world.
Looks like we'll be having another tactical timeout. If you had to guess, likely coming from the 100 Thieves side of things, as they will want to try to slow things down here and not allow for DRX to run it back up to a 6-6 scoreline. So they will be pumping the brakes. Coach Zix going to be chatting here with the team, trying to identify what DRX is doing, where they're getting caught off guard, see if they can't stamp them out, because they're still in a position to be able to make this a 9-3 half. We'll say though, DRX getting 3. This is ruined what I assumed was the Nate Shot narrative of a 13-0 start. Probably saw 2 rounds come in, and it's just like, we got him, boy. It's going to be 13-0. First map knocked out of the park.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
It's okay. We can slide the goalposts a little bit. You can say 13-3 now.
13-3, yeah, absolutely. I mean, frankly, like, Bang and Nature looking really good. Asuna has had a really good round in there. EU's looking really solid. Cryo's had a couple good moments. I mean, overall, other than that last round, things have been pretty darn clean for 100 Thieves. So now for DRX giving, this timeout, getting this timeout out of 100 Thieves' hands, especially with all these ults for DRX, this is kind of an interesting point to be grabbing a timeout for 100 Thieves. DRX is going to have a lot of time to think about these ults. Of course, 100 Thieves also going to have time to plan and prep around them. I mean, you've got the Showstopper, you've got the Lockdown, you've got the Viper's Pit, you've got everything just about to throw at 100 Thieves in this round. So this is a huge one for this half to kind of make or break. Could be a big swing round.
Sees in case anybody had pushed forward to mound. DRX for the time being hanging back. Asuna going to try to escape. Showstopper on the chase. The second satchel going through. Sends it out. Not going to be able to find the kill. But still, decent damage across onto Asuna, who also gets clipped by the paint shells. Ends up getting taken down, but it's going to be a 2 for 2. Now a third. Just Bang. Just holds the corner. Wants to swap to the shorty. Those warning shots out from Stacks force him back for a brief little moment. Now goes jumping forward. Trailblazer going to go around the backside of Water. Doesn't spot too much of anything, and he exits out towards Waterfall.
But that's information that you have enough room to put the Viper's Pit down and get this plant at the very least. Make things a little bit tricky, but I saw some shorties floating around. 400 Thieves, so it could be difficult, especially with how cracked Bang is right now. Stacks!
On the flash!
What?
Stacks still takes the challenge. He had the backup there from Flashback as well. Brings us now into the 2v2. The Decay starting to roll through as Cryo goes creeping forward, and Flashback is able to keep him protected. Spam in Stacks, one shot. Taken so very low.
They're all so close.
And that bite is going to kill Nature, knowing that he was not going to exit. Brings it now into a 1v1, but he has to play in towards the pit, which he's actually exited. Flashback tucked in by the box. Might just let this one drop.
He knows, or he
trying
suspects.
To suss it out. Rotating back around, he's just trying to figure out, could it be Waterfall? Could it be CT? Either way, Flashback is able to get the win. 6-4, DRX now with 3 in a row.
Hey man, Flashback said during the intro video that he was the least likely to clutch on the team. Well, that was a pretty nice one right there with that Viper's Pit. Stacks with that crazy aggressive flash pay out of the pit himself. I was like, whoa, buddy, you're going for it. Bang, looking so good in these last couple of rounds. So crispy with that aim. A great snake bite. But at the end of the day, Flashback just able to confuse his fellow Viper just enough to get that win. But I thought that round might be done and dusted, but that Trailblazer really allowed DRX to clear enough space to get that Viper's Pit down. So really good kind of patience with that utility. And something to really highlight here, if I have a minute, depending on how the action kicks off, is the difference between these two comps is, right, the Sky and the Fade. So what does the Fade give you? Well, the Seize Nade combo, probably the first thing that comes to mind. Flashback, though.
Trying to hold this angle. The triple push, even if he had gotten the one, likely would have been traded out. But for 100 Thieves, a big boon to get away relatively scot-free. Asuna only knocked down to 85.
Now they have a ton of info at Kilios. They've got the turret on B site, so they know that's relatively clear. They pushed all the way through A main into A lobby, so they know that's clear. They know where this is going, and they're shifting their weight. Yeah, the lockdown might be able to buy a little bit of space, and with this TP, exactly.
All 5 players are basically going to be here. Rocket up over the top. Foxy9 already dead. Paint Shells to try and delay. The Seekers connect onto Asuna. He has to try to back out. Now the Detain is in, managing to find 3, and they just need to flush them out, and flush them out they shall. Asuna and Cryo both taken down. Stacks trying to hold the smoke. The push in, but the snappy aim comes across. EU falls, and TRX now just 1 round away from tying up the half.
Unbelievable. I thought 100 Thieves had a really good read on this. I thought they were going to shut this down, no problem. Even with the lockdown in play, you could just back off and wait for the retake.
Watch it back. The problem is, I think, Asuna sending out the rocket, trying to kill Foxy9. He's already dead. He needs to send that forward to actually destroy the lockdown, which was just around the corner. Had they done that, that triple detain does not come through, but I think that he got distracted. He got panicked as soon as he saw that Killjoy underneath of him. The rocket was too shallow to destroy the KJ Yuzo, and then it all goes tumbling down from there. Now, in with a pinch, Buzz standing across, trying to find something here. The pinch shell comes out from Asuna. Boombot just going to be sent over towards the connector door. Will be cleared. Somehow, some way, no one died. EU tagged down to 77.
Yeah, I've been impressed with some of the recovery and the scrappiness that DRX is playing with here. Usually, again, we think of them as a textbook team, a strategy team, an execute-heavy team, but when things have gotten kind of difficult, they've been able to dial up some really nice recoveries, and of course, maybe punishing a little bit of the mistakes from 100 Thieves in that previous round. But 2 rounds ago, again, with that Sky Viper combo, able to get themselves a win, that maybe, you know, sometimes DRX maybe can't quite always come up with something that creative necessarily. So this is good. This is the stuff that you want to see if you're a DRX fan. Them being able to recover from bad situations, not just from their own individual insane mechanics, but from well thought out, well crafted utility plays.
Main shell from Buzz still available. Could be big and defending top B here. So lockdown is going to be used. He's trying to see if he can get a bounce over onto that lockdown. They're trying to destroy it. He's pushing forward, gets the headshot, the lockdown, gone. Buzz, huge. Keeping them in the sight, swinging on the corner, gets the Prowler, gets Asuna, gets another paint shell, sends it forward, bang, trying to push up. Will finally be able to take him down, but nature lost as Mako strikes him down. Max takes bang, 6 HP. There's just no way for him to survive. EU, the last man standing, he will fall. And DRX somehow, some way, turn this half around and tie it up 6-6.
Oh, just, you know, once DRX took that timeout and kind of got their heads underneath them, I mean, they started playing some really good Valorant here. Great paint shells from Buzz. You know, I could see he was a little bit wary of it. He was like trying, yeah, he took his time. He's like, I got to make sure this lands or else my team is in trouble. And then he gets 2 kills to boot. It takes Bang to shut him down. But then the crossfire between Mako and Stacks to cover there, just really well handled. And this is more of the DRX that you expect to see. Really well coordinated, kind of anticipating their opponent's moves ahead of time there with Buzz that far pushed up right where the lockdown is expected to be placed in a perfect position. Land the paint shells. That's exactly what you want to see, and that's 5 in a row there towards the end for DRX. So what looked like might be a really one-sided, lopsided half quickly turned into even across the board, and now you got to kind of be wondering, like, has DRX found their mojo like we saw with them at Champs against Billy?
could be the case, but we also need to see what type of Lotus we get here between these two squads, because we have a Pacific team, we have an Americas team. In every other region other than Pacific, this is an attacker-sided map. In Pacific, the only region
we play
where
backwards.
we saw throughout the entire season that Lotus defense was the higher win percentage. So which one will persevere is the big question as we get ready to jump back into this one.
We play backwards Valorant in Pacific. Like almost all the maps were like switched of which side won which. Like it was like Ascent was attacker sided in Pacific and all this weird stuff where it's just like, yeah, that's just the way we play Valorant. You know, and that's why Paper X is so annoying to deal with, is because they play so unbelievably different. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, with DRX here, you could convince me of anything. I mean, their defender side so far this event has been their weaker side. They've been really good on attacker side. On Split and Haven, like we saw earlier, their defender side a little bit weaker, especially on Split. But this is a very different map. This is a more Haven-esque map in a way.
There.
So for DRX, you know, gonna spread it out. 3-2, just leaving the alarm bot to cover B. Try to contest some of this space early. Nature uses the haunt, or plays off of the haunt from EU. Try to gain a little bit of space, and Asana's going to use that to take the orb. So, again, a good start here for 100 Thieves, I think. You're kind of being patient. You're getting what you need done. You're getting that orb, and you're taking your time, looking to see if you can make some pressure. Somewhat similar look to what we saw from DRX on their pistol.
Flashback could be flushed out of this position if Asana sends the paint shells over towards water. Spots that little nano swarm for now. Takes care of that. Swing onto the corner. The dink actually comes across. Bang. Taken dangerously low. With the help of the decay there. Still 63. Going out.
There.
Doesn't want to take another hit like that. Door going to be tapped. Stacks around the corner, as is Buzz, working his way through connector. This orb is tapped now, grabbed here by Asana, who wants to be able to get those showstoppers up very quickly. Do your best Jogamo impersonation.
I mean, if you're doing Jogamo impersonations, things are going well for you, I hope.
Smoke used by Mako, only one that he has available at the moment. That was a block off C, but now the attack comes in here towards the B side. Buzz, however, able to find one. Finds three! Stays alive, and Stacks has the covering fire, and Mako catches Nature on the lurk. A flawless pistol round here for DRX to kick off the second half.
Buzz, you absolute maniac, just gets ahead of this paint shells. And it's a little whiffy at first, but as soon as he turns to look, it is very on point. Runs out of bullets before he can find the fourth. Stacks there to cover. Unbelievable play from Buzz. Fantastic timing, fantastic game senses from the veteran DRX player. That's what you want out of a duelist. That's the kind of plays that Buzz has been so good at for so long for DRX.
And that very much helps you get a showstopper up quickly, as we were just talking about. You can see with those kills coming across, Buzz wanting to get that heavier rifle, has himself a Phantom Mako in the meantime, playing forward up towards Rubble. Catches Nature, just trying to lurk his way forward. And he gets struck down. The rest of the team now creeping their way into this C side. Flashback going to fall. Foxy 9 with spray transfer. Does drop the spike. Takes a bit of damage himself, so needs to try to back away. And EU running up over top, managing to take him out. Stacks with a headshot, however, puts him down. Grenade over the top. Cryo dealing some decent damage. The Phantom can be recovered. A Bulldog going to be lost here from the side of DRX, but they do win the anti-eco.
Yeah, Foxy there under a lot of pressure, and only 4 bullets, kind of put himself in a funky position. I think because he was panicking because of the lack of bullets, that he needed to find an angle where he kind of had to force headshots to try to get out of that situation, because if he tries to hold that stairs and spray it down, you know, it's a very short amount of time that he can afford to do that for that double push. Kind of just ends up overwhelming him one way or another. So able to find 2, not able to hold on. So a bit of a sloppy one here for DRX. And DRX on their defender side and Lotus in recent history, just kind of taking a glance around, hasn't been going so great for them. 1-9 versus Cloud9 against Edward Gaming, 3-9. Last time they did well was against T1 at the 10 event, and that was 7-1. So they've had some struggles on this defender side on Lotus in recent history, post-champions.
Asana keeping pace here with Buzz. Just 2 charges away for both of these raises before those ults come into play. Looks like they will very well be the first ultimates that we will have in this half. Boombot at the ready. 4-man stack over here towards B, creeping up over by the connector door. Stacks interior of the site. Prowler gets sent forward, confirming that there is in fact somebody over by tree. Paranoia going to be sent down here by Mako, forces them back, and now they start storming their way into the B site where no one from DRX is there to greet them.
Yeah, this is great positioning, great calling. Love it when teams do this. Take control of A main, use that player to hold down B main, and then pivot off of that. Yeah, DRX is going to have to go full retake, trying to come way around his flashback, but he's got Killjoy utility to deal with, plus a couple players potentially.
That's the alarm bot. Alerting Cryo, he turns back, just the turret going to be taken down, and now you see the wrap around. He's going to have to try to go through the door, but Buzz eliminated, Mako dead, Stacks. One shot, one kill, able to find one. Cryo taking some damage, but Stacks with this recovered Vandal has everything to do. Spots one, does manage to take another kill with him. Nature will fall, but Asuna gets himself up to 3, and they keep things tight as it's 8-7.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff there from 100 Thieves. Avoiding catastrophic damage. Losing 2 players, not too bad against the bonus. So DRX there, able to find some damage. Stacks still pretty crisp, pretty snappy with his aim, which is good to see. You know, I think one of the things that kind of was hurting DRX was, you know, Stacks gets so focused on IGLing. He's talked about this publicly as well, that he gets so, you know, into that mode, into his own head, that his aim was suffering. So it's good to see him at least be able to come through with some big moments. Buzz.
Oh, bang. Tipping Port has to quickly jump back out, and he turns around and he just headshots Buzz. Showstopper not going to be finding too much of anything, but they'll still be happy to take the kill. Blanco now pulling all the way back into the site alongside Stacks. With one kill, they might think that there's only one player left here, so could end up getting caught off guard slightly as Flashback is once again very aggressively pushing forward out of C. Looks like he's going to slow up, though. Wants to wait for more information. With the spot coming through, it's Stacks mowing down 3! Flashback is now free to go sprinting forward. The alarm bot be damned, it's deactivated. Now how has he gone and done that? 11 health to swing out, Mako getting one. Flashback arrives to find the other. But good lord, what a lineup for the IGL.
Whoa. Well, I mean, I was just talking about how well he's been playing with his mechanics, and there you go. Case in point. Stacks just absolutely bonkers, as the Seekers too. Showstopper for Buzz. That's just ridiculous. I mean, you dream of those. You dream of those sprays.
Play those narrow sight lines.
Nature's like, what? What, bro? I mean, those lineups like that, yeah.
Hard to sense that coming.
Yeah, and I like the play calling here from DRX too. A quick rotation from Flashback, by the way. Like immediately, as soon as all that utility was coming out from 100 Thieves to try to take control of A main, even though they lose Buzz for it, they're able to fall back, kind of keep control of the tree area, and then the doors as well with Mako. That allows Stacks to hold that angle, and Flashback there at the end to make sure, one way or another, that that round was going to be more favorable for DRX.
Looks like EU maybe catching a glimpse of Flashback shoulder. Fight going to be sent down. Asuna has to back away. Only a minor amount of chip damage going to be found. Meanwhile, push onto B. Stacks looking like he's going to swing the corner. Does so. Isn't overly concerned about the Stingers on the other side.
Yeah, now you've got a couple players keeping their weight into B, but shifting back to C to check. As a lot of utility had to be expended to control that choke point at C. This makes 100 Thieves feel like they can try to bust down DRX's A-hold, and a great start from Bang.
The A-hold starting to fall apart a little bit, but Buzz still here on this fight, but Nature just swinging the corner so aggressively. Finding the kill, that's going to be a weapon to recover now. Foxy 9 in a bad spot. Nature is just plus forwarding into the site, takes him down, and Flashback to be encroached upon from multiple angles. Finds one, is able to back away. Fight in, Bang, trying to rush forward. 1 HP on this guy, and somehow he's still alive. Now, all down the Stacks once more. Flashes through the smoke, but Nature with the covering fire. Open connector takes him down. A huge round from Stacks into a huge round from Nature. The IGL's very involved in keeping this game tight-knit.
Yeah, really nicely done here by 100 Thieves, fighting through some difficult situations. The opening Stinger kill, absolutely brutal, and then using those close quarter weapons to their advantage onto that B site, putting DRX in some bad situations and just being a lot more responsive, a lot more on point with their mechanics than DRX was in a lot of those situations. And they were just able to best them time and time again. And that's just really, really well handled. That's what you want to see in those rounds. And now DRX right on the other side of the coin in a bad buy. A Judge for Buzz, a Guardian for Foxy9, a couple Sheriffs. Mako just on a classic.
Okay, lockdown used. Flashback wanting to slow up any approach here into the site before he makes his exit. Sends out that last minute snake bite, gets a little bit of damage in. He will be detained, but he's well and safe behind the corner. Swarm's finding just a little bit more on the back end. Foxy9 now trying to take space, gets himself forward here onto the site. They back away. Push up just inside the smoke with Cryo. Getting an angle. Does manage to take him out. Killjoy for Killjoy, the key playing around the back though. Buzz arriving at Showstopper is at the ready. He can do some serious damage if they don't count for him. Asuna now going to take it down. Flashback here over to CT. Gets himself a second kill. Buzz with the Judge. Finds one. Sends with the rocket. It doesn't find anything. No HP on either side. 14 remaining. Bang. TP's across the map. Gets himself situated here at A. Now the plan is going to be coming through. A weapon recovered. Flashback does have that HP advantage. Will it come into play? He's going to be swinging all the way across through the attacker spawn. Bang in the meantime. Maybe looking to intercept. Trying to spot if it's going to be a cut through here in B. The footsteps going to be heard here pretty damn soon. He slows it down though. The creep across. Now it looks like Bang just going to be able to rotate back up here towards that A heaven. Poison orb at the ready. Sends it down. Smoke up. Hold in onto the spike. Bang needing to get here quickly, but he doesn't want to make any noise. The hold is coming through, and he's just going to stick it! He tries to make his exit, and he will. Gets out to safety. And Bang doing everything that he could, but just didn't believe in the hold on the spike.
Oh, I think in Bang's mind, he was expecting either B or A because it's the Viper, because he'd been playing back sight, that maybe he was going to wrap one of those other directions. But Flashback actually opting to go through spawn, never made enough noise that he heard it. That rocket just hit the back pillar, didn't have enough splash damage radius to catch Bang. Allows him to TP over. A great play here by Bang, great heads up play. Just kind of guesses wrong. He picks every possible direction except for the one that Flashback came from to check it. Yeah, Buzz is pumped.
There's a happy Buzz. But yeah, I mean, you can see, because he doesn't swing out fully around the corner, he thinks it's going to be, okay, a half hold, a search for me. Surely he's not sticking it.
Pros don't fake.
And Flashback certainly does not. 6 wanting to pump the brakes yet again. Slow things down. Try to get them back into this. There's still a window for 100 Thieves to regain a lead and take this, their map pick. They need to be able to break the momentum.
And their money's starting to get a little funky here again. I only see a Spectre in the hands of Nature, who's got that Viper's Pit though, so can put that to good use. That up close and personal gun. Maybe a Judge instead, I don't know, but it depends on what they want to do and where they want to go. You know, try to put some pressure through B main, try to get that pit down, get one of those plants that's on the near part of B main, set up some crossfires, maybe get some pressure towards A main as well, to try to really make it difficult for DRX to clear them out of that pit once they can get it down. It's a possibility. There's an alarm bot there in that position that I'm kind of considering. I'm not exactly sure what they want to do, but something you could think about. It's a lot of money. It's going to be invested by both sides. It's another one of those big, important swing rounds, and geez, that one just missed.
All goes out. Snakebite not going to be finding any damage there. Does slow up the initial approach. Causes concern that there could be somebody lurking behind that box. Or just going to be snatched up. Asuna 3 away from that next showstopper. Flashback playing here on this C site, 1 away from his pit.
Gonna hear that blast pack, and that's gonna cause them to throw the poison cloud. Try and delay a little bit here. Stack shifting over a little bit as well to help out, bail out Sentinel and the Viper if needed. Still nanoswarms turret there. You can use that turret when they try to entry to time the nanoswarms being popped, especially if it's the Rays. A lot of the Rays landing spots are right next to that box, just to the south of C site if they went that way, but over towards the other site, over towards A now is where 100 Thieves is making their way. You can see the ping comes down right in front of A site. My guess is that's where they want to try to get that Viper spray.
Mako hearing them now, wants to try to set up these smokes, and oh boy, gonna get caught with util in hand. Second time that's happened this weekend. Paint shell goes out, Prowler as well as Buzz arrives on the site. Cut across, again, looking like they're gonna be pushing their way in towards B, but Stacks is waiting.
Down A.
Guns him down, Nature Bang, both gonna be lost. Buzz finds Asuna, looks to jump away, but Cryo falling, and it's all on EU, and he just doesn't have the time, he doesn't have the spike. He's gotta sit back, they don't have the cash. See if anybody else peeks him, trying to take somebody down, try to get some ult charge. But widely, he's just gonna save. Here's Stacks, he swung the corner, maybe can catch Buzz, rotating back into the site, but DRX will once again get the follow-up round off the back of the tactical timeout. And that puts them up now 2-11.
I think they just kind of overthink this one a little bit, those 100 Thieves. They've actually, once they've got Mako down, they've only got one more player on site to work with. They rotate over right into Stacks, who finds another beautiful angle to get a double kill. Just absolutely brilliant stuff. You know, yeah, if they get Stacks, maybe they can get through it, but they had the opportunity to get that pit down potentially. They've got control of the southern part of A site. They could get that through there. Maybe they think there's another player indoors, I don't know. The flash here, gonna confirm some presence outside of B main. Stacks all alone with that alarm bot. There's a little bit of extra help. Now they're gonna start shifting weight over. Here we go.
Showstopper coming through. Knows that there's gonna be someone close, sensitive, but Buzz backing up, not gonna be taken down, takes just a little bit of damage. In the meantime, Foxy9 finding Cryo, finding Nature, Buzz finding Asuna. Bang trying to push forward, but Buzz strikes him down. He was far too low. Couldn't pull the trigger fast enough. Now again, it's all on EU, and I think it's gonna be a pretty similar story. So without the spike planted and with a minute remaining, you got anything you want to talk about?
Well, we already had quite an extended tech pause to
I know,
to riff on various topics. No, I mean, I think, again, you know, DRX is kind of reading these situations pretty well. Stacks gets the confirmation with his guiding light, and that immediately causes him to be like, they haven't been really putting a ton of pressure on B main. I'm going to backpedal just in case, plus the showstopper's there, so, you know, this is probably where they are at least considering going in this direction. Immediately, flashback shifts over there as well. Foxy watching the double doors from C main, comes through there, picks up 2 huge kills, kind of catching 100 Thieves a little bit off balance. And it's just a swarming, smothering defense from DRX to prevent the plant from even coming down. So, you know, that's one of the things about B is if you can't find that opening pick and gain yourself a little bit of extra space, you know, push out from one of those angles, whether it be towards spawn, towards the A or the C side, or towards A link or something like that, it becomes really difficult to control that many angles for that long. And you're going to be okay.
It's all right. The box helping to keep him protected, but Stacks very much was on the hunt there. And now we go into what very well could be the final round of this opening map in this best-of-3 series, with DRX's pick of Ascent on the horizon. Let's see what 100 Thieves are able to get done. They still hold on to the pit, but that is the only ultimate that they have available, and they're going up against 3 on the other side. The lockdown, the pit, the TP from Mako. The pit is in play right off the bat.
Yeah, and this is what makes this hard for Nature even worse now, is that lockdown is a great piece of utility to try to clear a pit, depending on where it's placed. So, you know, things are kind of stacked against 100 Thieves in a lot of different ways, and Flashback is going to try to really bully them off this, and DRX is taking a ton of space off of this through A main.
Seems like they're willing to try to dogpile their way through here, or at least go for that Seasonade combo attempt. If they get Flashback and kill him, cool. Storm the site, get the spike planted. Since it comes up shy, they're going to start rotating their way around towards A. Mako, this entire time, been sitting patiently up on top of rubble. With Buzz on standby. Paranoia. Will it connect? Manages to get up over the top of that one. Vulnerable's out. Sitting in that snake bite is Buzz. Mako going to be taken down. Buzz, however, swinging the corner. Comes up with 2. Now a 3rd! Buzz is on fire! As Cryo's the last man standing, Rocket at the ready, sends it his way and gets the kill for the 4K, 13-8. TRX knocked 100 Thieves out of the park on our opening map of Lotus.
Just absolutely disgusting mechanics from Buzz. Able to tuck himself behind that rubble, bamboozles 100 Thieves long enough, and then just starts clicking heads Him and Stacks having an absolutely stellar performance. Just shutting down rounds with huge multi-kills time after time. And that last one, Buzz, that was incredibly quick. The way that he was reacting to that, the way that he was adjusting his aim. I mean, he is really on one today.
DRX take the first step towards the semi-finals here in Japan, taking 100 Thieves map pick from them. DRX we're in a little bit of trouble. Feels like yesterday now, early on that map. Battled back, big players stepping up, and Seth, they really found their groove.
They really did, and it was looking brutal for a very long time there for DRX. I mean, 100 Thieves were running away with the game. It seemed like it was going to be a one-sided affair. It was going to be DRX not finding their footing, getting swept under the rug, and a continued upward growth for the side of 100 Thieves. But after a tournament, he finally decides to start using some tactical timeouts. Yes, it's not the exact follow-up round. They were going in with a bit of a half buy, but it's once they get that next pool buy in, the plan starts to come to fruition.
Well, this is just the beginning of this best of 3 series. There were some predictions here early doors that it might go all the way. I imagine when I ask our casters in a little while if they still think that's the case, they might have a slightly different opinion. We'll be finding out. The second map of this series will be with you after the break. You do not want to miss a thing. Welcome back to Red Bull Homeground 2023. DRX on fire here in our second quarterfinal, blazing their way through 100 Thieves map pick in Lotus to tee themselves up to potentially close this series out 2-0 on their own map pick and meet Fnatic in our semi-final tomorrow. These guys are cooking on gas.
Yeah, this looks like the DRX we're more used to seeing. I mean, Buzz and Stax having these incredible individual mechanical plays. They kind of start to get their feet underneath them with kind of their decision-making, their positioning, those kind of things. So, you know, as good as this started out, 400 Thieves, I thought they looked really in control. They looked really well-timed, really well choreographed. Like you said, the timeout comes, and all of a sudden that seems to be the magic cure for DRX to get rid of the ailments that seem to be, you know, facing them in the first part of the half.
Yeah, and I think the biggest issue that we can look back on here from the side of 100 Thieves is that, you know, in the first half, they were racking up a lot of those rounds. They had that nice little win streak going for them before the DRX started to catch up. What were they always doing? They were always getting those initial picks coming through. That continued for the whole rest of the game, but then they weren't able to capitalize off it. You take a look at the first kills distribution here. They had twice as many as DRX did throughout this map of Lotus. 14 first bloods to the side of 100 Thieves, just the 7 for DRX. Their 4v5 conversion rate continues to be excellent. This is a stat that has been phenomenal for them throughout their entire careers as a team. We saw it from them in Champions as well. And these adjustments, the calls, the surprises that kept coming through here. Not expecting Stax to be in connector, sprays down 3 people, sprays down 2 people on a peak, you know, etc. That is what was causing 100 Thieves so badly. They need to be able to get those early advantages and then capitalize on top of them, not let them slip through their fingers.
Shout out to the man Buzz, what a performance. And I think, you know, you said at the start, it was a slow start for the DRX. When they started to find their feet, Buzz played a big part in that. There was that amazing moment for him, or series of moments in round 13. I think we could run a clip of it, where I think both of you absolutely lost your minds.
This is like, I've seen some good Buzz stuff. This is up there. I mean, this is the way he gets ahead of this grenade in the first place. Okay, if you could take back those initial shots that he took, he probably gets all 4 here. I mean, just absolutely ridiculous. The way that his senses are so in tune. I mean, he's been, you know, kind of asked to shift roles at times for DRX, whether it be the Killjoy or the Duelist role, but his Duelist senses are finely tuned, and you saw it right there. Able to just get ahead of his opponent's utility and do some serious damage with some seriously snappy adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, 174 damage per round. Fantastic stats coming from Buzz. And this is more so why I wanted to see him playing the Raze yesterday on Split compared to him playing the Jett. It's not because his Jett is bad. It's not because Foxy9's Raze is poor. We saw Foxy putting up a very strong performance, but it's because it just feels like Buzz is so much more at home with Raze compared to Jett these days. I'm sure as we get ready to go into Ascent, though, that Raze is certainly not going to be coming through. But just an incredible performance from him, something that we have learned to expect when he does pick up that Duelist.
Well, as we start to shift our attention to Ascent and our second map of this series, you've got 100 Thieves on the brink of a potential trip right back across that Pacific Ocean and home, right? And let's not forget, it was these guys last year that got the job done. This is a single elimination bracket. They could be done and dusted very shortly.
Could be, but like I said yesterday, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it would stop that overhype from coming through and spare them some flushes down the line. But no,
stop the copium and opium already.
Look,
Let's end it.
We have seen so many times in VCT, no matter what region it is, teams losing on their map picks. That is not something that is new whatsoever.
For
when
sure.
you know the tendencies
Happened
of a team,
earlier today.
then it's really easy to counter-strat them. And one of the teams that you will know the tendencies of the most when it comes down to Ascent is DRX.
Yeah.
This has been a bread and butter map for them for so long, one that so many teams have feared playing them on in the past. Think about Champions, Istanbul, you know, that run back, those crazy overtimes, the 1917 victory over FPX. This is such a firm map for them, but at the same time, there is so much tape, so much studying that you can do to really dissect and figure out how they like to play this map. So if 100 Thieves have paid attention to that, which they ought to have, then I think that they still are in this tournament.
Are we still going to Breeze?
I would like to.
Yeah, we'd all like to.
I think we can. I think we can because, I mean, I think what Achilles is saying is pretty true.
Yeah.
Again, with kind of DRX having to shift around roles, I was just going to talk about who's going to be playing what here. Because normally you have flashback on that Viper, right? And now he's got to go to the Killjoy.
Stax is playing Sova.
Yes. Yeah, see, I don't know the last time I saw Stax play Sova. I thought Foxy might be playing the Sova potentially, and Stax would be playing the KO.
Stax has opted to pick up Sova and we get Foxy9 on KO. This is absolutely intriguing. It's a mirror matchup, but one that we didn't really expect and one that we were not used to seeing. Buzz versus Cryo on the Jet, though. That is going to be, I mean, that was the most expected thing that we were going to have in this composition, and that's the thing that I am looking forward to the most, because when you get operators into these guys' hands, when they have those Blade Storms available, they can take over. So I cannot wait to zoom in on those two, see how they are doing in that, first kill for their team value, how that's going to be racking up for them, who's going to be able to come out on top of that, but also Stacks, how many lineups have you been able to learn, buddy?
Yeah, well, he played it once, this off season, yeah.
Okay.
Because they tried Yoru on this map the last time at 10, and so it's like, obviously this is very different. You're also shifting Foxy off of the duelist role back over to Buzz. So again, Derek trying to see what they can do with this lineup.
All right, well, it's very much back against the wall time for 100 Thieves here. Can they bounce back and take this to a 3-match series? We all want more Valorant, that's for sure. But DRX are going to be looking to get this done here and now and meet Fnatic in our semis. Achilles, paper thin, lead us through it.
Alrighty, well, 2 Sheriffs here for the side of 100 Thieves, and Austin up, putting a Ghost to good use. His flashback does get taken down. The 4 remaining members of DRX now flooding their way in towards this A site with very little opposition waiting for them. Waiting for that rotation to come around the backside. Stacks pulling off of the angle. Not looking at Gelato anymore. Doesn't have a recon here for 6 seconds and doesn't have any other util, just the classic in hand. 0 point goes out. He's going to push up into the smoke. Does take a shot, right click over, able to find one. Couple straight bullets to make a connection. He's knocked down to 24 HP. Not much more with finish him off. He's actually going to swing out of the smoke and then gets found. Mako in the meantime taken down. Foxy9 getting shot at from behind. Buzz in hell with that frenzy. The last one standing in a 1v2. Hold in onto that spike, looking for the defuse, but EU will assist it as he gets the final headshot to give 100 Thieves the pistol round win.
Great stuff here from 100 Thieves to start the map once again. Looking really well drilled, getting that flash and peek play. It wasn't a flash and dash, all they needed is just the flash and peek into the tiles area, called the bell tower. And then, Stacks does a nice little job here to sneak into Mako's smoke, cause some havoc, but eventually he can't really dip out, too far. And then, yeah, well, and then they flank around, and what are you going to do? They're coming from a couple different angles. Buzz trying to do what he can from hell. Foxy doing the best he can on Jen, but now they're just, whoa, okay, Buzz.
Okay, swing the corner, Classics. Hoping to take down the Bulldog. Asuna will be able to find one, and then Mako cleaning up Asuna. Carl has to rotate over, grab this gun. Still, one can be recovered. They work their way over towards Wine. EU in the meantime, though, holding down mid. Does find flashback, doesn't take any damage for his troubles. Gun does get picked up now into the hands of Buzz.
Yeah, and just a strong push towards A main from DRX, just profits eventually. Takes a little while to get there. 100 Thieves doing the best they can. Got to be real careful here. Well, now you know that player's up there, and Buzz just looking for the repeats, trying to keep some attention. But eventually, Smoke's paranoias are there. Can make a move here as DRX, but this long flank from EU is going to get real dangerous potentially. I mean, they're somewhat aware of it at times, but just Stack's going to be watching this direction with a Sheriff.
I mean, he's got a recon, but I think he wants to save it for the site itself. Maybe send it over towards Tree, but they're taking their time, really running the clock here, but there's no ambiguity because he is behind. He knows that they haven't rotated out, so all of 100 Thieves can just stay sat around this A site.
Smoke door, dart into hell to check it. Yep. Pretty clean stuff. Nature's up there. That's Buzz's job to make sure, but here comes that flank.
Push him back. Cryo with a spam before the door can shut. Absolutely gorgeous. Finds Stacks. The knife at the ready. Surely he wouldn't.
Oh, come on.
Oh, surely he wouldn't go for it.
Do it.
Swings onto the corner, finds one, and now Buzz. No time to react as Cryo is out in front of him. 2 members lost, but the round 1, 100 Thieves move up 2-0.
Oh, I wanted the knife. I really did. Oh, well. Still really good stuff, again, from 100 Thieves. Good patience and good recovery after kind of a rough start. Losing a couple players, making sure that the best that DRX can get out of that is that one Bulldog, and it doesn't really ever get much value out of Buzz because Nature extremely patient, up on Heaven, never over peeking, never over aggressing, never doing, trying to challenge Buzz. I'm sure it's in his head after what they saw at the end of that map that they don't want to give Buzz any opportunities to get heated up here on Ascent early. And I see a clock not moving.
Seems like nice and early. A tactical timeout going to be called. I'll wait for further word to confirm which side it's going to be on, but you would think, perhaps just DRX calling it. Oh,
yeah.
It's a tech pause, actually. Never mind. There we go.
Okay.
All right, so hopefully just a minor issue. Something over here on the DRX camp. As it seems like maybe just a minor issue here. We'll want the admins out onto the stage to get this taken care of, and hopefully it'll be a pretty quick one.
Yeah, hopefully just something simple. It's Foxy taking a look over there. But yeah, again, nice start for 100 Thieves. It's just, can they string that into further success as the map wears on? As DRX really started to adjust very nicely. But again, DRX running a different comp than the last time we saw on Ascent. And it seems like this has been potentially at times a bit of a struggle for them to kind of get on the same page, but this is their attacker side on Ascent, usually the side of the map that they like, as in this region, I should say. Now versus other teams at international events, it does kind of flip for them. They play a lot better typically on the defender side. So kind of curious to see if that's going to be the MO here. We've seen it, against Cloud9 in the past and stuff, right? A couple years ago at Champs where 10-2 start for Cloud9 and DRX is at least able to put up a fight once they switch to the other side of the map. Things like that can happen. But again, with DRX kind of shuffling these roles around once again, tricky to kind of get everybody on the same page, get everything working together, making sure all of your flanks are covered, all of your util is in the correct spot. Everybody doing their job, but plenty of DRX fans here. Plenty.
Oh, yeah.
I was talking to the DRX staff, and I said, how's the merch? Because all the teams have merch stands right outside of the main doors of the venue. You can go out there and get yourself some nice stuff. And I asked DRX, I'm like, how's it going? You guys, I saw there was a big line out here, for all the teams. And they said, we sold out all of our jerseys in less than 2 hours. And they brought a lot.
Yeah, well, that's very fortunate for them. Sure, the other teams also.
I'm sure everybody sold. DRX, I think, is just like, well, they're already sold out of everything they brought.
There's probably multiple teams that have now gotten rid of all of them, and hopefully they have some more.
Tons of C9 fans.
Even more fans that are going to be coming in here tomorrow for those finals. Flashback going to get pinged there by that drones around the corner. Swing in. Nature wanted to capitalize, but Flashback doesn't manage to win it out. Put some damage down onto him. 56 remaining there for DRX's Killjoy. Shock Dart looking to try to bounce that in, find some damage. They push up in front of it and do not get punished.
It's a good attempt there, though, by Nature. A good play off of that combo with EU's utility and set himself up for a potential really good play. It's just a quick shot there from Flashback to find the headshot with the Vandal. Otherwise, he probably could have gotten a kill. And you'll take those on the bonuses. Guardians, couple Sheriffs. And now they're reading the rotations here really, really nicely. There's been no attention towards market, towards mid.
A good back away, though. They avoid the 0 point.
Yep.
But they're about to know that they have chosen wisely pretty damn soon here as the flash goes up over the top. Buzz going to be dashing forward, trying to see what he can spot. Back sight is Bang. Sheriff in hand, Mo down there on Asanet and Cryo. Bang did get one as a parting gift. Mako managing to fill the enemy Omen. Guardian in hand, EU the last one standing. Low HP bars on 3 players. Mako only with 3 health. Some damage certainly can be dealt, even with those shock darts. That one shock dart, I should say, that he has.
Yeah, looking like you. Look, you hit a couple crisp Guardian shots, and all of a sudden, this round is very different.
He can get rid of Stacks. Okay, I was gonna say, he's definitely in for it, but Stacks will be able to get the headshot at the very end of it all, and the bonus round will go the way of DRX.
Yeah, Stacks the player with the most health there. Going to be the one to take first contact very wisely, very nicely. Another thing I want to talk about with Buzz, I know we've been very high on him so far today, and obviously it's because he's playing quite well, but you know, you look at some of the advanced metrics of entry stats, like their ability to get traded off of, the success of getting to the site and getting plans behind it, things like that. Buzz is right up there with the best of the best in the world when it comes to duelists. Durka, it's him and Durka basically at the two of the top players that are at this event. They really, Buzz does such a good job. Even though he doesn't get any kills there, he keeps the team completely pinned down, doesn't overexpose himself, doesn't really give Bang an opportunity to do a ton of damage. Buzz just, you know, so smart, so cagey with his movement to do his job. Yeah, he doesn't get any kills in there, but he sets up his team so nicely, and it's not going to show up in the stat board in terms of assists or anything like that.
Drone forward, not spotting much of anything there. Cryo hanging back just long enough for it to expire. Keeps the operator hidden, but the DRX at this point should have a pretty decent idea, just given the economic status, that he's going to be bringing that one into this round.
Let's see how good Foxy's KO practice has been. It's going to be important here. Try to break the sight lines of Cryo with a flash. I don't think a fragment will quite do it. Buzz going to be right there. Could smoke it off here, or the Paranoia maybe.
Mako sending Paranoia. Oh, but Cryo before it hits. Buzz swings in far too early. Gets taken down. A fantastic shot. Peel away. The spike now being brought up in towards heaven. Another shot from Cryo playing around Gent. Gets stacks. Pop flash going to be sent down. Lurking within the smoke now is Cryo. Swings out, looks forward, finds himself a third. Eventually will fall flashback, finding the elimination, but now has to recover and plant this spike, but he will not be able to survive, nor will Mako. 3 members left standing. The operator going to be recovered. 100 Thieves not allowing for DRX to string a second round together.
Just beautiful stuff here from Cryo. The escapes are amazing. Gets the shot, like you mentioned, Buzz just a step ahead of where he needed to be. So a little bit of an off timing there from DRX. Just kind of pre-firing a little bit maybe as well from Cryo, but still getting into that smoke. Really nicely done. Keep himself safe and set him up for that third kill. That's great positioning, great effort from Cryo, who looked so good on the Jet yesterday. Continues to look sensational. Butch is just gonna go.
Yeah, he's just trying to go up and over, and he managing to find one. Somehow
Wow.
survives. Nature tucked in against Switch. Finds one, tries to get the adjustment stack, swinging out with that Guardian. Will be able to take him down, but now needs to hide as Cryo has the knives pulled.
Spike planted.
Smoke still there. Spike now planted. Stacks pulls back into B main. They thought maybe he was still going to be over at Lumber, so they sent out the fragment. No, now that he has displaced.
Still a couple flashes and a Paranoia to work with for 100 Thieves.
29 HP on Buzz Foxy as well, tagged up just a bit. Stacks waiting for his moment. Here's them starting to move forward. 0 point set. Not going to get caught. They want to try to break this position, but no, in fact, it's not going to happen. Now he can just swing out for free, get the headshot, and somehow, some way, Buzz survives the whole round, doesn't die after the entry, gets himself an operator, and DRX get themselves a second round win.
Oh, you gotta love this Jet duel we've got going on here. Buzz one round, coming up big. The round before that, Cryo huge with the operator. And now Buzz steals the operator. This play here, the flash over, of course, really nicely thrown by Foxy. Great utility, great setup, and a great call here by DRX to change the pace, to push the pace, to try to take advantage of maybe 100 Thieves kind of just relaxing a little bit too much with their economic advantage. And Buzz is indeed going to keep that operator. And now, well, Cryo.
The dart goes in, catches them by surprise. They're distracted by it, and Mako just swings out, finding two. EU will be able to hit down Stacks, however. Finding an elimination with the Hunter's Fury. Now, Knives going to be popped. Dart has connected. Bang, pushing forward. Just trying to play off the timing. Does manage to find an elimination here.
Oh.
As the darts come flying through. Foxy 9 going to be taken low. Oh, okay. A little bit too much of an adjustment there from Buzz with the off shot. Ends up whiffing that one. Push onto the corner. EU up over the top now. Taken down. Buzz on the hunt. Trying to find him, and he will be able to get him in the end. So the op shot, not quite as accurate, but the knives still looking good. DRX now tie at 3-3.
Yeah, you probably lose an extra player there. More than you would have wanted as DRX, but at the end of the day, you recover and you win the round. So Buzz, just, you know, he just pulled off of that option, or was thinking about pulling off of that op shot just a moment before they came down. So it broke his crosshairs enough that he wasn't able to recover, had to swap over to the knives, and then you know, Foxy's stuck in a really bad spot, no fault of his own. Gets hit by some great shock darts, some great util usage from EU on that round. Finding the Hunter's Fury kill, finding that recon dart that set up Bang for the Stinger kill. So really good stuff there from 100 Thieves on that round, where they were also on an economic disadvantage. So even though they don't come through the win like DRX did 2 rounds ago, really encouraging stuff from 100 Thieves.
Op shot just to take down the turret. 2 ops in play, both in the hands of these Jets. Alarm bot goes off, Buzz just vulnerable. Some counter spray in towards that defender spawn, seeing if they can catch anybody, but yeah, push forward, coming out all the way over towards Gelato here for Bang, now backed up by Asuna.
I mean, I think if you're DRX, like, you just gotta dial up some kind of execute on the B, try to make this work, because you've got to realize that you have 0 map control and you're playing with fire, giving up this much space and this much time. You're just allowing them to shift into position.
Sitting into the lobby, they're getting ready to have line of sight here. Paranoia to stop the turret, that's going to be cleared out. Knife going to be a bit too shallow to try to catch them here on the sentry. The Cloudburst come down, Nature going to be the first line of defense, and he manages to hold for now. Gets the headshot across Cryo, finds another. Nature gets himself 3! And it's into the meat grinder for DRX. 100 Thieves absolutely mince them.
And this is something that plagues DRX sometimes on this map, on their attacker side, where they cede map control and they kind of realize it too late, that they haven't put themselves in a spot where they can kind of wait a little bit longer than they like, where they can hold on and try to figure themselves out. Like here, like I said, you've got to start dialing up and execute. And 100 Thieves knows it because of how far pushed out they are, so they can be ready for it. They can be prepared for it. Nature can put himself in a position where he can hide from some of that utility, start knocking people down. You know, as good as Buzz is on the entries, you know, this is a team failure there for DRX in that round. And now they're going to spread the map a little bit more here, take a little bit more control. And look at 100 Thieves. They're already trying to punish this again.
Flashback expecting that there's going to be that forward presence, but does he expect there's going to be 2? Either way, looks like he's happy with 1.
That's nice.
He gets the kill. In the meantime, Cryo pushing all the way forward, out past bench, through the archway, looking to get line of sight into B lobby. Buzz just going to be drifting across, and they miss each other like ships in the night. But there's still potential to catch more.
You should run.
Boxy9 making his way over.
Spike
out into the open. Yep, will be able to take him down. Can be recovered here very quickly by Mako. Can now make his way across. Bang pushing forward. Does manage to find Buzz, but cannot get that lockdown. They just desperately wanted, but the fragment coming through slows up the approach. Nano Swarm going to be popped. Cryo eats a little bit of damage, slides down, gets the shot on the flashback, taking him out. Mako in the side. Cryo, however, is not allowing for anyone to join the party.
30 seconds left.
Wants to go for the swing in. Knows that he's going to be back boats. Mako completely and utterly stuck. Shadows. Worked miracles many times in the past. Looks like now going to try to go for the plant. The first shot not going to connect. TP's closer. Wants to get up on top of him. Now they know. And now he's got to reposition. Quick on his feet. Look for the headshots. Cannot find it. Asuna will take him out. And that's going to be 100 Thieves now stretching the lead by 2.
Love what the 100 Thieves are doing here in the last couple of rounds. Just putting the pressure on every part of the map, basically, towards DRX. They're pushing out of B main. They're pushing out of tree. They're trying to keep DRX honest, trying to find the weaknesses in the maneuvering, in the positioning of DRX, and it profits big time for Cryo, who's just been absolutely filthy with this operator, and he gets the spike, and that makes things oh so much easier for these rotations, the identifications of positions, the identification of what DRX is trying to do. They're able to get in the spot now. One whiffed shot onto Mako gives him an opportunity. That's where I was kind of like, oh boy, you gave Mako a chance, but they're still able to recover very nicely.
He hit all the difficult shots, missed the easy one, but it does not matter. They managed to get the round without anybody else getting taken down, so now it looks like we might have a tack timeout for realsies this time.
For realsies?
I hope so. And it is going to be DRX and calling this one. Similar timing, similar score, kind of the one we had seen on the last map was 6-2 instead of a 5-3.
Yeah. And again, you know, this is...
I think, I don't remember. Either way.
You're in the ballpark. Was it 6-1, 6-2 when they took it?
It was something like that. Cryo.
Yeah.
Good Jet.
Jack.
There's my analysis.
I was literally about to say something very similar. It's like cryo good, he op good.
Yep.
But it's the positioning. It's the whole game plan for 100 Thieves that's been really impressive for me in these last couple of rounds, where they've been trying to punish the lack of respect that DRX is paying to the map spacing that they're giving up, and it's identified so well here by 100 Thieves, and they're dodging utility well too. I mean, on that one forced execute onto the B side a couple rounds ago, you know, Nature's able to just tuck himself onto the back stairs and get huge kills for free. There's no utility that lands in him. A lot of teams are going to send like a recon dart back there, or a flash or a fragment or something to clear those stairs, but it isn't done by DRX. So they're able to do their homework very nicely here, 100 Thieves, to kind of find these openings in these excellent util dumps. There, speaking of openings,
I think Stacks was trying to remember the lineup.
Yeah.
Oh, is it that pixel or is it this one? Either way, I just caught with his pants down and he just gets absolutely boomed.
It happens.
Straight on Cryo to just go for the rush play, and he gets very well rewarded for it.
Didn't miss the easy one that time.
No, he did not.
But again,
Stack's gone. That's so much of your information taken away from you.
Right, exactly. And not only that, you've also lost, you've given up map control again. Like this, that's where he pushed from eventually in the previous round. Ooh, good for it on that one.
Out, not going to get the shot, but no one looks right. Buzz finally does look back. He's up bang. But now they're still at a disadvantage, and Cryo comes up with another one, taking out Mako. Flashback's dead, and it's all on Buzz. Grabs the spike, shuts the door, wants to watch and see if there's going to be the push. The attempt there from the shorty. He swings the corner, almost had a lineup on the two of them. But Nature gets the kill just a bit faster. Only Bang as the casualty here. 100 Thieves firing back this time, not allowing for DRX to get the round win after the tag time map. But this is when the buy comes through.
Yeah, you got to find a way to shut this operator down as DRX. Cryo's too good with it. Can't give him many more opportunities, or this half could really run away from you very, very quickly with how efficient he's been. So gonna have to find ways. Again, you can't lose stacks early, like you mentioned. Losing that information is obviously difficult, but then it makes it even harder to keep track of Cryo, to keep track of that operator, to keep track of the players in specifics.
Here.
To know exactly, you know, what situation you're facing in terms of agent compositions on the site. So now DRX going to be slowly but surely, seemingly thinking about basically all utility available, other than Nature's, who has the lockdown, though. Please don't just walk out into this. Okay.
Lockdown, all command, all available here. Foxy does have his own. Looks like he's going to be popping in here off the rip. Buzz smashing forward, anticipating someone up top there. Finds a shot, pushes out of the smoke, but Nature looks to anchor here in hell. Finds one, the push-up, Foxy9 somehow staying alive, gets the elimination, and Bang's going to be taken down by Mako. Spike now planted. 2 players left here for the side of 100 Thieves. A shock dart sent down. Mako eating quite a bit of damage there. Down to 26 HP. They have a fragment. Awesome enough, you could land it at their feet. Either Mako or Foxy, both would fall to 1 pulse. So the drone's going to come up over the top. Paranoia sent. The dart maybe narrowly missing. Time is dwindling, though. And I think they have to realize that, you know, maybe they can take off a couple kills, do some economic damage. That's what they're going to try to do, and EU will be able to find one, but there's no hope of defusing the spike. So the round win will have to go the way of DRX. They just want to try to take as many guns out of their hands as they possibly can. Asuna will give his life for the cause. Doesn't matter, though. The team's got plenty of cash, and he gets rid of stacks.
Even though that's not a win in the score line, that's a pretty good round for 100 Thieves, given all things. You know, Buzz just hits a crazy good shot, just gets ahead enough of Cryo. Some good util usage to back him off briefly, but then EU, again, earlier, before this kill he gets that you're seeing here on screen, he pings Foxy9 and sets Nature up really nicely to be prepared for Foxy9 swinging around that generator corner. Foxy9 is just better in that situation, but still, EU's putting his teammates in really good positions to succeed. Then he lands that shock dart into Mako, gets him super weak, finds that last recon dart to get the spot to set him up for that, set himself up for that kill. I'm really, really impressed with the way that EU is piloting this Sova here on this defender side. He has hit some really crucial util for his team, and he's a big part of why they're ahead right now. I mean, him and Cryo, the op, of course, is the obvious thing, but Nature playing really well, as this Killjoy as well, really holding down his sights, making it really difficult for DRX to get anything done.
All right, well, it looks like another timeout coming through. The brakes will get pumped. Just 2 more rounds to be played out in this half. A potential for yet another 6-6 scoreline. 100 Thieves want to avoid that. They do not want to allow it to happen yet again. Operator continues to be here in the hands of Cryo. The cash still very well stacked up, so even if he loses it here and it's unrecoverable, they can get themselves another one for the next round. He's got the knives as a backup. Tons of ultimates to make use of. So you have to anticipate that Zix is going to be getting in there, getting into the comms, and talking about what they want to try to calm together coming into these next 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make sure you're not throwing too much stuff at the wall to see what sticks.
Hopefully not. As 100 Thieves, you really would prefer not to. There is the counter to the lockdowns. You have to be a little bit kind of thoughtful with how you're going to use that. You know, if they can find another pick on the stacks early, then certainly it's probably going to come out. But yeah, a lot available here for 100 Thieves. Plenty of money, no matter what, for the next 2 rounds. DRX in kind of an awkward position where they'll have enough to mostly buy, I think, rifles and at least half armors, no matter how this round shakes out. We'll see.
It'll be tight.
It'll be tight.
Okay, alarm bot covered by the cloud burst. Still ends up going off. Buzz doesn't get past it fast enough, so it does end up giving away that position just a bit. There's 1 op shot sent out. Creep up though towards market continuing. Paranoia sent by Mako from mid across into B main. Nature now has the turret set up. It's going to be cleared. TP here from Bang. It's over in wine. Need to start rotating here pretty quickly. Fragment sent out. Khan taking a shot there through the wall. Just spamming, trying to find something. It looks like Wiley
30 seconds left.
just hanging back here for the time being.
DRX trying to quiet up, trying to, they waited out the null command. And now they're going to start using that utility again to try to break this open.
Try to clear somebody off the top. Dropped out Buzz, landing, ends up falling. The Hunter's Fury trying to flush them out of boats. Mako able to find one, but EU is holding the line. Asuna joins in, and now it's all on stacks, and he's got no time. Asuna will finish him off. That's 7-4, 100 Thieves, denying a tied up half.
Just phenomenal timing here on that null command from Asuna to force DRX to pause and rethink. They use Bang's ultimate to double check to make sure that they're still going into the B direction. And then from boats, the Hunter's Fury tries to clear it out, but not quite able to. And EU, been praising the utility, well now you can praise his shooting as well. Takes out Buzz instantly when Buzz is trying to land on the other side of the box. Gets him right in front of the door. And, well, okay.
Well, 1 for 1 as Mako just swings the corner. EU going to be hunting here with his ultimate, but doesn't make any contact. Buzz, paranoid, forced back into the corner over here by Bench. TP down, Bang repositioning, gets himself over in towards this B site. Dart connects on the one, and Nathan is taken down. Bang now, the one trying to hold position. Puts the TP just a bit, spots him, does Buzz, and Bang ends up falling. A 3v2, weapons recovered, pushing this over to his comrades. Spike gets planted by Foxy9. Drone forward, checking, not seeing anything. Asuna approaches through B main. They have a recon, they've got 2 shock darts. Some damage can be dealt before they push the site itself here. Fragment as well can be sent towards boats for now. Just that knife sent out, now the fragment flies. Buzz at 49, Foxy 66, stacks full HP. Trying to hold the line, Buzz with a right click, takes down Asuna. Dash at the ready, the push forward, EU finds one, but Buzz will stay alive. And he will get them the 5th round win in the half. 100 Thieves out in front. That can change very swiftly. They need to win this pistol round.
Yeah, the buy coming up a little bit short of what I thought it could for DRX there. I saw a couple players with 2,000. Buzz with the Blade Storm. They lose Mako early in that trade. Mako kind of going for the ego peek around that corner with the The 0 point flying in there, wins it, but it's instantly taken down. And then Buzz just coming alive with that Blade Storm. Again, the ult that the 100 Thieves were talking about is, you know, people think of game-changing ults. You know, maybe you think of the Viper's Pit, you think of the Showstopper. Well, the Blade Storm is one of those ones that can just take rounds over very, very quickly. Buzz there doing a great job with it, finding a lot of space, finding some kills. He's looking really good on this Jet.
I mean, 100 Thieves were talking about it in their content piece, I believe. They said, oh, what do you think?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Broken?
Yeah.
Yeah, most broken agent. It's Jet.
Jet. What's the most broken ult? Blade Storm.
Well, Buzz hoping to keep them in this one, keep things close. 100 Thieves still in a good position as they get ready to shift over to the attackers. Like we were talking about, you know, widely, when we do go to the internationals, this is one of those maps where we see teams excel on the attacking side from time to time.
Yeah.
DRX on defense, always something on this map that is a cause for concern, but given the changes, how is it going to look? How well oiled will this be? As we've already seen a couple fumbles from Stacks.
Yeah.
But to his chagrin, but much to our amusement as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's hard to play an agent, you know, for the first couple times on a stage, especially one that you've never been really been ever asked to play, because you've had a couple other players who were really, really good at Sova on your roster in Zest and RB. So, you know, for Stacks here, he's kind of having to move on to a new type of idea, a new type of role. And sure, it hasn't looked the best, but you know what? He's got 7 assists. It hasn't been the end of the world. Still the ideas are there, but now we're going to exchange some flashes. And
Foxy looking like he wanted to swing that corner. Sheriff shots from Buzz, not connecting, and he gets taken down 3 HP. Cryo on the entry, turns over towards Sword, finds Foxy 9. Mako able to take him out, but out bang gets Buzz. Mako with a second, Asuna low. Mako taking a moment, 73 HP, sees them pushing up towards him. The right clicks down, gonna start becoming deadly, but he's gonna whip them. Asuna finds the kill, now EU gets one as well. Flashback, the last one standing. Breaks the window, wants to break the door. Nature waiting for him just around that corner. Turret set up, breaks it. The turret will instantly be dealt with. Asuna, the only relatively easy kill that he could try to find, but he won't find any of them. Pistol round once again goes to 100 Thieves as they now move up 8-5.
no, they read Buzz's positioning really well there. Up in that top corner, just basically knocked him out of the fight. And Mako trying to do what he can here early. Some good shots with the classic, but whiffy with the right clicks. Costs him. You know, it feels like in those situations you start feeling like Mako should be able to save the day for DRX, but this time around not going to be the case. Just too strong of a push there from 100 Thieves, who continue to have a good read on DRX on these pistol rounds, have a good read kind of how their opponents want to set up and stack up.
One suppressed.
And you're only getting one spotting, but on a Jet, you're going to suspect that there's probably a few others behind this, so they're going to try to set up underneath.
He's got a Vandal.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite interesting.
A lot of firepower here. There's the pop flash from Cryo up over the top, unaffected, mows him down. 3 quick kills. And Stacks desperately tries to scramble his way over to the site, but again, it's just the classics in hand here for DRX. 100 Thieves looking to move up to 9 rounds in a flawless fashion.
One enemy
Flashback, having to check over towards bench to see if anyone pushed up into mid. Ends up getting taken out, and yep, flawless will come through indeed. A fantastic follow-up here from 100 Thieves. DRX trying to get the setup, trying to get the catch, but it's them who got caught.
Yeah, exactly. I think they thought that they could just try like a flash play right around the corner. Did not take into account the fact that Cryo was going to be up on top of the wall in the smoke, or decided to ignore it and just see if they can make, you know, get a kill or two on the other side of it. But with that Vandal up there and with the accuracy that Cryo has, not going to be allowed. And very nicely done. Very nicely done by 100 Thieves. That's a lot of ult charges almost to the Blade Storm. Cryo 3 away already with the pop-off he's been having here on their attacker side. But now, very important round for this map for DRX. They're going to keep us from going to a third map, and a great paranoia. Ooh.
On the hunt, but Foxy 9 to cover. He's playing out of main. We'll clear out the drone after Cute little peek, and as he swings back through, Asuna, he's there with the setup, and he's able to take him down. Buzz has to dash away to keep himself alive. Push forward, Asuna still managing to close the gap, finds him. Quick snapshot there from Mako, but then just as swiftly dealt with by nature.
Snappy right now. TRX a little off.
Armbot taken down, Flashback needing to break the door. Stacks with just one recon, one shock dart. Setup.
Area.
Down and Flashback unable to stabilize the aim. He puts nature to 3. Third first has to be dealt with. That's all on the IGL. Start with clear position. Nature somehow getting away from that one with his life. Stacks. Does he just give it up? Does he just save the Vandal? Looks like the decision is going to be yes. Starts backing away. No, 3 peeks and dies. Asuna will find himself 3 in the round. Now just 1 away from having that no command. And 100 Thieves get up to double digits.
Yeah, looking really darn good with the bonus win. 400 Thieves. DRX a little bit out of sorts. Just everybody kind of off balance and not able to really find their shots, find their timings. Stacks there still at a shock dart he could have invested to maybe try to clear back gen there or try to clear underneath sight, something like that. At least do a little bit of extra damage. Instead, just kind of doesn't quite register. Sometimes that happens. Now DRX onto the Sheriffs once again. It feels like if it's going to start somewhere, might need to start here for DRX. If they're going to swing this one back, rack up. Yeah.
Call is just going to be, shift damn near everybody over. Yep. Flashback hovering in B lobby here at the moment. He plays tucked in. He does have that turret to take contact that he can swing off of. Buzz now trying to go on a bit of a walk and see what he can find, but so far not going to be spotting much of anything. Orb gets taken here. Looks like Spike going to be retrieved, and sights starting to get turned here over towards mid. Oh, dinks him! And nature is very much the same to Buzz. The Vandal will kill. Cryo will be at 5 HP. That does hurt his entry power, but given the firepower that 100 Thieves find in their hands, I don't know if they're going to be overly concerned about it.
Rechecking mid, now getting set up for the A hit. Stacks is going to make his way over there. Flashback trying to push in that direction as well.
Paranoia comes out before the dart flies. Flashback does find nature. Mako tries to reposition, but he can't quite line it up.
30 seconds left.
Any ounce of damage would have been enough. Stacks now going for the reload, the door getting shut. Flashback arriving on that side as he sends out the shock dart to try to get a kill. Mild amount of damage is all that he will find. Checks behind on the flank, nothing spotted. Spang gets himself up on top of Jen. Okay, weapon is recovered. Flashback, the Vandal in hand, but so much work to be done. Recon pings 1, but instantly the weapon is going to be lost. Swing out, no shots found. Cryo survives the round. 3 kills again for him as 100 Thieves. Lock in 11, just 2 away from pushing us the breeze.
Yeah, stepping out into a bunch of guns right there and just hoping that you can find Cryo and finish what Buzz started, but nobody could. I mean, again, just fantastic stuff here from 100 Thieves, just working the map pretty well and, kind of finding the openings. Even though they take a dink from Buzz, there's somebody there instantly to trade. And that's great. That's, again, good teamwork, good coordination. Yeah, Flashback doing a good job lurking out in the open, finds a kill for himself, but otherwise, things are pretty handily dealt with by 100 Thieves. They're just really just kind of dissecting DRX, winning their duels, winning their trades, keeping DRX really off balance with some utility that kind of catches them off guard, it seems like at times. And again, in some ways, this might be a little bit expected with DRX, with the change-up in agents and that kind of thing. Definitely, we're seeing some of that with Stacks and the Sova play. But absolutely, 100 Thieves, you gotta like what you're seeing. You gotta like to see this nice bounce back after a rough loss on map 1. They look really, really good. Buzz with the op though now. Let's see if he can kind of mimic some of what we saw from Cryo.
Up his help, but Stacks gonna fall. Cryo pushing up there into market. Reapproached after taking out that plot, but Flashback sees the elbow. Swings out enough just to get a shot into the chest, finds the kill. Foxy 9 now having to back away as the no command gets popped over a tree. Mako trying to hold the line, trying to put them down. Suspects that there's going to be another one approaching from Mana. Now he's going to be paranoid. Stuck in an awkward position. Foxy 9 managed to find Asuna. Now Bang going to be taken down. Foxy re-swings back. Jen finds another. Bring around the Rosie here. As EU just looks for a target. Sends out the dart. A fake on the res. Flashback will find him. Win streak broken. DRX do manage to get themselves their first defending side round win.
That's a really big one for DRX. At least able to stop the bleeding for now, but damage may be already too far out of it. Stack's still a little bit off here on this map. Flashback though, good for it. And then able to work this corner. I thought EU might be able to get this done for a moment there. I thought he was really kind of feeling it. He looked like he was really engaged in that moment. Might be able to pull it off, but a good hold from DRX. Able to keep that round under control. Buzz still with the op. Little push out, take care of the turret for Flashback. But no further transgressions to be found. Cryo has been so good here individually. One-on-ones been absolutely incredible. Just want to get that alarm bot done. Nobody going to peek off of it.
It's a drone going to be sent by Stax. Checking out mid. Counter drone over here in B. Spots one. I don't think they really noted Flashback's position. Tries to turn from the flash. One over at Switch, and now he's going to be pinged. I think now they know where he's at, but it doesn't matter because Stax is making up for some of the failings of his Sova, but is still able to rifle. Mows down 3. Flashback collects the other 2. It's a flawless round for DRX to string 2 together. 4 more to go to tie it up. Still a long ways away.
And like we saw in the previous half with 100 Thieves when they were punishing DRX, this one, DRX is getting a lot of space. They're completely through short A. They completely know that mid is open, not only because of Stax checking it with the bot, but there's follow-up players moving in there. So this makes it a little bit easier for mentally for Stax and Flashback to kind of fall back, to play this fighting retreat, to tuck into that cubby, to not over-reveal themselves. Really good patience there by Flashback shown in those moments. Never overextended himself, never gave 100 Thieves much of an opportunity to shut him down, and that's the Stacks we've been looking for, the Stacks that we saw in Lotus. Right here. With those crispy, clean shots. Now back over to the A site.
Drone down, drone in, dashboard. Mako not getting flashed there. Stabilizes the aim, does manage to find one elimination, but Foxy 9 and Mako both going to be taken out. Off shot.
You should run.
Looking to try to take down Cryo, unable to do so. Buzz tucking away here into the corner. Do they read this? Very small margin that he's working with right now to try to pick somebody off. He needs somebody to try to swing into that one. Sees the elbow. Can he get enough? Yes, he can. Spike Plant going to be interrupted, but now they know exactly where he's at, and they're able to burn him down through the box. The counter.
Planted.
Lockdown now invested here from Flashback. TP out to safety from Bang. Hunter's Fury from Stax, looking for a target. Ooh. It's the connection on the one. Nature going to be taken down. Flashback finds Cryo. Bang rotating around the side. Stax spotting him, forces him back. Just needs to try to stave him off, stop him getting to the door. His flashback, he's gonna try to hold it, he's gonna hold it again! Not again! Flashback just does not stop!
Bang hasn't learned. It happened to him on Lotus, and it happens again.
Stuck to it like glue. Bang once again, thinking this guy is going to back off. I've killed his teammate, but Flashback doesn't give a damn.
It's unbelievable. I thought for sure that Bang was going to peek there. That's why I said you got to pull off, because I thought he was going to. Look at Buzz, man. Buzz is
giddy.
I love it.
Oh, that one's gonna sting, but 100 Thieves need to shake it off. They're still in such a good position.
Take flight.
Well, now
2 rounds is all they need.
Yeah.
One more, and they at least guarantee themselves some overtime play at the very least.
You felt like the momentum was so heavily in favor of 100 Thieves that DRX just didn't feel like anything was going their way in terms of, feeling their shots or being in the right positions at the right time. But now they're starting to get there. Now they're starting to feel their mental. They're starting to feel their mechanics. But this Blade Storm could be deadly. Asuna on the other side of that wall.
Peek off the back of that flash and rolls away moments before they would have seen each other. And this was a big concern for DRX before, leaving that market open.
Yep.
It's wide open at the moment. There's 3 players pushing forward. The Spike, however, not with them, and Flashback
Right. Set here in B main.
Well, this Killjoy setup for Flashback isn't for this push.
No,
And he
it's
just
not.
got paranoid.
The rush is starting to come through. Flashback. He isolates it. That's going to be the spike down. They know where he is at. He's just going to stay stuck into the corner for the time being. Now Stacks fighting one. Buzz arriving with the knives. Looks for a second kill. Cannot find it. But Stacks will be able to get one. Flashback gets a piece as well. And DRX shut it down. The setup wasn't there, but the response was perfect.
I thought this was going to be really potentially powerful here, 400 Thieves, but DRX is able to stem, this onslaught quick enough and long enough, and Flashback wins his duel even though he gets paranoid. The timing there for Nature is just a little bit too long. It took him a little bit too long to get around that corner, and therefore by the time he got there, Flashback either dodged the paranoia, I'm not exactly sure, or it had just worn off by that point. But he wins that duel, and then the counter paranoia from Mako is beautiful. Shuts things down, and now a little bit of frustration starting to come through for 100 Thieves. It looked like this map was done and dusted. They'd won 4 in a row to start this half, but now DRX has answered with 4 in a row of their own.
They're still not out of it. 100 Thieves, they're still the ones in this driver's seat, but DRX are trying to wrest control of the wheel away from them. A timeout called to try to right the ship here. Stop this run back from coming through. Man, DRX been on a hot streak with these last several.
It's so swingy. I mean, it's just crazy how these round streaks seem to be put together by both of these teams, and the momentum changes that just seem to kind of happen almost seemingly out of nowhere. Taking one big play or one round where there's a small mistake or somebody has holds a defuse, the other player doesn't think about it, or it's a huge multi-kill, and all of a sudden the other team is just right back in the saddle. Just going full speed. Flashback is having a really strong performance here now that we switched over. Both of our Killjoys having really good performances on both sides of the map. And now Flashback making this B site very, very challenging, and it's a good bailout from DRX to help Flashback out as he's stuck in B main.
He's buying down a little bit heftier than the other the other players on his team here.
Yeah.
But widely, we did see the previous tactical timeout called by 100 Thieves resulted in a win. Ziggs was able to course correct after that one. So if not here, if DRX do make it to double digits, I suspect that there's still a plan laid out for that next round as well. Mako sending out Paranoia, does get pinged.
That's a big piece of utility lost early here for DRX. So, I like what 100 Thieves is doing here. They're putting pressure into mid, trying to keep DRX pinned. Oh, but a lot of attention put at short.
The jump over there from Stacks, spotting several there in mid. Takes a little bit of damage through the wall. Spike gets passed around. Mako rotating now up in towards heaven. Buzz not too far away. Flash lands at Cryo's feet, gets the full blind. There's only one more in the inventory here of Foxy9. He's going to start backing away. The dash forward to the Paranoia, crashing through, doesn't hit him. Swing out for the moment. Mako not finding the connection. Peeks again, but now needs to be careful as Buzz is rushing down into the site, covering fire, starts coming across as Mako cleans up two. Foxy as well gets a piece of the action. Headshot is in EU. Some scary moments there for DRX, but widely, they still hold on. And Buzz.
What is Buzz doing?
He's doing his best Locky impersonation, but he's got a damn up in his hand, which is recovered and carried forward. But the heroes of that one, Mako and Foxy9, just breaking down 100 Thieves on that approach. And now we are just one round separated from being tied up. But again, this is the full buy. This is 100 Thieves at maximum power coming into the round.
I think Buzz felt like he was entering there. He's like, oh, I got to get on the ground and cause distractions.
I'm the Jet.
I'm the Jet.
I have to go in first.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, Cryo.
Okay, Cryo.
He's
fantastic
so good.
opener, and he's already pushed forward here. An off shot, not connecting the dash back, but he hasn't checked the right side. Flashback, managing to find the kill. Backs away the Paranoia, crashes across. Gets himself over into Alley. The flash connecting. He's going to try to push up the back of that one. Managing to find the kill. Tries to turn to get the other one, but also already dead. Flashback, Foxy9, both going to be following. Suddenly we find ourselves here in a 2v2. The Spike situated over towards Switch. Mako noting him for just a brief little moment, but not enough information to try to set up for a wallbang shot.
Mako's got full utility.
Such
Paranoia.
a rough position being stuck here. No weapons nearby for him to pick up. It's all on this op.
And he's got 2 angles he's got to worry about. Mako had to go check.
They have a nano. They've got 2 darts plus the recon to try to flush him out. Recon goes out first.
What an angle.
Nothing spotted. On the jiggle. EU taken down. Tries to go for the kill. Joy can't make it happen. Swaps over the shorty in hand. The push comes in and Buzz shuts it down. 3 kills on his lonesome in the back of the site. Buzz carries DRX to a tied score line of 11-11.
Unbelievable stuff here from Buzz. What a dodge of that recon dart, and what a shot on the jiggle peak of EU. Just absolutely brilliant. All on his own, because Mako had to go and check. They weren't 100% sure if somebody had gone into B main and wanted to come from a flank angle. So Buzz is left on his own to get it done, and get it done he does. One of the best shorty players in the world is Buzz. Loves it more than just about anybody. Shows you why. Well, yeah, something comes to mind.
Nature just trying to jiggle the corner here with that Sheriff. Get a shot across, flashback. Using the turret here as a pseudo bodyguard. Void's taking damage so far, gets a couple shots through. One of those to the head, just through the corner of the wall. Flashback, advancing forward. Nature still fancying his odds, but he will get taken down. The crowd roars are starting to get louder. Mako perfectly poised for Cryo, for Asuna. He moves up into the cloudburst and he burns them down. The headshot on the EU. And Mako will finish it with a 4K. The gentle giant roaring into this round as DRX get themselves up to 12.
Wow, Mako coming to life now. And DRX one away from flipping the script here on Ascent, from sending 100 Thieves home, from sending themselves into the semifinals to face Fnatic. And Mako, when you need him most, he might be having a rough day, but now he's at even KD. Money's abound, and Odin gonna be coming through in a flash and dash.
Oh, here comes the Tiles Crunch, the El Clasico play. 2 quick kills coming through as EU and Nature gonna be taken down, and Mako punches in onto Cryo. He does get eliminated. Bang, able to find the kill. The flash out from Foxy9 puts the spike down on the floor. Sax here. The ult popped in towards the B site. Drone sees nothing, but Sax is here. He'll hear the tap, and they have a lockdown to utilize here.
What a play here from Bang.
Bang has been so good across these last 2 days. Can he clutch it up to take us into overtime?
Absolutely insane.
At the ready, but there's util in hand. Sax will be the finisher. The defuse will come in, and they might be named the Thieves, but I feel like they got robbed. 2 fantastic starts in both maps, but DRX run it all the way back to victory.
Just what a comeback for DRX. What tenacity they've shown here today, going down both times on both maps, and just eventually getting into their groove, getting into that fast lane, and never letting go until they cross the finish line. Unbelievable stuff. As good as this was here, 400 Thieves, I thought they had this map pretty well in check. But how many times have we seen it at Kilios? The DRX has it in them to run it back when they are down bad.
Yeah, time and time again. And this, just another expression of that perseverance that we have seen so many times in the past. The DRX will stay afloat and play tomorrow in the tournament versus Fnatic. A matchup that we have seen numerous times, and it has gone both ways throughout history. For 100 Thieves, though, I think that this is a bright spot in what could be an even brighter future. Obviously, the core of DRX. They've been together for so very long. You expect that they are going to be a lot more comfortable with each other. For 100 Thieves, this team has somewhat recently come together. They've gotten themselves a new coach, backed up alongside Mike's HD. I think that if they continue to go on the grind, what we saw from them here, there is a very, very solid foundation to work off of.
DRX, do not die. It was like a flashback to map 1 for 100 Thieves as DRX shifted. Yeah,
see what you did there?
I did that for you. They shift the momentum in their favor once again. And there are so many reasons for them doing so. One key word that comes to mind is buzz, and we'll get to that guy very shortly. But for 100 Thieves, they did say at the beginning of this that they wanted it to be somewhat of a learning curve. This has definitely been that for them.
Yeah, and look, I really want to highlight the fact that if you're a 100 Thieves fan, you really shouldn't be that down about this at all. First of all, Nature just came in a couple days ago. They have had very little time to practice with them. You came out swinging on every map except for the very first one of the tournament. You know, you've come out here, you've set the, you know, the pace, the tempo very well to start. That means that some of the communication and foundations are pretty good. It's just the depth isn't quite there yet, but that takes time, that takes practice. So truly, 100 Thieves fans, ease up, don't worry about it, they'll be fine.
100 Thieves fans can look ahead to the future, but let's be real, there was some serious DRX support here in the arena, wasn't it? It got loud every single time they dropped a body.
As it got closer and closer to that run back to, you know, tying things up became more and more of a real reality. Yeah, the crowd was starting to really get behind them. It was impressive to hear and impressive to see, and honestly, given that DRX were able to do it twice in both of those maps, I think it's well-deserved praise from the audience. This is now, I mean, only the second time that these two organizations have ever clashed against each other. The last time was over in Istanbul. It was a 2-0 affair from the side of DRX, and it also involved a pretty hefty run back on Fracture. So, I don't know what it is. Termes just got this team's number, I suppose, but it's a good, strong effort from the side of 100 Thieves, and I genuinely do mean it when I say I see a lot of potential in this team right here. Cryo, this guy,
he's nuts.
Good God, what a
so
map from him. This is exactly what you want to see from him getting ready to go into the 2024 season.
Well, Seth, you did say, you know, just before we went into the second map here, if everything doesn't go necessarily to plan for 100 Thieves, the opposite of what happened last year when they won the trophy will be what happens in 2024. So,
this
if
just
anything, it's a good thing, right?
They're going to be America's champions. That's just how it works out.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first, folks.
You've got to be assuming that Fnatic were watching that, right? And they've got to be looking at this DRX team thinking, damn, they're resilient.
No, and
they know that.
Every team knows it at this point. You know, no matter who it is that's gone up against them, DRX will push you to your limits. I mean, we've seen it time and time again in like best of fives, last year champions. You know, they're able to push that team to 5 games. I mean, they do this so often. We've seen it time and time again in Pacific or previously in VCT Korea, where they're down bad and all of a sudden they just win a bunch of rounds in a row and knock you out. I mean, they're tenacious, and once they start feeling it, once they start getting that groove, it seems like they're world beaters. Why are you laughing at me?
You know, it's such a great...
You're just an old man and you've never heard the expression down bad before, so you keep using it.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, that's not, in a modern context, it's a little bit different, so I'm just chuckling at that. I'm sorry.
He's calling you old, bro. You're going to stand there and take that?
That's true.
Okay, fair enough. You're older than I'm ancient. Look, let's take a look at the numbers here stacking up. I mean, there were so many strong performances for Team DRX here. You two still giggling, I love it. But MVP, rightly so as well, right, Seth?
I mean, I think the MVP honestly was Cryo, just because of the performance that he was able to put up individually. That was so damn clean from him on that jet. Unfortunately, not quite enough to be able to get that win, but that was why they were so far out in the lead. When he had that operator, that was just so good for them on that defending half, but Mako comes in, he does Mako things. Yep. It's been a little bit fewer and further in between in the recent tournaments that they've played, where we see Mako kind of be that clutch god. This wasn't even necessarily a clutch. He had plenty of teammates around him, but he just did not allow access into that A site whatsoever. That is just standard Mako practice right there.
We're seeing lots of different players pop off here in Tokyo, Japan as the crowd gets loud. And we can take a look now at Buzz, right? Because you can make yourself a star. This guy's, everybody knows he can already deliver. But to pop off at an international event, it's always a good thing, and everybody's talking about Buzz right now who was watching that.
Yeah, and this is why I'm I'm so high on Buzz as a duelist. Why, you know, even though Foxy9 is quite good as a duelist, I still think Buzz is overall better. It's because he does a lot of the dirty work as a duelist. He's willing to get into open space and try to break open things for you. He's so good on the fly. He's really creative. We've seen that time and time again. I mean, truly, the only thing that I've ever really sort of faulted Buzz for is his opping skills. Sometimes it's a little bit off. Sometimes he whiffs at things. We saw it a couple times even on this map that most players probably don't, but that's okay because he makes up for it in so many other ways.
Yeah. Honestly, I would love to see, you know, on that note, just maybe trying to put Foxy9 in a position where he is going to be the one opping, even if Buzz is playing the Jet. We've seen that from teams like EG in the past, where you have Boostio who's playing Killjoy and he is still rocking that operator. You could just do that setup, especially since Foxy has widely been playing Killjoy. Sure. So if this is going to be the roster you move forward with, I think getting it into those more reliable hands would be good, because Buzz is either an ungodly opper on the day, or he's whipping some fairly easy shots. And you don't really want to have to deal with that variability when you're in a high-stakes situation.
Are you backing DRX here, Seth? I'm going to ask both of you. Coming up against Fnatic tomorrow in our semi-finals. In fact, Paper Thin, I'm going to come to you first. What are the chances? Do you think they can have them?
Maybe, but I think, you know, you can't have the same amount of mistakes that you had here today early on like you did against 100 Thieves. The Fnatic has looked weak early on in a lot of their maps so far in this event, but so is DRX, so you can't kind of have that same kind of slide. You're not going to be allowed that much breathing space, recovery space, most likely against a team of Fnatic's caliber. We know that right now Fnatic probably should be beating DRX, even if DRX is bringing their normal full roster. And here with, you know, Flashback and Foxy as good as, especially on this last map that Flashback played, I still got to pretty heavily favor Fnatic, despite the fact that I like what I'm seeing from DRX overall. Yeah.
I mean, I widely agree with the criticism and, you know, the analysis that's pushed out right there. I mean, Fnatic, they are just a team that had an incredible story this season. They have maintained that roster. They all are all very scary, and they're steadily waking up with each day that goes on because they're getting more and more practice now that they're back together as a five-man squad. For DRX, I fully agree. If they have those similar starts to the maps, they're not going to be let back into the games nearly as much. They're not going to be able to get 4v5 conversions nearly as easy as they were able to get here.
All right, well, Adam Savage is standing by with yet another winner's interview, and what a player it is. DRX's Stacks standing by.
Wow, wow, wow. What a victory that was here. DRX knocking out 2022's home ground championships, 100 Thieves in a 2-0. I'm joined now by Stacks. The team must be feeling incredible. That was amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah, now I'm feeling so comfortable right now because we have a match tomorrow. So yeah, we're gonna prepare next match, Fnatic.
You were 11-5 down in game 2. How do you inspire the team to turn things around? What did you do?
So actually, 100 Thieves' strategy is pretty nice. So we just have so many pressure. So I know how to figure out how to count. So I try to some aggressive play. So make some info, and then we got some come back.
I mean, we've seen that this competition has been fantastic thus far. Tomorrow, though, you're going to face Fnatic in the next round. I know you're looking forward to the opportunity there, but they're kind of a favorite in this competition. What do you do now to prepare for that big matchup?
Actually, we have a two new players, so they need more experience. Of course, they have a good individual skill. So, but yeah, next match, tomorrow match is gonna be get more experience for our two new players. So this is gonna be exciting, and let's see.
Let's see. I've got to ask you as well about being here in Tokyo. The crowd absolutely loving, particularly what happened at the end there. The last couple of rounds were just electric here in the building. How does it feel knowing that Tokyo, you have their support and the fans have been so welcoming to you guys as well?
Actually, Masters Tokyo, we was there. Our result is pretty bad, so my feel is pretty sad now. Now we're coming here and we make some plays, and then we can make some, I don't know what to say. Yeah, just feeling good to be here, and then I love Japan.
Stacks, will DRX win Red Bull Homeground 2023?
What do you mean?
Do you think you can win?
Of course!
Of course. Stacks, thank you so much for chatting to us. We've got some great semi-finals coming our way. Do not miss a single second of it.
Yeah, I mean, are you going to win? Absolutely, of course we're going to win. That's the sort of...
That's what I asked. He's like, what do you mean? Like,
what do you mean are we going to win? Of course, absolutely. Don't be stupid, Adam. Listen, what I love about that is Stack said when he was here in Japan not that long ago, it wasn't the result that they wanted. Very happy to be back again, and like we all do, loves Tokyo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, who doesn't?
I mean, it was, I think, a bit of an understatement to say, like, no, it's not the result that we wanted.
Yeah.
It was bad. It was a very bad tournament for them, considering the expectations, considering what they were able to do at Lock-In. Yes, they weren't the #1 team coming out of VCT Pacific, but we always have high expectations for that squad. So to be able to, come in here, show a bit more confidence, also show off some of the newer players here. I mean, and Flashback is very much showing off. I think that is a very good sign, similarly for DRX moving forward. But I'm not going to hold my breath.
You sure?
Not yet.
Speaking of
I've been hurt too many times.
I can sense the heartbreak coming from you over there. Just what Stack said there as well, which I thought was really interesting, is the 2 new players you mentioned there. It's a good experience for them to go up against Fnatic. But in the same breath, it's a real opportunity to make a statement, isn't it? If you can put in some killer performances against the best team in the world.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I'm one of those players, if I'm Flashback, if I'm Foxy9, I'm chomping at the bit to get this opportunity to play against Fnatic, to get to play against, in almost every position, one of the 3 best players in the world. Top to bottom, that team is crazy good. So now you're getting to really test your mettle, test your mental fortitude, test your physical fortitude, all these things put together to see how you can fare. And like you're saying, if you can have some of those pop-off moments, if you can have some of those plays that are going to be highlight reel clips that you're going to be able to stick on your YouTube channel or whatever, you're going to be feeling very, very good about yourself, and that's what you're looking for here. You're looking to play your best and have some fun.
Sure.
All right, well, listen, we've had Valorant take place in this iconic arena. We're going to bring you something else a little bit unique. Japanese rap star Oswald is going to be coming in and performing live. This is going to be epic. If you thought that the gameplay was good, wait till you see the performance that is coming up. I just said it there. Oswald, a massive rap star here in Japan, will be performing live. The players will take a break. We'll have our big performance, and then we'll resume the gameplay with our first semi-final. See you soon.
証言にしてた周りの目仮の軸で生きてたらグレイ感気づかないうちになるマリオネット気づけ誰かの中で生きてるのさまた他人見て何かを比べるマジ人目とかれたくねえ人と違うことを恐れて影に生きるのが生き方だったの俺 Yo やめにしようよ目にしよう痛むねに hurry まだ手につく My fit is bad でも I get it now まだビジョンないでも fit alright 目に染みてわかる本物に合う、yeah、生きてるろんな理想、人生はもう時だけ見ないことない Perfect is God's creation Was it born with a flow like a dragon's flight It's dimension and I could dimension 完璧を求めていけんなフライ They don't know who you are 答え探し We got run believe Yeah, they don't know who I am 答えなんかなくたってめる Hey yo, perfect is God's creation Was it born with a flow like a dragon's flight It's dimension and I could dimension 完璧を求めていけんなフライ But I don't know who I am Cause I am chosen me Yeah, I'm ready Are you ready, homegrown? Cause I am chosen me Yo, even never need a God bless. Yo, we live in the earth, all I really wanna talk. Okay, even never need a God bless. Peterson's wicked lie, Nagamau, yin and yang. Woo, even never need a God bless. We live in the earth, all I really wanna talk. Okay, even never need a God bless. Peterson's wicked lie, Nagamau, yin and yang. Woo. Caught without the shit. Oh, that lie, cat, tell my shit. I can love you, get money. You know when I need like they know ya so life. Do you wanna fuck me? But don't need that hoe right now. Proud is hokoli, more bitches don't call me. Tatai mo deno no mi kala hokoli. I feel by no feel motivation controlling. The truth, without she wushi doshi, men also fundoshi, call it the walkie dokie. Fools, winner, tsune jibun ni winner. Omae teki baka soto ni teki wa inai. Noni. Tonde hajigeki yo kawaiso like a babo. Yeah, skinny at the Asian, the lega nani at the yoga shouji kyo minai. Whatever. Agia shine like neta saga jibun jishin mote na mela. Omela. Cause they didn't know that in the lamo tuchu ni God. Even devil need a God bless. Yo, we live in the earth, all I really wanna talk. Okay, even devil need a God bless. Peterson's wicked lie, Nagamau, yin and yang. Even devil need a God bless. Yo, we live in the earth, all I really wanna talk. Okay, even devil need a God bless. Peterson's wicked lie, Nagamau, yin and yang. Yeah, okay. I can love you, get money. You met with Nani, Taite, no yachts alive. But don't not need this. No problem. Tatami no the mama, nami no the Vulcan. Oshima no the kona, shina gala focus. Ozina rob Marzi like a Harry Potter. Whoa, we got Liam Lady Osa, but not the Noah Lady Osa. What's up? He using black Mazi, honey cats, white Mazi, Dochi Lama, Mazi, Nai, they want to do, we can thank guy. My art, take you, she got my bush, you touch carefully. That's who I know what will I need. Let's go. Even devil need a God bless. We live in the earth, all I really wanna talk. Okay, even devil need a God bless. Peterson's wicked lie, Nagamau, yin and yang. Even devil need a God bless. Yo, we live in the earth, all I really wanna talk. Okay, even devil need a God bless. Peterson's wicked lie, Nagamau, yin and yang. Rebel homegrown Joshua Do そのまま畳みかけていこう Yo, get in my way, leave me alone. Hit me with no. これは大冒険 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, When I feel low, 畳の上でだいつまでたっても still remain in motion 012の3 with me しの2の0畳の上に drop to still remain in motion Yeah, when I feel low, 畳の上でだいつまでたっても still remain in motion 012の3 with me しの2の0畳の上に drop to still remain in motion Let's go 他ごだれもいない教室の窓開けていい方なスメル残りが宙を舞う弁当前に飯が美味しくなるの魔法人間の欲って理性とは逆の発想 Oh yeah 短い命ルールは守る Oh yeah 自分の身だけ心配してな Oh yeah 俺のことはいいよ大丈夫 Leave me alone Get out my way yeah しないよやけ酒神様が泣いてるの君気づけてないでしょあたかも全て自分の影と思ってらほう周り環境人仲間に対してありがとうって本気で読めるやつに対して俺からありがとうね不思議と妙な謎ばっか増える年が増すごとに俺は本気週末の内地は息が精進誰がお願いします明日の朝ごめん後悔なんてしてるはず No 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 アーティストだらけ homegrown Yo sticky that's my flow まず君の耳から Let's go Okay when I feel low 畳の上でだいつまでたっても still remain in motion 012の3 with me しの2の0畳の上に drop to still remain in motion Yeah when I feel low 畳の上でだいつまでたっても still remain in motion 012の3 with me しの2の畳の上に drop still remain in motion Go DJ Tsubasa Jam 3, 2, 1, let's go Yo, division, alcohol, lure, go ho Effect of killer gene, set emotion City, keep the Mary Jane, mo, mono And in the new Balini, mama, I told you I say, body, carry, corner, bomb, man Elak, kuri, kata, mata, oto, na, Impossible, na, nashi, nanka, jane We saw the like a leki, she no home, but yeah Quiero, muy la papi Papi, no in the fucker, esa maquita M Super side, topo, mi cohete, flying My ninjas, kono mama got it You ready? Ladies and gentlemen We like a mina, Shimano brain man Woto kana de makuli, my gorillas Woto leo dole, full of sumi, no belly girl I kinda lose like a Betty Boo I might smell like marijuana お前の髪はお前の中弾け飛んでまた一つこの体 I'm just a fucking real human 答え不満足はナーバス今に見てる分かり Has trust human 俺の真の芯から I can't lose like a Betty Boo I might smell like marijuana お前の髪はお前の中弾け飛んでまた一つこの体 I'm just a fucking weird human 答え不満足はナーバス今日の大会で唯一1回だけみんな立ってもらえますか立ってもらえますか立ってる人これからの試合もぶち上がれるぐらい飛ぼうぜ 3, 2, 1, let's go Oh yeah, I'm an alien boy この地球で感情のシミュレーション Yo, pop, make some noise Play that game on the boy It's Mr. Freedom Yeah Whoa, wabba-dabba-dabba Mr. Freedom Yeah, wabba-dabba-dabba Sexy na lady 欲張らないhoe 俺の中の魔女言霊は魔法 Yeah I'm my best friend, I know I can't lose, let's go I can't lose like a Betty Boo I might smell like marijuana お前の髪はお前の中弾け飛んでまた一つこの体 I'm just a fucking real human 答え不満足はナーバス今に見てるお金 Has to trust you 俺の真の芯から Home grind 声上げろ Say oh yeah Oh yeah Oh yeah Oh yeah Oh yeah Oh yeah みんな最高だね。レッドブルといえばこれじゃろ。今宵の話のむさそれささすいすいすい今宵の話のむさそれささ Everybody すいすいすい中の話や一平うむさんゆったいのまぶやがころちすんど旅の始まりは南この島に落ちる稲光打ちなが運ぶね踊り出すかちゃしわらびをじとおばと先祖神々私魂は旅求める愛は何学びRebel style 燃えてはハイなレターナルファイヤーで上がるバーナー T ではまるで光るビー玉官房は宝一番しじゃさ兄さん姉さんと Wake up の映画さ楽しんだもん勝ち遊びが Make my life 死んでもどうせまた来世で会いましょう螺旋描いて上に高く登る私も中は泣いても笑う血で血洗わず酒飲んで流す No noレッボー飲んでぶち騒ぐ姉さんのハブシュ No no レッボー飲んでぶち上がる今宵も始まる宴だぜ騒げささいやささそいわたピーターパンさ心配ない何も心配ないマジ何も問題ないよ今は楽しいから全部いいかなって死んだら何もないかもなんて Goddamn Peter What you think about Fuck my teeth oh yo yeah yeah 心配ない何も心配ない何も問題ないもし今は楽しいからよ全部いいかなって死んだら俺じゃないかもなんて Goddamn シンフォニーもっとシンフォニーJust a motion, yo, just a motion. Hey, いい感じならいざ。8、5 What's up, my brothers? 思わずなんだよこれってな Look like Ruby 当たり前のような格好して吸ってる空気王にセットするタイマーぶっ飛んで何回もファイト教えてくれるのは神様ファンタジーなんてそこら中が全部そんなもんさ今のメイトリックスを解除したらマジかなんてこうだやりすぎコージーも OK じゃないのかも多分OK OK ママ言いたいことは分かりますけど好きなことを我慢して生きるのは超無理一人自分勝手して遊ぶのは悲しいやっぱり仲間や家族のいる生活素晴らしいオズワールドの仲間たちと地球上でも What you think about? Fuck my team oh no 心配ない何も心配ない何も問題ないマジ今は楽しいから全部いいかなって死んだら何もないかもなんでか What you think about? Fuck my team oh yeah 心配ない何も心配ない何も問題ないマジ今は楽しいから全部いいかなって死んだら俺じゃないかもうなんてが死んだらリスポンできないかもねなんてがDamnリスポーンできないマイライフ生きてますか皆さん最高な人生を生きてるやつどんぐらいいんのわしもじゃ日本のキャラクターといえば夜が来たら日が昇る日が昇ったら12時真上に太陽が来たら最高到達点俺はギアフィフスに行く It's there with a name in the back, experiment on earth, yeah. Headed in the star like the ready in the I'm from an island called Okinawa. Tatami no te wa let the color the worldwide. I'm on my way to the unknown. There is my all where all the donkey out. I get this all on email, but I'm already out going out. Listen, I learned the meaning of the yo home goes the love till so long away ni ando dolo que no lo maya when no kuni what the most you walk in the buy. Kuno tabi no go the free and I got my guy. I'm on my way to my neck like a PlayStation. Like I play when it was game, I miss me no me. So hato muki da shono le way goes to tepen. Kotai wa pire zo le la no gosu. Walai no honi wa o to honto no hi ho tage hajiman zo kyomo no moya. All the aliens aboard, no one left on the show. Don't nale nai kodomo no sozo. 果たしてまた夢を描いて形は見えない世界も Go どんどんと鳴りやまないパワー日が上がってきたぞ Start with a name and a deck experiment on earth yeah. Heading in the star like you're in the water I'm from an island called Okinawa Tatami no te wa let la karada wa worldwide I'm on my way to the unknown There is my all where all alone Yeah, I get this all on your mail But that's already all going out special long What's up? 両国国技館初めてこのステージに立たせてもらいました最高な景色と360度見渡す限りのバイブス満タンの皆さんの前でライブができることを超楽しみにしてました楽しんでもらえてますかね俺もめっちゃ楽しいですマジでやべえどうしようゲームも見てた最高に楽しかったしやばいし世界中から人が集まってこの日本を代表するような場所で戦いがやべえ戦いが世界に発信されていることもその中心にみんなも遊びに来ていることも今日っていう日を一緒に遊べていることを超光栄に思いますみこと行こう I wonder are our life something may be different tonight I'm ready now日ずる国極東の島国ジパンまたなおジャパンまたなお日本日の元日本俺たちのこの世代の日本は誰も攻撃しない I wonder about life something may be different tonight I read it now Thunder strike on trees like burning dragons of eternal light I'm ready now ready now Listen Extended warrior 三角はそんとの生きるわ四角に四角奪われちゃって Oh my god 継承するウィンディゴクルスタカラーレインボーソーズ足かけら下にかけ確かめた君が下ま雲抜け飛び立てば全ての仕掛けが君の光の下に降り立てば未来に何残した I wonder about life something may be different tonight I read it now Thunder strike on trees like burning dragons of eternal light I'm ready now ready now Yeah, oh no, I can't do my boss, so to be Jew So to the vision like a Joe show, so to keep you Homo, I can't do, この象徴する見抜く振動する心臓音存在する理由深海から沿岸まで上昇する竜宮のスカイするウォッスカイほつまつたい奥が深いこの旅縁を結び形作る波から粒まぶたりする因を結ぶ進行する因を文字で移動する our life. Something maybe different tonight. I already know. We're not.
今日ははっきり白黒のつく戦いという誰かが勝って誰かが負けて誰かが笑って誰かが泣いてそういうナンバーワンを決めるような戦いですが音楽は自分が思うにナンバーワンとかなくてオンリーワンこそが自分たちの持ってる個性持ち味をいかに活かせるかっていうところにこそめちゃくちゃ魅力があるものだと思ってます。なので自分はフェンネルっていうクルーに所属させてもらってるけど今はこの瞬間はステージ降りるまでは一人のアーティストのオズワルドとして最後の曲を歌わせていただきたいと思います。自分の持ってる光を一人一人照らしてもらえますか。この暗闇を自分の光でこの会場を照らしてもらえますか。最高だ。見てくれみんな。やべえよ。星やで手振って俺こっちだよもう一つの手でピースを見せてくれるかい。最高だ。よしレッボーホームグラウンド。このピースの後にはまた戦いが始まるけど泣いても笑っても最後は笑おう。2の国行きましょう。目の前には緑の竜また目開くため目を閉じる瞑想このコントローラーに会いに行って愛に気づく警戒の踊り子俺はホレコンまたトリコになるもん俺はしょうもない男だから結果を残すとこ My life is a real art 警戒に革命がペン先で夢の先をつなぎ合わせる人生作る先生マジでやっぱあんただけてる広範囲に飛ばす電波ピンピン高いところから見ている道ジャスティスとか言ってるから悪役も生まれるこの世界は矛盾が矛盾を生んではどっかで誰か泣いてる二の国から三の国まで作るぞジャパン頭がいっぱいその場しのぎじゃ現実世界を生きる想像してあげまね大人って何考えさせられるんだ毎日あんまり意味はないらしいんだよな頭がいっぱいでもお前はお前でお金じゃ買えない大事なものいっぱい当たり前だって思ってたことが今になって曲がって見える今一回きりならこの人生 crazy になるまで求められないブレーキ頭では理解してるけども戻れない今しかないこの世界で make it 昨日までは死んだような顔で made it でも思い出す世界は still crazy この地球のどっかでまた Baby 南の島のブレイメン一回きりならこの人生 crazy になるまで求められないブレーキ頭では理解してるけども戻れない今しかないこの世界で make it 昨日までは死んだような顔で毎日でも思い出す世界は still crazy この地球のどっかでまた会いましょう南の島のブレイメンレボーホームグラウンド最後まで熱い戦いを見せてくれありがとうオズワルドでした
What can you say? What can you say? Red Bull, just do it different. Forgive me, just give me 1 second while I add Oswald to my playlist here. Because that guy was sick. The performance was incredible. The fans absolutely loved it. I've said it just then, and I'll say it again. Red Bull, different. In the UK, we say a different gravy.
A different gravy.
Yeah. That was good, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, solid performance.
No, the show was very, very good. I'm not so sure about different gravy, but the show was really good.
Now I can say that I have worked in this event and seen a concert in this event. So a nice little performance. So solid way to break up the action, give a little bit of time here to extend C9 since they already played today.
Yep.
But now it's time to get down to brass tacks.
Yeah, well, shout out again to Oswald for an incredible performance, but now we move into semi-finals territory. My name's Ian Chambers, by the way, if you're just joining us, and I've got an amazing pair of casters slash analysts. They're doing double duty here, and they're doing a phenomenal job of it. It is C9, who we saw earlier on, who won their quarterfinal to progress here, versus Foot. Now, Foot, let's take a look at this roster. They are an absolute force to be reckoned with. We're calling them the Turkish Titans. They haven't dropped a map in a long while. The Quals, which they were extremely victorious in, they were undefeated. Yesterday, they clapped 100 Thieves. Then they clapped DRX, and they're going to be looking to continue that run of former momentum here in the semis.
Yeah, you got to think with the form that they're showing that they've got to be heavily favored here. I mean, obviously the old core of Mr. Fallen, Atacaptain, and Cracks are really, really strong, but then these new players, Yeta J in particular, we know who CNET is. We know this guy, a world champion, an incredible player, but Yeta J has been absolutely insane throughout his stint with this team, looking to see if he can continue that, because these guys are really putting it together really fast, and they look like they could be a real force to be reckoned with, not just for this event, but for the future of VCT.
Yeah, I mean, the turnaround from what we saw from, Foot back at Champions, struggling a bit there, and to today is insane, and a lot of it has been Yeta J. I think I'm probably the most impressed by him.
Yeah.
Flashback might be my second most impressive player at this tournament. This was because I was unfamiliar with both of these guys. Didn't watch too much of Yeta J on his previous team. Didn't know how impactful he was going to be for this squad, but my God, what a difference it has made. Having CNET as well there for that very steady, consistent firepower. He looks like he is right at home, and that's what is the most dangerous thing, is when CNET is comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned there their performance at Champs. They finished top 8, which was disappointing for them for sure, and they really do seem to struggle against some of the bigger teams. Do you think they'll be intimidated at all here by Cloud9?
No, not at all. I mean, I think they're looking so good right now. They have to be flowing with a ton of confidence. They have to feel like we're playing really, really well. C9 has shown at least a little bit of shakiness here and there. Now, that being said, C9 is really starting to put it together. Curry was playing great here earlier today. Oxy is just an absolute phenom. The guy is all over the place. He can play a lot of different duelists at an extremely high level. Again, Jake Vanity, Zeppo, we know how good they are. They've been really good with this guy, in terms of their playing in the NA region for quite some time, but we're really starting to see things come together for C9.
Well, they've been lucky enough to grace this stage 3 times already. This will be their 4th time making out onto the main stage, so it's very familiar territory, which is quite a unique thing to say considering the venue here. They know what it takes to be up there under the bright lights and to get things done.
No, they really do. And I mean, like I said, everybody on this squad looking like they are right at home playing in front of an audience. We heard from Vanity himself in the post-match interview saying it feels like we are a little bit slow to begin, but then once they do ramp up, they're absolutely insane. Oxy especially, this young kid joining this squad has been explosive in their 3 matches so far, and I think that is going to continue going into the 4th.
Oxy is 18 years old. 18! And he's out here doing it large in Japan, making a massive splash and a name for himself. Everybody was already sort of eyeing him up as a potential future big star in this game, and it looks like he might be about to prove that here in Japan. Should we bring him out onto the stage along with the rest of the players for this semi? I think we should.
Tonight, 3試合目を戦う2チームに再びリングに上がっていただきましょう。皆さん、大きな声援でお迎えください。But Esports
For the beautiful Japanese-themed Red Bull Home Ground 2023 trophy looming in the distance. These two teams are looming in the distance of a potential grand final. Which one of them will take the big leap into that best of 5 situation? This right here, of course, is a best of 3. Long way to go before either of them can have the right to say they're grand finalists, but we all know here that both teams are capable of getting it done.
No doubt about it. I mean, again, a star-studded roster across both of it. Tons of players who are capable of popping off and just having insane plays. I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking forward to with this match. Is there's so many playmakers across both of these teams. This should be an absolute battle of just these hero plays, these 1vx's that really could set the tone for this particular match.
All right, we're getting into map picks and vetoes. Seth, one thing that's interesting here is Foot we haven't seen in a best of 3 yet here at Home Ground. They made it into the semi-finals because they were so phenomenal in that Swiss round. They can handle the heat though.
No breeze, but okay!
Yes!
You hear the crowd go wild behind us. Sunset locked in by Foot. We weren't sure. We were talking about this going into the previous series, whether or not someone was going to be picking this map. I had my doubts, but Foot, they're bringing something special out. They are going to be the first ones to select it here in this tournament. Lotus for Cloud9, some more action there. And Bind and Ascent band away. Already such a spicy draft here, as we will have Haven to round it out.
Okay, I'm really excited. Obviously, we haven't had a chance to cast Sunset yet, so really excited to get an opportunity to look at this. Foot has been good on it the one time they've played it. C9's been kind of up and down, but this is really, really interesting. I mean, nobody really has a meta set for this yet. Who knows what the agent comps are going to look like? Who knows exactly how they want to pilot this? We have a decent idea, maybe, but again, both these teams have only played it a very limited number of times.
It's really interesting, isn't it, as well, Seth, for the fans at home and in the arena to also watch along to see how these teams figure out how they want to stack up and play on this map and figure out that meta. And like I said, the fans collectively will enjoy that process too.
No, absolutely will. We'll take a look at what the competition is going to be looking like, and they are very, very different. Cloud9 going back to Oxy on this Yoru, something that we saw earlier on today. He was absolutely pounding Zeppa there with the raise. And it's Astra Viper for the double controller. Double controller at the same time there for Foot, but they've got the Breach as the initiator instead of the Sky, and they have a Sage instead of a second duelist. So a bit more control there with that Sage, can slow things down, cut off routes of access. But man, how is this going to look when we get in? Like we said, like you said rather, first time you and I are tackling this map. First time these two teams are going to be playing on it against each other. Who can come out on top? I really don't know. This is anyone's game.
Exactly, and look at what Foot's bringing. This is basically a split comp, right? Like they're basically kind of cheating this, like we're gonna cut off those choke points with Sage, we're gonna use those double controllers to kind of hold down sites, and then we're gonna rely on the Breach to kind of open up a little bit of space. Again, with the way the sites are laid out on Sunset, you have a lot of really good opportunities to take advantage of those fault lines, to take advantage of those rolling thunders, things like that. Really, really powerful. And on the other side, Cloud9 with this double duelist with this Yoru, playing kind of like they did on Bind. Really excited.
All right, let's have it, shall we? Which team will shine here on Sunset? C9 versus Foot starts right now with Achilles and Pepper Thin.
A quick bite coming through. Vanity just pushing forward. See that gate crash moving forward as well. Zeta J taking some damage there from the dog into the corner though. Zeppa faced up. Oxy able to find one, gets straighted out. Krax is able to double up, find himself a second kill, looking for the third, but can't quite steady the aim. He falls as does Mr. Fallen. CNED now arriving to the fight. Out of Captain, however, swinging the corner. The Paranoid Curry will be able to take him down and get a pistol round win here for Foot. Fast action right off the rip.
Nice patience in terms of just waiting for their moments to strike here for Foot, being in the right place at the right time, doing some significant damage at the end there. Ada Captain landing a great paranoia. CNED waiting expectantly for that re-peek. And an easy cleanup there. A lot of utility committed at the beginning. Try to break open some space for C9, but could not really ever get there. Foot just quick to rotate through market from their spawn as well. Really just what a way to start this. And look at the way they're using this Breach utility to buy some space, using the Sage Wall to cut off angles. So C9 has to make decisions. Do they break the wall to try to fake some information? But they've only got, right, like Stingers here actually, along with the Sheriff. So a little bit trickier to break those walls down early on. But if they can maybe buy some time, they can maybe get some damage done. This is a pretty hefty investment from C9, of course, a force buy. So looking, already maybe feeling like they need to kind of change what's been going bad for them, right? Vanity talked about it, you talked about it, that they've been having some, slow starts. So what if we can come through earlier with a stronger start, get into that rhythm, get into that momentum a little bit faster. So I don't mind this call at all here from Vanity and C9.
Looks like at the moment it might just be a full push in through B main. No one rotating in towards mid. Bite up over the top. The lineup here from Curry. The drop down just in front of that Nebula. Flash at the ready, break on a one. Oxy pushing forward, finds the first kill. Zeta is well going to be able to take down CNET. That's so much firepower out of the hands here of Foot. C9 look to win this one out with the force buy, and so far it is looking great. Oxy with 3. Mr. Fallen just around the corner, starts peeking. He will end up dropping as Mr. Fallen does find 2, but with 3 HP and 3 more players to get through, it's just a nigh impossible task, especially with the flank coming around the backside. Vanity arrives, takes him down, and we will be tied up right off the rip.
Love what you're seeing here. Immediately getting in towards Boba and crunching it. Doing a great job there. Again, with his utility is Oxy. We saw this on Bind. We're seeing he's really well drilled with these flashes, with the follow-ups. Paranoia attempted. Just doesn't hit anybody. Yeah, Mr. Fallen gets a couple, but the force buy pays off here for C9.
And look what's happening on the side of Foot. Also, just not looking to give it a round to rest.
Yeah, they're going right into it.
The reinvestment comes right back through. Could be a very heavy swing. We'll see if C9 anticipates this at all. CNED with the Vandal. As Cracks also picking up that heavy rifle.
Well, you've got Attic Captain and Mr. Fallen on A, which is the direction currently C9 is kind of leaning. Gonna set up a one-way smoke over here on the corner. Try to give Mr. Fallen a little bit of a chance there with that Stinger. But the rifles are on the other side of the map here, so some opportunity potentially if they keep pushing this direction. But right now, not much information being given over here by either squad. They're both pretty firmly planted on their halves of the map.
That mild spray out from Mr. Fallen does let Cloud9 know that at least a Stinger was bought. So they know that they are not necessarily just going up against Classics here. So I have to expect that pretty much everybody on Foot is going to have some level of investment into the round. Or just going to be broken. Spam across, paint shells coming through. Oxy was out of position here for B for the moment. Ring around the Rosie here on the B site. Jake finding 1, but CNED takes out 2. Zemba and Jake now both going to fall. He hasn't seen him, but now he notices at the end of Jay. Ends up getting taken down with CNED on for a 3K. Picks that one up. Oxy gone. It's just Vanity and Curry left standing. Satchel's forward, trying to close the gap here. CNED with 15 HP. Wants to be the tip of the spear. Flash goes in. Mr. Fallen melted down. Stinger finding the kill. Swap over to the Sheriff. Curry finds himself a second, and now Attic Captain, the last one standing. He's so low, but Curry gets the headshot. And C9 will take the round.
Curry had to hit a headshot. That was the only way he wins that. Unbelievable there. It looked like Foot might be able to take it over on the back of CNED's incredible shooting. But somehow, some way, even with Oxy kind of getting flanked on the side there, all he needs is just one. He just is a bit to the right. Can't quite track. And Curry there has had a phenomenal performance so far this event. Really, as a stand-in, has done such a stellar job.
Absolutely. Look at what's available, though. The mask comes out of Captain. The one tap, Zeppa quick to reply, gets another wall bang. It's Mr. Fallen now taken out. Push up out of the smoke. CNED still going to be good for 1. Now Zeppa picks up 3. Rotations coming through. Mid-top all the way through the attacker spawn as well here for Yedijay. The Sheriff's in hand. Damage definitely possible. This Crack's not buying it. Fake out. The headshot. Yedijay. Crispy. Rocket goes in though. Zeppa will pick up 4 on the round as Cracks gets blown to smithereens, and C9, well, they lose several members. A little bit of economic damage dealt, but Widely will be fine going into this 5th round.
This has been a really scrappy affair here between these teams. They're just going at each other, full steam, and quick rotations. What's that?
I said, we approve.
We do approve. This is a lot of fun. I approve of a lot of things I'm seeing. I mean, there's such drastic compositional differences, but there hasn't been a lot of time to breathe, to really think about it, you know, with the breach and that kind of thing, and the Sage in particular, using it to try to slow up C9, but it doesn't really seem to bother them.
Captain not seen as he gets across here. Going to be lingering. Vanity taking a couple of pot shots. Smoke just going to be thrown up. Shots narrowly missing their targets here. Cena will pull back into B site proper. Time, mild amount of space being taken as Oxy as well looking to poke and prod over towards A. Sending dupe out over towards A elbow.
Yeah, Jake's trying to get some information from mid and seeing if there's anything going on there, but nobody from Foot was home. They're watching a potential lurk through mid, either in towards mid top or mid B market, but in the courtyard itself, finally now Jake is going to go exploring. But again, concerned about maybe somebody to try to re-peek him there. Tricky spot to be in all by himself, but he's getting decent information that, okay, well, guys, they're on the extremities. See if you can find which site you think is going to be a little bit easier to take one way or another, but that Trailblazer doesn't really see anything.
It doesn't, but widely, this is C9 making the correct choice. You can see the rotation just now arriving from Mr. Fallen. See how involved he can get. The Seeker's going to be sent. Now they're going to rotate it all the way back. Just cutting their way across. It's going to be a spillover through tiles, into mid, into B market. The Flash is looking for something, doesn't find anything. Expecting more behind the Viper, doesn't see anything, sends at the rocket, no damage going to be found, and now CNED, aim is offset, but they have to get the plan. It's just in time, they can't interrupt it, it would seem. He's just out of line of sight. The spike is down, but Yenajay gets the collide. Zep and Jake, both going to be taken down. Vanity and Oxy now the last one standing. Oxy comes away barely with the headshot. Bring it now into a 2v2, but he is flanked and he is dead. Krax finds it, now it's all on the IGL. Spotting Mr. Pawn for a brief little moment. The fault line gets it stunned, and Vanity cannot line up the headshot. Taken down, but Foot stand tall and pick up their second round win.
I really liked what C9 is trying to do here, trying to use the Seekers to sell a fake over to the other side, but just enough defense here from the side of Foot. CNED gets a really early kill, and then Yenajay with that beautiful collat. Krax coming all the way around the extremities of the map there to find his kill, and unbelievable. Things just really popping off, and Oxy trying to find opportunities to use some of this Yoru utility, and he's gotten some decent flashes in there to set up his teammates. This time around, just gets bamboozled from the side. I've seen that a couple times where people have been able to get on his flanks, but right now, good stuff for both teams. This is one way. Now they're going to try to push it. They've been pretty cautious about this, have Foot. Now they're going to try to show a little bit of a different look. Guaranteed themselves the orb, yeah.
Get up over the top here. CNED trying to hold down Market. About to try to clear it, but CNED will be able to avoid getting spotted. Down coming through, and Krax noted up on top of the wall, ends up getting taken down. Oxy, ever accurate, comes away with yet another kill. Just 3 more off that next dimensional drift. Yenajay in the meantime trying to hold down the B site. Just drops the pit over in main.
Yeah, no TPs set up just yet for Oxy, but now the pings are coming through here from Foot, kind of recognizing that this might be setting up for an A hit. They've got a couple players back there, but playing pretty deep. Playing off contact, now the information, now the roam starting to come through for Yenajay. Too much attention over on this side of the map.
Okay, Dog will be able to see 2. Paint shells going forward, fault line not going to connect. They're already well past that one. Flash out of the smoke. Nothing going to be spotted. Paranoia goes across, but out of Captain dead before it hits Oxy. Mr. Fallen, however, managing to find 2. Rolling Thunder now going to be coming across. The spike already planted. Jake, however, able to find 1. Yenajay taken down. Now the Cosmic Divide coming into play. Paint shells to try to clear them. Zeppa
right there,
trying to sneak his way up forward. Get close to CNED. He's swinging around the back. Spots him. Takes him out midair. Now it's all on Mr. Fallen. Surrounded the wall. Not doing him any favors. Still swings the corner. Catches 1. But Jake down low. He has to try to take these fights. The wall going to be expiring here in a moment. If you can isolate, there's one. Turns from the flash. He's trying to push it. He's in the corner. The classic's out. Fallen gets the ace, but he cannot get the defuse. 1 HP remaining, but Cloud9 take the round.
Oh, Mr. Fallen played that round so well. He gets the first kill and then immediately hears Oxy's TP and looks straight at him and gets the second. I mean, just absolutely nuts. And they're trying to flank Yedajay right away. Once they sense that this is gonna be an A hit, he's on his horse, he's over there. But he gets cut off by Jake, I believe. And so good awareness here from C9 gives them the round. They cause enough confusion. They weather the Rolling Thunder as well, as Mr. Fallen's already got 3 more charges into that.
Right now it looks like Foot want to try to up the tempo. On a weaker buy, out of captain just with that classic, a sheriff in the hand of Mr. Fallen. The other 3 with rifles. Yedajay. Avoiding a flash and finds Zeppa around backside. Identifying him, but oh, the swing on the corner! A second kill for Yedajay. So much work done, keeps them in with the man advantage. Pit, however, now going to be invested. They know that it's spilling out from the main side.
Got the res here.
Where can the Viper reposition to? Curry for now, still staying at main. The res is available. Movement goes forward, but it's just going to be the fake out. Somehow, we need to try to break through this. The rest of the ults pretty much used. Just the Omen TP available. Looking for the transfer. Oxy unable to find it, but now Ada Captain also going to be taken down as Curry finds the elimination. Backs away. He's so very low, but he finds them both. The hold onto the defuse. The Fallen trying to do his damnedest, but it's not going to be enough. Already chipped away at, taken too low. C9 with a spray down. Find their man. They find the round win, 5-2.
Really nice attempt here from Foot, but C9 just too tenacious. Curry again, absolutely devastating. Finds the right moment to back out of his pit, gets in an angle that they just aren't quite ready enough for, and he's just better. He's just better in that moment. That's all there is. Yedajay doing the best he can, getting 2 kills, getting the res in, but they still can't quite find it. Ken Foot try to just stick the defuse, but not fooling anybody, and Oxy's pumped, man. I don't blame him. He's having a hell of a tournament.
Yeah. 9-7-1 right now with that Yoru. It's just been some fantastic entry from him. Now Foot Esports going to be calling the first timeout of the map of this series. I'm wondering, how is this happening?
We've been really good on this map. Well, the one time we played it.
Very narrow losses. Mr. Vaughn being able to pick up an ace but not get the round win. It's definitely a very bittersweet moment. So for now, guys wants to pump the brakes, get in their ears, trying to make some adjustments here to get them right back into the game. I mean, DRX absolutely proved it across both of their maps in the previous series.
Yep.
This is not an unrecoverable position whatsoever, especially given how Foot have been playing.
Well, and Foot, yeah, exactly. Not just like in this tournament, but in this game even, I think Foot's been pretty close to, winning a couple of these rounds. Obviously, the ace comes to mind first, but it's never like they've just been getting blown out of rounds for the most part. They've been in it. It's just been a few little things for C9. Like they find a little bit better for a flank. They cover their bases just a little bit more, and they're able to win those duels on the extremities, the 1v1s against Yedajay maybe. For Jake, for example, a couple rounds ago. Those kind of things are the slight edge that C9 is doing. So now you got to show some different looks. Now you got to maybe see if you can cut them off. Contesting for space, once again, is Yedajay. Toxic screen down, but there's another smoke there. And again, this wall, this time being used towards the A side. Usually they've been putting it towards courtyard. And it's going to be pinged by Oxy. I'm wondering if he thinks maybe they're going to try to stack up on it again, maybe try a double stack this time. Instead, he's just going to break it down, open up enough space for them to get through, but mid-control taken, and Zeppa gets the opener.
Yeah, fine CNED. Peek around there in the back of market. Cracks, so sees Jake, but Jake notices, pulls the trigger just a bit faster. 2 members gone with the money where it's at. Brutal position to be in here for the side of Foot. Toxic screen falling, Yedajay. We'll snap on to Curry just a little bit quicker. Picks up at least 1. A workable position though. They can just find a couple more kills. Nade at the ready. Down past the smoke. He goes past that of Captain so he can maintain his position. Zeppo wants to swing in, and he's punished for that. Interrupt on the plant. Spike not down just quite yet. Oxy, however, comes in with a huge flank. Vanity dropping down onto the low ground. Dies, but Oxy is quick on the reply. All on Mr. Fallen. It's been quite clutch here for them, but they will just counter spray back into the smoke. Oxy getting himself a third. Once again, 2 away from a dimensional drift. And that is 6-2, Cloud9 denying the round win off the back of the tack timeout.
And the big change here for Cloud9 is that they were focusing the extremities. That's where Foot put a lot of their attention, is on the long side of A and B. Instead, they go mid this time. They kind of deathball it, not deathball it, but they pack up and go through there. But Oxy's left on the flanks. He's the one kind of keeping track of that Sage wall, then shifting over back towards the A side once they're breaking all the way through, winning those 1v1s over towards mid-top. And then he does a great job there, using the fake out first. He's been often kind of using the fake out to just either distract or then follow up with a flash. Instead, he peeks off of it right away. See Mr. Fallen watching it. Yeah, are you a real one? I've still yet to see somebody try to pretend they're a fake out. I still have yet to see it. I'm hoping for that to happen someday.
Mr. Fallen, wise to it. Oxy just waiting to see if there's going to be any kind of forward peek. Knows that they're going to be on a lighter buy, so sometimes you will get that added aggression coming through. Trying to catch your opponents off guard, but so far, it's just been Jake with a nice little linger over towards Tiles, catching CNED.
Need that back.
Zeppo one away from a showstopper. Smiths cracks, nearly being spotted, but there you go. As the Trailblazer goes in the chase, he wants to clear it, but Oxy takes it down, push into the corner. One shot onto Vanity, but against that Bulldog up close, just nothing more that he could do.
Vanity's gonna get Seekers off this plant. Oxy one away now from his dimensional drift. And they're gonna try one player from each side, and nope, Curry's not having any of it. Yedajay not able to find any success on these lurks. Making a lot of noise, making it pretty easy. But just Sheriff's in hand, it is a equal round. Okay.
The captain will be able to find one. Reed said that flank is coming through off the left side, but Oxy with the Vandal able to get the headshot, able to get the win. 7 rounds now racked up here for Cloud9. Granted, yes, this is their side selection. It's Foot selected the map, but they're really starting to run away with it. And if Foot aren't able to find a couple more rounds at least, this could be very scary for them when we swap sides.
Yeah, and what's also scary is now you've got the ult cycle fully in C9's favor. I mean, Foot's not too far behind, you know,
About
one
a round
away.
and a half.
Exactly. And so not only, you know, is the ult cycle very much in C9's favor, but if they shut them out of this round, again, the money's bad still. So this is a very, very important round for Foot.
Okay, the mask goes on. Oxy checking the backside, wants to just run forward. Rocket goes out, Yedajay goes down. Oxy running out of time, goes into the smoke, decides to pull it, has the shorty. CNED able to find 2, however, one with the paint shells, one with the Vandal. The Yoru dealt with, another paint shell built up. Lobs it in, forces Zeppo away. Now they push forward across through Market. This wall denying all of this audio. Door going to be shut. They'll start rotating through. Mr. Fallen not able to spot anything here, as they will just cut across into A and get this plant for free.
Yeah, not much that Foot can do now except wait this out. And an early...
Look at this position from Curry.
Exactly what I was just thinking, Achilleos. This deep position from Curry is super scary for Foot, because they're not all going to want to come from the same direction, and I think maybe CNED might be the victim.
He can count the footsteps.
Ooh, no, he's not.
There's 2, and it looks like CNED is going to pull away, so a decent awareness. But now Curry just turns his sights to this side to see if he can get a catch. It seems like they want to stay together. The Wolfpack hunting as one. Swing out, Curry going to be shut down. CNED able to find his 3rd kill here. As the showstopper gets drawn out, he's looking for a target. Jake just around the corner. Flash comes in. The swing out from Zeppa. Finds 2. Rocket takes him down, but Jake strikes simultaneously. 8 rounds now for C9, who seem like they can do no wrong.
What a brilliant setup there. Had the gravity well ready and prepared for that crossfire. So even though that ultimate comes out and it does find a target, there's just too much to deal with at the end for Foot. Great awareness here by CNED to recognize the trailing position of Curry. I thought Curry was going to get at least 1, but he kind of stepped out pretty far and just went for the big hero play. Didn't matter, though, in the long run for C9. They are more than able to handle that. And again, the ult cycle so in their favor. Here come those Seekers. Krax has to get the heck out.
He wants to get on top of the wall, but he missed the opportunity. Just a little bit too panicked, a little bit too quick. Can't get that over-the-top angle that it seemed like he wanted. Seekers for wall exchanged. Slow orb spent. Still has the heal. Looks like he wants to save it in case somebody gets tagged up just a bit worse. Joins. It's a ball on the opposite side. Flash goes in. Now the chase begins. Zeta able to find one. Oxy swinging back through. Trades it up.
Gravity well, right on point as well. The flash to set it up. The players to chase, and then Jake right there on point with his utility to make sure that nothing went wrong. Fake out sent over into the deep part of elbow. And now you've got such a huge lurk from Curry. He is just being an absolute menace on this map. And look at CNED. CNED is just fully walking backwards this whole map. He is so scared of these lurks. I love it.
30 seconds left.
Absolutely put fear into him. Curry might have actually heard a couple of those footsteps. Might have just been on the edge of the range. Either way, it looks like he's going to find his mark, because CNED is not looking backwards this time. He had his eyes set over on the site. Curry finds the elimination out of Captain. Sat here, Guardian in hand, is going to be good for a one-tap onto Oxy, but now the plant will come through. Once more, Zeta J trying to wrap around from this attacker's side. Jake going to make first contact with him. Gets the headshot, finishes him with a body shot.
Doable.
Doable, but still needs 2 more.
Viper's Pit.
He has the pit, but there's bites available from Curry to try to keep him off that plant. Looks like Zeta J wants to go on a bit of a walkabout. The first bite does come through, but now he has his sights turned, perfectly aware of the rotations that could be possible. Curry gets Cloud9 up to 9.
Just what beautiful awareness from Curry, man. As soon as he lets go of that bite, he is looking right towards the angle that isn't being covered, just in case. And wisely so. I mean, this is phenomenal top to bottom Achilles for C9. Everybody's playing so smart, so well. There's nobody on this team that I don't think is doing a lot of really good things at the right times.
And it seems like the slow start for C9 was just in the first series, and now everybody is fired up. And the onus is very much on foot to try to get themselves into the driver's seat. Cloud9 don't want to surrender the car.
Observers, please.
Hit going to be dropped in mid. Operating around that tile side flank. Could have a pinch position here onto Zeta J, but I don't think anybody exactly wants to walk into this thing. Just hovering on the outskirts.
Trying to take deep mid control, try to cut off C9. They've been so good about skirting through this part of the map or others to get into the backside of foot.
Almost down, Vanity inching forward here within this Omen smoke. And a Captain just watching, but looks like he's going to start drifting over towards Market and leave Krax in charge of watching B main.
Still got the Rolling Thunder for the retake, if necessary. Vanity now.
Flash in front of the wall, knows that no one's going to be holding close. Allows him to take a little bit more space now into the site, but at the same time, Zeta J, he's lurked out. He manages to find Zeppa, and that is going to be the pit getting dropped. Sapon off screen finds Curry. Jake, however, trades it back.
It's gone.
It is gone in the last round of the half. No more ults to work with other than out of Captain's TP. Could come into play. Zeta J finds another one. This time Jake getting taken down. Vanity at the same time off screen opens up B. Now we have a 2v3. Paranoia slightly missing. Both flashes available. CNED jumping up over the top. Vanity is not watching Market for him, so Oxy has to try to cover both of these angles. Push into the corner. CNED staying protected. Oxy wary about the back angle, but now Vanity arriving is able to find one. 12 seconds before he can get a flash, and he's not ready for somebody to be pushed around the pillar. 9-3 at the end of the half. Cloud9 way out in front.
Yeah, just it felt like just a all Cloud9 all the time. I mean, you know, foot off of the back of that force buy, it seems like that set the tone for this, and that's a really smart thing here. I really like the way that Vanity approached this game plan here for this first half of the map, knowing what in his mind has been a weakness for this team is their slow starts, and immediately tries to address it. And from then on, they set the tempo. They're able to keep control of the economy the entire way. Of course, winning that many rounds, that's just a given, but it's also the ult cycles that they're able to find them at the right times when Foot is on buy rounds to shut them out, to keep their economy in the bin. Just fantastic stuff, top to bottom here. And Oxy, once again, on this Yoru, really clever, really creative, using those fake outs really nicely. A couple good TPs to at least make things more challenging for Foot, but the lurks from Curry, those were really impactful. You know, whether it just caused a momentary hesitation from the side of Foot, or in a lot of cases garnered some kills, absolutely just devastating work from him on this map.
It's been devastating work from him throughout this tournament,
yes.
Honestly. Curry has been such a bright spot for the squad. But yeah, I mean, Oxy, clean as ever. Seems like it doesn't matter what you put him on. This guy is going to deliver results for you.
Did you do that on purpose?
No. I don't even know what I did.
You said Oxy, clean as ever.
Oh, I see. No.
Achilleos here.
Completely and utterly unintentional. If we gave you a little bit of hair, you could pull off a Billy Mason.
Oh yeah, I've actually wanted to like do it for like a Halloween costume.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if people would be.
I don't know if that would resonate where we live, but
Yeah, right, exactly.
Either way.
I don't think anybody in Korea would get that.
We'll get ready to go into this next half. We have plenty of cosplayers joining us here in the audience, and some of them, for the first time, actually finding some in-game representation as this Sage is being played by Cracks. We'll see how it fares, though, moving over onto this attacking side.
Yeah, really curious now how Foot is going to be able to kind of recover from a really rough start with how good they've looked throughout this tournament. Are they going to drop their first map here in this offseason? Flash from Vanity to confirm a little bit of info there towards the A side, but only Jake slightly moving over into that direction now. Zeppa starting to drift there as well. As soon as I think Vanity gets, it didn't get confirmation. He's only going to see one, but it's a save.
Up, ball line through. Vanity managing to find one, but Jake with the covering fire picks up two.
Obscuring vision.
And already it's catastrophic here for the side of Foot, who desperately need this pistol round, but now the spike stranded amongst a graveyard of pistols. Fallen creeping forward. Push up maybe through Link, but angle's being covered by Zeppa.
Right there.
They know that they really need to get across to recover this spike. 45 seconds to play through. Star set up. Get a J swinging out wide. Covering for now as they both make it across to safety.
This is going to be rather tricky, and C9 is, I think, waiting for
30 seconds
some
left.
kind of info. There's the smoke from Jake.
It's quick dissipate.
Yeah.
Push up. Yep, Jake finding one. Oxy showing respect, backs away. Doesn't just ego peek into it. Wisely so, because Zeta J has been an absolute monster, but still, they are outnumbered. What a pistol pickup this would be here for Foot. Both of them contained within the site. Flash goes out, not going to be seeing too much. Angels as well, not getting a connection. Bounce it into the corner. It's Mr. Fallen eating some damage here from the snake bite. Now swings out, but he's taking too much. Zeppa falling. Zeta J finds one, but 4 HP is far too little. He will fall. C9 will get themselves up to double digits.
Nice little micro maneuver at the end. Curry going low. Oxy staying high. Nice little piece of teamwork there from C9 to secure that round. It was very challenging once you got into that two-man situation. Nice reaction here from Jake. I mean, Vanity there doesn't have a ton of info. His Hawk doesn't connect. Now, he might have realized that he shorted it and didn't get what he wanted off of the spacing, you know, to confirm the presence of anybody, but he sees one Sage, and the Sage is enough for you to realize that unlikely for the Sage to be the lone player. Usually the Sage is going to be escorting a couple players. So Jake immediately there to provide some fire support for his IGL. And that's where the real damage was done. So good work off of the utility, and well,
okay,
that's bad news for CNED.
Bad news for Foot. Paint shells over the back. This is going to be so much damage. Would have had the kill, but Vanity just gets that wall bang instead. Get a J now, trying to creep forward, trying to catch somebody off guard, and he will be able to catch Vanity. Mr. Fallen puts himself into the back of the site, but Zeppa will burn them both down with a Bulldog. Get a hell of a nasty bite. Swing onto the corner. Oxy dies, but Zeta picks up 3. The C9 are now just 2 rounds away from taking Sunset.
Yeah, I didn't even get to think about it until it happened in the middle of the round where I was like, oh, Foot could have force bought here, but they didn't. Seeing if they could return the favor to C9. Instead, they're just going to save for this round, and they're going to go big all in. They want to try to see if they can turn this around. A Bucky, and for Vanity, the judge going to be in Curry's hands. A couple Guardians for Oxy and Jake, and Zeppa sitting on that Vandal. So pretty decent investment here still for C9. I mean, they could definitely steal this round away. There's a lot of great angles for these shotguns. A lot of tight angles that are tough to clear. A lot of almost 50-50s.
Yet Jay makes it to the far side of main. Not getting tagged up by that Guardian. Vanity just holding quite far back, which is a little bit surprising given that he does have a Bucky. You would expect him to be playing a more forward angle. But now, Foot still assessing, really feeling out these sights. Oh, Yeta getting tagged. There is that decay in as well. Still some unwelcome damage taken.
Obscuring vision.
About to check out a market. Zeppa swings into the site, managing to find one. The paint shells drop. CNET gets out in front of them, but Zeppa still managing to find the elimination, just snapping on. Now jumps up on top of the boxes here. The flower pots try to become a bit more unexpected with his positioning. And at this point, I mean, only 30 seconds remaining. They're fairly committed to having to play into this side of the map.
Oh
Zeppa on for an ace. Do we get a second one? Out of Captain trying to TP backward, and we will have it. This time it leads to a round victory, as well as a map point. C9 move up to 12.
What an insane round to have an ace in the bonus round. The only player with a full-on rifle. Guardians and other stuff, and Zeppa just absolutely shuts the B gate down. Unbelievable. Tons of C9 fans here. Absolutely loving what they're seeing. And this is just so impressive. I mean, it's just like B on split, right? You've got those boxes just to your left if you're the attackers team coming through. And if you forget about it one time, that's going to be the time that somebody's sitting there. And they're going to punish you.
I like the restraint. As a lesser raised player, talking about myself, would have pulled the showstopper to try and guarantee the ace there in that moment. Get too greedy. Zep says, I don't need it. I'll save it for the last round. It feels like this very well is it. Fly still scraped together. Guardian there in the hand of CNET. 2 Bulldogs. Foot, they need to find some early advantage here.
Toxins going up.
Now, heavy presence, 4 members hovering around mid. They're in to push their way up through market. Take bite in, but now they meet the judge. But Attic Captain finds a headshot. Smattering of damage going to be taken, but not too much. That's a showstopper up over the top. Somehow doesn't find more, but Zeppa sprays to get himself a second one. Cracks and Yeta answering back. Duke managed to take down Jake. Cracks low on HP. The healing already burnt, but Oxy not prepared. He does fall, and Foot hold on.
Oh, I love the idea here. C9 almost puts an end to this map. Zeppa again, absolutely feeling it on this raise. The up and over with the showstopper.
It felt like he was going to get so much more.
I thought he was going to get like 3 on that rocket. I think it clips the top of that wall though. And maybe gets stopped just a bit short of maybe splashing some further damage down into the ranks of Foot, and they're able to recover. And Oxy caught with a knife out at the end, but still, I mean, you could see the confidence from C9 and the way that they're playing. And I think a part, Foot choosing this map, I think part of it was they thought they could handle the Harbor Viper, which is what C9 ran previously on this map. But with Curry here, and you need to kind of try some different things, and Oxy's Yoru is certainly absolutely a force to be reckoned with. But Curry
was looking to peek it.
Yeah.
Oxy, okay, didn't quite have the angle, but CNET stuck around. Oxy playing it up patiently, eats a little bit of damage, and then nails the op shot. Krax has res. He desperately needs to try to bring CNET back into this fight. And they safely get themselves into that position. walking their way forward to try to make it happen. Oxy, does he have the lineup? Grab well in, paint shells down. He'll take a hell of a lot of damage, but he will survive. And the heal is there instantly from Krax on the back end, so right back up to 100.
Had a captain pretty low himself.
Zeppa, does he push this orb? And Jane looking back away from this one as everybody starts creeping over towards the A side. The ping's coming down. Paranoia has hit, as does the slow. Vanity is just going to try to go for the blind spray here. Here's the footsteps, but so far is trying to play this one out patiently. Maybe he can slip in behind the enemy lines. Much like Zeta J is trying. Jake tries to hold the line, finds the first kill. Into the meat grinder here, it would seem, as there's no time remaining. Mr. Ballin taken down. Oxy finds Krax. 5 seconds remaining. Needs to get the plant, but he just cannot make it happen. Oxy heads for the hills. And that will bring a close to Sunset. C9, 13-4. A dominant display on Foot's map pick.
Yeah, again, the first half was absolutely beautiful. And then here in this last round, Jake doing a wonderful job working that box, never over-peaking, overextending, setting up Zeppa for the follow-up when he recognizes that there's a ton of Foot players there. C9 starting to really come together with their teamwork.
Cloud9 fans out in force here in Tokyo, Japan at the Ryogoku Koguki-kan Arena. C9 and Sunset turns out to be quite the beautiful combination. But let's shut on their own map pick.
Absolutely were. And nobody on Foot able to go positive in KD in this map. Only Vanity on Cloud9 going negative. This was a dominant showing from everybody, and Zeppa's numbers are through that goddamn roof. We will have those stats up in your screen in a moment. I won't spoil it quite just yet. But good Lord, what a performance from him. We got the ace into the round win to try to close things out. This was, I think, a jaw-dropping performance here for Cloud9, and I think that Foot are set reeling.
Yeah, for Foot, this is a Sunset Boulevard of broken dreams, right? Like, this is everything you didn't want to see happen on this map. It really went sideways very quickly.
He hates it.
I know. This is why I keep doing it. The more he hates it, the better I feel about it. Anyway.
Like the one Green Day song.
Yeah. I know. Green Day's, it's a great song. So anyway, like, look, it just never really felt like they could get their footing, and I want to give Vanity a lot of credit. Like that round, especially at the end where he sat in that smoke, I think a lot of players, after getting paranoid, after getting stuck in the slow, and after getting the smoke on top of you, you back off, right? And instead, he sits there, gets the info, and is able to kind of position his forces well so that there's all these different layers to their defense at the end.
All right, well, we'll talk more about that first map there on Sunset and highlight some of our big players that really showed up. It wasn't just Zeppa, it was Curry, it was Oxy and more. And we're going to talk about the fact that you can never write Foot off. They will be back next. You are watching Red Bull Homeground 2023 here in Tokyo, Japan, as our teams step out onto this grand stage with the hope of making it to the grand final tomorrow to raise that amazing trophy. We're into our semi-final now, the first semi-final of the occasion. I just want to bring in our amazing casters / analysts, they do a bit of everything here. Achilles and Paper Thin in the building, doing a phenomenal job as always. C9 get off to a blazing start on Sunset, casting a shadow of doubt of their opponent's Foot's chances of a grand final. It's not looking good for them right now, is it?
No, and I'm shocked. I thought for sure Foot was gonna, at the very least, make every map super competitive with the form they've looked in coming into this, but C9 here again throwing a little bit of a different look than what they've shown on Sunset previously. Enough with the combined firepower, with the coordination that C9 is now finding, getting their groove, and again, setting that tempo, setting that pace early. Vanity doing a good job to make sure that he's forcing that issue as well. Seems to be a very good formula here for C9.
I mean, for Foot, you have to be, if you're a fan watching at home, you have to be just praying that this is a slow start from them. I mentioned those stats earlier from Zeppa. 393 ACS.
Say it again.
393 ACS. Absolutely bonkers performance from this guy. The ace layered in there. Oxy, the whole time, they were neck and neck. And then as soon as that ace happened, Zeppa just leapt above them. What a performance from everybody on this team. We've been talking about him consistently, though. I think so much credit has to be given to Curry, because this is a guy that hasn't played on a Tier 1 team in quite some time. In fact, this is only the third event that he's played, to my knowledge, this entire year. And the other ones were some like online qualifiers, a Knights Weekly, that kind of thing, or Knights Monthly, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then he comes into this, stepping up to the plate, saying, yes, I can help you out, C9, since you can't have your fifth man come to Japan. And he just looks like he looks better than I think he ever has.
Yeah, really good util placement, really good, combination with the rest of the team, really good movement with the rest of the team. It seems like the comms must be going well, because if you can see all those things going well, typically that means that everything with the communication as well is fitting in. Just seems to naturally fill in with this team very, very nicely. So yeah, I'm super blown away with Curry. And as we go over to Lotus, this is super intriguing to me, because we haven't seen Foot play Lotus since Masters Tokyo, since they played Attacking Soul on this map. So it's been quite a while. No idea what the heck they're going to be doing on this map. C9's played it a few times here in the offseason, beating DRX twice on it, beating EDG as well at the 10 Valorant event. So I have no idea what to expect from Foot now. This is going to be really intriguing.
Seth, you mentioned that if you're a Foot fan, you're hoping that this was just a blip, on the radar. But however, what went wrong? How do you describe that? Because so far at this tournament, we've seen them stomping teams, especially here, of course, here in Japan. That wasn't the case here.
I hate to be crass, I hate to be rude, but that just came down to a skill dip, it feels like, on Sunset. That was just a systematic dismantling of Foot that Cloud9 were able to pull off. But when we take a look into this one here, we see Mr. Fallen, going for the Sova.
Wow.
Taking a leap out of Jesse Bash's book.
Yeah, right?
Here on Lotus. And Frax moving over onto that Cypher as well.
Wasn't it Yedajay who played Cypher on Split? Interesting.
Yedajay has been playing a lot of Sentinel, so this is a big change-up. Seems like they might favor the Cypher, and maybe he doesn't feel as confident on that here on Lotus.
I'm quite intrigued to see how this goes for Foot, because Cloud9 probably feeling pretty confident. Yeah, that guy's got a magnet in his forehead, I guess. I don't know.
The fans have been so awesome at this event so far. And imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow. We've got a semi-final, then we've got a show match, then we've got a grand final, depending on who's there. Regardless, the Japanese fans are going to show out, right? It's going to be crazy.
We had no Japanese teams at Masters Tokyo. It was packed every day. They were cheering, for their favorite teams, but also just for the sport of it.
Yeah.
Because they just enjoy Valorant. They enjoy a good Valorant. Doesn't matter what team you're on. If you make a good play, they're going to be applauding.
Are we going to see a third and final map here, Paper Thin? Talk to me. Talk to me.
I'm concerned with what I've seen with Foot's agent composition.
Yeah.
They're either cooking, one of the best meals you've had in your life, or this is going to be kind of awkward. So we'll see.
All right, well, they are all fired up and ready to get into this crucial Lotus map here at Red Bull Homeground 2023 semi-finals. C9 versus Foot. Let's go.
Here on the attack, Spike for now just going to be left out over by the spawn. Some early forward position being taken here by Foot. Creeping up to get themselves alongside the door. Spam shots here with the Sheriff Oxy. Seeing if he can tag anybody at all through the wall.
Yeah, a lot of ghosts for Foot. Yeta J, the one with the classic, is the one who takes the damage. So they're going to remain there, send out the smoke, try to keep the pressure on in front of A main. Try and see if they can use this as that pivot point that we've seen a lot on this map. 2 players heading in towards B main. You got Curry here with all of his utility, including the Nano Swarm still. If they do go that direction, a quick shift over from Zeppa. And now they're going to try to go for the plant.
Plant does come through. Getting too much there with the flash. Just going to be backing away as the shock darts come flying in. Mr. Fallen still holding on to one more. Has a recon now as well. But trying to clear that post left angle. No one there to receive those shots. Oxy now making the entry, finds the kill. First and foremost, Mr. Fallen gets taken down. Oxy gets himself a second one. Eventually taken out by Yeta J. 7 HP. Has to go for the reload. And it's all down to Cracks, and he can't quite line it up. Gets a bit of damage across, but this time it's going to be C9 picking up the pistol round win.
Just a flood retake here from C9. And Oxy just is absolutely out of his mind. I mean, this guy is so accurate, he's so fast, and there isn't much you can do about it sometimes. His Foot, they're in decent places. They fall back right away after this plant, set up these crossfires. They don't, it's just completely disrespected by C9. They're just going for it, and they're going together, and they're doing it as a unit, and it's working out. And this guy is the tip of the spear as this Raze on this map. 2 kills in the bank. And what a start here for C9, picking up right where they left off on Sunset.
Oh, Vanity. He's got himself an Ares, but
oh, nice.
No one piloting over towards him. Somewhere in the venue, Mitch Man smiles. For now, looks like Foot widely just going to be creeping forward here towards the B site. Curry around the corner with that Judge. Spams through, out of Captain down low. It's 42 HP remaining.
Still 4 Sheriffs for the side of Foot.
I mean, they know that this Ares is here. He's got to reload it.
Yeah.
Vanity. Oh, out into the open.
Oh, no.
He is overstepped. The punish comes through. Now the Ares can be recovered here. As rotations begin all the way through. The attackers spawn. Mr. Fallen trying to sit here, trying to stay silent. Looks for the shots, but can't quite land them. And Jake with a quick turn. Shuts down the Sova. CNED head going to be spotted here over top of Mount, but the flash full blinds him. Nade now at the ready. Ada Captain is low. Will that kill him off? Spike does get planted. Looks like he gets away from the explosion, but Oxy is just hounding him down. Jumps up over the top. Cracks actually the one that finds the kill. Yeta J makes use of the Ares. The Judge sets up for a little bit of initial damage, and Curry can finish it off with the Ghost. One player surviving the round as he will pick up a Guardian.
These
Get the defuse.
These C9 fans have a little dance they do after they win their round. Like, unbelievable. That's awesome. What a round, though, here from Foot. Honestly, even though Mr. Fallen doesn't get any damage out of it, it's still good ideas for Foot. Just so close to sneaking this round away from C9, and some laughs out of Curry. It's like, I don't know, man. Just barely getting away with it. Not much health left.
Placing swarm grenade.
And at that range, the Judge wasn't going to get it done, so fortunately the Ghost in the back pocket.
Let's see Cash, though. Everyone
not
going
good.
down. It's just the rifles here, 4 Foot. Looks like because of that, C9 they want to push a bit more aggressively. Oxy trying to make his way out to safety. The flash helps peel for him. Shock Dart not going to be getting any contact, but no damage taken, but no space gained for C9.
Yeah, and that's some good impact here from Mr. Fallen. Gonna send out another shock dart there just to see if anybody was going to try to re-peek that angle as they try to make their exit. But again, pretty heavy defensive setup from Curry over towards this B site.
Oh, just wanted to get the bite down, but Vanity instantly punished. Great headshot there from Crack. Seen it as well with a follow-up, and Zeppa running into the paint shells. Gets taken out. Looks like Foot should be getting themselves here on the board. Zoxy just sending out a paint shell will interrupt for a brief little moment, but barring a miraculous turnaround in this 2v5 with Yeta J on a flank, seems like C9 Not going to be getting that conversion.
Doesn't feel like it. I mean, Oxy, still a blast pack and a boom bot. Try to do some damage, at least take some guns away. Not going to be allowed to.
Firing squad waiting for him around the corner. Neural Theft online for the future round. It's Curry. See if he can get anything here. Okay. Fantastic quick headshot coming through. Any more damage he could deal would still be quite good, but Mr. Fallen is ready for the peak. And Foot will get themselves on the board in the third round.
Yeah, and you're already building towards some ultimates, big-time ones here for Foot. So even though things have been a little bit sideways, they've been getting close. A couple away from that Hunter's Fury. A couple away from the lockdown for Curry. Already a showstopper, though, for Oxy. CNED 3 away from his. At a captain. A bit away from the Viper's Pit. Vanity a mile away. But still Foot could start to turn things around here if they can get this ult economy cycling. Kind of get those gears turning. Definitely start to find some success. Start swinging some rounds together. C9, though, trying again. Putting some pressure at the dunes.
Let's see if they can spot anything, and they do. Looks like drone going to be sent. I don't know if they realize how close this race is. Mr. Fallen taken out. Oxy is waiting, and as soon as he hears that util, it's far too late for Mr. Fallen. Vanity now upgrading from the Ares to the Odin. Ready to greet them at the gates. He's in trouble. Fight for bite out so far. Looks like a bit of exploration here from Attic Captain, peeking out the stairs. Doesn't see anything. Now they start working their way in towards the site. Zeppa finding the first kill, swing around the back. Yetitate trying to get the jump on a Vanity, unable to do so. Now just trying to spam through. Showstopper does come out, does kill too. So from beyond the grave, CNED will continue to do some damage here to the economy of Cloud9, but fortunately, it's not enough to be able to get them the round win. Cloud9 will go ahead and pick up a third.
Yeah, nice plays here from Vanity to buy some time. Foot was getting dangerously close, and he was kind of messing around there, checking angles, looking at stuff, and then eventually able to use that Poison Cloud and the Snake Bites to buy enough time to get Zeppo over there, to give him a little bit of support and get the rest of the team over there as well. But him and Zeppa, and then eventually Oxy shows up to the party. Yeah, that showstopper, okay. A little bit of a empiric victory there. You get a couple kills with that showstopper, but lose the round. I mean, that's a huge ultimate now out of the hands of Foot. That doesn't really get them much other than a bit of economic damage to Cloud9.
Yeah. Shadows. See. Numbers fairly low. Zeppa and Vanity. The ones that are decently healthy. All right.
Cover going up.
You know, sometimes people, they want to make the angel play, but not everybody can get away with it. Unfortunate to say the least, but Yetitate thought he had an opening. The call was made, he goes for it. He's spamming through the corner, and CNED's caught up in the fire. Oh, no. It's absolutely disgusting. And now they are just sandwiched in. Rax, however, swinging, does manage to find a second one. Zeta Captain will eventually fall. Curry picking up the kill. You have to expect Odin likely to be recovered. No, actually, no one goes to grab it. 4-1.
He's got enough money. He's fine.
Yeah, he can afford it, unfortunately. Maybe we were free from this prison.
I mean, just great util staggering here. Just CNED had no chance. He had to move, and Vanity knew it, and he could just hold the trigger.
Vulnerable.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
Bang through the corner.
Yeah.
A decent little run back again. I mean, kind of similar to Sunset. We're seeing these rounds be so close, but it is C9 at the end of it all that's really racking them up. Multiple ults available on either side. Seeker's lockdown. Takes teleport. Hit for Attic Captain if they can get themselves onto a site firmly.
This has been just a tremendous start to this. Now, here are those ults coming online for Foot. So, again, though, the problem is that you've cycled right into C9 having some of the counters. They've got the lockdown to counter the Viper's Pit. They've got the Seekers as well, which can help deal with that.
C9 making the call to rotate over towards C. And that's going to be the TP coming through. A quick cancel.
But that's kept Foot from going back, rotating in that direction. Now they have to rethink everything. Pit's going to come down and try to push their way in here, just covering that bottom west corner of the A site.
Eventually, Attic Captain's going to have to get himself into that pit. He does so now. Vanity waiting. Looks like he is a bit wary, staring over towards that B entrance in case somebody comes in on a deep flank. Spike now being brought over towards B, in fact. Seems like it's going to be a last-second pivot here from Foot. But they have to get through this.
30 seconds left.
Worry about Link. Part nothing spotted. Sends out a bite to try and delay. The TP for the plant now going to be coming through. Smoke thrown in. They have to just scatter down off the top here for fear of just being mowed down. Haddock finding one. Curry going to be eliminated. That stops him from getting into a position where he can try to utilize that lockdown. Fighting chance here, 4 Foot. Oxy finds Zeta J, trying to exit out. Gets the elimination. Hunter's Fury now coming through. Blast Pack looks for the transfer, can't quite make it happen. Spray Cross not going to be able to find that wall bang, but Zeppa still takes down CNED. Add a Captain 10 HP. The defuse being held. Zeppa looking for it. They're trying to spray in, but they're just going to hold it. No! He actually doesn't get it! Oh! A fraction of a second remaining, and Mr. Fallen saves the round!
Unbelievable.
So very close, but he stops it in its tracks. Foot get themselves a second round win. My God, I hope we have slow-mo on the replay.
That, I don't know if there was any space left on this bar. I'm not sure.
Oh my God.
Just a
Quite
pixel.
literally a pixel.
Oh, no. Oh, that's a feels bad, man, for C9. But I want to talk about how well that round was set up by Foot, using that Viper's Pit to cover enough of A that it has to be considered by C9. And that also blocks off the rotations, the flank angles towards B. They're able to shift their direction over at a Captain. Just guns down Curry.
Curry trying to get into a cheeky spot, play this out a bit more aggressively, but now the neural theft can come into play. Revealing the setups here. Get forward into C now. Vanity dead. C then just pushing up. Gets the peek, gets the headshot just through the corner. And now C site is completely and utterly occupied by Foot.
Yeah, really nice stuff here. Great timing there from CNED. Just ready to pounce off the back of that neural theft. Able to find some serious value. They're going to use this to check for these rotations and then get really deep set up for this. The trap wire as well. Jake has to clear it.
Shell Paranoia now going to be thrown in an attic captain. Wow. Actually ends up exploding there. Oxy with the elimination. Doesn't have a Vandal. Pushing out of this smoke, but it would be so damn difficult. Still managing to find one. Covering smoke. Protected for a little bit longer, but Shock Dart takes him down. Except with the Sheriff. Off on the side. Good for 1 kill, but 30 HP. Mr. Fallen waiting, watching the corner. Will be able to finish him off, and now Foot within touching distance. Just one more round to go to tie it up.
Yeah, all right. Now we're seeing some good stuff here out of Foot. Good job using that Sova utility to push the space towards the back of sight to make sure that they're able to get in good positions, even though they lose a player for it. Buying a little bit extra time. Now, some ults available for C9. Showstopper, still the lockdown. Now Vanity finally coming into the pit. And there's a judge in his hands, and I'm curious if he's just going to pop it off the rip and plop down on C here.
And shells over by Rubble. Oxy revealed. Here we go. Seems like Vanity looking to dissuade any approach over towards this C site.
And you got to know who this is Foot, right? Like, you got to know what gun is awaiting you in that Viper's Pit.
Okay, Showstopper out. Mr. Fallen trying to run. There's no more blast packs available here. Spots him. CNED trying to get away from it, but he's already so low. He gets ripped apart. Actually with the kill, Mr. Fallen looking to challenge in, but he just continues to hold the ADS. Finds the kill. Meanwhile, back on B. Curry takes out Cracks, but Zeta J finds a punish. TP over. Re-swings in, stares to Link. Jake will fall, but Attic Captain's now all on his lonesome. And the entry to P blocked off. The entry to C pitted. And they know that he's on this side of the map. You can tap the door and try to sprint in, but that's about it. Pit now dropped.
Toxins going up.
Well, what do you
30
do here?
seconds
I mean,
left.
there's not many good options other than to try to wait for C9 to overextend, make a mistake, find a kill, but the other side of this corner is Vanity and a Judge.
Seems like he's going to try to take his chances, but now Oxy will swing out, will find the kill. 3 members left standing. And Cloud9 not allowing for Foot to get more than 2 in a row.
Yeah, Oxy here just getting far enough ahead of CNED. CNED throwing that paint shells to try to dissuade Oxy from pushing any further with that ult, but doesn't really have the desired effect, and therefore CNED's kind of left out in the open, in a great rocket from Oxy from a long range.
Yeah.
Able to find that kill, and then the follow-up on a Mr. Fallen. Just ADSs right in. I mean, just absolutely nasty stuff. He is just out of this world. The young star in the making here, Oxy, 18 years old, excuse me. It's phenomenal talent.
They're looking to push. Trailblazer leading the way, only really sees one. Oxy is going to get absolutely bullied out of this position now. Drone over the top, finds the tag, Zeppa throwing the flash, but CNED still gets the headshot. The aggression here from C9, not quite paying off. TP out the safety, out of Captain now, trying to push his way into B. Vanity puts back a little bit of damage. Let's take one of those sheriff shots to the chest. Softened up just a bit. Seems like the drift across now over towards A. With a late lurk. Out of Captain still just hovering outside of B. Smoke comes down, Vanity, the door isn't open, he would have to break it. Otherwise rotate up through the top of B to try and reinforce this position that Jake so desperately needs. It's like 45 health remaining with a Guardian. Ball and just start breaking the door down. Vanity tries to get the spray transfer, can't make it happen.
Spike down A.
Now they push their way forward, they get into the B site, the Nano Swarm goes off. Frax just takes a quick peek behind him. Spike now planted. Lockdown available. Do they want to try to commit this here? The answer's going to be yes. Showstopper at the ready. CNED spotting him. Takes him down, destroys the lockdown. Jake now all on his lonesome. There's the first. Low HP on CNED. Cracks the one that's going to be the issue. The one that's playing closest to him. Just around the corner. Ooh. And he will get one shot across. Cracks taken down low. But Jake unable to find the clutch. 5-4. Foot keeping this neck and neck.
Yeah, I think C9 just, a little over aggressive at A there in the beginning of the round. I mean, I like what Vanity does here a lot. Just, waiting behind that door, trying to see if he can get the nice transfer. But I think this round went sideways because C9 really overfought for that doorway control outside of A. Try to flash in, and there's like 3-4 guns there for Foot. This is too much to deal with at that narrow angle with that many guns looking at you. The concave there for Foot is just way too strong. And C9 just kind of made the call to just try it, see if it worked, and it didn't. So you move on. You win some, you lose some.
Vanity with the Bucky now. He's still going to be able to try to turn the tide. Paranoia goes across. He's waiting to see if the push is going to be coming through. There it is. The quick reaction does find the kill. Sends out a bite to try to protect his position now. Dodges out on that shock dart. I believe the gun on the far side. Can't quite recover it. Do they try to just triple face in? Still will be able to find another kill. Good value out of the shotgun. This Cracks not getting clipped. And by that flash, just hugging up against the wall. And are they ready for it? They double phase, but it's just double death. Zeppa can upgrade the gun. Now into the 1v2. Seekers at the ready. There's no armor. Does he feel confident enough to try to go for this with the ult?
I think it's worth a shot.
Sends the flash, spam out, gets himself across the wall. Decay expiring. They double face it. They get the kill. Foot now tying us up at 5-5.
Well done. I mean, Vanity doing all that he can to buy time for those late rotations from the rest of his team. The other 3 members were hoofing it through the attacker spawn, trying to get over there as quick as they could. He's doing his best with this Bucky to be a nuisance and pretty successful with it, but Cracks there because he dodges that flash, right? They're not quite as ready for that angle maybe as they normally would have been. They checked it kind of just a little bit late, and that gives Cracks just enough time to find that opportunity to get in there and get that double to really essentially shut that round down.
Get it, Jay. He's going for it again. Okay, the cancel comes in. Vanity in position to try to get the catch, but Curry going to be taken down. Mr. Fallen is catching him with that Hunter's Fury. Entry across, CNET gets himself into the site. Boombot at the ready. Vanity has to back way up. Jake now TPing across. Cover going down.
I know exactly.
That coming through.
There it is.
The pit now going to be committed into this one.
Oh,
Captain, he's playing away from this one though. Trying to go around the back. He will pull away from the waterfall for now. Zeta Captain actually finds Jake, finds Oxy, looks for a little bit more. Vanity does eventually take him down. Spike gets planted. Push back away from the blast pack. And the backstab here from Mr. Fall, and Vanity not prepared for it. The recon dart to try to scout. Zeppa just going to be hightailing it, trying to hide here in the C site, but they can smell the blood in the water. The Sharks looking to surround him as he gets started. And oh, poor Zeppa. There's not much more he can do. He will fall, and Foot will get themselves in the lead.
I just love the way that Foot is utilizing their Viper's pits as bait to rotate to other sites. Now, Jake does a pretty good job here of catching this rotation early with a paranoia, but the problem is that Yedajay uses his TP to create this double angle, and then Captain's able to capitalize off of it. So really nice, a really nice counter move to the move, but that camera placement is just hilarious. That's just amazing. That's just so funny.
Well, done there from Cracks. Making sure that no one gets out alive. 2 judges now in play here, 4C9. Zeppa just pulling back, gets himself situated around the corner at stairs. Here. Jake waiting. Does have a Guardian. High penetration weapon. Can get through that wall. He's waiting to see if he hears any tap on the orb.
Oh. Confirmation.
Wants to go for the paranoia, but now needs to respond. Drone comes flying through. Although there's a Guardian there, and Oxy gets taken down on the site. Seekers let loose. The push starting to come in, and Jake falling. Vanity has to break through this door, but they're going to know that he's coming. Clear up on the recon dart. Stops him from getting pinged. The push forward. Vanity spotted, noted the drop down just over the head of Yedajay. Zeppa can't quite line it up, and now Vanity can't close the distance. Curry will be able to find one, but that's as good as it gets. 3 members left standing as it's 7-5 with Foot out in the lead.
Yeah, fantastic recovery here by Foot. Down, I think, 5-3 at one point. String together a bunch of rounds in a row, come back from not just a rough start to this, but coming off of a rough finish to the previous map, just over the head. What a crouch.
1 into the neck, 1 just over the forehead.
That's an actual tactical crouch there.
A couple inch difference. It's unlikely that he goes on to win the round, but
no, probably.
You never know.
You never know when those Guardians, when you just kind of start feeling it, just pop a couple heads, and all of a sudden it's a completely different round. But now attacker's side here for Cloud9, and that's kind of where they were setting the tempo on Sunset.
Yeah, and this could be where things get a little bit scarier here for Foot. Again, just given the Western region's proficiency for attack on Lotus, if that's going to continue, and if Oxy is going to continue to be, going toe-to-toe with the likes of Cracks and CNED, it could become worrisome. But a bit more breathing room for Foot. They can close out this pistol.
Yeah, CNED had a couple really good rounds in there. He was able to step up. A few kind of weird ones, but a few really, really good. Cracks in particular hit some nasty shots.
I think for both of them, it feels like night and day compared to what we were seeing on Sunset.
Yeah.
And nobody was having a particularly great time, but you want to be seeing CNED picking up those frags. That is what he is known for. He is one of the original world champions. It looks like he's much more in his comfort zone right now here on Lotus.
Yeah, it is pretty intriguing here that as well for Foot, the only flash you have is paranoia, right? Like everything else is just like you're trying to get really deep utility with the Sova. You're trying to cover your backside with the Cypher. Try to cover some of your flanks and the lurks and that kind of thing. And so you're relying a lot on mollies and stuff like that, good coordination to clear space. Immediately that dart's cleared. C9 is just beelining it towards
It's
A.
cleared by about 4 different guns, so you know how many people are playing around this side of the map right now. Curry just rushing up, paint shells there, gets a bit of damage. Mr. Fallen able to find one, finds 2. Curry taken down, Vanity dead. Mr. Fallen on for 3, has to go for the reload. They're trying to swing back around. It's down into the screen from Yedajay. Just taking it to him. Jake comes away with 2. The right click, he knows where Atticaptain's at, but he cannot get the kill. Foot take the pistol, and he stretched the lead even further.
Very nicely done there by Mr. Fallen, just hitting some nasty, nasty shots, getting a little bit of help from a paint shells from CNET as well. Oxy just kind of overstepping his bounds a little bit. Something that, you know, a young duelist is going to have to learn here. As aggressive and successful as he is, sometimes push a little bit too far against players of the caliber of CNET and Mr. Fallen, all these guys on foot who are absolutely incredible. And that's when you start to learn. You're saying, okay, we maybe went a little bit too far.
Have they gone too far this time? The force buy once again in from Cloud9. Oxy down to 21. And of course, it's the round that Zeppa could not afford to buy the heals.
Yeah, well, you know.
Weapon passed off. Sheriff in the hand of Oxy. Want to make sure that your highest power weapons are going to your highest health players.
I mean, you just need to headshot them. Who needs health?
It's true.
If they don't have any, then it doesn't matter.
Just shoot everybody in the head before they shoot you.
Exactly. It's easy.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's no problem.
Okay, smoke down on A stairs. Flash through the door, I do believe. Trying to really make it seem like they're going this way. It's Vanity panicking. Backpedaling rapidly. It looks like he will be able to get away. Pushes back up. Wants to try to break this door. Paranoia going across, doesn't quite connect onto him. So the plant will come through, and Oxy trying to play forward.
Jake in such a precarious spot with his Bulldog.
Andy going on a long flank to try and see if anyone's going to be coming from that C side of the map. Oxy lets the paint shells go through. Shock dart can get some decent damage in. Not a full connection. Just minor chip damage. Mr. Fallen finds Curry. The push out cracks. Ready for somebody to be there on the opposite side of the cage. Takes out Oxy. Jake with 1 HP. Dead. Now it's all on Zeppa and Vanity to try to get something done. The push out, the swing in. He got the take. Can he get the kills? No. Atticaptain brings it back with the last 2 eliminations. And the force buy from Cloud9 this time does not hold water.
It's great patience from Foot. Cloud9 here, I think, maybe I would consider maybe pulling that Bulldog back a little bit sooner from Jake. Try to avoid some of that damage on site, especially, you know, planting on B. You're expecting a lot of those mollies, a lot of that utility to come through to try to do some damage there. It takes quite a bit. He does get 1 before he's taken down, but now the buys are, you know, pretty abysmal for Cloud9. I mean, you know, a Bucky because it's Vanity. But other than that, Sheriff's and a Stinger. Of course, tons of Bulldogs, cracks even with the Vandal.
The attack Viper Bucky. Oxy
yeah, this is
double blast pack. I can see that.
Sure. But
we'll see if Vanity can get anything done with it.
If he had a Viper's Pit, maybe, you know. Even then.
Got darted, so they actually can't push off the back of the paint shells here. Zeppa just going to be grabbing the orb as Mr. Fallen takes some forward space out over towards A, hugging up against the tree.
And he's 1 away from a Hunter's Fury as well. Might just get it right here.
Ooh. Doesn't quite find the opening volley of bullets there. Backing off now, makes it around the corner. As that the help of that toxic screen to keep him protected. As Seamhead over at stairs just finds Oxy. Cracks. Waiting around the corner. Curry trying to get the catch, and he does. What a shot. Weapon recovered. Paranoia out. Jake caught with it. Jay swinging through into tree. Comes up with that kill. Bit of a shallow alarm bot. Think he wanted to place it further, but doesn't have the time to try to replace it. And now CNED finishes him off. Zeppa with a stinger. Vanity. And with that Bucky, needs to get the 1 weapon upgraded.
Gotta check to make sure that Boombot doesn't come on yet.
Bucky gets him with a 2nd shot. Bulldog snatched up, but Yedajay right there, ready to take him down. Foot moving up to double digits.
Well, a little trickery attempted by C9. Trying to hide themselves in some funky spots. And yeah, again, Vanity able to find some Bucky damage, but that's about it. Oh, captain, my captain. Definitely. I think I've seen signs for just about every player. Like, just about everyone. Somebody's a fan of. Now, Mr. Fallen does indeed have that Hunter's Fury. There's, Vanity. You know, that's the Bucky, so you can be a little bit bouncy with it.
He got his.
Yep.
Side of C9. Very surprising to not see a timeout called.
Here. Yeah, that's true.
No slowdowns coming through. Seems like they're taking a leaf out of DRX's book. Trying to rush forward. Zeta able to go 1-for-1 here by taking down Yedajay, but smoke's gone on either side.
I'd like to see some of Zeppa's flashes be used a bit more for some entries after you get a little bit of info. Curry, my goodness.
Very nice shot.
Camera taken out.
It's going to be destroyed there. This Trailblazer going to go running through. Trapwire going to be destroyed. Cage still set up right here at the entrance.
Got Seekers now. So you can really try to clear some space. Make sure you get this plant down. Try to get this 6th round in. See if you can right the ship for C9.
I've got your
train. He's been having a whale of a time. Trap goes in. Seekers on the chase. Flash did not connect. So they're working their way through this one. Shots is a little bit delayed to try to get the catch. Seeker now chasing. Hunter's Fury, however, coming across. Mr. Fallen looking to try to shut this down, but it's the one connection. Can't find any follow-up. C9 now occupy the site, planning in the corner. Vanity. Let's try to rush off the back. It wasn't even flashed, I don't think.
One enemy remaining.
Didn't see the glow in his face either way. And just runs in, finds the kill. Mr. Fallen, however, picking up a second one. Low on HP. So too is Oxy. This be one hell of a clutch. And that spam eventually finds him. Creeping along the wall. Oxy privy to it all. C9 finally picking up around here in this half.
Yeah, spreading the map nicely. And of course, since they forced bot, not really a bonus there 2 rounds ago, but this round, really where they needed to get it done, and they're able to do so. What shots there from Mr. Fallen, though. Still a lot of damage being taken by C9, even in that win, so it's going to be mostly half armors and the Vandals, although that's generally the plan anyway. Trying to make sure that your economy stays strong. Trap wires, both B and C for cracks. That smoke he had there at the edge of C, giving him just enough of an angle to watch the entries, potentially give himself the opportunity to get a kill or two. Really nicely set up. Love to see those Cypher smokes, especially over on C. You can really put them in some funky angles. Make it really difficult for your opponents. Kind of guess where you're going to be looking, where you're going to be holding your angles yourself as a Cypher. Yeah, let's get some orbs, let's get some ults. We got that showstopper, baby.
Showstopper at the ready, but CNET has one on the opposite side. Mirrored ultimates overall, as Yedajay and Jake both have those available. You're going to see both of them getting used just for scouting purposes. Nothing spotted at B, nothing spotted at Rubble. Oxy with the paint shell at the ready. Moves it pretty shallowly. Looks like it wants to just clear some of this util. Cam is available, but Rocket is good. Ada Captain going to be taken down. Cam now destroyed. Dart being removed. Mr. Fallen gets himself over towards CT here up on top. I think it's a TP
30 seconds
on
left.
the box. Mr. Fallen flushed out. Oxy able to find that elimination. Now,
Spike
3
planted.
players remaining. CNET with the showstopper. Does decide to try to pull the trigger here. Finds Zeppa. Might just end up going for it. Paranoia thrown out, catches onto one. Rocket at the ready. Jake trying to snipe him out of the sky. Can't quite make it happen. Eventually does as he hits the floor, and Oxy gets Yedajay at the same time. Crack's now the last one standing, but doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Rotates around the back, trying to see if anyone's going to be exiting out this way. The answer to which is going to be no. 4 members left standing. Cloud9 going to be winning a 2nd round in a row, keeping themselves in this map.
Just brilliant anti-showstopper placement by Jake there. As soon as he got up there, I was like, oh, he's waiting for CNET to come through, and then he's going to try to shut that showstopper down and even distracts, even though he doesn't land the shots. It's a tough shot to land. the Raze is moving so fast there. It's really hard as that player, but it doesn't matter. Great shot there by Oxy as well. And yeah, using that paint shells to clear the trap wire that's likely there at the door. And then coming through here. Yeah, who cares? Doesn't matter. He wasted the ult because he got distracted by you. It's beautiful.
It's expecting that you're
in the
going to
corner
be behind the box
Yep.
rather than on top of it. So it stays alive throughout that one. Now we go into round 18. Worst for Rare right now, the economy of Foot. 3 Sheriffs, 2 Vandals. Trailblazer already used. Not going to be spotting too much. Some decent forward presence here outside of C. Some chip damage there onto Curry. Will get patched up.
Yeah, now 1 away from a lockdown, 2 away from Vanity's pit. So you can string together a couple good rounds here with some big ults from C9. Get yourself right back into this game.
Blind swing on the paranoia a little bit too late as Oxy goes up over the top. Now they're going to be forced away. Zeppa does manage to trade one back. Good shot there, nearly connecting onto Mr. Fallen. In the end, though, just a 1-for-1 with both raises left on the ground. Potential for a delayed recovery of that weapon if Mr. Fallen rotates out through C. Vanity spamming through, smoke down comes down. Out of Captain, pushing forward, gets himself just alongside the box, just alongside this trap wire.
Are they going to be ready for that other one that Mr. Atticaptain's looking at right there, right outside a tree?
30 seconds left. You should run.
Just wait and see, but for now, the lockdown to try to force them out of position.
This one right there, it's going to be a Vanity.
Fallen trying to make his way over here. He does have that Vandal in tow, but now Atticaptain taken out. Kill found, plant coming through. TP across, get a J. Over a drop, joined by Cracks. Double approach here.
Poison's off.
See if they can try to break this defensive line. Flash going in, and it's working wonders. Sapon finds 2, Cracks gets another. The reveal comes across. They know exactly where Zeppa is, and he's not going to be able to stay alive. The ult from Cracks, absolutely everything but the entry from Mr. Fallen sets up for it. 11 rounds now in for Foot. And it felt like that should have been Cloud9 getting up to 8, getting 2 away from tying us up.
Yeah, they did so much right here. They avoided kind of the cheeky trap wire. They're able to get the lockdown in. And then again, these flood retakes from Foot are so good because they're catching C9 before they can really get set up, I feel like, before they can really get where they want to. And then Mr. Fallen is just nuts as another Hunter's Fury. Yeah, Vanity gets his pit, but this is tricky now as Foot's able to get themselves on stable ground, especially economically. That's important. Whereas C9, you know, it doesn't really matter too much because they only have to lose 2 more rounds and they're done on this map. Yeah.
I didn't quite catch it in the replay, but I think they might have actually been team flashed by Zeppa.
Oh no.
Mr. Fallen just swings the corner and guns 2 down. We'll hope that isn't the case for their sake. Roxy does get revealed. Where there's a raise, there's only a couple other players. Quick turn on the flash. Cover going out. Jay just going to be setting up yet another smoke here. Needs to keep that one-way active. Meantime, deep lurk forward from Vanity.
Toxin screen down.
All the way up here towards stairs. Screen now dropped. Cracks. Does he have an idea that this is the case? Either way, now they know. Vanity does not get the punish that he would have loved to have had. Swing around the back. Oxy, good for the kill. Crack's going to be taken down. Atticaptain now dropping in. Clear out on the Nanoswarm. They know he's there. Oxy able to find it. Hunter's Fury, final shot. Does manage to get a tag, but Oxy now finds 3. On for an ace, but low HP for both he and Vanity as well as Zeppa.
Spike planted.
The 2 can be healed. Zeppa cannot. The turret gets cleared out. CNET goes back up top. Drops down around the front. He finds Oxy. Curry waiting around the corner. Sat at tree. Tap on the door. Vanity pushing forward. Zeppa, however, the Guardian managing to find Mr. Fallen. Curry will clean up CNED. They answer back. Cloud9 move up to 8.
Yeah, been a little bit awkward there for a while for C9, but Oxy comes up huge, 1 away from a showstopper. Zeppa 1 away from Seekers, so those 2 doing a great job here. It's It's been really tough on these retakes. It seems like every time Foot just has a good pulse for where the players are. You know, the shock darts landing there, doing some damage. CNED quick with the response to get the kill, but this time around, Curry and Zeppa gonna step up, find that defense, find those angles. Here we go!
Oh, what an entry attempt there. Is Oxy just gonna get cut down a size? CNED mows him down right as he hits the ground. Recon dart revealing too. Jake, I'm gonna try to get out of here. I can tell he doesn't really want to have to use his only remaining teleport. But in the end, has to just get out to safety.
I mean, I think C9 here hoping that...
It's a weapon recovered.
I know. I think they're hoping that they can catch it, maybe being only one, at worst 2 players there, but there's actually 3, and he's just instantly shut down. It's just kind of it's an ego play, it feels like, to be honest.
I mean, we've seen so many players get away with that exact kind of maneuver, Jing, but usually when it's not when they're out on mount, it's when they're actually just peeking out from C. And just expectations a bit offset there as far as how many people were going to be playing out at mount in that round. Clear on the boom bot.
I've got your trail.
Tap on the door. Looks like C site's still going to be the target here, especially now as Zeta J does end up falling. Curry trying to go on this merry little flank. The Seeker chasing around the back. Hit now. Right here. Invested. Mr. Fallen trying to get the shots through. Will interrupt the plant. As Curry continues to try to play this one out patiently. Bring on the corner. You can tell Quacks was wary about this. But he didn't expect him to be up against the wall. 4v3, the man advantage is there. Now they have to play up into this pit, suffer from the decay. CNED right on the corner. Wow. Jake trying to get that little peek in. Can't find it.
Oh my.
Fallen catches Zeppa. Nanoswarm from Curry will take down CNED. Mr. Fallen, decayed down to 1. Another Nanoswarm going to be lobbed up over the top. That one destroyed. The spam finds him. Turret could actually be set up here by Curry. He's going to swing around the back. Mr. Fallen finds him. But Vanity in the end will be the last one standing as Cloud9 continue to push back 2 more rounds in a row. But now it's going to be 4 full rifles once more here for the side of Foot.
And once again, Oxy and CNED both have their showstoppers, but Curry just, again, beautiful lurking, catches Cracks just enough off guard. Cracks was starting to check the angle, but hadn't fully committed to that corner that Curry was in, and then Curry immediately just ducks out and gets back to the safety of the backside of the site of the south side of C, where he's able to put his nanoswarms to great use, even though things are a little bit off kilter. Whoops, speaking of kilter.
That's that showstopper gone. CNED with one of his own now. It's not ready for him to be. Sat right alongside the wall. Zeta J in the meantime taking quite a bit of space. Working his way forward. Turret obviously not spotting anything over towards B. They have to be wary. They have to be aware that somebody could be pushed up like this over towards the C side.
Yeah, Oxy's been having a little trouble finding the ability to get even into the site sometimes, to get the openings to find the entries. It's been really well shut down by Foot. And that's been definitely slowing up. Oh boy.
He's made it past Vanity. The turret.
Uh-oh.
Is he not spotting anything from this angle? Throws down the smoke now. It seems like they have absolutely no idea that this is about to happen. Zeta J might just have the play of the match. He's coming around the back. Does he play it patiently? No. He pulls the trigger on 1. Curry, low HP, but still managing to hold his ground. Zeta J taken out, and now the shift comes over here from Cloud9. They work their way to the A site. Just Zeppa and Jake remaining. Plant comes in, 3 players, a pit available, a showstopper, and that's the first one that gets pulled. Sends it over the top. Bit of damage in. CNED able to finish the job. Zeppa slides in the back, gets himself situated over by drop. 26 seconds before he has a flash, and he won't even get close to it. CNED runs them down. 3 kills for him as Foot get up to map point.
I mean, this is just Foot starting to really get a feel for the flow. And Ada Captain, or excuse me, Zeta J, getting behind enemy lines and just absolutely causing so many problems. Great reaction from Curry, but that's just making it so much harder for him to react to the players coming from the other angles, coming from top mid and those kind of things. It's just too much. Foot doing such a good job here on this map now. We haven't seen him play it since Masters Tokyo. They haven't played it since the last time they were in Japan. And now they're on the verge of sending us to a map 3, just sending us to Haven. And I think now Cloud9 is going to opt for a timeout.
Again, just feels a bit bizarre that it took this long to really try to pump the brakes and right the ship, because now you're not playing for the win, you are playing for the overtime. They have a good amount of ults to work with. The lockdown, the showstopper, the omen. But you still need to string together 3 rounds consecutively. Hit is there on the opposite side. Ada Captain likely gonna look to just try to lock off that C site.
Yeah, but you've got the lockdown potentially to clear that if you can get pushed up past the mound. You have an opportunity to maybe nullify that if that's where it goes. You also have a showstopper, but you know that's because Oxy died before he even got a chance to use it in the previous round. So you got to keep him a little bit on the leash here. He's kind of overstepped on the second half a few times. He's gotten shut down pretty hard by CNET and the likes. These excellent veteran players on foot. So let's see what they're going to dial up. Big ults here, big opportunities.
Creep up, Oxy on the corner. Paranoia goes across. Oxy caught by one though. Now into the smoke. Now the paint shells. Just waiting. The fuse is ticking down. Sends it over towards backside. Not going to be able to get into that. Jake now going on the TP. Going up over here by the door. The lockdown rolling. Space going to be opened up.
But they're not even.
Smoke across. TP forward. Now they take the site for themselves. The plant coming through. Very wide lurk here from the side of Vanity, but Jake going to be taken down to CNET. Finds the first kill of the round. Back around towards the door. As now they really need Vanity to start moving forward. He's going to get himself back over here towards the main. Judd managing to get a bit of damage across, but Crack stays alive. Walks into the spray from Seven. Vanity arrives at the right time. Takes out Ada Captain.
Last player
Fight down on the floor. Last one standing is the IGL, and he's only got 5 HP. Yedajay is there. He spotted him. And we are not done yet. The defuse comes in, and Foot will be taking this the distance all the way to map 3.
Yeah, just excellent stuff here at the end from Foot. Really tenacious, and it felt like on that last round, that lockdown, even though it came down, C9 was just never comfortable enough to really pull the trigger. All these mollies that you have in this composition with the extra shock darts available from the Sova. And this comp, you know, again, the only flash is the Paranoia in it, and they're still able to make it work, and I kind of like it. I mean, you've got the Cypher utility to try to slow down the Raze. You've got the Sova utility to try to counter some of that Viper util, so overall, this works, and you know, CNET coming in here having a big one. Mr. Fallen, some huge rounds for him, where he just took over and won them a lot of important matches.
You can never count out Foot. CNET, Mr. Fallen, the stars all came out when it mattered on Lotus. Cloud9 worked so incredibly hard towards the back end of that map to stay in it and to potentially win it, but it just wasn't possible. Foot looking strong as we know them to be. We'll be picking apart that map after a short break and getting into the decider next. Back in the arena for Red Bull Homeground 2023 with me, Ian Chambers, and our amazing casters, Achilles and Paper Finn. Now, normally this Ryogoku Koguki-kan arena here in Tokyo, Japan is used to having sumo wrestlers battling it out in the center stage. That is a different thing here today. We've got two absolute mammoth teams going head to head, and they're very well matched, which is obviously why we are now going to a third and final map here. Foot, map 1, didn't really show up. Here on Lotus, they came out swinging. It looked at times like there might be a comeback on the cards for C9, but Foot closing them down.
Yeah, once they're over to the other side of the map, once they flipped, it seemed like they were really much more comfortable, really in control of things, really made C9's attacking side life very, very tricky. Never really gave them a lot of easy space. Anytime it felt like C9 got a plant down, it felt like instantly Foot was in position to do something about it. So they're reading the map really well, they're controlling the space really well, and that's something that, again, talking about the differences that a Sova can make for you, it's having that extra ability to get a little bit deeper with your utility to get that recon than, say, a Sky can.
Yeah, and I mean, they show us a bit of a different look here with Yedajay coming out on this moment rather than playing the Cypher that we had seen him already play back on Split. Seems like he's just a lot more comfortable maybe with this, or maybe Krax is more comfortable on the Cypher. Either way, there was a fantastic performance. Yedajay was consistently trying to get himself into some flank positions, had some very good first kills.
Yeah.
But widely, it was the battle of the Rays. Oxy right there at the top, but a much more CNED performance from CNED compared to that first map where he was widely absent.
He woke up, right?
Yes.
Yes. Let's just pop across to round 6 for a moment, because there was an incredible piece of work from Mr. Fallen. He prevents a defuse by literally a fraction of a second. Take a look.
This was one of the most, one of the closest that we have ever seen across any tournament in VCT, any off-season tournament. This was just completely and utterly down to the wire. A single pixel remaining on this defuse.
This might have changed the map. I mean, this might have been the one that really set the momentum kind of back into Foot's favor. I mean, what a shot. The wall bang even. Ridiculous.
At that point, you have to assume that they have it, you know? It just, your brain says, yup, that's going off. He's getting the defuse. But they had other ideas, and fate definitely played in their favor in that moment. And like you said, that is that butterfly effect, that one little round that starts unraveling everything for Cloud9.
And you can see with the player cam reactions here what it means. We talk about this being an off-season event. Right now, this feels like real deal Holyfield right in the center of this stage. Both teams taking this tremendously seriously.
Yeah, I mean, think about how many fans are here. Think about where you're playing. Think about what it took to get here. All these things put together. Yeah, everybody's telling me, you know, we're working on stuff, we're doing some things, we've got new people, we've only had a very short amount of time to practice. Who cares? You still want to win.
Yeah.
You still want to come in here and give it your best effort individually. And I think, again, Foot now, that sleeping giant, starting to come alive, starting to really start to feel themselves. We saw that with C9 earlier on Sunset, but going on to Haven, a map that Foot looked pretty darn good on the last time we saw him. Kind of crushed it.
Yeah, they did. And Seth, as we start to take a look at our players before they jump into a map for the final time here today, there is only this one map, Haven, separating them from potentially being the first team to secure and concrete that spot in our grand final tomorrow. That's a lot of pressure.
No, it absolutely is. And it's going to be really pushing in on all these players, and that wind is behind Foot's sails. C9 have shown that, you know, when they do have those rougher starts, that they can come back in the next map. Started off hot here, bit of a stumble back on Lotus. Can they recalibrate? Can they stabilize coming into Haven to try to take this one away? That's the big question. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it done here shortly.
Yeah, I mean, both rosters, of course, have big names on there, including, you know, you've got your young gunners, but then you've got more of your seasoned veterans, and they're the players that you want to lean on in a situation like this. The likes of Vanity, the likes of CNED, and now we get into agents, like Seth.
We do, and I mean, it's a, you know, minor difference here. It's going to be the KO on the one side, the Astra here for Jake, and Zeppa going over here towards this fade.
This is really interesting. I mean, no Sovas, no Skies.
Yeah.
That's a very odd setup here for Haven. You rarely see that kind of thing. I mean, Zeppa on the fade is a pretty interesting choice. Maybe just hoping to slow things down with those prowlers, trying to clear those extra corners. You know, it's kind of an interesting choice. I mean, very, Very rarely you see it because most people feel like with the open air, with the open space, and the extra kind of info you can get with the Sova, that it's generally kind of preferred over Fade on this map. And you don't have the Raze either. Like a lot of times if teams are going to go with the Fade onto Haven, it's because they want to do the Season 8 combo.
Season 8 combo.
Yeah.
Right, lads. Who's going in? Who's making the grand final? Tell me.
I really don't know. I can't really pick between these two because I think C9 have the capability to run this back, but I also think Foot can absolutely roll with the momentum. I think this is very much a toss-up. We might not even know at the halfway point.
Well, that's the sort of thing you want in a final map. You want it to be hard to call. You can hear the crowd here in the arena start to make noise. They know what this means. C9 versus Foot. One team enters the grand final when this is done. The other exits home ground. It's Haven with Achilles and Paper Thin.
Looks like we're going to be off to a fast start. CNED back over onto that staple. Jet immediately in here on the B site. Took a little bit of damage there from the Nano Swarm. A shot from Curry, but Plant already starting to come through. Does get interrupted. Prowler sent out. The Haunt still at the ready. CNED just occupying this space. Spike being held. Waiting to see what else comes their way, it would seem. But everybody from Cloud9 looking to play this very patiently. Holding back quite a bit. And Oxy just sat in the attacker's spawn.
They know that they haven't moved.
Yeah, might be able to get a very good flank here onto J.
I think Foot is trying to sell it that they've rotated, but I don't know if they know that Oxy has gotten all the way back into their spawn.
Spike planted.
That's not ready. The reveal's going to come through. Vanity's going to line up for the fault line, try to set up for this retake.
Could be a decent catch. Does manage to find one. CNED able to trade one before getting taken down by Zeb, but now Oxy makes his presence known, and Mr. Fallen unable to react to it in time. J, the last one standing. The dash across Oxy, just completely eluding him. Comes up with 3 to kick off a pistol round win, and he'll say, yep, thank you very much. I don't mind a Blade Storm that quickly. Gets the defuse off. Cloud9 will win the first round.
Yeah, some fun versatility shown here by Oxy. The patience, he's known to be this aggressive, this crazy, flashy duelist. And yes, at the end of the round, he does show us a bit of that. But at the beginning of the round, he's just taking his time. He's getting into the enemy spawn. He's getting in the information. J is watching the flanks, but he's not watching it from deep enough to see it. And this means that C9 has all the information on what's going on in the map. They can wait. Oxy can just make his way in towards mid window, find those big kills, and just basically destroy any hope Foot had of potentially winning that round single-handedly. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff. Now, Attic Captain has gotten really deep in here, and he's going to pay the price.
And that he has. Just walks into a crossfire between Vanity and Jake. It's up falling. Jake swinging out wide here onto the site. Finds himself another victim. Kill cleaned up. Curry down to 4 bullets.
Spike down mid.
And Cracks already eliminated by Vanity. Oxy, okay. Does fall low. J with the Sheriff still demands a bit of respect here. There's the walk-in right through the corner. And Zeppa will get taken down.
Respect earned right there. That was really
He needs to
nice.
respect that turret.
Yeah, well. He's trying.
Yeah, second one. Not coming through. There you go. Now gets the clear out. Picks up that Spectre. We'll see if he can find some more damage here. Oxy right now drifting all the way out through A long, about to maybe clash with CNED, and he does. The Marshal finds the kill, but they still need to try to get this spike.
30 seconds left.
Sprays down the door. This still feels like such an impossible position to break through. Grabs it, dashes back, but can't quite get it. They line up for Vanity. He will get himself 3 kills here in the round as Cloud9 win out the anti-eco.
I love the attempt, though. I absolutely love it. I mean, it's just you have nothing else you can do. That's your best hope, is to be able to kind of just sneak it out from underneath them quickly, get in, get out, and somehow make it out of there. But there's not many worlds where you're able to do so. But still, I mean, it's still a lot of damage done here at the end by Foot. That's really encouraging. Able to find some isolated picks and able to do some damage. Oxy was down to 19 HP. That's why he fell in one shot to CNED's Marshal, because J got so deep. And even though Oxy was ready for it, he just wasn't quite ready with his aim. just kind of whiffing just enough to give Yedajay the opportunity to do quite a bit of damage. Using that Fade utility now to check through A, but it comes up short. And there's 3 members of Foot here that are unaccounted for. Okay, but Jake's coming.
Making his way over. It's right here down in the sight. About to swing out, gets the headshot there onto CNED. Zeppa now making his presence known. Zanuck got completely unaware. The Prowler is a bit of bait. The headshot does connect there onto Cracks, and Vanity with the Punky is able to take him down at range. Hoxie will get the kill on the Mr. Fallen. Damn near flawless as the bonus will be converted. And weapons can be upgraded. The Curry missing out on snatching up any, but 3-0 start for Cloud9.
Yo, the timing and the senses here from C9, are so good. Yeah, there's I don't know if I've I'm so impressed here with the way that C9 handles this round, because they use the Prowler to check in the long A. It doesn't make any contact, and then the way that they account for not checking that angle is they send Jake over to check and be like, we're gonna watch short. We need you to cover long for us, as there's a fast B hit coming here for C9.
Trying to up the pace, but CNED on the entry. Walks up into that Nebula and gets taken down. Fragment to try to stop Jake from pushing forward, but Vanity right here in the sight. Does eat a full flash, but for now is going to be safe. Prowler connects onto one. Jake playing perfectly off the back of that one. Catches out of Captain, but cracks. The double headshot. Can he get himself a third?
Oh my.
Yedajay joining the fight. Drops down out of garage window. Works his way over in towards C. Spike still dropped in front of B. But somehow, and now with a recovered weapon, Foot in with the opportunity to turn the tides right here, right now.
You ever have those days where you start to wonder, is the Sheriff actually the best gun in the game? It's just crazy how good these players are with it. And
People in the head.
Yeah, it's easy. They'll should be able to get the plant down here on B if they so choose. Yeah, I'm going to check with the 0 point just to make sure there's nobody hiding in that corner. Yep. Here we go. I mean, it's all square in terms of guns. A little bit of damage, though.
Looks like Jake, decent sense of this one, is going to send up the Cosmic Divide. So continue pushing towards him. Slow as he is, the Crack's going to be falling instantly, but now Jake needs to ace clutch in order to take this one, but Yedajay says no. Denies it away from him. Bloody on both sides, 1 man left standing, but Foot, they get their 1 round win.
Man, Jake plays this round so darn well, but just can't quite come through with it. I mean, what a great Prowler there. I love the way that they're using these Prowler informations to set up Jake. I mean, of all people, set up the Astra to get some kills, but hey, if it works, it works, and just not quite able to get it done in the end. And with all that firepower. Now, speaking of firepower, we've got the op and a Blade Storm for Oxy. Odin for Vanity? Yes, indeed.
Quick peek out the door.
Nice.
It's CNED, and he dips out. Run away. Curry, however, going to be taken down. Pressure being applied from both sides. Ult popped here from Prax. He's going to hit the floor. Jake eating those aftershocks, ends up getting taken down. Vanity, he's got the Odin, but he's swiftly dealt with. Off from Oxy, finds the 3rd kill, dashes to the side. Couple blades going out. He taps it low, but the flash comes across. He's blind. Suddenly, it's all on Zeppa. He gets the 2 kills as well as the up recovery. What in the hell is this round? C9 scrape by with the win.
What is going on? I mean, it just is fast and
sunset.
furious. Yeah, back to sunset. Here we go. That's I don't think the pace that Foot wants to play at. When it was a little bit slower, that was a little bit more in their favor. I mean, Oxy doing a great job with that op, and see how fired up he is after that round. And Zeppa's just laughing. He's just having a good time. He's been there, done that.
Careful, son. Don't want to pass out. Pop off too hard.
This is going to be a little bit tricky here.
Smoke.
Get
Dropped
out of
in.
my way.
2 Vandals at the ready here. 4 Foot.
Got the blade.
Dash forward, seeing that on sight, but
no, they don't.
Swiftly dealt with. Oxy able to find him. Doesn't want a wide swing out. He should, and he does. Finds himself a 2nd kill for his troubles. Weapon recovered. I believe, yes. Mr. Fallen able to scoop that one up as Zeppa just holding here at the A link. Cleans up the kill. Curry hearing some footsteps. Judge in hand, just wants to hold the door. Haunt, or no, rather sees, lobbed in. Haunt at the ready. Saw Mr. Fallen there for a brief little moment, swings off the back of that. Gets a reveal, gets a little bit of damage in, but cannot get the elimination that he was hoping for. Does he peek it, or does he just go for the plant? Here's the fault line to try to stop any push, and Mr. Fallen just crossing, getting himself situated at back site.
30 seconds left.
Planting here, A-link side of B. Shorty at the ready in case anybody pushes into the smoke. Meanwhile, the B main approach coming through from Curry. He will get cut down, but Oxy able to play off the back of the damage, gets himself another 3K, and it's another round win. Cloud9 about to be up 5-1.
And even though it is a weak buy, still, you know, the Blade Storm, one of those tools that you're investing in this round to try to flip the script, not going to come through. CNED just shut down right away by Oxy with that op.
He's 11-3-2.
Yeah, he's really good with the operator. I mean, you know, think about the player on the other side of the coin, on the other Jet, who's also really good with that operator. He's currently kind of outshining him throughout this entire match. I mean, you think about, you know, one of the best Jets we've seen going up against this young gun, and he's out-dueling him.
Yeah. Now looking for the A-long setup. Fallen, sending the fault line. Jump back around the corner. Hunt comes in, reveals one. Updrafting, Prowler in, swinging for Mr. Fallen.
Ooh.
Finds Jake. Oxy only able to come away with one before getting taken out by Ada Captain.
Great help from the rest of Foot there.
A huge trade up. Seen it on top of the box. Catches Vanity completely unawares. Zeppa now advancing his chances, but still can only find one. Now it's Curry all on its lonesome, and he's stuck on the opposite side of the map. And we'll just have to likely stay there.
Just love the way that Foot uses that utility against C9. You know, they get the spot with the Haunt, they follow up with the Prowler, it confirms CNED's still stuck in that corner. And when they go to peek, you know, yeah, sure, Oxy gets one with the op, but there's too many players there from Foot. And they make short work of C9's forces. So great reactions from them. Good decision making in the heat of the moment from those Foot players. Yeah, well, now we wait.
Nothing more to be done. No one obviously willing to go on the hunt as the cash still needs to be built up on the side of Foot, but this round win will certainly help in that regard. 5-2, the scoreline to be as the players go ahead and make their exit from the A site and Spike gets ready to erupt. Curry not able to have an opportunity to participate in the round. All the action just so swift and so far away from him. The operator was recovered by Foot, and it's right there in the hands of CNED.
Well, now we get to see what CNED can do with it. Not quite enough money for Cloud9 to put together another operator for Oxy. Well, you probably could, but I guess they're not going to. And that's scary. Fault line, or excuse me, Rolling Thunder for Mr. Fallen. It's locked on as well for Yedijay. And you only have the Nightfall for Zeppa here.
Another fault line, Haunt catching out onto two. No destruction being found. Yedijay right up against the garage doors here. Nano into the back.
I don't think anything gets cleared off that. Yeah, that's they're putting that to clear an alarm bot or a nano, something that could be in there. It's actually not going to find any value, so good change up of the utility here. Kind of, it looks to me like C9 was expecting maybe a C hit with all these placements of utility.
It's about to be a lot of pressure on Oxy.
It's not going to be fun.
Rolling Thunder at the ready, sends it out. Oxy does get stunned, pushed down in towards Sewer. Unfortunately for him, no one is pushing in that direction, so he does manage to just play this out cautiously and quietly for the time being. Spike now being planted. C9, how do they approach this one? Their sights not actually being pointed this way. If he swings, he's gonna come up huge. Finds one, finds two. Oxy gets the timing, dashes forward, and they can't hear a damn thing. Oxy gets three. Spike never planted. Now dead. As Yedijay tries to push out of the smoke, it all comes tumbling down. Foot thought they had the execution, but they didn't account for Oxy.
Unbelievable. The way that he reacts to that rolling thunder is just brilliant. To go down in the sewers, taking a bit of a gamble, but it's not. You know, usually a team might send a player, you know, maybe your smokes or your sentinel down into sewers there. They don't go for anything, and that means everybody's there for the nightfall. And like you said, no sound cues available, and all of a sudden people start dropping, and the comms are probably a bit of a mess, trying to react to the positioning of Oxy, and he is 15-4 right now in 8 rounds.
15-4 with the 2 assists.
2 kills around almost.
Well, tactical timeout called here by Foot, who desperately need to put their foot down. Stop this from getting away from them. And yeah, you see guys trying to concentrate, trying to come up with something, trying to get this information across to the other team. And I mean, that is a contrast of coaches.
Yeah, and he's just like, yeah, it's fine.
Let's see what effect it can have as we get ready to come back into the next round here. Things might be a bit wishy-washy as far as the weapon situation is concerned here for Foot.
It's just, I mean, incredible the way that C9 is able to react to these things on the fly, to get the right people in the right places at the right times, and just enough patience to get that nightfall from Zeppa into place, where it sets up Oxy for the big play. And I mean, Zeppa's fade, you know, kind of wondered about it a little bit. Again, you know, with especially with an Astra and a fade, you think, okay, where's the raise? But the way that they're just crunching off of the utility or kind of waiting for the right timing to strike off of it has been really, really good. Waiting for Foot to kind of get in these closer range positions where, you know, so much about Sova is controlling the spacing on the map, where C9's more playing it to sort of control the tempo of fights. And that's really worked out to their advantage so far.
I said it was going to be maybe a little bit weird, but I mean, CNED with an op, 2 rifles, 2 sheriffs. Heavy disparity between all of the members here on the side of Foot as far as the firepower that they wield.
That's very weird.
Recovering it.
And no op. I think they're expecting an op, and I think they're kind of putting some trust potentially into CNED. I think they're trying to suss out the location of Oxy.
He is playing completely differently.
Yeah.
Aftershock just to clear that turret. Captain relaying that he can hear it, but that doesn't mean that they know that this jet is going to be here. Drift across. Get a J. Just around the corner. Oxy would have to drag that crosshair down in order to headshot him, but looks like he's not willing to go for the peek. Just playing this quietly while we have the 3-man approach over at A long. Where Vanity is now getting into position. Out of Captain on the side, gets the headshot. Opens things up, and now that flank has to be respected.
Left.
Vanity's attention very much turned over there. Rolling Thunder gonna come crashing through. Does not affect this jet though. Zeppa still managing to find one before getting picked off. Fault line into the corner, does stun him up.
Blocking vision.
Tap on trying to bait them in, but out of Captain again. Finding the headshot there with the Phantom. 2 players left. Zeta J in sewer, turret up over the top. Another tap on the spike, just trying to bait out some of this spray. Curry lining his first kill. Vanity getting 1, but now has so much more work to do. Off shot not connecting. Lines up the headshot, but cannot pull the trigger. Out of Captain with 3. Will help get Foot their 3rd round.
Yeah, I mean, I think Oxy just getting a little bit antsy there. If he had just kind of kept holding on top of the box in B, I think he keeps Foot in a much more disadvantageous position than he does, revealing his position when he drops. He shoots intentionally there to try to bait, but he's not quite ready for the swing out from Attacaptain, and Attacaptain catches him with crosshair quite, you know, he wide swings and it's not quite where he wants it. And so Oxy's gonna fall to that, and I think that's a little bit of that impatience showing. But still, I mean, who cares? He's had a great, map, so.
He's allowed to.
He's allowed those.
Yeah. And now he's got an operator looking to go toe-to-toe against CNED here. Curry just continues to try to hold the door. Ruined his pacifist run in the last round by getting a kill. Prior to that was just playing the assist killjoy. Pops the nano. Knows that he can eat a bit of his own damage. It's not going to be doing too much here. Just wants to stay glued into this corner. Jake now under quite a bit of pressure, however. Mobility is out. Curry finding one, but that C-side now broken open. Vanity sending out the fault line. Catches on 2 after shock. Not going to be getting too much of anything there as the updraft comes in. Oxy now flanks. CNED's watching for it. Perfectly poised. Gets the shot. And that should be Zeppa and Vanity heading for the hills.
Out of charges.
And even recovering the op over at C-Long, far too risky. They have to just leave it on the ground.
CNED so aware, giving a little wag of the finger here to the young gun, saying, no, 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 no. You're not going to be able to get that flank and take me down. I've got this covered. Really heads up play here from Foot and CNED.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Detected. Could be heaven, could be hell. Cracks wants to go for it now. They have a bit more of a bank behind them. Swings in. Zeppa instantly shuts down that attempt. But a well-made one at that. 6-4. Cloud9 still out in the lead with 2 more rounds to be played here in the half. But Foot with some momentum behind them and up still in CNED's hands. Absolutely can close this gap and potentially tie us up 6-6.
Yeah, now you broke the bank going for that op again for Oxy, and it's going to cost you in this round here as C9. I think someone might be thinking about timeout, potentially.
Seems like we may have one. As the clock comes to a halt, seems like now at Cloud9 wanting to pump the brakes a bit here, doing it a lot earlier than we saw from them in the last map. Let's see how they can secure these final 2 rounds.
Yeah, it is a few ults now. You've got the Cosmic Divide again for Jake. Curry again with a lockdown.
There's op loss as well as the Blade Storm. So
yeah,
both of those go away there from Oxy.
The Blade
This is kind of that moment where you'd love to have it because then you can offer up a weapon to Curry, who right now finds himself in a fairly awkward position. Might have to go for Guardian Light Armor, Bulldog, something along those lines.
Well, it's that, you know, that aggressiveness, that natural tendency of Oxy to play without fear that kind of costs you, where you think you're so good with the op that you can pop a Blade Storm, you're going to survive that round, you're going to hit this flank onto Foot. They're never going to see it coming. But CNED is just perfectly ready for it. Now you've cost your team, you know, a bye this round essentially, because you could have been the one that could have cut funds to drop a rifle to somebody else, and you guys would have been fine for a bye for this round. I mean, even then, though, going into the final round, you might be a little bit short if you can't win it, but that's okay. I mean, you gotta let the kid play.
Still there. Get it, Jay. Getting slowed up, but out of captain with the punish. Vanity overstaying is welcome. Oxy, in the meantime, gets himself over in window. Alarm bot set up right there at A lobby.
Here he
gets
goes.
lobbed in. Oxy trying to go on the flank.
They know. They know.
Bring around the Rosie, though, and yeah, the ping is coming down. Barrel seen, however, finds one. Dash now activated, but not enough time to react, as Zeta J will be able to strike him down. Jake working himself into window, and he needs this to be huge. Spots one, now they know. Stun, not connecting, but it doesn't matter because nor to Jake's bullets. Lockdown used to try to flush them away from the site, 8 seconds. Instead, they'll just get themselves tucked in over at long. The op trained on heaven window. Zeppa tries to rotate over. Again, it is just Curry here at the moment with a Sheriff, and now he is full flash. Team not found. Default plant coming in. CNED, first shot, not hitting. Doesn't matter because Cracks will find both. 3 for him. That's Foot now pick up a 5th. One more to tie us at 6-6 in the half.
Yeah, I mean, Foot has had 3 rounds in a row of really, really solid stuff. Really now seems like they're starting to get a feel for this play. You know, Oxy keeps going for these lurks, and this time, even though they lose a player for it, the reaction is still quite good here instantly from Zeta J. And then Jake has the opportunity, and that's the one kind of fumble that really hurt C9 there that Foot kind of didn't account for, was Jake's counter lurk. Now, CNED's still going to be rocking the op. Nobody's willing to show their face over on a C long. I don't blame you. I wouldn't either.
I need a stop.
And yet that lockdown got invested by Curry, and got to kind of question that too. Only 2 players versus 4 left.
Shock and fragment just to make sure they can completely clear out Platt. So CNED swinging back around potentially into window. Well, he's worried about a push out of A. Vanity stunned. Push coming in. The judge not going to be good. Out of captain. Gets himself a second elimination. Curry now gone. 3v5. The TP into the back of B site. The new target here. The alarm bot still is there. Will go off. CNED now turning his sights behind the team. Noxy, how do you even try to take this one? Goes across, does put a bullet into CNED, but not nearly enough to really dissuade him. Just take over that window position. Zeta now gonna fall. Jake dead. Out of captain, on with 3. Cracks gets the final. A flawless round from Foot, who run it back 6-6 in the half.
Oh, just beautiful stuff here. Methodical, just dissecting Foot piece, or excuse me, dissecting C9 piece by piece is Foot. Man, oh man. And yeah, even though Oxy had a whale of a half, Ada Captain really stepping up in those last couple rounds, really reading the positioning of Vanity there, knowing that that judge likely to be lurking. And as good as Curry has been, bit of a rough start for him. Had a couple kills, but a couple fumbles in there as well.
And lots of struggles.
Yeah, right there.
On this defending side. It's not really able to hold down that C site. What a run back here from Foot. It was looking like C9 was once again going to be breaking away, going to be shutting them out of a map like we saw on Sunset. They are keeping this one competitive. And CNED now, with all the success that he has had on the attack with that operator, gets defensive sight lines.
Yeah, and this is what's so scary for C9 is, you know, how long can you keep Foot down, keep that economy, you know, in a bad place that you can keep that operator out of his hands. Do not want to give CNED the opportunity to start taking over games with it. We've seen how clean he is, how aware he is when he's got that gun in his hands. One of the legendary operators in Valorant history. Now let's see how they want to approach this pistol round. A few more seconds to talk about it, a few more moments to think it over, but you know, the good news here for C9 is you came out to a strong start. You didn't come out slow on the map. You know, you're able to really set the tone early. Even though you kind of fell apart, if you could just right the ship here on this pistol, come out strong once again, keep Oxy fired up, keep him just a little bit reeled in. I think you've got a good chance here. If he can start kicking down doors for you, you never know. And this looks like it's going to be a full-on C hit.
Quick one getting ready to come through here. The push forward, stun, out, dash into the cloud burst. Decent damage here to Mr. Fallen. Aftershock to try to force him back the opposite way. Out of Captain Howard finds the first kill. Oxy going to be taken down. 7 HP here remaining on this Omen. Curry able to find that kill. Finds himself a second. Finds himself a third. Might have been a slow start in the first half, but now he is fired up. Still a decent amount of trade back, and Zeppa down to 14 HP. Spike still not planted. The swing in. Mr. Fallen taken out. The CNED with the Sheriff absolutely can do some damage. You can see shots going a little bit wide. Zeppa staying alive, and Vanity running the Spike over towards the A site.
Right there. Trying to fool CNED, but I think he heard or saw.
They need to get over here with him.
Yeah.
If Vanity goes down, looks like Jake should now be in a decent position. There's the creep forward, the creep back. Vanity just sliding down, tucked away in sewer. Reload. Not coming through here from CNED until now. Taps the Spike. Let's see what he can get. The haunt revealing. Zeppa making his way up towards heaven. Fault line not connecting. Jake on the swing, gets the headshot. Cloud9 get themselves another pistol.
And it's a good execute here from Cloud9 that doesn't really go their way initially. Oxy finds a great angle. They've got Mr. Fallen pinned behind Platt, behind the box as well there. They're going to use the flash to put him there, and Aftershock as well, but he survives. And then Oxy can't win that duel against Mr. Fallen on the outside of C box. So all of a sudden I thought for a moment that C9 wasn't going to be able to maybe get that execute to go, but then Curry happens and he just absolutely kicks the door in for him. Just a battering ram. Sends Foot packing, and well, speaking of sending people packing, Vanity's actually going to get CNED with that ghost.
Yeah, curious. He's not really moving out of position. Really trying to push away. I think the stun coming through. Oxy will find cracks. Captain swinging out, forced once again into the open. Taken down as Vanity finds himself a second victim with the ghost. Hands the spike over to Curry as they look to try to fast track that lockdown. Push up into heaven. Yeta J just around the corner.
Turret out.
What does Mr. Fallen do? He could drop down with a shorty, trying to take somebody with him. That might just be as good as it gets. Okay, minor tap there onto Curry. Some damage here, and it seems like they are willing to play out of here to try to get these kills. They want to have that ult charge. Curry up close. We'll find one. Mr. Fallen will get his kill as well in the round. So no flawless found, but C9 once again start breaking away from Foot.
Well, I mean, you got the one. You got the shorty damage. You got the kill. Just love the step out here on Curry, like point blank. No scope with the Marshall. That's my kind of Valorant right there. Just get up close and personal with that Marshall and put that disgusting accuracy that it has from hip firing to good use. And now, I mean, you still got two Vandals. You got a Judge. You got a Marshall. I mean, things can happen here.
Yeah,
or C9.
Because of the kills that they found.
Yeah.
Haunt not spotting anything. Fault line not getting the catch. Flashing to the back of the side as Oxy just dashing forward across the gravity well. The distraction comes in. Yeta J, however, does find Curry. A 1-for-1 thus far. Tip of the head found, but Oxy overstays his welcome as well. Ends up falling. Jake now trying to hold the angle. The spike still not brought forward. Looks like he suspects him in the corner, and he will be able to get him. Nice reaction, but do they decide to think better of this and try to rotate elsewhere? As Ada Captain going on the rotate, swinging around the back. Vanity watching for this. Now they know where he's at. Vanity's still the one holding on to the spike. Doesn't catch him. Not sure, but Mr. Fallen cleans up two. Jake finds CNED. 4 bullets remaining. Swaps over the weapons as they go sprinting all the way down C-Long.
Well, they've got the spike firmly under control there.
They have a bit of a stack, and this would be hard to mess up. Yeah, Mr. Fallen will be able to find himself a third. Now just 2 away from having that rolling thunder, and Foot close the gap once again. 1 round separating.
But some great damage done here, and some great play from Oxy and Curry.
Not a bad bonus.
Yeah, no, this is a solid bonus. I mean, to get through to that window, you know, with Oxy going through his own gravity well to kind of, I think, get underneath them unexpectedly is a really good idea. And even though it doesn't pan out probably as much as you would like, still Curry gets that first one. When he's traded, there's a good opportunity there for Oxy to take down Yeta J. He just goes for the wall spam and isn't able to find the shots himself before Yeta J is. So good ideas. Just the execution just a little bit lacking in terms of what you would like for C9, but regardless, it's still a fine round. You'll take it.
Orb just going to be snatched up here. Vanity wanting to catch up, wanting to have that rolling thunder online for some of these attacks. For the time being, still just Yeta J by himself as Curry tries to hold the flank, takes a nasty bit of damage, pushes some back as well. Ada Captain and CNED both taken so very low. Mr. Fallen this time only able to find one. Zeppa cleans up 2. C-Site opened up, but they're still not advancing forward. This is giving time for the rotation from Foot, but seems like C9 have other ideas.
Well, this is smart stuff from Vanity, knowing that they were going to be quickly rotating over towards C off of those 2 kills, and now you're forcing Foot to spread the map into a 1-1-1. You're not going to be super sure of where they're coming from just yet. I'm not sure if CNED heard some of these footsteps. Well, he's about to, for sure. Now, definitely you're going to know, but when you get this lockdown in, there you go.
Lockdown's in. Can still go over towards Long, but it's being watched.
30 seconds
They
left.
could somehow win this trade against Jake. It would have been miraculous. It would have given them a very real hope on not finding the reveal. Here, stuck in hell. Oxy up over the top of the box. Able to find CNED.
Spike planted.
That's all on cracks, full HP, but Just too many people, too many angles to try to clear out. Oxy will be the finisher in the round as C9 once again winning out 9-7.
They're looking really good. You know, it's combinations of good decision making along with some good shooting in this round. Zeppa having a real nice spray down with that Vandal. Jake hitting his shots ADS and keeping Curry alive, even though Curry almost kind of whiffs it on the backside of A main here.
Oxy still fired up.
Yeah, man. He should be. He's having a whale of a map.
Oh my God, look at the spray. Mr. Fallen. At 43 HP. Double creep up here towards the window. He actually takes even more damage, now down to 5. But they managed to get 2 players in here.
Uh-oh.
Aftershock for the close angle.
Uh-oh.
Then he doesn't send it, so instead he gets punished. The one rifle that they had. Prowler sent to try to peel. Drop out of the window. Sun is in. Get a J. Hugging around the smoke, and somehow they both get out with their lives. Unbelievable that no one drops there on the side of foot.
Barely took any damage, did Yeta J.
The flash.
What?
Fallen just swinging in. Absolutely fearless with 5 HP. Finds the kill. Meanwhile, he's backside. He has a rolling thunder, but now he's going to get dropped. Zeppa able to find the elimination. Flash in hand. Cracks taken down as Oxy pushes up into the smoke. Backside. Yeta J looking for something out of Captain. A sheriff of his own. Putting it to good use. Now a 2v2, and as Jake swings in around the corner, he will be able to find the enemy killjoy. Now it's just CNED with a Marshall. Can he get it done?
30 seconds left.
Pushes up, somehow nails the headshot. CNED, what is that? Jake.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, he's sticking it. He pulls off, and it's just a body shot. But it's 15 seconds remaining, and he's got to go for it. Swinging in, CNED gets the clutch and keeps foot in the game.
Unbelievable. That headshot and then the mind games from CNED. Jake just didn't know where to look, didn't know where to turn. Didn't feel comfortable to put that plant down. They had no idea where he was from the get-go. They had plenty of time to go for that plant. Never felt comfortable to do so. And then the first peek he takes, it's a headshot. Gets the body damage in, pulls around to the other side, finds the finish. And what looked like it was going to be C9 starting to maybe march toward victory. CNED is not having any of it. Now he's got the op.
Absolutely monstrous. And yeah, from a Marshall to an op. C9 pushing forward, getting themselves lined right outside of garage. Prowler in. No swarm just to try to slow them up. Mr. Fallen waiting. Won't land at the ready. In case they come pushing through. A couple pings coming down here from C9 over on the B site. Alarm bot. I think actually might get pulled out.
What divided?
No, Cosmic Divide going to be set up to try to guarantee them the plan. Prowler spots nothing. Oxy making his exit. Doesn't want to take any damage. This does allow for Foot to start flooding back in. The wall separating them here. Zeta watching to see if anybody's going to come across. Spike in their hands, getting ready to expire. There's that knife going across now. The Blade Storm not in play. Jake managing to find one. Just he and Curry remaining. Cracks the backside, low HP. The swinging Jake able to find him, and out of Captain gets the headshot. We are tied up 9-9.
I mean, C9's just frightened there to try to go for that plant. A nano even comes down on the default plant spot, but for some reason, Oxy never, he has the spike the whole time. I don't know if he just maybe forgot, but I doubt it. But he never goes for the plant. He starts wrapping around to the other side, and then the full forces here of Foot are just ready and waiting with open arms to shut this down. So I'm not exactly sure what happened. If Oxy was just worried about, you know, utility coming through and a timing coming through, but with that wall there, with that nano there, you got to make a go at getting it down.
He's pushing the smoke. He's going to get punished. Works his way all the way up through that nebula. Now the operator going to be on the ground. All of Cloud9 assembled here at Long. Out of Captain.
Face your fear!
Making his way forward. Nightfall crashing across. Prowler, Gravwell, everything trying to slow him up, but no one's swinging the corner, so they actually don't get the punish. TP's away. It's creating a little bit of extra distance as Yeta J going on the flank. Alarm bot is there to alert. Cloud9 again getting slowed down. Maybe starting to second guess. Rolling Thunder at the ready, now being sent right before that 0 point connected. Dodge up from Cracks, didn't get dazed. Attica just hiding in the back. Dedicated now, going to be noted, spotted, taken down. Jake finding one, Zeta picking up the off, comes up with another. Attica trying desperately to find more than one, but only gets Jake. And that's Cloud9 once again, keeping themselves barely in the lead, hitting double digits. Their heads above the water, but Foot are trying to drag them under.
Yeah, but you had to use both ults to get this done. You had to use the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder, so 2 huge investments. Yeah, you get the win. Yeah, you get the op. Let's see if they can keep that going. I mean, like you said, I felt the same way, Achilles, with the lack of kind of confidence to start making these pushes. When they have some success early, they catch Attica in that gravel. I don't know if there's other utility holding back.
Little delay on the shot. Oxy holding the angle, gets his revenge. Reverse positions, comes up with a shot. And surely Cracks and Mr. Fallen do not want to peek this. Even a jiggle would be an immense risk.
Now you just got to kind of...
Orb gets picked up. Cosmic Divide available once more here for Jake. A little bit of answering fire. Mr. Fallen going to be taking this into his own hands.
And it looks like they're going to rethink this C hit after that smoke. That gives enough time for Foot to position themselves around the extremities. And it's actually Mr. Fallen is going to go back behind Platt. Cracks coming in the other side. So over to A we go. Haunt to check.
Peeks it. Not enough time. It passed. Ends up paying the iron price. Mr. Fallen still situated here on site. We'll see if he can win out a duel, if he can take it. But now Attica in the last bastion of hope here for this A site defense. He ends up getting taken down. Rotation all the way around the back. Mr. Fallen going to be arriving here shortly, but now he's the last man standing with the operator. They can't afford another one, so now he just has to try and save it. And Cloud9, how hungry are they for the hunt? Vanity gives his life for the cause. Now he's getting encroached upon from multiple directions. Scopes in, does find Curry. Oxy, here on this seaside. It seems like no one else can realistically try to go for this one. They don't want to give him another Rolling Thunder.
But you'd love to get that op out of their hands. With the economic situation that Foot is in, you don't want to give CNET any more opportunities.
They're just inching.
I think it's worth the risk.
Oxy again getting close around the corner. It seems like they are in fact going to be playing for this one. Spotted. Savon finds it! And it gets pushed right in to Oxy's open arms. 3 kills for both of them. But another round win for Cloud9. 2 more to go, and they are punching their ticket into the grand final tomorrow.
I think Vanity was just showing how his hands were shaking. He's like, I was nervous, bro. I didn't think you guys were maybe going to get it. I mean, what a play here at the backside by Mr. Fallen, but Oxy is just, you know, as good as CNET is. Today, Oxy seems to be getting the best of him. Mr. Fallen with some great shots. Let's do some damage. At the end of the day, what was really much more important here for Z9 is making sure that that op does not get back over into CNET's hands. Now, yes, CNET has the Blade Storm. There's the lockdown for Yeta J. So some tools to play with here for Foot to get themselves back within a round, potentially, of C9.
They're going to try off the back of this tactical timeout that Foot is going to be calling. They know that they are on the cusp. It had been such a smooth ride all the way up until this very series, dropping their first map in a very long time there on Sunset. But managed to take it all the way to this moment, to this third and final map. 2 rounds to tie, 4 to win.
I mean, just think about how much valuable experience Cloud9 is getting right now, regardless of the outcome of this map. You know, Oxy here going up against some of the best players in the world, some players that have played at international events time and again, some players that have literally won a Valorant championship, and he's besting them.
Sure.
I mean, think about how, like, if I'm Cloud9,
While they have us up?
Yeah.
I mean, there's good things from both sides.
Yes.
You can take several silver linings out for either team. Foot just being able to cut their teeth even more with this roster. Looking competitive.
That's the biggest story of this match to me, is how good Oxy has been against really tough competition, and he's going to get more experience potentially if they can get through this map.
Zenit's coming up here unassisted, just clears out a little bit of util, but given the turret in that position, couldn't actually push any further to try to find kills. Oxy leading the charge here at C. Ada Captain around the corner. Paranoia at the ready.
What a setup.
For the catch, and he will find him.
What a trap.
Oxy's hubris costing him his life.
They use the util as bait to set up for the Paranoia. Brilliant.
Just an incredible value catch. Vanity getting stunned up and now needs to try to protect his teammates who did. Zeppa getting slowed up there for a brief little moment. The aftershock going to force them back over towards the B site.
Right there.
And they pile in the plant, getting ready to come down.
Uh-oh.
Lockdown at the ready here from Yediche, who's only able to find one of the backstab before Curry puts him down, but that interrupted the plant. Vanity now out of the fight, a 3v4. Still just a Sheriff, the Blade Storm there for CNED. Which can be ever so deadly. Couple shots sent his way, but Zeppa gets the headshot wall bang. The knive's now gone. Curry finds cracks, and it's starting to slip out of their grasp. Clock comes in, the gun barrel scene. Ada Captain does manage to pick up another elimination here. HP bars low as Jake's just down to 4 health. He's into the smoke, he's pushing out, he's overstepped, and Mr. Fallen finds 2! The defuse will give him the rolling thunder, and Foot will get up to 10.
What a round from Foot. Starting off with the trap play to take the op away from Oxy into the successful retake onto B site. Just absolutely insanely brilliant stuff here, and this is the price you're going to pay for pushing a team this deep, is they're going to have to dig a little bit into their own memory banks to come up with some plays to shut you down. Foot able to find it.
The economic value here.
Yep.
The swing for Foot. 3 ults at the ready. Lockdown, Rolling Thunder. Both of them massive. Vanity's only halfway. Curry and Horb off.
There. An operator for CNED. Huge.
Yet another one. They
Huge.
have to anticipate this. Try to play away from it as best as you possibly can. Alarm bot heard. Clear the garage. Take down that util. Looks like they're not going to back away. Oxy wanting to push forward. Rolling Thunder coming out. He does manage to find the headshot. Now he's just sitting on top of the Nano Swarm. 12 HP. Updrafts up over the top. The flash is there. And a Captain dead. Oxy looking for a third. Can't quite make it happen. Mr. Fallen will finally be able to take him out of the fight. Rax gets Zeppa. Fault line connects. Curry accidentally walking into this one, but he's within the smoke. They do not know that he is here necessarily. Lobs in the Nano Swarm, gets cleared out. Mr. Fallen keeping himself protected, finds the headshot. Good damage across onto Jake. Vanity trying to find something, and he manages to get 2. Spike in hand, they rotate away. CNED arrives on the C site.
Unbelievable. They're not going to give CNED another opportunity to 1v2 clutch on C site. He's going to have to do it somewhere else. Jake's going to try to hide, try to look for the rotating CNED. Oh, he might just get ahead of it.
Jake not ready. CNED is. He gets the kill. All the weapons that he could pick up, that he could swap for on the opposite side, but his teammates have to be telling him he is just 11 HP. A classic shot, a right click from range. And that could be it.
How much is a fault line going to matter here?
Not much at all.
Yeah.
Vanity needs to beat Johnny on the spot. He needs to hit the head. The tap. He hasn't necessarily believed it yet. There's the fault line. He hugs against the wall. Vanity hides again, just trying to buy time. He forces him off. The shot's not connecting. CNED tagged down to 71. He swings across. Vanity playing it to perfection! Gets the 3K, gets the clutch, gets Cloud9 up to 12!
What a play from the IGL. So smart, so patient. Fault line, maybe buys him a little extra time, maybe an extra second here, but it's the patience, it's the movement. It's not giving CNED the opportunity to find any damage with that classic. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just cold cold-blooded from Vanity.
Now one more try from Foot to keep themselves in this game, in this tournament, in contention for that grand final spot tomorrow. Lockdown going to be used. Curry dumping it right out in front of B. Waiting patiently, trying to shove them back. Aftershock. Try and delay. Oxy going to make his way forward. Nebula's on either side. Plant comes in. Vanity now rolling Thunder online, manages to exit. No flanks coming through from behind. They're completely covered. The lockdown in. Quite far forward is Oxen, and he will get taken out. Zeppa now pulling back. Can they defend this one? First the fault line. The Aftershock at the ready, but looks like Rolling Thunder likely going to be coming out first and foremost, just waiting for the tap. They send this one through. Spam across. Vanity going to be taken low. Zeppa managing to find one. Going to take him down. Zeppa out in front. CNET, however, finding Curry. 2 members left. Zeppa and Jake. Now just Jake trying to get it, and he gets it done. What a transfer! The 3K to take them over the finish line, 13-10. Cloud9 qualified for the grand final, and they send Foot home.
What a play here at the end by Jake. It looked like Foot might be able to weather the storm here of ultimates that C9 brought to the table to try to take the round. But just barely, they're able to do it. And what a great series we had between these two teams. Phenomenal, back and forth the whole way.
One hell of a series. One hell of a best of 3.
Wow. I mean, all you can say is wow. What a finish. What a finish. It is the exact sort of semi-final you want at a tournament like this. Back and forth, 2 grand teams going at it on the grand stage. You see what it means to them. We've seen fans with tears in their eyes here, loving every single second of Red Bull Homeground 2023. This banger of a grand final comes to a close here. Only one of these 2 teams could book a spot in that grand final. C9 is the team to lock it in, and this crowd is going wild. This roster showing all of the signs of a magnificent team here at this live event.
Yeah, no, this is so many good things going for them. Obviously, first and foremost, as Oxy. Look, you have to talk about this. You have to talk about this potential budding superstar and the way that he's been playing. But it's not just that. It's the smarts here. You can see the depth that Vanity brings with the good IGLing, the good individual decision-making at time. Zeppa as well. Brilliant piloting of this fade here in certain rounds where he really set up Oxy or other players like Jake excellently. Jake coming through in the clutch. I mean, this team so stacked. And think about Curry.
Yeah, I mean,
it's an all-star team, it feels like right now.
Curry turning that first half around, came into the second one with just 2 kills, ends up making it up to 10. But, I mean, util impact was found, had some clutch moments, getting them in position to actually be able to take that pistol by coming up with the 3K of the Classic. What a performance by everybody on this squad. Vanity, the IGL, incredible clutches. But for Foot, I think a moment to hold their heads high. Yes. This will be a bittersweet feeling. They came into this tournament riding high, not dropping a map until they got into this very series. It'll definitely suck to lose this one. There'll be some sorrow, there'll be some disappointment, some regret. But ultimately, I think they've shown that this new roster, CNET back in, Dedicate joining this squad, they have teeth and they can fight damn hard.
Absolutely. Commiserations to this wonderful team for an unbelievable run, as Seth just said there, through the qualifiers and then into the main event here in our semi-finals. Seth, sorry, Paper Thin, I'm going to come to you. This is a roster to be massively excited about going into the new year.
Yes, 100%.
Both
of them, exactly what I was just about to say.
But we get to see more of C9.
Yes,
I mean,
okay.
Foot next year.
So Foot next year. So
yes.
Foot, I mean, look, when I talked to them, they said that you know, we feel kind of comfortable, but we're still trying to integrate CNET. We're still trying to see how we can get that talented, unbelievably talented player integrated. And you can see that there's still some toiling with that. It's not quite where they want it to be, and that's okay. That's what events like these are about. But you can see the potential. You saw it in the run-up to today's game. They didn't drop a single map until today, and it finally had to come to an end at some point. So be it. If you're a FUT fan, if you're a Turkish esports fan, you should be very, very excited, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a strong performance from them the whole way throughout. It's not the result that you want. It's not that grand final. It's not them lifting the trophy, but I think it's still shines, just, you know, bits of brilliance from this team. There's a lot more work to be done, but there's so much time to get that work done before the 2024 season does begin. So if these guys just continue to keep on the grind, they're going to be so very scary because, I mean, CNET had his flashes of brilliance there. That Marshall clutch, absolutely gorgeous performance from them, but more credit over to Cloud9, who managed to really pilot around him because CNET was finding all of that impact in the first half, but then once he got over onto the defender side where he should have even more impact, he should have more agency with those defensive sightlines, they were able to really circumnavigate him very often.
Well, C9, grand final, last time out, different story, right? 100 Thieves lifted the trophy. Could we see a different American team raise the trophy at the end of this? What do we think?
It's quite possible. I mean,
Yeah.
C9 have already lifted the trophy for one off-season event. That was the 10 Invitational. They took that one down, and they played against DRX in that tournament. So maybe we get a repeat of that grand final, but of course Fnatic will have something to say about that.
Yeah, think about that. They take back-to-back tournaments on Asian soil. You know, they're taking it from these home teams like DRX and in Busan, and now who knows who you're going to face in the grand finals, whether it be DRX or Fnatic. But look, these guys can ball, man, and you knew it was going to be kind of this scrappy affair of like hero plays, of these big exciting plays, you know, Turkish aim versus this scrappy new young C9 team with some young players, I should say, and it sure did not disappoint. This was absolutely an incredible series. I mean, Sunset
Look what it means!
Oh, I know. You can't blame him. I mean, he's fired up.
Wow.
I feel it.
I mean, look, Mr. Fallen, a phenomenal player, MVP for FUT, but Oxy is the player we have to talk about here on day one here at the live event once we got inside of this arena. He was a player that we were highlighting from the get-go. Could this be almost a bit of a coming out party, a big international event here? And he's delivering on all expectations, if not set beyond.
Oh, no, I think it's well beyond. You know, to come into an event like this and have this many screaming fans in front of you, you know, in a foreign country and whatnot, after a significant amount of travel, after being away from home, after a significant amount of time.
Yeah.
I am so very impressed with this guy because he's fearless, and that has cost him a couple of times throughout this series, but most of the time, he's getting away with it because he has the confidence to go for the play that he has in his head, and he's just running in, and he knows that he has the skill to back it up. And that is such a dangerous combination. We've seen that from players like something, you know, like RB in the past when he was first starting off on Vision Strikers and whatnot. When these players have that confidence to just go for it, yay, Artist, more ones to name, they can become unstoppable. And right now, Oxy looks pretty damn unstoppable.
I mean, if you're limit testing here as C9 to see what this kid's truly capable of, I think today showed you that there may not be limits. There may not be limitations in what he's capable of. There are a few times he got shut down. There are a few times where he maybe got a little bit over-aggressive, maybe overextended a little bit, but overall, almost averaged a 300 ACS throughout the entirety of this series, plus 23 in his K to D ratio. This is a superstar performance against a very good team, against a fellow duelist in CNET who is absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
You know, out-opping him at times, outplaying him at times. That is something incredible.
Well, speaking of CNET, let's just shine a spotlight one more time on FUT, because this is a player that seems to be happy and thriving in this Turkish roster. And clutch moments like this in round 17, this is where we can see what CNET is capable of, and he is ready to shine going into the new year.
It was just absolutely insane that he gets this. Not only does he just somehow snap onto that first head, he misses the second one, and it feels like, okay, Jake now, with this added firepower, might actually have a very real chance, but CNET just catches him holding the wide angle. He's so fast to react. He gets the sniper across. You can see just how much it meant to them in that moment. And this was really FUT being able to stay in, being able to push this series, this map a bit further, getting up to 10. It was a really respectable run from them this whole way throughout. Obviously, the pick on Sunset, something to recalibrate and reconsider. didn't quite go the way that they wanted for sure, but everything else was very tight-knit between these two teams.
Let's give another shout out to this amazing crowd because, yes, all of the Japanese teams, all of the home teams are now eliminated, but you wouldn't know that by standing up here, would you? It's loud as it's ever been. The biggest players, the biggest reactions, and like you said earlier, you've probably seen a sign for every single player.
Yeah, literally every player
involved in the tournament. They're coming out in droves and they love it. They absolutely love it.
Yeah, no, it's so cool because they find these, players from across the world. Of course, Laz and Buzz, DRX is sort of a second favorite team here because of their success in Asia, but everybody was represented, and they showed that person you mentioned earlier that was, getting, I think it might have been you, it was getting emotional on camera, the C9 fan here. I mean, just amazing the way that there's so much support, there's so much love for this game, and this is, again, really kind of the first esport to really take off in Japan.
Yeah.
And their passion is insane.
Do you know what would be awesome? To hear from the man himself, Oxy, C9's prodigy. Should we have a look?
Yes, please.
Oxy is standing by with Adam Savage right now.
Oxy, Oxy, Oxy. Oi, oi, oi. I love that. I love that. That is a traditional sporting chant in England, and it feels appropriate. Oxy, thank you for joining us here from Cloud9. What an incredible semi-final that was. How you're feeling? It just felt, it had everything. It had magic. There's magic in the air here.
Honestly, no. I just performed. I did my job. I screamed my heart out, and we won. I guess that's what happens.
It felt like today as well, it was very much a team performance. You saw there at the end, we had like some serious clutch plays and Vanity, from Jake. I mean, it felt like it was a real team finish to proceedings here to beat out a strong opponent.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. Everyone was winning their clutches and winning their ones, and we won. Thank the Lord.
When you're in this kind of situation, obviously, kind of a new member to the Cloud9 family, it seems like everything's gone so well so far for you. How does it feel to be in this team, competing in kind of like situations, competitions like this one? How does it feel?
It's honestly unreal because before I used to just play at home and compete at home, but now I get to play travel to Japan, Korea, do all these things. It's just crazy to me. Not even real.
We've seen so many of the fans here as well with their phones out. You can see Oxy kind of scrolling along as well. Even the casters, everyone seems like they're very excited about what you're bringing to the game, what you're bringing to the team. What do you think is going to be the future of Cloud9? Now you're there, how are you trying to impact the team? What are you trying to bring to the team to kind of really freshen things up?
I don't know. I'm just a joyous person, so I think I bring the jokester side out of everyone. I just make everyone happy, but also I do entry and do all this stuff. So yeah, that's what I think I do.
We actually heard the team talking, saying that you are kind of a joker in the pack there. Everyone loves the sense of humour, loves the fun you bring to things as well. Obviously, something that might not be too fun is a final tomorrow. It's going to be brutal. You've got two big opponents now. You might be going up against. How do you guys prepare for that? How do you prepare for what's going to come your way tomorrow in the final as well?
I don't know. I think tomorrow we'll just get some good sleep. And then just eat well before the match, and I think we'll be ready. That's all we need to do.
Okay, love to see it. Oxy, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again to the team. Massive shout out to Cloud9. It's going to be an amazing final. We can't wait to see what happens. But Oxy, thanks so much, buddy. Love this.
Thank you very much, guys. 18 and well and truly living the dream from the bedroom to a historic Sumo Arena in Tokyo, Japan. It doesn't get much better than that. And Oxy is really looking like he's about to be something special in this scene.
Well, you gotta love the attitude too. He just seems like he's here to have fun. He wants to just do his job. He's like, I want to do everything. I want to entry. I want to frag. make jokes, keep the team mood, light and stuff like that. That's perfect. I mean, what more could you ask for in a player?
It takes a lot of maturity at 18 years old to deliver on a stage such as this.
Oh yeah.
What were you doing when you were 18, Seth?
I was jobless, living at my dad's house, and that's about it. So
that's still cool.
There wasn't too much going on. I was attending college, I guess, was basically what I was doing. But yeah, I mean, you got to grow up quick if you're going to make it onto the big stage. And it seems like Oxy kind of has a good head on his shoulders, and I think he should be able to sleep well tonight because of the amount of Red Bull, the amount of screaming that he was doing. I think that sugar crash is going to hit like a truck. And just get back to the hotel, pass out, and be super well rested for that grand final tomorrow.
Well, you can see behind us as our fans start to exit the arena to get a good night's sleep themselves, ready for the grand final schedule tomorrow. Let's take a look at our bracket first, though, and this is how it is all shaken out. We've got Fnatic versus DRX tomorrow as our first semi-final. Look, FUT C9 is what we've just seen, a 2-1 affair. That's what you want. We had 2 best-of-3s go all the way here today, which is great. And C9 have booked in that first spot in our grand final. It's been a really nice bracket so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's really, really good. I mean, we're getting some great matchups. We're getting some great games. You know, as you would expect out of these teams. Zeta, C9, a great series, great, you know, opponents, players who've been playing for quite a long time.
Yeah.
So this is kind of what you're expecting. I mean, even though, again, teams keep talking about, oh, we're just trying to do stuff, blah, 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 they still want to win. They still want to come through and show that they can get it done, get that confidence, build that, you know, momentum going into next season.
Well, you just saw that trophy on screen right there. By the end of play tomorrow, someone, or a roster, sorry, will raise that above their heads. But look, to get there, we've got a jam-packed schedule coming your way tomorrow, starting off with Fnatic versus DRX in our semi-final. And then we've got an awesome show match between the West and the East, made up, the East and the West, however you want to frame it, made up of an all-star lineup of players that have been eliminated from the tournament. So they still get to have that big moment, albeit maybe not with as high stakes as they would like, but that's going to be a lot of fun having a show match, right?
I think you'd be happy to get back up on the stage no matter what. No matter what the circumstances are, as long as you're up there playing, I think they're still going to have a good time.
And as you can see there at the bottom, where is it? I'm going to point to it. Bang, right there. Cloud9 versus...
We don't know.
Who? Will it be Fnatic or will it be DRX? Time will tell. That will be a best of 5 series. I want to say a massive thank you to all of our amazing guests that filled our arena here today. Our wonderful rapper Oswald, who absolutely tore it up on the center stage there. Achilles, Paper Thin, you guys have been crushing it. I don't know how you've still got a voice, Seth.
Years of practice.
Years of practice. Both of you, absolutely amazing. And to Tom and Mitch, who will be back as well tomorrow. To all of our players, to the production team behind the scenes, and to you, thank you so much for watching. This Ryogoku Kogukikan Arena will be packed out, sold out to the rafters tomorrow, and you can join us from the comfort of your own home. You do not want to miss it. It's going to be a banger. I will see you there. Bye for now.
Yeah, life of the lawless. I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and no ceasefire. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah,
unbelievable result.
I will arrive. Yeah, and get stronger with time. Power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive.
That's just beautiful.
Yeah. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arrive. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Life of the lawless. I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on